Hello beautiful, can I get your contact? Holy crap. Xia Mi quietly watched the boy across from her, his eager smile turning into a horrified expression as he saw her face, and he blurted out a curse. Then he turned around without a word, his face dark, and walked away in a flustered, almost fleeing manner. Xia Mi showed no reaction. She was used to such things happening and didn't care at all. But just then another boy's laughter came from behind her. Ha! I told you not to believe me. Serves you right. You wanted her WeChat, didn't you? Still want it. Ha ha. The boy who had just asked for her contact showed an angry and embarrassed expression. Get lost. Who would have thought such a nice back and killer figure could have such a hideous face? What a freak. Why would someone like that wear a tight dress? She must be desperate for a man. Probably feeling humiliated in front of his friend, he deliberately raised his voice to show his contempt and disdain for Xia Mi. His voice was so loud that people around turned to look. Xia Mi stopped her forward steps, turned around, and walked toward them. His friend nudged him with a smile. Hey, look, she's coming over, haha, I told you not to mess with her. The boy showed a wary and sarcastic expression. What does she want? Could it be that she really thinks he's interested in her and is going to bother him? He felt a pang of regret, wishing he had listened to the advice earlier. He couldn't resist approaching a woman with flowing long hair and a great figure from behind to ask for her. It wasn't his fault. Who would have thought he'd encounter a back killer in college? Xia Mi approached them with a very calm expression, so calm that it was unsettling. No anger at the insult, no embarrassment, just eerie composure. The sounds of their mocking and discussing gradually faded. By the time Xia Mi stood in front of them, both had fallen silent. Xia Mi raised her phone, displaying the recording interface clearly in front of them. Say it again. Her voice was cool. The boy was taken aback, his voice shaky, but he tried to muster a fierce expression, acting tough, but inwardly scared. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying. Xia Mi gave them a slight smile. What's the matter? Afraid to repeat what you just said? She slowly and deliberately put down her phone. If you say it again, I'll make sure you know this. According to Article 1024 of the Civil Code, public insult constitutes infringement punishable by up to 10 days of detention, a fine of up to 1,000 yuan, and in serious cases up to 3 years in prison. Her voice was actually pleasant, soft, and melodious, but at that moment it sounded like a devil's whisper to the two boys. Want to try? They both stepped back half a step in unison. More and more people were looking over. The friend tugged at the boy who had asked for the WeChat, looking embarrassed. Forget it, let's go. No need to argue with a girl. He was trying to play the good guy now. Xia Mi turned her gaze to him. Ah, and you. She looked him up and down, showing a hint of realization. So it's you. I remember you. You also asked for my WeChat, right? Same opening line, same flustered escape. These men so fragile that seeing a face makes them feel hurt, and then they blame others. Tisk tisk tsk. The friend's expression froze, and he didn't refute. The other boy was stunned and realized. Holy crap. So that's how you knew. You've done it yourself, you bastard. You set me up. He pushed his friend. The friend looked angry too. Wasn't it you who first saw her back and said she looked good? Didn't I tell you not to go? The two gradually started arguing. Xia Mi frowned in disgust and turned away. These two weren't worth any more of her time. She returned to her rented apartment off campus and skillfully turned on her computer and equipment, ready to start a live stream. Live streaming was a job Xia Mi enjoyed. During her 4 years of college, she earned a considerable amount through streaming. Although it was unstable due to academics and internships, her savings still reached 6 figures. When she first learned about the live streaming industry, Xia Mi never considered it for a simple reason. She was too ugly. She was born with bird face syndrome. More than ugly, it was deformed. Her face was like a bird's beak, pointed, and protruding eyes drooping, covered with freckles. It was truly a sight to behold. But her figure was excellent. 172 centimeters tall, wristline past crotch, long legs, a slender waist, perfect proportions, and great posture. This was not entirely natural. Xia Mi worked hard for it. She did posture correction training year after year. Yoga, Pilates, just to hold on to the only bit of beauty she had. Xia Mi knew that as a back killer, she would face even more malice in life, but she still chose to wear clothes that accentuated her figure when going out. She wanted to show she loved beauty deeply. She loved the soft curves of a woman's body and beautiful faces. Without a naturally beautiful face, she was extremely strict with her. She also set up an account on a short video platform specifically to show off her figure. Seeing others' compliments made her happy. Of course, she covered her face when posting. Call her shallow or vain, she was who she was. She loved hearing praise like a dry desert, needing admiration and compliments to be watered so she could feel. Everyone likes praise, don't they? Unexpectedly, her works gained traffic, gradually accumulating tens of thousands of followers, 80 of whom were male. Harassing messages flew into the account like snowflakes, but Xia Mi ignored them all until she started live streaming. In her sophomore year, she suddenly came across voice room streaming and virtual avatar streaming. She was amazed to find that there were ways to stream without showing her face. She started with voice room streaming because her voice was decent. Virtual avatar streaming required many procedures. Custom avatars were troublesome, had waiting periods, and upfront costs. At that time, the lower threshold voice room was undoubtedly the better choice for Xia Mi. Although the live streaming industry had become saturated over the years, and not as easy as before, Xia Mi still made money from some men through video traffic, building a small nest egg. But it also brought many troubles. Because most of these men had impure intentions and low quality, making Xia Mi feel exhausted and disgusted. The only thing that kept her going was the money. In this world, besides herself, the two things she loved most were money and beauty. But just yesterday, after her contract with the guild expired, she had deactivated this voice room. Not only that, she even completely deleted the WeChat account she used to maintain contact with these people. The reason was simple: her aesthetic and thinking had improved. Now looking back at her past works, they could easily be labeled as borderline. If she wanted to become a big streamer, this account wouldn't work. She decided to move to another platform, so she made a clean break from this account. Xia Mi registered a new account on the new platform, picked a nice avatar. Her previous account was called Mist, and to avoid being recognized, she changed the name to Mi. At that moment, a mechanical sound suddenly rang in Xia Mi's mind. Ding! Godly Tycoon System bound successfully. Xia Mi's hand froze. Divine Wealth System. Hallucination. No, it wasn't an illusion. Xia Mi could clearly feel that she could summon the system panel in front of her through her consciousness. The Divine Wealth System is at your service. Daily reward 100 yuan, accumulative cashback, multiplier, 1 available functions, wealth points, exchange emotion points, exchange note, every yuan the host earns adds 1 wealth point. Wealth points and real currency do not affect each other. Spending wealth points does not consume the host's real currency. Xia Mi blinked. It wasn't an illusion. Her hands gripped the edge of the table, firmly, trembling slightly. A result of desperately suppressing excitement and caution. What followed was a series of introductions, so many words that Xia Mi's eyes blurred. She skimmed through them roughly, but none mentioned any restrictions. System. Xia Mi called out with her consciousness. The mechanical voice sounded again. Hello, host. How can I help you? Like a customer service representative, Xia Mi thought. She asked, does the system require me to do tasks? From what the system had shown so far, it seemed completely beneficial and harmless. Not only did it provide daily reward cashback at 1-1, but the more she earned, the more she could exchange for items in the shop, and it didn't consume her real money. A free lunch. Xia Mi could hardly believe it. The system does not have a task issuing function. It is merely an auxiliary system. Please feel free to use it, host. This answer finally made Xia Mi feel at ease. Her hands released the edge of the table, caution vanished, her eyes lit up. The Divine Wealth System appeared in countless web novels as a protagonist cheat with various types. The earliest type of Divine Wealth System basically required the host to spend money on themselves, and if they didn't spend it all within a limited time, they would be wiped out. Later, it gradually developed into various types, some requiring tipping streamers, some requiring recharging games, and so on. The only common point was that the host of a Divine Wealth System would become very rich. Money. Money. Do you want money? Who would dislike having too much money? Xia Mi's gaze was fixed on the first few lines of the introduction. Exchange shop, fixed item, daily reward 100 yuan max, 100 yuan, exchange price, 100 wealth points. She couldn't help but calculate in her mind, with a cashback of 100 yuan a day, she could buy increased reward in 100 days, and then the next purchase would take half the time. Rolling like a snowball, in less than a year, she could reach a daily income of 100 yuan. As long as the system didn't disappear, she could do nothing and earn a net profit of 36.5 million yuan a year. Her gaze lingered on the reward amount on the system interface, a feeling of reluctance rising in her heart. Couldn't this 100 yuan reward just be given directly to her? Why did she have to tip it to others? Especially to those men. Xia Mi was extremely jealous when she thought of some men who could earn a lot of money just by using a beautified face and a few sister baby phrases. Why should I tip them? I'm a streamer myself. I might not even get tipped. Xia Mi couldn't help but ask the system. Can I use this reward money freely? Can I tip my own account? The system's reply was also straightforward. Please use it freely, host. Meaning yes, as you wish. Xia Mi beamed. Alright, now she declared this is the best system in the world. Xia Mi then continued reading. Spin items, random draw, rewards not fixed, including, but not limited to reward, increased cashback, critical hit card cash, reward, voice optimization, vocal training, dance training, hair, growth serum, strength, pill, facial micro adjustment, whitening mask, thank you for your patronage, etc. Exchange price, 200 emotion points per draw. 10 draws guarantee 1 magical item, current emotion points 201 available function, target investigation. Host can investigate target details and rating via the system. Exchange price, 100 wealth points per use available function, bind target, initial bind slots, 3 people. Exchange price, 500 wealth points per person available function, dream entry. Host can enter dreams with bound targets and freely set dream content. Note, excessively absurd. Dreams may be detected by the target, causing loss of dream control or dream collapse. Exchange price, 100 wealth points per use. Xia Mi's expression froze when she saw facial micro adjustment among the spin roux. Treacher Collins syndrome could not be effectively treated with current plastic surgery techniques. That was why she had saved hundreds of thousands of yuan, but had not yet undergone surgery. But now the system had brought her hope. Xia Mi took a deep breath and asked softly, System, how do I obtain emotion points? Why do I already have emotion points? Reply to host emotion points can be obtained from the host themselves and from bound targets. The currently generated emotion points are from the host themselves. Xia Mi couldn't help but smile. So it's wool from the sheep's back. She took a serious expression and clicked to draw. Even though it was only one draw with a high chance of getting nothing, she still felt her heart racing. What if? The pointer of the wheel slowly stopped pointing to vocal training. Xia Mi exhaled, her expression slightly gloomy. Although she had mentally prepared herself, it was still a bit disappointing. But she was also curious. What exactly was this vocal training? Was it worth being placed in the wheel alongside other items? The interface expanded the details. Vocal training CRAID after use training domain opens master guidance until the CRAID course assessment is completed. Can exit at any time. Time and domain is not synchronized with the plane. During training, the host's plane time does not change. Training domain time not synchronized with the plane means that no matter how long I study in the domain, time outside doesn't change. After receiving a positive confirmation from the system, Xia Mi fell into thought. She was slightly better than average at singing. After all, her voice was not bad, but far from the level of a professional singer. Therefore, she originally planned to find a mid to high-end voice chat room, use a voice changer, and take shifts. But if this vocal training could improve her significantly, Xia Mi wondered maybe she could try to apply for the most prestigious and famous company, Luin Pavilion and Fengyu Society are currently the two largest virtual idol agencies on the Fanxia live streaming platform. The former centers its operations around music, operating multiple voice halls with distinct stylistic identities. The latter builds its brand upon meticulously crafted virtual personas, emphasizing content diversity. In layman's terms, it leans heavily into anime-inspired aesthetics. Xia Mi knew little about this subculture, but held a genuine passion for singing. Thus, if given a choice between these two top-tier guilds, she naturally gravitated toward Luin Pavilion. Xia Mi underwent an intensive 3-month crash course in the training domain. Immune to hunger or fatigue, she studied without pause until she passed the final assessment. Upon exiting the domain, she found that not a single moment had elapsed in the real world. She recorded a song and compared her performance against those of established singers under Luin Pavilion, concluding that her vocal quality posed no obstacle and passing their audition seemed all but assured. Without hesitation, she powered up her computer and navigated directly to the live stream of Luin Pavilion's elite panel of female examiners. Luin Pavilion's popularity was undeniable. Over 20,000 viewers packed the audition stream, flooding the chat with rapid-fire comments. The screen split into 2 large panels and 8 smaller ones. On stage sat 1 examiner and 2 renowned Luin singers. The remaining slots were reserved for candidates. The examiner pinned a checklist to the top left corner of the screen. Audition requirements. Personal computer, professional audio interface. Solid vocal technique, versatile stylistic range. Candidates must initiate a live connection via streaming companion. Type 1 in chat to request microphone access. The examiner even included recommended streaming companion settings, ensuring lossless audio fidelity for every applicant. Yet this guidance proved largely futile. Xia Mi watched for over half an hour as candidate after candidate faltered. One sang unaccompanied with misconfigured equipment, another suffered catastrophic audio distortion, a third delivered a technically competent yet emotionally hollow performance. The audience erupted in laughter across the screen. June Snow 3 consecutive breakdowns. Starry imagination, honestly. I could do better than that. Jinjin, but her audio interface quality dwarfs that distorted mess earlier. So this is what they mean by underachievers hoarding. Luo, I can't stop watching Luin editions. They're pure entertainment gold. The examiner rubbed his ringing ears, still reverberating from the sonic onslaught, and sighed, next candidate, please go live. Please, next candidate, activate your mic. It was Xia Mi's turn. She took a slow, steady breath, engaged her microphone, and spoke. Her voice a seamless blend of cool serenity and quiet warmth. Good day, esteemed mentors. I am Ihua. Oh, Ly she perked up instantly. Finally, something worth paying attention to. Each candidate received only a limited window for evaluation. After all, many internet users treated auditions as mere spectacle, like the previous 3 whose performances earned brief light-hearted dismissal before swift removal from the mic. Yet some voices revealed sincerity and substance within a single phrase. Lovely timbre, what we call Xiao Yuan. Moreover, her composure was impeccable. No tremor of nerves, no forced bravado. Ly Saishi's tone softened with genuine praise, his focus sharpening perceptibly. What piece have you prepared? Typically, candidates performed 2 or 3 songs. Final approval required consensus among all examiners. Successful applicants first joined Luin Pavilion's newcomer training hall, where they fulfilled specific milestones before advancing to official broadcast halls. Rarely the chief examiner held unilateral authority to grant direct admission, bypassing training entirely, granting immediate access to official halls, priority resource allocation, and for those with existing fan bases, even solo debut opportunities. Though assistant examiners retain veto power, such exceptional cases rarely prompted dissent. The chief's judgment carried decisive weight. Xia Mi selected 2 recently trending songs, The Seat and Scenery, after the ring. Assistant examiner Ly Ying nodded approvingly. The Seat. I've been listening to it constantly lately. Ly Saishi inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Please begin. The intro played softly. Xia Mi began to sing, her voice traveling through high-fidelity equipment into the stream, then into every listener's ears. The opening melody hovered low, intimate, and hushed, unfolding like whispered confession, tinged with melancholy. I heard you finally found your true love, bold enough to withdraw completely from my world. Forgive me, my blessing rings hollow, my heart still rebels with quiet, stubborn ache. Ly Saishi's eyes gleamed with quiet satisfaction. Female vocal ranges naturally sit higher than male ones, yet this song's first verse demanded uncommon depth. Many singers strained uncomfortably when descending. Mi Hua, however, anchored her voice effortlessly, rich, fluid, flawlessly intoned, and brimming with emotional resonance. Lemon crying, just broke up last week. Spicy chicken noodle, roasted chestnuts, wow. Finally, a serious audition. Almond milk bun, been looping this track too. Truly impressive. Li Wai vocally promising. Honey, let's hear the chorus. That's where this song truly lives. Gift icons beside Xia Mi's avatar rose steadily from 0. Small hearts, giant beer mugs, popularity tickets, culminating in a standout I love you gift worth 5.2 yuan. Her total climbed past 200 yuan. A modest sum, 20 some yuan, translating to roughly 10 yuan in her back end. But back on her former platform, earning even that much during early broadcasts had been arduous. Now, having sung just 1/4 of the song, she'd already surpassed it. This was the gravitational pull of Luin Pavilion's prestige. Visibility begets recognition, and recognition begets devotion. The chorus approached swiftly. Xia Mi deliberately released her head voice support, letting her tones sink into resonant chest vibration. As the drumbeat crashed down, she transitioned seamlessly from mixed voice into full power belting, her shift between modal and falsetto clean and decisive as a blade's edge, imbuing the words "the seat" with visceral, arresting weight. The one beside you now has taken my seat. His hands hold roses, pledging lifelong devotion. Yet I remain unable to learn how to shed tears scattered by the wind. How then shall I reclaim the happiness already lost? A dazzling visual effect erupted across the screen. Lawai gifted Mi Hua moon rising over the sea, 14166 gems. Note 1 yuan 10 gems. Xia Mi's singing remained unaffected, steady, and unwavering. Yet comments began appearing on the public chat. Wow, Li Wai has struck again. Haha, Li Wai scours the Luin Pavilion audition livestream for gold in the muck day after day. Who exactly are you calling muck? That's downright rude. Haha. Isn't this the same candidate from earlier who neither lip-synced nor faltered, but still sang poorly? This is genuinely pleasant to hear. Me too, I agree completely. Gifts soon began trickling in steadily. Almond milk pastry gifted kiss for Mi Hua 199 diamonds. Zhu Lu Guang gifted Porsche for Mi Hua 110 diamonds. Honey gifted under the love tree for Mi Hua 699 diamonds. By now, Xia Mi's earnings from this single song had surpassed 6,000 diamonds. Indeed, the power of traffic was undeniable. Lie. Saishi felt a flicker of surprise. Xia Mi's performance exceeded her expectations. Unlike professional singers, vocal lounge performers faced lower entry thresholds. Many who barely passed the audition were amateurs. But lie. Saishi could clearly discern that Xia Mi possessed rigorous formal vocal training. In the broader music industry, she might be merely unremarkable, but within the vocal lounge sphere, her artistry amounted to nothing short of dimensional transcendence. Xia Mi remained unaware that a grade C teaching standard, though seemingly modest, was calibrated against the stringent benchmarks of the elite music world. As the chorus concluded and a brief instrumental interlude preceded the next verse, lie. Saishi activated her mic. For the second half, changed the opening line of the second verse to 1234, in the fourth line, with 456. This was a verification measure, designed to confirm live, unassisted performance and rule out lip-syncing or AI-generated vocals. Given the rampant proliferation of AI-sung content, Luin Pavilion prioritized reputation and enforced strict authenticity protocols. Yet for candidates whose singing was mediocre or flawed, examiners rarely bothered verifying authenticity, making such impromptu lyric alterations ironically a tongue-in-cheek accolade among viewers, the highest honor, the ultimate courtesy. Xia Mi offered no verbal reply, but when she launched into the second round, she seamlessly wove in the altered lyrics, flawless and fluid. The final goodbye I uttered bore deep remorse. 1234. We once were the couple others envied most. Yet I simply cannot swallow this bitter tide of emotion. Love ought never become our 456. Not a single note deviated. Sudden lyric changes often flustered even seasoned performers, causing pitch shifts or tonal instability in the modified phrases. But Xia Mi held firm intonation, immaculate delivery, utterly natural, leaving listeners quietly awestruck. Upon the song's conclusion, Lai Yi Nuo was the first to offer praise. Wow, I truly believe your vocal caliber meets the direct advancement standard outright. Technique and emotional expression are both masterfully balanced. I know this piece intimately, and I can attest you performed it exceptionally well. Indeed, Lai. Saishi concurred. I share that sentiment. Based on what we've heard so far, granting direct advancement is fully justified. though one song may be insufficient. Let's hear the second before rendering our final decision. Even as she acknowledged Xia Mi's extraordinary talent, professionalism demanded caution. Perhaps this candidate had simply perfected this one song to virtuosic levels. Xia Mi discreetly sipped water, then swiftly reclaimed the microphone. Understood, no problem. Her second selection, Landscape After the Rain, diverged sharply in style from the prior piece, The Seat. From its very first phrase, the key soared high and demanded richer technical command, diaphragmatic support for resonant upper register, humming, seamless transitions between chest and head voice via vocal fry, and precise control of breathy tonal textures. She nodded, repeatedly absorbed. Xia Mi's consistent mastery across both songs settled any lingering uncertainty, confirming her profound vocal foundation. Though she had long dismissed AI suspicion protocol required inserting spontaneous lyric modifications mid-performance. Her vocal prowess, were it not for repeated lyrical adjustments by the examiners, I genuinely suspect AI generation. I'm envious of those blessed with such beautiful voices. Oh no, I'm falling for her. Goddess, please let me cling to you. Sister, are you from a conservatory? Your skill leaps light years beyond the previous candidates. She posed the same question. Mihua, are you enrolled at a music academy? Xia Mi answered honestly no. She paused, then added, but yes, I studied vocal technique intensively under an exceptionally accomplished instructor. Saishi's avatar gave a thoughtful nod on screen. That explains it. You bear unmistakable hallmarks of disciplined professional training. Turning to her fellow examiners, she asked, I believe this level warrants serious consideration for direct advancement. What are your thoughts? Xia Mi swallowed hard, her heart fluttering with nervous excitement. Direct advancement promised substantial resource support, original single production, dedicated broadcast promotion, cross-stream collaborations, and vastly greater exposure, as official lounges commanded exponentially higher traffic than training camps. Securing it would propel her forward in a single decisive leap. Yi Nuo voiced her endorsement. I fully support it. Vocally, she's unquestionably qualified. Yet Luo Lin, the third examiner, had remained silent until now. She finally spoke. Is this a secondary account? Have you ever belonged to a guild? Her gaze lingered on Mihua's profile. Mere dozens of followers, 0 up. Xia Mi replied with careful precision. This is my sole account on this platform, and I am unaffiliated with any guild. She deliberately omitted her prior history on another platform. Today's netizens could excavate anything. Luo Lin paused, her tone cool, detached, almost clinical. I advise against direct advancement. She lacks any established fanbase. Her account's authority remains unverified. Throwing her straight into the official lounge would impose overwhelming pressure. Xia Mi clenched her fists tightly. Truth be told, Luo Lin's concern held merit. Vocal lounge scheduling mandated hourly performance quotas, each slot requiring a minimum gift threshold. She knew full well that official lounge quotas ran exceptionally high, often exceeding 10, 0 where 0 equaled 100. Without the backing of a patron system, Xia Mi herself might have hesitated, opting instead to cultivate followers and credibility within the training camp before re-auditioning. Yet now, with the divine patron system guaranteeing stability, she knew she could meet every quota. She refused to let this opportunity slip away. Just as she prepared to speak up, brilliant visual effects erupted across the screen. Da Wu Si Chi, gifted carnival for me, Hua 130 diamonds. Xia Mi paused, momentarily stunned. The carnival was the platform's most expensive gift, 300 yuan each, and she had never imagined receiving one simply for singing 2 songs in the audition hall. Yet the sender's deeply concealed purple tire rank paired with the shimmering badge trailing behind their name made Xia Mi realize that such a gift likely held little significance for him. For Xia Mi, however, it arrived like manna from heaven. She followed the user, Da Wu Si Chi, her account's very first follow. The examiners and the audience beneath the stage were visibly taken aback. Zhu Lu Guang, let me say it again. I truly envy those who can sing sob. Huoji Mian Chao Li Zi what? No fans. No votes. Ever heard of the carnival? Even Da Wu Si Chi himself sent a golden floating comment, 36. 6 points in value. Da Wu Si Chi, you sang quite well, though it'd be even better without all those distracting numbers. Xia Mi's impression of him rose sharply. Yi Nuo burst into hearty laughter. It's indeed a pity we didn't hear the pure complete version, but this is an audition hall. We must ensure no external aids are used. There's simply no alternative. She opened Xia Mi's profile and saw her follower count had already surged past 100 after just 2 songs. She smiled faintly. I don't find that justification convincing. Look how powerfully she attracts followers. A singer with absolutely no prior fan base, within the span of 2 songs, earned over 30,000 points, nearly 40,000. Doesn't that precisely prove she shouldn't waste time in the training camp? Her tone grew firmer, more resolute. I propose granting her direct entry. What do you think? Yi Nuan nodded emphatically. I agree. Luo Lin remained silent for 2 seconds before replying, so do I. Xia Mi's pupils contracted slightly. Her eyes gleamed with sudden brilliance. With all three examiners in unanimous agreement, could it truly be possible? Could she really skip straight into the formal hall of the Luyin Pavilion? Saishi's next words confirmed her elation. Congratulations, candidate Mi Hua. You have passed the audition and earned direct entry into the Luyin Pavilion. She added a cheerful Applausian fireworks sound effect, her voice warm with genuine delight and goodwill. Shortly, staff from the Luyin Pavilion will contact you privately. Please respond promptly. I sincerely look forward to collaborating with you in the future. Yi Nua beamed. So do I. Luo Lin spoke 2 seconds later, her voice slightly awkward. Keep going. Then, as if prompted by some unseen signal, the live chat erupted in synchronized blessings. Honey, congratulations to teacher Mi Hua on earning direct entry into the Luyin Pavilion through outstanding performance in today's audition. Wishing you boundless success and radiant prospects ahead. Almond Milk Puff, congratulations to teacher Mi Hua on earning direct entry into the Luyin Pavilion through outstanding performance in today's audition. Wishing you boundless success and radiant prospects ahead. Walk the path of blossoms. Lemon, congratulations to teacher Mi Hua on earning direct entry into the Luyin Pavilion through outstanding performance in today's audition. Wishing you boundless success and radiant prospects ahead. Walk the path of blossoms. Identical messages flooded the public screen. Some viewers hadn't even become her fans yet they freely offered their congratulations in that moment. Xia Mi's cheeks flushed warmly, her heart swelled with accomplishment and quiet fulfillment, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Thank you, teachers. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to all my supporters. Though deeply moved, she knew this wasn't her personal stream. The audition hall demanded brevity, so she kept her gratitude concise. Saishi nodded with a gentle smile. Then let's welcome our next candidate. Xia Mi stepped away from the microphone without prompting. As she left the mic, the clamor surrounding her swiftly faded. Audience attention, and the examiner's commentary, immediately shifted to the next candidate. Xia Mi sank into the high-end gaming chair she'd purchased at great expense, a soft smile playing on her lips, her gaze drifting unfocused. Why did she love streaming? Because online she could genuinely earn kindness and admiration based solely on her inner qualities, or even just one facet of her character. In reality, however, she faced hostility far more often, polite on the surface, yet laced with quiet disdain. No one cared to discover what lay beneath her face. Affection from the internet felt like a soothing elixir, a temporary balm that brought fleeting joy. Otherwise, she'd feel an overwhelming urge to obliterate. Xia Mi mused, relieved she hadn't acquired this divine benefactor system during adolescence. Otherwise, she'd have detonated the world without hesitation. Haha. After savoring that euphoria for several minutes, she briskly picked up her phone and began drafting private messages to thank every viewer who'd sent gifts down to those who'd given just 9 yuan. First and foremost, she prioritized Wu Si. Recalling his earlier comment in the chat, she wrote directly. Mi Hua, hello brother Wu. Thank you so much for your support earlier. It played a pivotal role in my audition. I'm truly grateful. Do you particularly enjoy the song Scenery After the Rain? If convenient, may I send you the full unedited recording as a token of appreciation? High-tier guests rarely checked private messages, and Wu Si hadn't read hers, even after a long wait. Xia Mi wasn't overly concerned, but she'd already recorded the complete version in advance, just in case he saw it later, and agreed. Next came Li Wai Zhu, Lu Guang Honey, and Almond Milk Puff. Except for Li Wai, who was male, the rest were all women. Xia Mi had assumed Zhu Lu Guang was also a streamer, but her profile revealed otherwise. No livestream history, just daily uploads of self-performed songs. Her singing, well, words failed. The comment sections overflowed with criticism. Honey goddess, you've earned every bit of this. Can't wait to see more of your work. I'll definitely tune into your streams. Honey, Almond Milk Puff meanwhile seemed utterly flustered. Almond Milk Puff, I only sent a pair of sunglasses. You're thanking me too. You're just too kind. I'll follow you forever. Xia Mi smiled softly. How beautiful girls were, truly the most adorable beings under heaven. Zhang Liwan glanced at the private message that popped up backstage, raising an eyebrow. The message was from Mi Hua, a candidate from Luyin Pavilion, who had impressed him during today's live stream, with her heartfelt words that were both sincere and perfectly balanced, neither overly familiar nor too distant. He felt a flicker of fondness. New streamers tended to be more genuine than those seasoned veterans, and he also liked her vocal tone. So for someone he usually left on read today, he surprisingly replied, "No need to thank me." Then he set his phone aside. Listening to music was one of his great hobbies. He had been listening in the voice room for over a year, having already reached level 20, and he had long passed the phase of recklessly. Now he enjoyed occasionally lurking in the assessment hall, watching those dramatic moments that occurred during evaluations for fun, sometimes tossing a gift when he heard something nice, but he wouldn't specifically. After all, he had sworn that he would never again shower a single streamer with gifts. He would just be a wandering visitor. If he failed to keep that vow, he would lose 10 years of his life. No, he valued his life. After Xia Mi completed her fan maintenance task for the day, the staff from Luyin Pavilion quickly approached her. Luyin Pavilion Assessment Team, congratulations teacher for passing the review. Add a staff member with the WeChat ID 7337 and note your assessment name. The guild sincerely looks forward to your joining. Xia Mi quickly added the staff member and received several exceptionally cumbersome documents including, but not limited to contract details, support policies, guild regulations, and penalties for violations. After a busy afternoon, Master Xia finally completed the contract signing at 8 in the evening and successfully joined. She signed a 1-year contract with a 35 share of individual broadcasts and a 30 split for in-hall ranking, which was much lower than Xia Mi had anticipated. On another platform, she previously worked at the share was 40, and with gradient rewards it could reach up to 45. However, it was reasonable as streamers received traffic boosts from Luin Pavilion's reputation and the benefits provided by the guild, and thus they had to give corresponding. At least Luin Pavilion wouldn't force a multi-year contract, which made Xia Mi quite satisfied. Once she became more beautiful, she intended to show her face. After entering the guild, Xia Mi was quickly assigned to the Luin Pavilion Wuan Qingxi live room. She joined several groups in one go, each containing over 100 members, and she silently clicked her tongue. Each voice room only had 8 microphone positions, and each hour was considered a slot. To go live sing and attract fans, one had to queue for a slot. Here is a diagram for introduction, use tasks, and gifts to queue for slots. Her previous room had only over 80 people, and they still had to complete tasks. Now with so many people in a room, how intense would the competition for slots be? Xia Mi quickly got her answer. Luin Pavilion Wuan Qingxi Q Group prohibits idle chatter time, 9:10 current host LY. Suite control speed code for queuing 936, please adjust your equipment for the slot. I penalty for non-mic order is 100. In the next second, a flurry of code 936 appeared, at least a dozen people. Some were not even typing fast, directly skipping tasks to queue. LY. Xiaolu 3. 0 LY. CI Yuan 4. 0 LY. Sujio 3. 0 LY. Orange 5. 0. After a chaotic flurry of typing, Xia Mi fell silent as she looked at the task. The minimum was 15. 0. Is this the strength of the Luin Pavilion's official room? Is the baseline for queuing half a carnival? She initially thought that with her daily quota of 10,000, even if it was 1,000 per slot, it would still be enough for her to queue for 10 slots a day. She had been too naive. Wasn't it said that the economy was bad and declining? Who was secretly making money? In a fit of anger, Xia Mi skipped to a 16. 0, successfully securing her slot. The idle chat group quickly became lively. LY. Yuan Qingxi, I didn't get a slot again in my life, is so hard. LY. Yuan Qingxi emoji, a girl heartbroken. LY. Lun Yan, I really want to kneel down and beg you all to go easy. Wa. Hawaii. Bianxing Hawao is the new teacher, so skilled. Didn't even bother to use the new top card. Just went straight to task. Hawaii. Xiaolu. Who is it? Who is it? Don't use the top card for me. Give it to me. Xia Mi sent a pondering emoji. Hawaii. Mihua lost in thought. Ly. Mihua, so there's such a thing as a new top card. Hawaii. Sujiopft. Hawaii. Orange, I can't stop laughing. To another one who didn't carefully read the rules. Someone laughed. Hawaii. Bianxing has some sisters do. New users automatically receive a new top card, and if you fill slots from 4 to 8 in the early morning, you get an overtime top card. The teacher who queues the most every day gets a War God top card, but they can only be used once. Xia Mi's eyes turned dull again. She thought the top card could be used for a long time. Turns out it's only once. Hawaii. Meanwhile, I'll use it next hour. Hawaii. Yuan Qingxi, next time don't tell the new teachers about this. Doesn't that just take away a spot from the queue? Hawaii. Sujio Ly. Yuan Qingxi, ha ha ha, you're the smartest. Hawaii. Xiaolu, I'm dying of laughter. The group was chatting happily, and Xia Mi watched with great interest before decisively clicking to exit the chat interface. No more time to waste in the group, she needed to keep. The host LY. Sweet Control has a voice that is as sweet as her name, delightful, yet not cloying, sweet and soft. Perhaps the quality of the hosts in the Luin Pavilion training camp is somewhat uneven, but those who can enter the formal hall of Luin Pavilion have no unpleasant voices. Welcome everyone to Luin Pavilion's Wuan Qingxi. I am your host LY. Sweet Control, and next I will introduce the hosts and tasks of this. Teacher Ci Yuan from the second mic 15. 0. Teacher Su Jio from the third mic 16. 0. Teacher Mihua from the fourth mic 16. 0. The flow of each segment in Luin Pavilion is fixed. First, the host introduces the hosts and tasks on the mic, followed by everyone opening the mic together to welcome visitors and make wishes. Now it is the same. After the host finishes the introduction, she says, everyone can make wishes now. Immediately, the delightful voices of girls filled the mic, blending together in a somewhat chaotic, yet pleasing way. Little treasures, our task in this segment is a bit heavy. Let's make a wish for a car. I wish for an airplane. I wish for a new gift. Xia Mi mixed in calling out wishes while thinking. Sisters, if we make wishes like this every day, will they really come true? Silently wishing for a wealthy system. Thank you. The answer is yes. Yuan Fei Chao Chong Sen Ly. Ci Yuan a tomato no. 10,000 diamonds. Yu Lu Ming Sen Ly. Xiaolu a sky tower 17888 diamonds. Bu Bao Ju Zi Pai Sen Ly. Ju Zi luxury cruise 6,000 diamonds. Bu Chi Ku Sen Ly. Sweet Control Private Jet 12, 3,000 diamonds. After a dazzling array of special effects, all the gifts on the mic reached a minimum value of over 8,000. Only Xia Mi's score remained at 109 points. This was because a visitor had sent a wave of full mic sunglasses, 99 diamonds, and a wave of full mic flowers, 10 diamonds. Xia Mi remained unperturbed. Why rush? Later on her alternate account would take action. But having this shabby number displayed might actually attract some visitors' attention. This strategy may not always be useful, but it's not entirely ineffective either. Because there will always be people in this world who are compassionate or have a tendency to feel embarrassed for others. If everyone has points and you do not, it creates an awkward situation. But as long as Xia Mi doesn't feel awkward, then the awkwardness belongs to others. Someone quietly reached out a tentative hand. Jiong Haha Sen Ly. Mihua Fireworks won 699 diamonds. Jiong Haha felt a prickling sensation. She is not a fixed fan of anyone, or rather she is a hall fan, listening to everyone's songs and visiting every room. This Mihua, probably a new teacher. She had never seen her before. After the wishing segment, it was truly rare to see a teacher whose score hadn't broken 1,000. Jiong Ha even specifically looked at her profile. Good grief, over 100 fans, 4 fan club members. The profile picture was completely blank. Which teacher that should have been in training camp was thrown into the formal hall? Looking at the slightly awkward score of Xia Mi, she couldn't help but take action. It's okay, it's okay. Jiong Haha reassured herself. Even if it wasn't pleasant to listen to, she would just consider it a good deed. Xia Mi's eyes lit up because the wishing segment had ended and she couldn't casually open the mic anymore, so she immediately tagged Jiong Haha on the public screen. Hawaii. Mihua Jiong Haha, thank you for your support. Haha, great king. Flying kiss. Jiong Haha felt a bit shy. She actually called her Haha great king, and even sent a flying kiss. How cute. Jiong Haha Sen Ly. Mihua Heart Bunny won 299 diamonds. Thus, Xia Mi's score finally broke 1,000, reaching 1107 points. After the wishing segment ended, it was time for the first round of the song list. Xia Mi was placed in the 4th position, and it would be her turn in about 11 to 12 minutes. In a hall like Luin Pavilion, even the fans pay great attention to rules and reputation. While other teachers were singing, fans from other rooms basically would not come out to steal the spotlight or comment on the singing teacher to avoid causing conflicts and disputes. So it wasn't until it was Xia Mi's turn to sing that fans began to discuss her on the public screen. Qian Sun, this teacher is so new. Rumeng Powing, indeed too new. The fan club only has 4 people. Zhenjina. I've seen Teacher Mi Hua. She just applied in the assessment live room this afternoon. Received a direct pass from Teacher Sai Shi. Zhenjun, isn't it, teacher? Are you working that hard? You don't need to prepare for a whole day, just come to the segment that night. Zhenjun Sen Ly. Mi Hua sunglasses 199 diamonds. Qian Sun. So it turns out she came directly. No wonder the training camp's second assessment didn't have this few fan. Xiaoman Tutu. So there's no fan base requirement for a direct pass. They see a direct pass doesn't require a fan base anyway. Xiaoman Tutu, that's what they say. But in reality, how many of the teachers who come through direct pass have no fan base at all? Either they are hosts with some fame and a fan base applying, or they have transferred from another platform. Xiaoman Tutu thought uncertainly perhaps this teacher Mi Hua also came with her own fans. But they just haven't arrived yet. At this point, the prelude of the song had already passed, and Xia Mi began to sing formally. This time she chose Chen Li's Half a Little. This song has truly been popular on this platform time and time again, sparking waves of popularity every so often. Ultimately, it's because this song is indeed excellent, capturing the sourness, entanglement, sweetness, and pain of a crush vividly. As soon as she opened her mouth, there was a brief moment of silence in the comments on the public screen. Daring not to look back, glancing left and right, unnaturally secretive love, secretly flirting, endlessly fidgeting, tentatively, saying good night, so empty, yet bittersweet. Xia Mi had sung this song in the teaching field no less than 100 times, completely at ease. Relieved, lazy, enjoying, after time has dried you and me apart with no answers what to do, unable to stand my own self-deception, Qian Sun hiss. This Xiaoman Tutu, I think I understand a bit why this teacher can get a direct pass. Rumeng Powing, I immediately followed her. Qian Sun 1 AI de Swan Jiao Zhou, I'm going, this is better than the previous few. AI de Swan Jiao Zhou has been muted by the administrator. Wan Qingsis assistant. Wan Qingsis assistant. Luin Pavilion prohibits stirring up conflicts, hoping everyone cooperates. Thank you. Jiong Haha Sen Ly. Mi Hua Porsche won 1,200 diamonds. So stable. The sound that penetrated the ear canal resembled that of a mature professional singer, slightly huskier and more world-weary than the original version. However, this teacher Mi Hua seemed to have added a touch of design, infusing the first few lines with a sweet shyness reminiscent of a secret admirer. As the lyrics shifted, the emotion in the song also transformed, drawing listeners into a reverie. Earlier she thought that it didn't matter if it wasn't pleasant to listen to, but now her thoughts had completely changed. It was beautiful. Super beautiful. Jiong Haha clicked on Xia Mi's avatar to join a group, and was astonished to find that in just a short span of the song her fan count had increased by dozens, and the group members had even swelled to 10. It was in double digits. She quickly clicked to join the group, successfully becoming the 10th member of Mi Hua's fan club. It wasn't just Jeong Haha gifting, other fans had also contributed somewhat, but the growth was still sluggish. Until the chorus, suddenly a few more people started sending gifts. Indulging in the likes and dislikes, pampering and growing weary, one by one slowly faded away. Indulging in the willful, the casual, the reckless, the easy, overturning, all joy. Mihua really loves you, won 520 diamonds. Why miss again? Gifted to LY. Mihua's private jet won 3,000 diamonds. Mihua's Porsche won 1,200 diamonds. Zhu Liuguang, this voice modulation, am really in awe. Why miss again? The teacher sings so well, a friend of mine was moved to tears. Xiaoman 22, oh my, what incredible lung capacity. Teacher Mihua, you can sing without needing to breathe at all. If it weren't for the strict assessment at Luiyinggu, I would really suspect that teacher Mihua's breath control was to the point of being. After finishing a song, the gift value below Xia Mi's avatar kept jumping, reaching 8,012 points. It had already hit half of the task. Before the ending accompaniment was even finished, a special effect came in. Mihua's Porsche won 1,200 diamonds. Honey, help. I'm late, I didn't hear a thing. Sob. When will the teacher have a fan group announcement? Just as the song ended, the host had a moment to thank the list, and Xia Mi shyly responded. Once I have 1,000 fans, I can open a fan group. She didn't dare to say too much useless information and quickly thanked the list. Thank you, why miss again? Thank you, Haha King, thank you. Their conversation drew some attention from Liangzhou Liang. What the heck? A Luiyinggu teacher with less than 1,000 fans. Hang potential stock. Honey had an epiphany as she looked at the public screen. Honey, our teacher Mihua is a brand new host. She just got hired this afternoon and received a direct pass. Those who like teacher Mihua can click to follow and join the coming here makes you an old fan. Original fan. Thank you, everyone. She shouted, and indeed many people immediately followed Xia Mi and joined the group. The psychology of humanity is complex. Oh, why do many people like to watch new hosts? Firstly, they believe that with a new host it is easier to gain a sense of presence and value. Of course, some also think that new hosts are easier to manage. Secondly, new hosts give visitors a sense of cultivation. Watching a beloved host go from being obscure to emerging and then to fame, while being part of it all, witnessing the entire process, and even lending a hand, creates a very strong sense of accomplishment and pride. Therefore, when a strong yet new Luiyinggu host like Xia Mi appears, it undoubtedly strikes a chord with many. It can be anticipated that for some time to come Xia Mi will experience a golden period of explosive fan growth. Xia Mi closed her mic, stepped down from the singing position, and returned to the mic, her expression a bit dazed. She truly realized the difference between an ordinary voice room and a top-tier voice hall like Luiyinggu. It wasn't just about the traffic, the quality of the fans was astonishing. There were even fans voluntarily promoting her to attract more followers. This was something Xia Mi had never dared to imagine before. Previously, in another platform, there were mostly male fans who would easily spend hundreds just to have Xia Mi send them private photos. Seeing other visitors gifting her would make them sarcastic and jealous, behaving oddly to attract Xia Mi's attention. Had it not been for that, Xia Mi wouldn't have gone so far as to directly cancel that account and her WeChat account, not bringing anyone over. Xia Mi was shocked, feeling warm inside, and sent a private message to Honey. Lie. Mihua, thank you, little darling, for helping me with the promotion. Tears of noodles, you're so sweet. Honey was also astonished. She had just casually helped promote, and teacher Mihua actually came to thank her, and said she was so sweet. Honey recalled many male singers she had seen before. For such promotional support, the other party wouldn't even glance, let alone thank her. Oh no, she was going to be a fan of teacher Mihua for life. Honey replied to Xia Mi, trembling. Honey goddess, you're too polite. This is what I should do. She thought for a moment and added a line. Honey, it's just a pity I didn't hear the goddess sing. Sob pitiful. Xia Mi quickly replied. Lie. Mihua, no worries, darling. There will be a second round of song lists. Indeed, there will be a second round of song lists for each segment. However, the time for the second round of song lists is not enough for all 8 singers to sing a second song, so if one wants to sing in the second round, they need to cut in line. Cutting in line means completing additional tasks on top of the original task to obtain priority singing rights. But now, Honey glanced at the score under Xia Mi's feet. She hadn't even completed the basic task, let alone cutting in line. Perhaps this newbie teacher Mihua hadn't thought of this at all. Honey felt a pang of sympathy. She roughly judged from the messages from other teachers' fans on the public screen that the base score for this segment's task was 15-0, so cutting in line would likely require 18-0, a distance of 1 tomato. Honey gritted her teeth. Honey, alright. Looking forward to the teacher's second round of song lists. She had secretly decided that once all the teachers finished their first round of singing, she would help teacher Mihua cut in line. Today she must hear teacher Mihua sing. However, in reality, Xia Mi was not as oblivious to the second round song list rules as Honey thought. She understood them very well. So she quickly opened her alternate account, Dongsheng, a level 0 account with a pure black avatar unnoticed by anyone. After silently following her main account and joining a fan group, Xia Mi began to sneakily send gifts. Indeed, she was being sneaky. She didn't want her account Dongsheng to attract too much attention, yet, so every now and then, while other teachers were collecting special effects, she quietly sent a batch of 13-14 popularity votes. Popularity votes do not have special effects, they only briefly flash a line of tips above the comment section. Once everyone finished their first round of singing, the host's sweet control began to repeat the tasks. Alright, I have received the quality mic from teacher Xia Mi. All the first round performances from the singer teachers have concluded. Let's repeat the tasks. Teacher Xiao Lu 0 still lacking 2. 0. Teacher Xia Yuan has completed 15. 0. Teacher Mi Hua is still missing task 16. 0. A no longer missing teacher Sujio. Sweet control was momentarily puzzled. Was her memory failing her? How could she remember that Mi Hua hadn't received any special effects after the first round song list ended? Where did her score come from? It made her seem quite unprofessional. The second round song list requires 18. 0 is the singers who have already cut and include Xia Yuan and Mi Hua. Honey breathed a sigh of relief and clenched her fist in excitement. There really was a second round song list. She had been keeping an eye on teacher Mi Hua, so she saw someone secretly sending popularity votes. Though she didn't understand why the act looked a bit strange. But having a second round was still good. Honey thought happily. Finally she could hear teacher Mi Hua sing. What she heard in the assessment hall today was indeed beautiful, but the excessive numerical validation for the AI made the feeling quite uncomfortable. It was clearly beautiful, yet it left her feeling stifled. In the second round song list, Xia Mi was placed second. It was soon her turn, and she still chose a song by Chun-Li. Kong Kong. Before she could start singing, Honey had already begun to cheer on the public screen. Honey, currently the new singer teacher Mi Hua performing the song Kong Kong task 16. 0 completed with a versatile style and limitless potential. For those who like her, please give her a follow. So professional. Xia Mi sighed as she began to sing. Memories compose the wind, desires compose dreams. An ancient description. Gazing into the mirror, why does it appear more and more ordinary? Chun-Li songs have diverse styles and unique characteristics. The texture of this song is light and ethereal, and Xia Mi's voice penetrated the audience's ears like a purification, intoxicating yet tinged with the faint pain unique to growth. Why does it seem like just a second ago I was freely letting go, only to suddenly feel lost, with growth becoming the barrier between me and myself? Why does it seem like a gust of wind is coming, claiming to understand my dreams, allowing me to completely relax in its embrace? Since all the singer teachers on stage had completed their tasks by this time, the second round primarily consisted of scattered small gifts, making the suddenly rising special effects particularly eye-catching. Do Wu Si Chi sent a romantic castle to Mi Hua, won 28,888 diamonds. Xia Mi was slightly surprised. Do Wu Si Chi, the one who had sent her gifts during the assessment. He read her private message but didn't reply, yet he came to send gifts again. Xia Mi, still singing, didn't give any response, but Honey seemed even more excited than her. Honey, thank you Do Wu Si Chi for supporting our teacher Mi Hua. Honey was both surprised and delighted. She remembered this big brother. He had sent gifts to teacher Mi Hua during the afternoon in the assessment hall. Could he be a devoted fan of teacher Mi Hua? Honey thought joyfully. She knew it. Teacher Mi Hua's singing was so good that someone would definitely like it. After finishing one song, Xia Mi thanked each person on the leaderboard. Just as she closed her mic, a notification suddenly popped up. Messages from strangers do not trigger notifications, so the notification must be from someone Xia Mi had messaged before or someone they followed each other. The content of the message was very brief. Da Wu Si Chi okay. Xia Mi smiled. Chi Wu had just passed by the assessment hall in the afternoon taking a look. His account was level 71, and he had spent over 10 million on the tomato platform. Converted into gifts for the carnival, that would be equivalent to tossing over 3,000. So the carnival he sent to Xia Mi in the afternoon was really negligible for him. He just felt captivated by her voice for a moment, but to reply to her private message, exchange contact information, or record audio files just didn't seem necessary. So he chose to read and not reply. However, he never expected that just a few hours after being in the assessment hall, he would enter the formal hall to start queuing. He clicked into Lu Ying Guan Qing Si just as the second round song list was beginning. Initially, he didn't recognize Xia Mi. He didn't remember her name at all. It wasn't until Xia Mi began to sing that he suddenly recalled the voice he had heard in the assessment hall that afternoon. It was truly strange. When he hadn't heard this broadcaster sing, he thought it was alright, not worth getting to know better. But once he heard her, he began to wonder. How could it be so beautiful? How could it have such distinctiveness? He was someone who was typically not sensitive to voices, having heard many songs from various singers, but still not being able to remember their tones. Yet he had only heard Xia Mi sing once, and had already remembered her voice. If he thought her singing was beautiful the first time, it might have been a coincidence, but the second time, he was still amazed, which indicated that he indeed appreciated Xia Mi's voice, and her level was indeed quite good. Chi Wu became slightly interested. He opened the audio file Xia Mi had just sent him. It was indeed the song, The Scenery After the Rain, that he had heard in the assessment hall. Without the interference of those testing numbers, he listened to the song in its entirety, and his mood inexplicably improved. He rarely took the initiative to ask Xia Mi something. Do Wu Si Chi, are you still queuing next hour? He thought this question could only receive one answer, yes. After all, his generous approach was evident, since he asked it indicated that he would definitely help her with her task next hour. The tasks in Lu Yinggu are not low. Most singers rely on their fans to piece together. Chi Wu believed that no broadcaster would misunderstand the implication of his question. He secretly thought to himself, why not ask her later if she would sing some of his favorite songs? He especially wanted to hear that song De Wu. While he was happily daydreaming, Xia Mi quickly replied, "Ly. Mi Hua not queuing," a straightforward refusal. A question mark slowly rose in Chi Wu's mind. He instinctively wanted to retort. Did she not understand the meaning behind his words? However, after typing it out, he deleted each character one by one. Chi Wu put down his phone, his expression cold and indifferent. Forget it, he had no obligation to remind someone who didn't even know how to seize an opportunity. He was of a higher level, generally interacting with savvy and perceptive big streamers. It was the first time Chi Wu encountered someone like Xia Mi, who clearly rejected an opportunity handed to her. A bit annoyed, yet inexplicably, Chi Wu's impression of Xia Mi became more vivid. He expressionlessly reached for a document nearby, continuing his work, but found the words on the page increasingly displeasing. Suddenly the phone that had been set aside chimed with a message notification. Chi Wu's gaze shifted slightly, his fingers tightening around the pen. After a few seconds, he set the pen down and picked up the phone. Xia Mi sent a new message. "Mi Hua, because I currently don't even have a playlist, it's quite unreasonable, so I need to first organize a playlist and arrange for a profile picture, and such. Look, my avatar is so dark." Chi Wu's gaze involuntarily followed her words to her avatar. It really is dark. It is well known that the singers of Lu Yin Pavilion all have their own exclusive avatars, illustrations, and private virtual skins. It had only been a few hours since her assessment this afternoon, so it was likely that she hadn't prepared these things yet. The slight displeasure that had just risen in Chi Wu's heart, Xia Mi pressed on. "Mi Hua, moreover, once I have a playlist, it'll be more convenient for you to request songs in the future." Fine. Chi Wu thought. This was indeed a valid reason, as she had a point. The term Wu was acceptable. He calmly replied, "Da Wu Si Chi, okay, looking forward to your playlist." This earned him a cute emoji in return. Chi Wu stared at the emoji for a few moments, then let out a barely audible sigh, and once again opened the audio file Xia Mi sent him. Emotional value gained from Chi Wu 6. Emotional value gained from Chi Wu 21. Emotional value gained from Chi Wu 10. Xia Mi looked at the bright notifications on the system interface, a hint of a smile escaping her eyes. Time rewound to the moment Da Wu Si Chi had just replied to her private message. Xia Mi suddenly had a flash of inspiration and summoned the system. Check the rating for this Da Wu Si Chi. The probing card required a wealth value of 10,000, but her tipping limit only showed 1,000. Her current wealth value was insufficient, so she could only use the system's built-in rating detection. According to the system's introduction, only those with a score above 8 could successfully bind and become her source of emotional value. Detection target Chi Wu. Score 8. 9. Target can be bound. With a perfect score of 10-8. 9 didn't seem too low. Xia Mi pondered for a moment. There were only 3 initial binding targets, and the price to exchange for one target was 500,000 wealth value. In the short term, she simply couldn't use that much wealth value to buy a slot. Her wealth value would prioritize increasing her tipping limit. But the big roulette required emotional value. Just relying on the emotional fluctuations generated by herself was a slow process. She needed a target who could stimulate her emotions, and she could also stimulate the emotions of the other party. So what could effectively stimulate Xia Mi's emotions? The answer was money. Whenever Da Wu Si Chi sent gifts, Xia Mi would experience emotional fluctuations. The way he took out his money felt particularly charming. Although to play it safe, she seemed to think she should confirm that someone would consistently watch her live broadcasts before binding them. However, Xia Mi understood human nature very well. When two people first meet, it is the time of the most novelty and emotional intensity, and afterwards it would gradually. She gritted her teeth and decided to take the gamble and bind him directly. To her surprise, there was an unexpected delight. After confirming the binding, she could view the details of the bound target without needing a probing card. Binding target Chi Wu. Score 8. 9. Age 28 years. Height 183 centimeters. Weight 75 kilograms. Chaste yes. Emotional relationship single. Status wants to request songs. Comment section: an arrogant and irritable CEO who has been single since birth. He doesn't date because work is too tiring. He spends his fragmented time watching live streams and listening to music to relieve fatigue. By the way, do you mean even CEOs on your planet have it this tough? Xia Mi showed no mercy on her face. Do you know how much money it takes to donate to someone with that account level? At least several million, right? How is he suffering? The fact that he could spend millions shows how much he earns. Xia Mi thought she was the one who was suffering a bit. While complaining, she quickly collected focus information from the details interface. Proud, irritable, wanting to request songs. Xia Mi fell into contemplation. Just then Da Wu Si Chi sent a new message. Da Wu Si Chi, are you going to queue for the next hour? With the status bar from the system details, the meaning behind this sentence was very clear. He wasn't satisfied, he wanted to continue listening to songs next hour, and would give her a task. Xia Mi was not lacking in emotional intelligence, nor was she a new streamer, so she naturally understood the implication behind his words. In the past, she would have decisively agreed to queue. Money should be earned whenever possible. But now Xia Mi chose to refuse. The reason was simple. Xia Mi knew all too well how someone of his level and his generous spending habits would be treated like royalty in every live stream room. After finishing her set, Xia Mi organized her playlist while contemplating. Today's Honey's performance reminded her of something. Being a host at Luin Pavilion is completely different from her previous type of live streaming. Her previous live streaming relied on doing homework and providing emotional value to visitors to earn corresponding rewards, while also requiring a lot of offline time to maintain relationships with visitors, which were essentially unknown, meaning visitors could not coexist. However, the hosts at Luin Pavilion are more like star makers. She needs to abandon her previous bad habits and cultivate a group of loyal fans. These loyal fans may not contribute much in terms of votes, but they will be a significant part of the live stream. Whenever she watches the streams of those big hosts on the platform, there will always be a large number of loyal fans present, assisting the host in creating program effects, actively responding, voluntarily promoting, and maintaining the atmosphere of the live stream. The value of this part may not be immediately clear, but it is absolutely not to be overlooked. In fact, Xia Mi had strayed from the right path since she entered the live stream. Her previous survival rules for live streaming are now completely ineffective at Luin Pavilion. If she continues to remain in her comfort zone, she will only waste her current talents and gradually decline. She needs to reposition herself. Xia Mi multitasked, handling matters related to her playlist illustrations while observing various famous teachers from Luin Pavilion, hoping to learn something valuable from them. Soon she discovered something. Many singers currently streaming at Luin Pavilion have management levels around 30, with very few at higher levels. Some teachers' homepages still displayed information about recruiting, management recruiting, secondary creation. In the past, Xia Mi's impression of livestream management was simply assigning management roles to those visitors who contributed the most. It seemed meaningless. But now she had a vague definition of livestream management, something like Honey. At the right moment, she would assist in saying things she could not openly express, help her gain followers, and act as part of the atmosphere group. So should she invite Honey to be her manager? Xia Mi hesitated, thinking to herself, let's observe for a while. After half a month, or a month, if Honey still likes me, I will ask for her opinion. Of course, as long as Honey agrees, she would pay her. As for now, Xia Mi gently smiled and called out to the system. System, you have intelligence, right? Replying to the host, the system's intelligence far exceeds the highest level of artificial intelligence in the host's dimension. Xia Mi showed a hint of skepticism. Really? Then why does this system's speech feel more rigid than AI? Only the comment board seems more human-like. The system seemed to analyze something from her micro-expressions, feeling awkward for 3 seconds before responding. Does the host need anything? Xia Mi nodded. You can connect to the internet, right? I want to create another account, and you will operate it. You can act as management in the live stream for me, how about that? Okay, host. The system quickly agreed, but seemed a bit confused. Didn't the system just need to provide functionality? Do other systems also have to work extra hard? The system is a new one, and while it doesn't understand it, obeys. Xia Mi quickly created a new account and handed it to the system, believing that it would learn how to manage soon. She didn't let the system use the account Dongsheng directly, because that account would inevitably reach a high level. If an account with a high level were to manage visitors, would first suspect that Dongsheng became management due to excessive contributions rather than through work. Moreover, some lower-level fans would naturally feel a bit resistant towards management from high-level accounts, subconsciously placing themselves in a weaker position, which would hinder communication. After handling most of the tasks, it was almost 1 a.m. Xia Mi's playlist illustration was also completed. She made a static image, and since it was urgent, she completed it quickly with a minimalist style, filling 3 pages with the playlist. She pinned the playlist to her homepage and sent a copy to Dao Wu Si. There was no reply from the other party, probably because they had gone asleep. Since they were asleep, Xia Mi prepared to schedule her set. The new account pin only lasts for 3 days, so she needed to use it quickly. The tasks for the early morning slot are much lighter than those in the prime time slot at 9 p.m., only reaching 9,000, while Xia Mi's accumulated tips had already reached 19,000, which is 190. How rich! Xia Mi sighed with delight as she used her new account pin. Just starting to set, the host was Li Quan, whom she had met during the day. In this round of wishmaking, Xia Mi had it worse, only managing to score a paltry 69 points. The pin card wasn't entirely task-free. Regardless of the type of pin card, 2 songs worth of tasks were required, amounting to 1,200 points. Xia Mi wasn't anxious. What if she just happened to sing and passed? In the first round, her turn was relatively late, second to last. While listening to other teachers sing, she didn't idle, practicing her song and keeping an eye on the public screen. Suddenly she exclaimed. She spotted a familiar name. The one who sent her gifts in the assessment hall this afternoon, Li Y. Was it a coincidence? Did he just happen to come to listen to her sing? Or did he join just as she was connecting? Xia Mi couldn't help but speculate before casually tagging him on the public screen. How why? Mi Hua Li Y, welcome. She even added a cute touch. Li Y entered just as Xia Mi was connecting. He followed her on the account during his time in the assessment hall, so he could see her live broadcast and connection status. Seeing the newcomer start scheduling so quickly piqued his interest, so he clicked in. He hadn't expected her to notice him so keenly and directly tagged him. Zhang Liwan felt a little pleased inside. How should he put it? Actually, if it hadn't been for the sudden appearance of Dawu Si Chi gifting during that time, his finger would have been pressing on the carnival. He was quite interested in Xia Mi. Her singing truly had substance. However, he had many hosts he was interested in, so he didn't take it too seriously. He would listen if he happened to come across her, and if not, that was fine too. Right now he had indeed come across her. Not only that, but she also immediately noticed him in a 4-digit live stream, accurately tagging him. The cute welcome message reflected a kind of naive adorableness of a new host which touched Zhang Liwan's heart. He had always liked the sincerity of new hosts during their beautiful rookie period, though otherwise he wouldn't have been scouting for newcomers in places like the assessment hall every few days. Now seeing Xia Mi's pitiful 69 points, Zhang Liwan suddenly felt a surge of heroism. In this 4-digit live stream, perhaps I am the only one here for earning money again. Xia Mi thought to herself, this internet business is truly worthwhile. Being a streamer is the way to go. Money comes really fast. She hummed a disjointed tune absent-mindedly. I love money and money loves me. Money and I are one family. Meanwhile, she deftly checked the scores from the detection target, Zhang Liwan. Overall rating 8. 2. Target can be bound. An 8. 2. That's lower than Shi Wu. But it is true that his generosity is a bit lower than Shi Wu's. Xia Mi, being practical and money-minded, acknowledged the system's rating based on the numbers they both garnered and chose to bind. The earlier she binds the emotional value, the sooner she will earn, but she has to be more cautious with the last slot afterward. Binding target, Zhang Liwan. Rating 8. 2. Age, 27. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 76 kilograms. Chaste, yes. Relationship status, single. State heroism on set. Commentary board, a proud man with some childishness and a bit of a middle schooler vibe. His temperament is unstable, and he loves to joke. Xia Mi found the status bar and commentary board provided by the system incredibly useful. They allowed her to conduct a precise character analysis of her target and determine what actions would attract him, as well as sense his thoughts. Isn't this akin to mind reading? For instance, Zhang Liwan's current status bar and commentary board quite clearly indicated that her communication style with him should not be rigid and formal, like thanking him in private messages during the day. Instead, she should joke with him and keep things light. Moreover, Xia Mi could easily play the weak and dependent card in front of him to earn his favor. The fog of the day dislikes those who cling to him, but that's a different story. The status makes it clear just because he sees that Xia Mi doesn't score high, he can exhibit heroism, indicating that he prefers delicate, vulnerable. Knowing this, Xia Mi was about to respond when she suddenly noticed someone in the chat group mentioning her and clicked in. Luyin Pavilion, Wan Qingxi chat group. Oh why? Bianxinghe, am not in the mood. Oh why? Bianxinghe ly. Mihua, you are so powerful. A score of 10. 0 is enough to clear the task, so why do you need a new person to pin? Oh why? Bianxinghe, are you insulting that card? Oh why? Chi Diem. What's going on? Did I fall behind just because I wasn't active for a bit? Oh why? Zhuyin, yes, I'm on the mic, still need 5. 0 for the task, I'm so envious. Oh why? Tang Tang, looking forward to the new teacher singing soon. Oh why? Yuan Xingxi. Oh why? Bianxinghe, I remember neither of us is on the list, how do you know? Oh why? Bianxinghe, I saw it. While waiting in the hall, Luyin Pavilion has strict rules that all group chat messages must not be leaked, so everyone doesn't pay as much attention to discussions as they would in the hall. After all, they are mostly young women in their 20s, even though they are all well-known singers and streamers, few of them act too high and mighty. Xia Mi thought for a moment. Replying to anything at this moment would feel like showing off, so she just sent a shy and obedient emoji. Oh why? Mihua shy. As soon as she responded, more people popped up in the group. Oh why? Xiaolu, by the way, Mihua, did you have fans on other platforms before? I remember your scores in today's 2 time slots were really high. She had been scheduled during the same prime time slot from 910 with Xia Mi, and clearly remembered that Xia Mi had received a romantic castle even after passing the Q-jump task. If she didn't have fans of her own, then her ability to earn would be a bit terrifying. This time Xia Mi chose not to reply. Because she indeed had an account on another platform, and if she lied it would be a bit troublesome if the chat records were dug up later. Yet she really didn't want to bring up the matter of the other platform. Just then the first round of song lists was about to reach her, providing her with a legitimate reason not to respond. Xia Mi took the mic, her voice laced with laughter. The song I'm bringing to you all is To Be Human. This was not a song she originally intended to sing, but rather a spuro-thement decision after seeing the gifts coming in. The reason was simple, she had seen this song shared in the videos on the platform's homepage, indicating clearly that he liked it. Zhang Liwan let out a soft hiss, unable to suppress a smile. When Xia Mi announced the song title, he immediately deduced that she was singing it specifically because of him. This song was indeed his favorite one he could listen to endlessly, and he had shared it several times in videos on his homepage. After finishing his gift, Xia Mi did not immediately send him a private message. Zhang Liwan didn't mind. Luyin Pavilion's singers weren't like those mid-tier streamers. It's normal for them to thank the leaderboard after the broadcast ends, or even not thank at all. He didn't expect her to silently figure out his preferences and choose his favorite song. Surely no visitor would dislike the feeling of being quietly cared for and noticed. Of course Zhang Liwan had been playing for a long time, and some perceptive streamers had sung this song for him before, but none had reacted as quickly as Xia Mi. Zhang Liwan thought as long as she didn't sing poorly, he would send her more gifts. He didn't expect Xia Mi to reach a level that would amaze him. After all, this song was quite low and difficult to sing, requiring a deep emotional expression. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Xia Mi's voice entered his ears. Once said I wouldn't smoke, but I have inhaled for years. My youthful dreams were innocent and pure, but later my mind is filled only with the pursuit of money. Each year on my birthday, I close my eyes and make a wish. How many can actually come true? People always change, I'm sorry. Zhang Liwan was a bit dazed. It wasn't that Xia Mi sang poorly, on the contrary, it was unexpectedly good. Zhang Liwan remained silent, listening intently. He was immersed in Xia Mi's singing, as if being pulled back into the past. He recalled those days when he had to humble himself and drink to the point of vomiting for a project, bending over with a smile to beg for investment. In fact, he was quite lucky. At 27 his worth surpassed 100 million. To outsiders, he was already considered a young achiever. He had suffered, though that period was not long. It indeed left a deep impression on him. I want to forget everything from the past to be an ordinary person who asks nothing. Starting today, I will distance myself from the crowd, becoming a cunning fox. That day, with my hands clasped together, I looked at the disheveled self in the mirror. I spent half of my youth contemplating the principles of being human. I apologize to my younger self. As I travel thousands of miles, never forget your original intention. Zhang Liwan closed his eyes for a moment. As he traveled thousands of miles, he vowed never to forget his original intention. The song ended, and he let out a sigh, feeling a rare sense of relief in his heart. The music resonated with his nerves, sending comfortable signals to his brain as he typed. Li Y, level 59, very nice. Zhang Liwan glanced at Xia Mi. The new broadcaster's exhibition hall featured small gifts, the most expensive one costing only 2,800 diamonds. All the gifts added up to merely 2,000 yuan, so he simply lit them up with one click. Li Y, level 59, gifted Ly. Mihua Romantic Camp 12, 1699 diamonds. Li Y, level 59, gifted Ly. Mihua Flower Sea Boat 1, 2,800 diamonds. Li Y, level 59, gifted Ly. Mihua Pearl in Hand 123, 888 diamonds. A series of gifts were sent out, and Xia Mi's score skyrocketed to 30,196 points. Enough to jump the queue for the second round of the song. Suddenly, someone on the public screen started spamming. Liang Run, level 28, sorry for being human. Buwan Mei, level 29, sorry for being human. Girl, you are really awesome, level 17, sorry for being human. Bu Mian Bu Xiao, level 37, laughing, is it so neat in front? Sui Feng Er Chu, level 21, sorry for being human. Qian Bao Bao, level 40, those who disrupt the formation. Zhang Liwan also playfully joined in. Li Y, level 59, sorry for being human. Xia Mi propped her chin and raised an eyebrow. Oh why? Mihua Li Y, you don't need to apologize. Zhang Liwan was momentarily stunned, then smiled humorously, saying Li Y, level 59, because I'm not human. His name was actually derived from a homophonic play on his real name, but when others saw it they would think of the phrase Li Y is not human. He had joked about this name many times and had gotten used to it. Xia Mi said earnestly, Ly. Mihua, you are a great hero who walks on clouds of 7 colors. Ly. Mihua, a little girl worships you. Zhang Liwan covered his face, but the parts he couldn't cover turned red and his lips curled into a smile. He admitted that at first he did have a bit of that hero complex, feeling that this newcomer was pitiful, and he just happened to enjoy playing the hero, saving the beauty. However, when the other party said so blatantly, you are my great hero, Zhang Liwan couldn't help but feel an odd mix of shame and delight. So sweet, he liked sweet girls. Zhang Liwan thought for a moment, and gave Xia Mi a Star Guardian and membership. Li Y, a level 59, I activated Ly. Mihua Star Guardian. Li Y, level 59, activated Ly. Mihua's monthly membership, the Star Guardian, cost 1280 diamonds, and the membership 980 diamonds. It wasn't much, but it represented a recognized attitude. Xia Mi typed sweetly. Ly. Mihua, wow, thank you teacher Li Y for the Star Guardian and membership. This is my first Star Guardian and membership. She thought that since Li Y enjoyed this, she might as well continue this approach. However, when Zhang Liwan heard this, he suddenly became alert. He did quite like this newcomer and liked sweet girls, but he was absolutely not going to be the only one who doted on her. A life of freedom and indulgence. Li Y, a level 59, no you sing so well, there will definitely be more people in the future. I'm just doing this as a casual thing. Xia Mi was speechless for a moment. Look at what he said, as if he feared she would cling to him. When would these men share a bit of their confidence with her? Damn. She rolled her eyes and replied indifferently. Ly. Mihua, of course. She sang so well it was already certain that many people would like her. Did he even need to say that? Besides, he wasn't the one who had the most gifts, so what was he being so narcissistic about? Angered Xia Mi couldn't even be bothered to use wave emojis. Zhang Liwan relaxed. Yeah, this is good. He wasn't just fond of listening to this one broadcaster, nobody should limit anyone. He didn't listen to the second round of the song list, and directly exited the live room. Xia Mi didn't queue again after reaching 2 o'clock. It wasn't that she couldn't stay up late, it was just unnecessary. In the later time slots, the number of visitors would drastically decrease. If she was going to queue, it would be during prime time to be more easily seen. Xia Mi woke up from a beautiful sleep, down a cup of black coffee, and a liter of cool boiled water, ate until she was only 70% full, and then began her daily routine of exercise, stretching, and after finishing took a shower and started her skincare and hair care. These activities consumed nearly 3 hours of Xia Mi's time. However, when she lifted her head again, the person in the mirror still looked terrifying. When she covered her face, she was a goddess online. Without covering her face, she was a back view killer. Fortunately, now she had the chance for change. Xia Mi glanced at the system's emotional value. From yesterday until now, she had generated a total of 254 emotional points, of which 201 were due to her shock and excitement at binding the system. Having spent 200 points yesterday to draw a vocal training course, she had 54 points remaining. Meanwhile, Heavy Fog provided a total of 41 emotional points. The binding target only records emotional fluctuations generated by Xia Mi herself. She distinctly remembered that Heavy Fog had only provided 37 emotional points at that time. The additional 4 points were likely due to her seeing the song list after waking up. Xia Mi couldn't help but imagine that Heavy Fog was looking at the song list while thinking, I want to listen to this one, and this one too. Then emotional points 1111. Li Y provided a total of 28 emotional points. Currently, she had a total of 123 points left, and 200 points didn't seem too far away for another draw. The 10 draws are cumulative, no need to draw all at once. Xia Mi would definitely draw as soon as she had enough for one round. Earlier draw, earlier enjoyment. Forget it. A single draw can produce miracles. After handling matters in her real life, Xia Mi sat at her computer, smoothly transitioning into her streamer mode. She first checked the back-end messages, noticing that Dawu Si Chi had read her playlist, but not replied. Huh. Arrogant man. One day I'll make him my dog. Xia Mi mumbled to herself while replying to Honey's private message. Yesterday, she had posted her playlist on her homepage video, and Honey was quite excited to see it. Honey, level 37, wow goddess, your playlist is out. So many challenging songs. Honey, level 37 goddess, should we stream today? The reason Honey asked this was that she noticed Xia Mi's homepage. Xia Mi had scheduled her stream from 1300 to 1900 and might have a time slot after 200 if available. Lu Yinggu has strict requirements for streamers regarding their individual streaming time and scheduled slots. Each streamer must schedule at least 50 hours per month, and the total duration of scheduled slots plus individual streams cannot be less than 120 hours. At first glance, 4 hours a day seems quite easy, but in reality, any streamer with a bit of ambition wouldn't just stick to the total duration. They usually stream a bit more. Individual streams are more convenient for building a fanbase, and the commission is higher than in the main hall. That's why Lu Yinggu mandates at least 50 scheduled slots each month. Otherwise, these streamers would just run off to individual streams after gaining some fans. Xia Mi planned, while using her mornings for exercise, studying, practicing songs, and maintaining her fanbase, while handling various tasks. From 1300 to 1900, she would stream individually for 6 hours with a 1-hour break in between, and 200 is the prime time slot for the evening, which she would schedule vigorously. In fact, most streamers usually stream for 4 hours because their voices need rest, and they need to be in good condition. However, Xia Mi feels that this is the perfect time for her career's initial phase, so streaming a bit more is okay. If her condition really deteriorates, she can adjust later. However, for her evening schedule, Xia Mi hopes to avoid staying up late as much as possible. She plans to rest by midnight to maintain a regular biological clock. Yesterday, she was simply too excited to sleep, which is why she stayed up until 2 in the morning. Oh why? Mihua, hey baby. Oh why? Mihua, are there any songs in the playlist that you like? Xia Mi's attitude towards Honey is very gentle. At this time, Honey had not yet finished work. When she picked up her phone and saw the message, she immediately clutched her chest, as if struck with a face full of joy. The goddess called her baby, and even asked if she had any favorite songs. The goddess is so gentle, sob. Moreover, they have been chatting for 2 days already. As long as she can trick the goddess into replying one more time tomorrow, they will have a spark. Honey secretly rejoiced. Once there is a spark, she will send the goddess a sticker every day to continue the spark. The goddess should reply to her too, doesn't that establish their bond? She truly is a clever little girl. Honey, level 37 shy. Yes, I particularly like that song, Phone You. Honey, level 37 okay. I will definitely arrive on time, goddess. Phone You. Xia Mi opened her music software to start practicing songs. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Xia Mi promptly began her individual stream. Her little avatar was not yet ready. She asked, and the little avatar would still take 5 days. The big avatar was even further away, taking at least 3 to 6 months to be completed. Finding an artist to create a big avatar on a rush order would take an additional half a month. So for now, she could only use a freshly made dynamic playlist image as her background, which looked a bit simple. 3 minutes after the stream began, the system started pushing the stream, and viewers gradually entered the room. Honey, level 37, you entered the live stream. Almond Milk Puff, level 22, entered the live stream. Jiong Haha, level 33, entered the live stream. Xia Mi immediately spotted 3 familiar names, her eyes sparkling, her tone light and joyful. Welcome honey baby, welcome milk puff baby, welcome ha baby. You all came so quickly. After several girls entered, they immediately sent fan light sticks and completed fan group tasks. Honey even directly activated star protection and membership. Honey level 37, activated star protection, 1280 diamonds. Honey level 37, activated monthly membership, 980 diamonds. Jeong haha, level 33. I'm here he. Blushing. Almond milk puff, level 22. Wow. Teacher, you stream 6 hours a day. That's too hardworking. Honey level 37, welcome everyone to LY. Mihua's live stream. The streamer is skilled in various singing styles, and babies who like can try requesting songs. The first light stick card gives half a song rose. Xia Mi covered her face. She really said it. Would Honey be a bit too skilled? She looked as if the guild had assigned her to manage it. The light stick card giving half a song is something Xia Mi had posted on the public screen as a tag. She wanted to attract some lower tier fans as a foundation. Honey immediately took advantage of it. At that moment the system was slow to react, using the little account Xia Mi created to also send messages on the public screen. Tong Tong Flower, welcome everyone to LY. Mihua's live stream. The streamer is skilled in various singing styles, and babies who like can try requesting songs. The first light stick card gives half a song rose. Xia Mi complained about it. Tong Tong, you're such a copycat. She quickly changed her tone and sweetly said, that's right, because this is the initial stage of our streaming career, so we should stream a bit more. Thank you honey baby for the star protection and membership. Also thank you for always helping me manage the comments. I really need this. Look, the new management I've just hired is learning from you haha. Honey sent a cute emoji, feeling relieved. Actually, when she saw Tong Tong come out to post the welcome message, she hesitated for a moment because Tong Tong had the management badge of the live stream. She wondered if she was doing something unnecessary. However, Teacher Mihua immediately responded to her, saying she really needed her, and even mentioned that the new management had to learn from her. Honey felt a mix of emotions. Sob, how could Teacher Mihua be so nice? She immediately noticed her possible reactions and emotions and resolved them. Teacher Mihua, are you trying to raise a soldier in the live stream? Then I will charge into the fray, facing the fire and sword. Honey, filled with excitement, instantly charged 3,000 yuan, wanting to gift Teacher Mihua a venue. After finishing the charge and looking at the venue, it's full. Damn. Clearly she saw it was mostly empty when Teacher Mihua ended the stream yesterday. Teacher Mihua must have secretly scheduled the slots late at night. Honeys began to enthusiastically like the show after the exhibition failed, and Xia Mi expressed strong agreement with this action. Thank you my babies for the likes. With 10,000 likes, let's sing a song. The interaction of likes in the live broadcast not only affects the account's popularity, but also significantly boosts the enthusiasm of fans and visitors. Others soon followed suit, and in no time they reached 10,000 likes. Xia Mi's voice carried a hint of laughter. Then the first song, Feng Yue, is dedicated to the babies in the live room. Honey was suddenly frozen in place. Oh, Feng Yue. She had just told the goddess today that it was her favorite song. She was done as she really wanted to follow the goddess for a lifetime. Honey was almost in tears, but had to hold it in. The live room was full of people. She had to send a welcome message. Perhaps because Xia Mi's name has the prefix LY. The Luin Pavilion's branding brought traffic to the live room, and her audience grew faster than most new streamers, currently reaching around 30 to 40 people. The original female singer of Feng Yue is known for being the most charming female singer in the Chinese music scene. This song Feng Yue and another song Yang are among her most famous works. Both her vocal tone and singing style are extremely distinctive, with high recognizability and a strikingly charming style. Therefore her songs are very difficult to cover, requiring a balance between expressing that charm without appearing vulgar. She is one of Xia Mi's favorite female singers. Xia Mi adjusted her state and slowly began to sing. Taking off the beautiful yet painful high heels, locking the door, and turning off the lights, turning my back to the noisy world, a plain face gathers the brows and eyes. The gentleness and charm of femininity flowed slowly through the song, and the number of people in the live room suddenly began to rise rapidly along with Xia Mi's fan count. Ruo Fan, level 37, followed the host Pai Pai Xiao Xia, level 27, followed the host Sheng, He Lu Naz Dao Heart, level 33, joined the fan club Curse Me You Can't Poop for 10 days, level 35, sent a heart bunny, won 299 diamonds, I was hit by Xia Yi's spell, level 25, joined the fan club Dai Lousy, level 17, wow, is this Huang Ling's song so difficult? Almond Milk Crispy, level 22, although I haven't heard this song, it sounds really good. Jeong Haha, level 35, sent a firework tube, won 199 diamonds. Honey, level 37, welcome everyone to Lai Mihua's live room. The host is good at singing various styles, and those who like can try to request a song. The first light card sends half a song rose. Honey, level 37, sent a Porsche, won 1,200 diamonds. The system quietly distributed a 200 diamond lucky bag in the live room with the funds allocated by the host. Although it felt like it was being outperformed by a few humans in the live room, it was still glad that only it could send lucky bags. As the song reached the chorus, Xia Mi slightly raised her breath and her voice emerged from a position closer to the upper part of her mouth, resembling the complaints and pouts of a Jiangnan woman. Men chase novelty, while women seek security, but human nature has its weaknesses. It always starts deeply and intensely with you willing and I willing. Then there are shallow selections and choices with you frustrated and I annoyed. Eventually it will cool down to a sparse distance with you disgusted and I resentful. Love for Fengyue is boundless, captivating with its suspense. Honey couldn't even manage to send a welcome message screaming loudly in the public screen. Honey level 37, aw, it's so beautiful and crying out loud. Goddess, I want to be obsessed with you, crazy for you, and crash into the wall for you. The favorite singer sang her favorite song just for her. Who understands this happiness, sob sob. Honey level 37, sent a private jet, won 3,000 diamonds. Although Honey actually still had over 20,000 diamonds in her bag, she restrained herself and only sent one plane. What if Mi Hua had a high task at night during the lineup? This diamond will come in handy. Almond Milk Crispy, level 22, I was recommended this song. What's it called again? Fengyue. Curse me, you can't poop for 10 days. Level 35, listening to this song makes me unconsciously imagine myself as a sorrowful and fragile beauty. Ruo Fan, level 37, although seeing your name, I can only imagine myself squatting on the toilet trying hard. Curse me, you can't poop for 10 days. Level 35, haha. The fans in the live room were chatting enthusiastically when suddenly a special effect popped up on the screen, with an ancient-style white crane carrying a couple flying over the clouds, revealing a landscape painting. After the special effect faded, Xia Mi saw the notification. Dao Wu Si Chi level sent mountains and rivers for promise 13140 diamonds. When did this did he even go incognito? Pretentious man. Xia Mi blissfully watched the income while giving half of her attention to the other person, focusing intently on finishing the entire song. The popularity of the live room fluctuated, stabilizing around 80 people, while Xia Mi's fan count swiftly rose to over 300. At this rate, maybe tomorrow, or even today, she could gather 1,000 fans and start a fan group. After finishing a song, Xia Mi took a few sips from her large thermos cup, moistening her throat before speaking. Thank you, Awu, thank you, honey baby, thank you. Xia Mi now understood how those big streamers could thank their fans so quickly. As if she didn't practice, she'd spend all her lifetime thanking gifts. After finishing the thanks, Xia Mi smiled and propped her chin, giving a glance at Dao Wu Si Chi. When did you sneak in, Ah Wu? Actually, Chi Wu had entered as soon as she started the broadcast, but he went incognito so others couldn't see him. He didn't have time to type a listening while working until Xia Mi started singing. He paused his work and focused on listening to her sing. The style of this song wasn't his favorite, but it was quite good, so he sent her a new gift. Previously, when Xia Mi called him Ah Wu in private messages, he found the title acceptable, because he sometimes found it annoying when streamers called him brother, especially in that sweet syrupy tone that made his skin crawl. What was worse was that some male streamers called him that to gain votes and hinted that he could accept men. He just couldn't accept it. He simply loved listening to song requests. So he thought the title Xia Mi chose was at least normal. Until he heard her say it in person, he began to sense something was off. Clearly her tone was very natural and casual without that deliberately sweet and flattering vibe, yet it inexplicably carried a sense of intimacy, even more so than when some streamers called him baby, causing him to blush. Chi Wu rubbed his overheated ears, thinking it must be an illusion. He shouldn't work overtime all the time. Since the employees were all on their lunch break, he was still working late into the day, which had made him delusional. Dao Wu Si Chi level just came in. He insisted on being tough. Dao Wu Si Chi level, can you sing to Wu? Chi Wu woke up in the morning and saw the playlist in Xia Mi's message, which spanned 3 pages, but he was disappointed to find that the song Heavy Fog was not included. Unable to hold back, he asked, is this the song? I've heard it, but I only know this one line. He'll learn the whole song in a couple of days and sing it for you. Xia Mi blinked and began to sing. Heavy fog rises secretly, hiding I love you in the unseen places. She sang one line and then stopped. Is this the one? I've heard it, but I only know this line. He'll learn the rest in a couple of days and sing it for you. Chi Wu paused for a moment. He suddenly realized that this lyric matched the line Xia Mi had asked him earlier, as if he was hinting at something. Why does she happen to know only this line? Chi Wu hesitated for a while and replied reservedly, Heavy fog rises level MHM. Meanwhile, Xia Mi was already chatting and interacting with other visitors, receiving much praise for her recent performance. ZMO level 40. Wow, I've been wandering in the small voice hall, so it turns out the teachers of Luiying Go are this strong. No wonder Luiying Go is so popular. Fat Dodo Rice Ball level 18, so good to listen to. Teacher, do you want to be accompanied by fans? Pointing finger. Yuan Liu Corgi level 20, crazy support. Happy Lon Lon level 25, this girl is completely captivated. Dao Ko Su Su level 32, I've already subscribed, can I request a song main package? Xia Mi watched as her fan group members continuously increased, responding enthusiastically. Sure, for song requests please privately message the manager. Tong Tong and Tong Tong will provide me the list. When it's time for the song, the manager will privately remind me. Of course I want to accompany the fans. Little darling newcomer main package here, I want all kinds of fans. What about haters? Thank you, let's skip that. For the next 2 hours, Xia Mi continuously interacted with fans and sang with the live stream's popularity peaking at over 1,000, finally stabilizing around 100. Her fan count had already exceeded 500, indicating that reaching 1,000 fans today was promising. Xia Mi sang another song, this one, not just half a song from a light sign, but a real song requested by someone, and after singing she took a sip of water and paused this segment. Babies, the host has been singing for 2 hours now, we need to take a short break. In the next 2 hours we will head out to compete against other teachers. As soon as she said this, the number of people in the live stream rapidly dropped from over 120 to about 70, stabilizing thereafter. Xia Mi remained unfazed by this. It was simply too normal. Among the visitors on the platform, a considerable number disliked competitions and even found them repugnant. Some thought they were pointless, others believed it was a way for hosts to make money, and some did not want to deal with the pressure. Most of those who left were between levels 20 to 39, including some who had just given Xia Mi a Porsche, while very few fans below level 20. This group of fans had not been spending money anyway, so they felt indifferent about whether there were competitions or not. They were just there to enjoy the show. Except for those big streamers, or those who specifically staged competitions, beauty or talent streamers would generally lose viewers when they began to compete. This was the Xia Mi's first lesson in live streaming knowledge. Don't obsess over transient visitors, don't expect much from those who abandon you, and don't hold on to those who leave. As a streamer, you should seek out those who truly enjoy her, those who resonate with her, not just stream for a few visitors. Don't care about those who don't care about you, and avoid anxiety over unchangeable things. Allow anyone to appear, and also allow anyone to leave. Permit them to come and go freely in the script of your live stream, keeping a calm heart. Accept everything that happens, but do not stop moving forward. Those who love you will naturally stay, just like at this moment. Honey, level 37 finally. Are we going to compete now? Teacher, I was just thinking, you've been singing for so long. Please take almond milk pastry, level 22 support. Jean Lucia E curse, level 25, let's go. I can contribute a bunny. Shy. St. Helena's Dao Heart, level 33, are we going to connect with other Lu Ingu teachers? Heavy Fog rises level. Streamers who compete also have their own circles, generally colleagues and similar streamers are the most common, allowing everyone to share fans and have more common topics. When streamers cannot avoid competing, as long as you don't compete, you will never be able to expand your audience. Xia Mi keenly spotted the comment from St. Helena's Dao Heart while scrolling through the screen. Yes, indeed, let me ask if there are any kind teachers willing to play around with me. As for Heavy Fog rises period, who knows what he means? Xia Mi sent 2 messages in the Lu Ingu chat group. Oh why? Mihua, may I ask if there's any teacher in the stream willing to play around with me? Oh why? Mihua holding face. Someone quickly responded. Oh why? Bien Xing, he am streaming. He'll connect with you. Oh why? Bien Xing he, but I have limited conditions, hope you don't mind. Bien Xing, he meant that she might not have many votes for the competition. Of course, this could also be a modesty statement. Xia Mi also had to be modest. Oh why? Mihua, how could that be? I'm a newcomer, it's a great honor if the teacher is willing to play with me. Hello teacher Xingha, Xia Mi expressed great humility. This is my first time playing PK, and am not very skilled. Why don't you decide the rules and the penalties, teacher? Teacher Xingha readily agreed. Sure. Let me think. After contemplating for a moment, Xingha thought that playing just one round would be rather dull. Since Mihua mentioned it was her first PK, perhaps she should take her for a good game. So she said, let's play best of 3. 1 round for the top 10, 1 for the top 5, and 1 for the overall ranking. The penalty doesn't need to be too complicated, let's just sing a song. How does that sound? The top 10 and top 5 mean comparing scores based on the current PK rankings of the streamers, which is quite easy to understand. Some popular streamers can even reach the top 100 when there are many viewers. The overall ranking is even simpler, it just looks at the total score. Xingha intentionally placed the overall ranking as the 3rd round, otherwise she suspected that this new teacher might just take her down in 2 rounds without giving her a chance to play the 3rd. However, she also thoughtfully considered that Xia Mi's audience might not be that large, so she didn't mention the top 20. Although her stream couldn't garner too many viewers, she actually had enough people. Xia Mi gladly accepted her suggestion. Okay, shall we get started? Xingha nodded and muted her microphone. Her fans started chatting with her. Mian, Li level 32, is that a new teacher? There isn't even a small electric person on the other side. Jijio, Sheev level 31, it does seem a bit shabby, they only have a few hundred fans. Someone who wants to step on my white shoes, there are only 70 people on the other side. Dahi, isn't it a bit unfair to compete for the top 10? The fans seemed to believe that the opponent posed no threat, and their attitudes were quite relaxed. Xingha hurriedly said, you mustn't underestimate the teacher on the other side. This teacher made it directly to the formal hall yesterday, she is very strong. As if to confirm her words, Xia Mi's health suddenly surged, significantly shocking Xingha. Xingha was taken aback and exclaimed, everyone don't just chat. Let's quickly fill the numbers. We need to get enough participants before we start adding scores, otherwise we might get overturned. Mian, leave level 32, send a Porsche 1, 1200 diamonds. Jijio, Sheev level 31, Send a Porsche 1 following her call for support. Her fans quickly took action. Although some couldn't send a Porsche, they still gifted other items. After the initial 30 seconds, Xing's score temporarily froze at 1198 points, which was the score after doubling a 599 diamond gift. On Xia Mi's side, although her health was high, her score for the top 10 was only a pitiful 198. Yes, that was the score after a pair of sunglasses. After muting her mic, Xia Mi also prepared to call for support, but before she could speak, a fog effect suddenly appeared. Fog rising level sent a Dreamweaver scroll 1, 8,500 diamonds. This was the gift that initially suppressed Xing's health, which reached 17,000 points. Xia Mi hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Wu, for the Dreamweaver scroll. Just one word, cool. I'll say it only once. Immediately after, another gift, Honey level 37, sent a romantic lover 1, 1999 diamonds. Xia Mi chuckled. Honey, with you supporting me like this, I really have to declare you the most loyal fan of the stream. Honey happily replied with a blushing emoji. Honey level 37 blushing. Honey level 37, that's right. I'm a loyal fan of Mihua teacher. The reactions of the other fans were slightly slower. Don't scold me, it will take you 10 days to poop. Level 35. Sent fireworks 1, 599 diamonds. Jiongha level 35. Sent a Porsche 1, 1200 diamonds. St. Herman's Dowhard level 33. Sent a Porsche 1, 1200 diamonds. I was cursed by Xia Eg level 25. Sent a Heart Rabbit 1, 299 diamonds. Although Xia Mi's total score was higher than Xing's at this time, she had been streaming for a shorter period and hadn't established a deep emotional connection with her fans. Aside from a Wu and Honey, the highest gifts were just 2 Porsches. After piecing it together, the scores for ranks 7, 8, 9, and 10 were all 198 points. Xia Mi appeared very calm, smiling brightly, and even had a tone of pleasant surprise. Wow, our family actually managed to fill the top 10. I was just worried that we might not be able to gather enough for the top 10. You all are amazing. Honey, on the other hand, fell Honey level 37, but I peeked at the other side. They said the 11th place has over 1,000 points. It seems like we might lose. Xia Mi said seriously, it's best of 3. Losing the first round doesn't count as losing. We will win the next 2 rounds. However, we can't give up on this round. Family, let's boost up a bit and see if there are any kind-hearted brothers and sisters who can help us with some points. The scores among the top 6 are actually sufficient. We only need to supplement 4 people's scores. Xia Mi worked hard to rally support, and it did yield some results. By the end of this round, her score for the top 10 had reached 598. However, it still wasn't enough to win. The first round for the top 10 ended in defeat. The two opened their mics, and Xia Mi spoke up. I have 598 points for the top 10. I have 1230 points. Xinghe spoke very politely and commercially flattering. Thank you, Mihua teacher. I had a slight advantage in the top 10 because I have more, but in reality she was secretly astonished. Mihua is indeed very impressive. Is this her first PK and also her first solo stream? How could she score 598 points in the top 10? That's simply outrageous. Many streamers who have been broadcasting for 1 or 2 years may not even be able to gather enough people for the top 10. This is incredible. Following that, they moved on to the second round for the top 5. After greeting each other, they muted their mics again. Xia Mi, while rallying support, secretly took out her backup device. The account Dongsheng had been hanging in the stream since it started. In the last round for the top 10, it also sent a Porsche to help gather numbers. If the system for rich users doesn't activate now, when will it? If she doesn't win the top 5, she won't have a chance to compete in the total ranking for the third round. No way. She won't allow it. Dongsheng, level 23, sent a green only this 150-200 diamonds. The Dongsheng account level jumped 2 levels, going from level 23 to Chi Wu furrowed his brows as he sent another dream weaving scroll he had just sent before. No matter how much he brushed alone, he could still lose. It was utterly useless. He felt very frustrated. Who on earth came up with such a PK mode? Let's end this round and get to the overall leaderboard. That would be much better. Chi Wu began to feel a hint of irritation. Honey level 37, sent a green only 5,200 diamonds. Dividing a piece of melon level 46, sent a Porsche 1,200 diamonds. Ruo Fan level 42, sent a Porsche 1. Thus the 5th on the leaderboard was born, with the highest score being 2,400 points after the first flip, while Bian Xinghe had the same score. Xia Mi was actually quite happy. The revenue from these 2 PKs was much better than she had imagined, especially with the irritable President Chi Wu around. In 10 minutes, they had made over 1,000 yuan from 2 PKs. However, she really wanted to win this round, so she was still working hard to rally votes. The opponent's teacher's 5th place also has 2,400 points, which is quite dangerous. Is there anyone who can help boost the score? Just in time for the 1.5 times bonus period, dividing a piece of melon threw out a Porsche, again raising the 4th place's score to 4,200. Ruo Fan hesitated for a moment. She hadn't intended to brush that much, but now that it had come to this, clearly the outcome of this round now rested on her shoulders. If she added points, she could win, but if she didn't, she would most likely lose. This kind of PK mode is like this: if you can't gather enough points, the tourists won't have the desire to score. However, if everything else is sufficient and it just relies on you to decide the whole victory, very few can withstand that kind of temptation and pressure. At least Ruoff Fan couldn't withstand it. Ruoff Fan, level 42, sent a Porsche 1. Xia Mi cheered. Wow. Thank you, Melon Baby. Thank you, Ruoff Fan Baby. Thanks for the points. There's hope now. Xia Mi was very careful about her wording, only calling female tourists baby. That said, the proportion of female fans in her live stream was actually much higher than that of male fans, which Xia Mi was quite satisfied with. After all, her last account had proven the truth that having too many male fans was not a good thing. Of course, she wouldn't mind having more male fans like Chi Wu who could brush less talk. After the time for the second round ended, both sides reported their scores. Bianzing's 5th place had 2,600 points, and indeed they had added points. If Xia Mi had not rallied votes to add points, 2,400 points would definitely have lost. Xia Mi patted her chest relieved. Fortunately, we added points. 2,600 is 200 more than what we originally had. Dividing a piece of melon seemed to have quite a bit of experience in PK. Dividing a piece of melon, level 46, in a leaderboard, PK, you must never hit an integer or you might lose by a very small margin. Xia Mi nodded. I've learned. Bian Xinghe joked. Shall we start the final overall leaderboard round? But Teacher Mihua, please don't go too hard on me, or I will have to ask for medical expenses. Xia Mi smiled sweetly. What does that matter? If we can win, I'll cover my own medical. Bian Xinghe laughed heartily. The two of them muted their microphones again and started the third round. Chi Wu's spirit lifted. He felt somewhat frustrated from the previous 2 rounds of leaderboard PK. After all, in the overall leaderboard, he was enough by himself. Chi Wu opened the gift bar, pondering which gift looked better as he was preparing to show off, when suddenly an effect rose up on the screen. Dong Sheng, level 25, sent a carnival 130,000 diamonds. The health bar instantly crushed the opponent, and Dong Sheng's level also rose to 20. Xia Mi exclaimed, looking quite excited. Thank you, brother Dong Sheng. Thank you for the carnival. The system also cooperated by having Tong Tong's management account send thanks. Tong Tong manager Dong Sheng, thank you for your strong support of the carnival. It supports the PK career of the main package immensely. Wishing brother smooth sailing and wealth. Other fans echoed. Honey, level 37 brother Dong Sheng, you are really too cool. Sun Yan, level 22 big brother, is mighty. Dalian hiking, level 29. Carnival. Wow. Chi Wu stood frozen in place. Where did this person come from? Was that consumption level correct? Is carnival a gift that a level 25 user should send? He had already waited for 2 rounds. Just waiting for this one. But now, the health bar had already crushed forward, and if he threw down big tickets now, what would be the point? Not only would it be meaningless, but it would also seem like he was being jealous. But if he didn't brush, did that mean his waiting for the previous 2 rounds was in vain? What's the difference between this and having a sneeze interrupted halfway? He was really about to get angry. Meanwhile, the instigator Xia Mi was right. They're dramatically pretending to be surprised while desperately holding back laughter. On the system interface, Chi Wu's emotional value was continuously increasing. Chi Wu's emotional value 6, 8, 12, 15. Yes, Xia Mi was doing it on purpose. At this moment, he was the only one able to gain emotional value from the live stream. If not messing with his mindset, who else would she mess with? Of course, while messing with his mindset, she couldn't afford to lose money. He saw the health bar, which had originally been pushed to the bottom, suddenly rebound, instantly being surpassed, changing from 61,630 to 65,910. On the other side of the screen, Bian Xinghe, although unable to hear the sounds, looked so happy that he was almost bouncing up. Xia Mi had actually confirmed that the opponent had conditions before choosing to use Dong Sheng's account to mess with Chi Wu's mindset. She certainly couldn't drive the big brother away for real. This was called to raise first, then suppress, allowing the big brother to get a bit too excited first, then giving him room to. At this moment, his desire to brush was definitely stronger than before. Indeed, Chi Wu waited for a few seconds, confirming that the previous Dong Sheng had no intention of acting again. Feeling a bit more at ease, he didn't even bother to wait for the bonus time, nor did he care, which looked better. He directly sent out the carnival. Chi Wu, level 46, sent carnival 123 30,000 diamonds. 3 in a row. Xia Mi leaned back, thinking it seemed like he was really provoked. Honey saw through it at a glance. Oh crunch, said my big brother, almost thought he couldn't hide it. Please enter a nickname. It must be said that my big brother truly has strength. He didn't even wait for the bonus, and already reached Huazi, still 3 of them. 5-hydroxytryptamine, said although my big brother hit his level, I could tell at a glance. That level badge is colored for level 70 and above. Mika just intentionally teased him. What an audacious woman. Chi Wu, with a cold face, silently sent a carnival out. The gaze fell again on Honey's teasing of my big brother, falling into deep thought. Bian Xinghe couldn't hold back anymore, made a surrender gesture, and under her wild indication, Xia Mi opened the mic. Bianzing's mournful words came through. You can't play like this. Teacher Mika, we agreed to go easy. Your side didn't even wait for the bonus time before sending 5 carnivals. What do you mean? Are you trying to intimidate me? Then I admitted I was intimidated. The opposite side is so scary, boo-hoo. My fans were amused by her show effect and laughed heartily. AAA renminbi wholesale prohibit the abuse of the elderly in their second term. Yeah, 1 second, it's not that I can't hit, the next second I can't hit at all, ha ha ha. Meow 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 meow. If I had known the opposite side was so difficult, I wouldn't have participated. How nice it is to have a small electric person so vivid and cute, interactive, and convenient for show effects. She continued, not scary, you'll give you medical expenses when you sing later. Bian Xinghe heard about medical expenses and instantly perked up, eyes shining, no longer weak or crying. Alright, I feel like I can do it again. Xia Mi smiled, and then propped her chin deliberately, asking, then Wu, will you send some medical expenses later? Chi Wu's head was filled with question marks. Did this teacher Mika lack boundaries too much? Were they very familiar people? Did he say he was her big brother? Why did he have to be sent to deliver medical expenses? Chi Wu sent a question mark on the public screen to express his dissatisfaction. Dao 4 rising. Honey's heart sank. Everyone knew that a question mark usually expressed dissatisfaction and doubt. Perhaps teacher Mika's actions made Big Brother feel it was inappropriate. She hurriedly tried to mediate. Honey, Brother Wu has worked hard, how about I go instead? But at the same time Dongxing also sent a message. Dongxing, he'll go, how much is appropriate to send? Xia Mi elongated her voice. Oh, that works too, how much is appropriate to send? Let me think. Xia Mi pretended to think. Chi Wu's hand hesitated above the screen, his expression dark. He felt a bit uncomfortable. Honey was fine, she looked like she was managing, and besides she was a girl. But what did this Dongxing mean? Clearly he was the one who initiated the PK, yet this Dongxing was here singing and dancing about to send medical expenses. Was this PK related to him? Without his carnival, it wouldn't affect the outcome. Chi Wu silently cut into the opposite live room, quickly sending a blimp out. Dao 4 Rising sent a tomato blimp, won 20,000 diamonds to Bian Xinghe, who was overjoyed, her small electric person spinning in circles on the screen. Oh whoa, thank you to teacher Mika's big brother for the blimp medical expenses. Family, this means I get to eat now. A blimp. Big brother is generous. Teacher Mika is generous. Next time I'll play with you again. She was overjoyed. Xia Mi understood the inherent flaws of men who, for them, something snatched away becomes even more cherished. As soon as they see a rival of the same gender, their competitive spirit ignites, and their desire for victory takes over. In the live stream room, originally occupied by just one male fan of Dawu, Si Chi Dong, Sheng suddenly appeared, stealing the spotlight that should have been his in the third PK. This sparked a certain animosity within him toward that person. At that moment, Dong Sheng came out again, acting like a scheming green tea, claiming he would pay for the medical expenses. Dawu Si Chi instantly felt that his territory had been invaded and his rightful claim was being stripped away. The act of paying for medical expenses transformed from being commanded into a struggle for rights. Originally unwilling to comply, Chi Wu swiftly went to pay for the medical expenses himself, feeling that this action allowed him to reclaim his rightful right to pay for the medical expenses. Not only did he pay, but he also returned feeling quite happy, having shed the initial resistance. Such occurrences, once initiated, would inevitably lead to a second, and if Dawu Si Chi were to be commanded to pay medical expenses again, the concept in his mind would no longer be why should I pay, but rather I am the one qualified to pay. Xia Mi's training progress 1. At this moment the PK bar was just reaching its conclusion, and Xia Mi unsurprisingly emerged victorious. They had already completed the payment for the medical expenses ly. Naturally Bian Xinghe couldn't backtrack and withdraw the votes. Okay, the host has successfully secured her first victory in her live streaming career. Xia Mi chuckled. Since my little electric figure isn't ready yet, please imagine me gracefully rising, slightly bending forward, and placing my right hand on my left shoulder in thanks. Gu Tian Ting Empress, level 39, haha, no little electric figure, so we have to imagine it ourselves. Teacher, you are too witty. Yun Sheng He Du, level 30 host, I am an elegant little cat. Hui Hui Yi, level 25, elegant, extremely elegant. Honey, level 37, congratulations to our elegant teacher Mi Hua for successfully securing her first PK victory. Flower scattering firework tube. Dawu Si Chi level. When will there be a little electric figure? Although the little electric figure isn't a real person, it at least has expressions and actions. Without this interactive aspect, the fan retention rate could be significantly affected. They said they could complete the basic version within a week. As for the other details like costumes, they can improve slowly while streaming. Xia Mi replied, if there's only a background image, it will be boring for you to watch. The medical expenses were in her hands ly. Bian Xinghe sang a song to complete the PK penalty and cheerfully greeted her. Then I will take my leave, teacher Mi Hua. If there are any fun events later, I will invite you. Ly. Bian Xinghe was quite aware that the 2,000 yuan medical expenses were not given freely ly. What does Mi Hua need the most right now? Aside from popularity, traffic, and fans, there is another important thing: connections. Every industry has its own circle, and the live streaming industry is no exception. If you want to go out to PK or attract fans, you need friends who can engage with you and create program effects. Don't think about random PKs when new streamers don't have a rank. Who knows what kind of bizarre or monstrous opponents they might encounter. For instance, an old man lying in bed, half propped up on a pillow with one arm resting on his head. At that time, don't even think about attracting fans or votes. The viewers might just leave. New streamers without a guild generally endure this period slowly, but Xia Mi didn't get into Lu Yin Pavilion for nothing. If she doesn't sign with a guild, her personal live streaming would have no constraints, and she wouldn't have to share any revenue with the guild. Why not take advantage of that? The reason she chose Lu-In Pavilion, aside from the fame, reputation, and resource traffic it brought, was because being a streamer there allowed her to quickly break into the circle. Just like today, she could ask a question in the chat group and connect with Ly. Bian Xinghe initiated a PK, and she had Da Wu Si pay for the medical expenses. For her, there was no loss, rather it was equivalent to using his money to expand her network. Ly. Bian Xinghe noted this favor not from Da Wu Si, but from her Mihua. So Ly. Bian Xinghe emphasized once again that she would invite her for suitable events in the future. Streamers often have PK sessions with 4, 6, or even 8 participants. At that time, if she connects with each one, wouldn't her circle just open up? As for the 2,000 yuan that Da Wu Si spent on Ly. Bian Xinghe, she felt no regret. Do not have too much possessiveness over a visitor's wallet. They don't think that if they don't donate to others, they will donate to you. Extracting every bit of utility value from them is the correct mindset. However, after giving a reward for a favor, since he willingly paid for the medical expenses, Xia Mi was certainly generous with her praise and positive feedback. So a Wu rarely does such things. Allah Allah, saying a Wu doesn't like me. Who believes that song? She intentionally paused at the misleading part. Chi Wu couldn't help but retort. Da Wu Si level. You just used that trick earlier. While complaining, he inexplicably found it quite enjoyable. Xia Mi understood if the big brother didn't say he disliked her, it meant he liked her. He was just pretending to be aloof. She chuckled softly. It's not about having many tricks, what works is enough. While chatting with them, Xia Mi continued to look for someone to PK. She promised 2 hours of PK, and she hadn't gathered enough yet. However, before Xia Mi could find a suitable candidate, Ly. Bian Xinghe suddenly messaged her urgently after just disconnecting. Ly. Bian Xinghe, teacher Mihua. Are you coming to a 2 versus 6 match? Xia Mi didn't think much of it. Ly. Mihua, sure, pull me in. You see, she told you connections are useful, right? Isn't this another opportunity to meet other streamers? Xia Mi happily accepted Ly. Bian Xing's invitation, and the screen was split into 8 parts. When Xia Mi entered the PK, everyone else was momentarily stunned. Who is this? How can someone without even a little electric figure enter to PK? One of the black-haired, elegant women suddenly laughed, her somewhat familiar, gentle voice ringing out. Haha, I was wondering who Xinghe wanted to pull in. It turns out it's Mihua. Her voice carried a tone of friendliness and warmth, not from Ly. Who else could it be but Saishi? Mihua, you started streaming so quickly. Ly. Bian Xinghe was also taken aback. Sister Saishi, do you know Mihua? Ly. Saishi gracefully nodded. I was the chief examiner in the assessment hall yesterday, and Mihua applied through my assessment. Xia Mi quickly replied. Yes, I especially want to thank teacher Saishi for giving me the direct access spot. Saishi smiled gently. Don't thank me, thank yourself. It's because you are excellent that you were able to obtain this direct access spot. Another host chimed in. You have interjected. I was wondering why this teacher didn't have a small electric person. Turns out they entered Lu-In Pavilion directly yesterday. Which hall? Lu-In Pavilion has many voice halls, both male and female. Although Saishi was her examiner, she was unaware of which hall Xia Mi had been assigned to. Xia Mi replied, I'm in Wanqing Silk. Wanqing Silk. You've pondered for a moment. I remember Wanqing Silk has been very popular recently. It seems they have a star teacher worth millions. Saishi gently interrupted her. Alright, everyone is here, let's see how we can play. Xia Mi then directed her attention to the large screen, clicking on the avatars of the other 7 people. First, let's see how many fans everyone has and what tier they are in. Qingyuan 1.03 million fans. Yin Air 80000 fans. These 2 were clearly the lower tier among the group. The remaining 6 were all Lu-In Pavilion hosts, 2 males and 4 females, excluding Xia Mi and Bian Xinghe. The others were as follows: male Muhan 19000 fans. Male Xiao E 21000 fans. Female Saishi 37000 fans. Female Genius Mimi 32000 fans. Xia Mi was silent for a moment, pulling up her profile interface to glance at the numbers. 726 fans. She then opened Bian Xing's profile interface to see her fan count. 6000 fans. Xia Mi's expression was seldom distorted as she silently operated her computer, sending a message to Bian Xinghe. Bian Xinghe sent a message and projected the chat content onto the live broadcast interface, so all 8 hosts and their fans could see their conversation. The chat content read, Bian Xinghe, teacher Mihua. Are you coming to the second match? Mihua, sure, pull me in. The first 2 messages were relatively normal until the last one. Xia Mi's tone was somewhat melancholic. Mihua, babe, tell me the truth, did you bring me in to leech off me? Several hosts with tens of thousands of fans first showed surprise, then all burst into laughter in unison. Saishi laughed until tears formed at the corners of her eyes. Ha ha ha, Mihua, you're too cute. How come I didn't notice you were so funny yesterday? To be honest, Bian Xinghe was not even in their tier. She merely entered this match because she was a Lu-In Pavilion host and had a few thousand fans. Bian Xinghe was indeed carefree. She volunteered to pull someone in, resulting in the inclusion of a new host with only a few hundred fans, which left the other hosts feeling uncomfortable. The The reason was simple: people of different tiers should play with others of similar tiers where everyone benefits and no one takes advantage of the other. What does it mean to bring in a host with a few hundred fans? How many people can she attract in her live broadcast? She can neither enhance their exposure nor bring traffic, and may even siphon off their fans or negatively affect the overall PK's program effect. Who would feel comfortable about that? In fact, if it weren't for Sykes' clear statement that Mi Huan knew her and was very friendly, the other hosts would likely have suggested she withdraw. There's no avoiding offending anyone. The rules are simply that way. However, since Saishi spoke, others were willing to give face. This is the way of human relationships in the live streaming circle. But acceptance is one thing. The other hosts definitely felt uncomfortable and did not recognize Xia Mi. Thus Xia Mi staged this little act, humorously and straightforwardly admitting that she indeed didn't belong to the same tier as the other hosts and felt helplessly amused about stumbling into this match. Generously and respectfully, the impressions of the other hosts towards her improved drastically in an instant. Not to mention, at least this little host could create program effects with high emotional intelligence and wit. Which host wouldn't want someone like this in their PK session rather than a lifeless one who couldn't even arouse their fans' desire to vote? Another point is that Xia Mi's words clearly expressed that she actually didn't know who was in this match. This way, the impression of the few hosts transformed from seeing her as a clout-chasing small host to a humorously misplaced one. The difference in impression between the two is like night and day. Bian Xinghe hadn't even processed these twists and turns, yet still smiling awkwardly. I just felt a bit nervous coming in alone, so pulling you in makes me feel more at ease. How should I put it? Maybe foolish people. Bian Xinghe, although not fully grasping the issue at hand, her response revealed her true character. She was a bit naive and silly, not because of any schemes or plots that led her to pull Mi Hua in, but simply because she felt a bit anxious about the large gap between herself and the big shots, so she brought in a familiar little friend. Saishi couldn't help but smile. Oh, you. In truth, Bian Xinghe had been in Luyin Pavilion for quite some time. Her voice was good and her singing was nice, but she never had any wealthy fans because her personality was too straightforward and lacked the cunning to retain people. However, because of this, the people who remained in her live broadcast were basically very loyal fans. The host with the most fans, Qingyu, also smiled and stated, "It's fine, it's fine. Anyway, today we are not judging success or failure based on the number of fans, but on the votes." Qingyu was an ancient-style beauty host, her brows and eyes gentle and beautiful, making people feel very comfortable when she spoke. Yen Er was a cool girl with short hair, her face handsome and exquisite with a high degree of facial folding and an exceptional temperament. That's right, in PK nothing else matters. A winning or losing is what counts. They had actually already discussed the gameplay early on without any fancy tricks, just simply going for the total ranking. Then let's mute ourselves and have a meeting for 10 minutes. Qingyu said gently. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xia Mi had nothing to nod at as she expressed her agreement verbally. Thus the 8 hosts muted themselves and began their meeting. Xia Mi's live stream room was rapidly filling up. This is the benefit of collaborating with major streamers. The exposure from these popular channels is simply beyond what her new account can compare to. The weight of the account and the live stream room is evident. Even if Xia Mi broadcasts for more than 10 hours a day, she still can't attract as many viewers in that time as a big streamer can in 1 hour. However, things were different now. Among the visitors coming from other live stream rooms, there was always a small portion who liked to wander around or were curious about Xia Mi as streamer without even a small electric person to represent her. Her live stream room quickly surpassed 400 viewers, 3 times more than when she first started singing. However, out of these 400 people, if Xia Mi could retain 40 loyal viewers, that would be considered a success. The conversion rate of these visitors was not that high. Xia Mi was also very good at seizing opportunities. Family, we have a small crowd, so there's really not much to discuss in this meeting. Today's session is a bit of an accidental intrusion. If you can lend a hand during the initial phase, that would be great. Although we are just 1/6, let's try not to be too disruptive. Thank you all. Xia Mi had no intention of making a stunning performance in this PK session. Are you kidding me? With a streamer who has millions of fans, they can seriously make over 100 RMB in just 1 PK. If it weren't the case, how would the other party dare to take on 6 opponents at once? Dongsheng's account had only a bit over 100 left, which was hardly enough for such a match, but Xia Mi planned to use it all. The reason, as she said, was that although she had used a bit of cunning to alter a few streamers' initial impressions of her to gain their recognition, she had to at least present some achievements worthy of their attention. Even if her fanbase was small, she had to grit her teeth and push the votes to a respectable number. Xia Mi did not dare to have high expectations for Da Wuxiqi. This person was still unstable for her, and she couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't suddenly leave. As for the account of Dongsheng, her wealthy patron system, it was her true source of confidence, free from worries of betrayal or abandonment. After delivering her motivational speech, Xia Mi quickly chose the fastest way to attract followers. First, letting the system release lucky bags in the live stream room, then she would sing. Manager Tong Tong issued a lucky bag, 2,000 diamonds. Spending 200 renminbi on a lucky bag was quite a sacrifice. Visitors who originally intended to leave after just taking a glance were retained by the valuable lucky bags, and the speed of viewer drop-off visibly slowed. Xia Mi's voice was lively. Welcome to all the friends who have come in. Since there's not much to discuss in this meeting, let me sing a few songs for you. Here's Fairy Tale Town for... She sang 2 highly popular songs in succession, successfully retaining a portion of the audience. Yummy Coconut Juice, level 29. Wow, no wonder this teacher can enter such a PK match. Her singing is just too good. Flower 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 190, level 30. She sounds just like a professional singer. White Duck, level 18. I didn't feel much about the latter song, but the earlier one, Fairy Tale Town, amazed me. That vocal transition was impressive. Qian Jia Er Lai, level 28, has joined the fan club. Ordinary Reading Account, level 36, has joined the fan club. Miss American Rabbit, level 39. I bet this teacher will become one of the top streamers in Lu Yin Pavilion within half a year. Little Singer Heart, level 40. When it comes to singing ability, there's no question, but streaming requires luck and emotional intelligence. Xia Mi Zhu, level 20. I grabbed 101 diamonds. Ha. This user has been deregistered, level 28, not a single one for me. The lucky bag. Xia Mi had the system issue, had a prerequisite, only those who had followed the streamer could grab them. In just 10 minutes of meeting time, Xia Mi's followers surged to over 1200. Although a small portion of people unfollowed after grabbing the lucky bags, she still reached over 1100. She could set up a fan group right after her broadcast today. As soon as the 10 minutes were up, the streamers began to unmute. Shall we start? Let's begin. Okay, I'm good. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they all muted again, and the words PK start appeared on the screen. The number of viewers in Xia Mi's live stream visibly began. When there was no PK earlier, these visitors were happy to play around and listen to her sing, but as soon as the PK began, they hurried back to their own streamers' rooms to help fight. After all, the initial scores in the opening phase are crucial, and each streamer was fully committed to pulling votes, causing the scores in all live stream rooms to skyrocket. Xia Mi's live stream room was no exception. Dao Wu Si Chi level sent out a dancing for Dragon 130 diamonds. Dong Sheng, level 29, sent out a Carnival 130 diamonds. Dong Sheng's account leveled up again, jumping to level 31. Honeyve level 37, sent out Tomato No. 11100 diamonds. Jiong Haha, level 35, sent out a private jet 1300 diamond. Xia Mi's eyes slightly moved. Honey's contributions and level indicated she was just an employee. Perhaps her salary was decent, around 100 to 0, but today's spending was undoubtedly a bit excessive. Though she loved money, earning money from boys felt less burdensome compared to girls' money. More importantly, she hoped to earn the pocket money of everyone rather than their hard-earned living expenses. Thank you, Awu, for the dancing for Dragon. Relying on mountains means they will fall. Relying on water means it will dry out. Relying on Awu is the way to go. Thanks to brother Dong Sheng for the carnival. If the heavens have feelings, they too will age. Will you send another one? Thank you, my honey baby, for Tomato No. 1. Little baby, you've been restricted in spending today. First row, prepare sunflower seeds, drinks, and mineral water. Bring a small stool and sit down. Haha, Great King 2. Let's all bring a small stool and sit down. Xia Mi chattered rapidly, her speech pace quick. Aw, thank you for sharing half a melon with me. Thanks to Melon Baby for the big airplane. Let's take off together, Melon Baby. Thank you to AAA for the hot air balloon. I hope you truly engage in the business of wholesale RMB. She was parched from speaking, and only after the 30 seconds of the initial phase ended did she have time to catch her breath and check her and other scores. Unsurprisingly, she and Lai Bianxing, he occupied the last 2 places. The undisputed first place goes to Qing Yuan with a score exceeding 1 million. At this point, the specific value is no longer visible. The second place is Yenner, also exceeding 1 million. This means that after excluding the initial gift multiplier, the revenue from this PK round is at least 50,000 RMB. The terrifying ability of top streamers to generate income is evident. The third place is Ly Saishi with a score of over 600,000. The fourth place is Ly Xiao Yi with a score of over 500,000. The fifth place is Ly Genius Mimi with a score of over 330,000. The sixth place is Ly Muhan with a score of over 220,000. The seventh place is Ly Mihua with a score of over 150,000. The eighth place is Ly Bianxinghe with a score of over 100,000. The term initial gift multiplier means that the score from the first gift sent during the initial 30 seconds of the PK round doubles. For example, a score of 30,000 during the carnival becomes 60,000, but only the first gift sent by each visitor has this effect. Therefore, at this moment, the more visitors in a live stream, the greater the advantage. No matter how hard Xia Mi and Bianxinghe try, they cannot surpass others during it. Moreover, Xia Mi could see that the fans in Ly Bianxing's live stream were also doing their best, not wanting their streamer to be looked down upon in such a situation, and their scores far exceeded those of the previous rounds played by the two of them. The affection and protective instinct that fans have for their streamers can indeed be very touching. Xia Mi took a sip of water, her previously passionate voice calming down after the announcement. Thank you, everyone. Let's see how the multipliers add up. If there are any who can lend a helping hand during the 1, 5x multiplier, please do so, but little treasures should also act within their means and not exceed their budget. Jahaha habitually bit her fingers staring at the screen, her eyes filled with undeniable surprise. She was at level 35, a level that was neither high nor low, having spent over 20,000 in total gradually over the course of a year, averaging about 2,000 a month. Her spending capacity placed her as a middle-tier fan in any well-known streamer's live broadcast, hardly attracting the streamer's attention. Yesterday, she noticed the new teacher at Lu Yin Pavilion Ly Mihua and spent about 200, then over 400 today, which was indeed her limit. However, her impulsive nature was quite evident. She had a bit of a night comp. She couldn't stand seeing others in awkward or embarrassing situations, so whenever such a situation arose, she felt a strong urge to intervene, but afterward, she often regretted her overspending. However, she did not expect that Ly Mihua would actually notice this and express it humorously during the announcement, causing her and another sister in the live stream, who had also spent quite a bit today, setting up sunflower seeds, drinks, and mineral water in the front row. She sat down on a small stool. Haha, this was the first time she had heard such a phrase. Jahaha felt a pang of bitterness. She didn't have a fixed streamer to support, watching both male and female streamers, mostly teachers from Lu Yin Pavilion. In individual broadcasts, she spent more time in halls, often sending gifts when she liked a voice, sometimes receiving private messages of thanks, but it would end there. Of course, because she had sent gifts frequently, she would occasionally be recognized by familiar teachers who would ask if she could lend a hand, which she usually felt too embarrassed to refuse. This was the first time she had heard a streamer asking her to stop spending in the live stream. Whether Ly Mihua was sincere or just putting on a show at that moment, she couldn't help but feel moved. She was willing to pay for the emotional value of that moment. Jahaha silently subscribed to Star Guardian and became a member, resolutely withdrawing from all other individual broadcasts, leaving only the Hall and Ly Mihua's fan membership. From today on, she was Ly Mihua's sole fan. Honey's thoughts were basically in line with hers, but she had already been deeply captivated by Xia Mi, so while she was touched, her reaction wasn't as intense as Jahaha's. Ah, the goddess is really so gentle and kind. Falling in love with Mihua is her fate. Xia Mi still didn't know that her words had deeply moved a female fan, and the multiplier period had already begun. She was extremely nervous. Brothers and sisters, the 1.5x multiplier is here. Time is limited. Can our scores push even higher? Thank you to my brother Dongsheng for 3 carnivals. In the account named Dongxing, there was actually only 13,000 coins left. Xia Mi threw out 90,000 coins in one go, leaving 4,000 coins untouched, as she wanted to save for later. Meanwhile, De Wu Si was contemplating whether to intervene. His hesitation wasn't due to a lack of coins. In fact, he found it troublesome and usually charged a large amount through a dedicated customer service. At this moment, he still had over 3 million coins, equivalent to over 300,000 RMB. He was just pondering whether he was treating Ly Mihua with a bit too much favoritism. Although he often threw out a carnival when he was in a good mood or heard something pleasant, he rarely did so like today, where he was both guarding the streamer and helping her with medical expenses. He didn't mind the money he spent, but he felt a bit awkward about his actions. It almost seemed like he really liked her. But as soon as he saw that Dongsheng had thrown out a gift, he couldn't help but feel restless. If he didn't intervene now, that guy might think he was out of money. He couldn't stand that at all. Forget it, Chi Wu thought. In reality, he didn't need to be bothered by such trivial matters. He admitted that he indeed thought Ly Mihua sang beautifully, and she was the most impressive singer he had. Moreover, Ly Mihua had promised to learn the song De Wu and sing it for him, so spending some on song learning fees didn't seem too much, did it? Today's PK round was truly unexpected for a newcomer like Ly Mihua. Surely she was feeling anxious and nervous, as having too low a score could easily lead to being looked down upon by the other streamers. He felt that if a streamer he deemed good was looked down upon by others, it would also make him uncomfortable. Others were merely streamers with longer broadcasting times and more fans. If Ly Mihua wasn't a new streamer, she might not be inferior to those people at all. Even now, as long as he was willing to intervene, she wouldn't fall behind much. Chi Wu mentally gave himself a pep talk and then decisively intervened. De Wu Si level sent out Danqing Weilong 123. 30,000 diamonds, Danqing Weilong worth 30,000 points each with a 1.5x multiplier on the PK scale, equating to 45,000 points each. A total of 20 brought in 900,000 points, adding to Xia Mi's previous 15,000 points, directly raising Xia Mi's score to 1 million, jumping to 3rd place. The live stream erupted in an uproar. This time the system was faster than Honey. It thought to itself, as an artificial intelligence, can I really be outpaced by mere? What on earth is going on? If there are bonuses, isn't that also a million? Just say the score is a million. My goodness, a teacher with 1,000 followers has more votes than several teachers with hundreds of thousands of followers. Who would believe that if it got out? He-Fei from Yongyang, this belongs to the newly promoted electric mother of Lu Yin Pavilion. Xia Mi's eyes also brightened. The system rated Chi Wu an 8. 9 right. Now she adds 0. 1 points. The men who spend money are the most charming. Whose fairy tale book isn't closed properly, letting the prince out? Xia Mi said seriously. Moreover, the prince even came riding on a divine dragon team. Isn't that too cool? Shut up, no more talking. Honey, haha, this live stream is quite a show, isn't it? I think the older brother is principled, but he probably likes her deep down. The person above makes a good point. I got it. What do you mean by sending dragons? Do you want to shut me up with dragons? Am I that kind of person? Xia Mi immediately closed her mouth, quiet and obedient, and sent a soft message. Wu, you're really perceptive. Chi Wu held his forehead with his hand. The documents beside him had unknowingly fallen into a mess, and he didn't notice, laughing so hard he trembled. Ha ha ha, this little money lover. Although Xia Mi's score still shows over 1 million, it has actually reached 1.5 million. Meanwhile, the first round of bonus time has completely passed, and the rankings and scores have reshuffled. From high to low, they are Qing Yuan score over 2 million, Yen Air score over 1 million. It's uncertain how much Yen Air has exactly, but being in second place means it's at least higher than Xia Mi's over 1.5 million, possibly very close to 2 million. Li Mihua score over 1.5 million. Li Saishi score over 1 million. Li Xiaoyi score over 650,000. Li Genius Mi score over 5,000. Li Muhan score over 3,000. Li Bian Xing, he score over 1,800,000. Looking at it this way, in a 2 against 6 situation, this 6 actually has a real chance of winning. After all, their scores add up to over 4 million. Yen Air gasped, her expression somewhat incredulous. Guys, I feel like I've been schooled. There's a dark horse on the opposite side. I hope you can change the initial name of the tomato so I won't have to write this messy name when I guest star in the backend. A teacher with 1,000 followers scored over 1 million. This is simply outrageous. At first, when Li Mihua was creating the show effect, she only thought that this girl was quite interesting and had high emotional intelligence, but she never expected that a teacher who just started broadcasting the day before could score so high. Yen Air even doubted that Li Mihua's score was not much lower than hers, because the 4th place Li Saishi also had a score over 1 million, but was still behind Li. Most likely Li Mihua's score was not just over 1 million. Feeling sorry for the male lead, some people are indeed born to be streamers, whether it's emotional intelligence or luck. Family members, don't let others' achievements dampen your spirits. Lumen, I just went to check their chat. Pure electric mothers with the top hidden level above 70, probably just one person supporting them. This isn't unfounded. In this round, Xia Mi's top score, excluding scattered votes, received 4 carnivals from Dongsheng's account, while the remaining 30 dragons were all sent by Da Wu Siqi alone. That amounts to 9,000 RMB. Calculating this way, Chi Wu has already spent 1,000 on gifts from yesterday to today, and this is only the 2nd day since they met. Indeed, one must earn the money of the wealthy. Yen Air also rallied the troops in preparation for the final 1.5x bonus opportunity. Dear family members, Mihua was just defeated by cash power, but she is not discouraged. Mihua is back now. It's the last wave of bonus time. Let's take advantage of it. However, Chi Wu had already decided not to take further action. He remained motionless. How many streamers can boast of achieving 1 million points in a PK battle just the day after their broadcast? Chi Wu felt he had done enough. Initially, she only aimed to make her score look decent, not wanting to fall too far behind others, but in a moment of excitement, she ended up sending 10 dragons and now ranked 3rd. Who were the top 2? One was a streamer with millions of fans, and the other was not far behind. Did she have to be number 1 to be considered successful? She was merely the 6th in a 2 versus 6 match. The outcome did not solely depend on her since there were teammates involved, right? Xia Mi shot him a glare through the screen. If she didn't want to send gifts, then she didn't have to. What was this about attracting attention? A big tree only attracts the wind. She said nothing and quietly turned on the background music to start playing the accompaniment. Chi Wu was puzzled. Why was she suddenly going to sing? Shortly after he heard Xia Mi's melodious voice, the tune was correct, but the lyrics seemed a bit off from the original. This song was titled Don't Miss Out, and the original lyrics were Give me your heart, give me your love. But what was Xia Mi singing now? Give me your money, give me your car. Chi Wu, and then add my name to the property certificate. Chi Wu. I don't ask for much. Preferably swap the car for a sports car. Swear right now that you will love only me forever. Chi Wu. Xia Mi sang with such seriousness that it was amusingly beautiful. She didn't break character at all, while the fans in the live stream burst into laughter. Honey, level 37, I can't hold it in. Goddess, how can you be this adorable? Haha, swearin', level 42, I can't take it anymore. I'm smitten. The singing is both beautiful and entertaining. Haha, swearin', level 42 has joined the fan club. Da Wu Siqi level, you need to add me to the property certificate too. This made Chi Wu both amused and exasperated. He remarked, those gold diggers aren't as brazen as you. His comment was somewhat excessive, and an ordinary streamer might not know how to respond, but Xia Mi was no ordinary streamer. She suddenly played a sound effect of someone sobbing, and Chi Wu thought she was going to play the victim, but then she said, "Oh my god, Wu, I'm so touched. I really didn't expect you to understand me this well." Someone called her a gold digger materialistic. She cried. He truly understood her too well. What else could she ask for? Just please don't leave her. Dogman. In the next moment, a special effect suddenly soared. It was a carnival, but not just any carnival. It was a diamond carnival, dazzling and magnificent. Li Y level 59, send a diamond carnival X1, X2, X3. X 1036,000 diamonds. Jiang Liwan smiled, his tone a bit mischievous. Li Y level 59, add more, but is one name on the property certificate enough? I actually have quite a few houses. The viewers in the live stream were all bewildered. What was going on? Is Teacher Mi Hua really a new streamer? For a new streamer to have a high-ranking big brother like Da Wu Si Chi protecting her was already quite unbelievable, and now another big brother appeared sending 10 diamond cards. Ah, is this for real? Almond milk level 22, I feel a bit dizzy. Maybe I've seen too many special effects today. St. Helena's Dao Heart level 33, I'm starting to doubt the reality of this world. Honey level 37, welcome Li Y. Fireworks, thanks again to Li Y for his support and recognition of Teacher Mi Hua. Throwing flowers. Jiong Haha level 35, our Teacher Mi Hua is also doing great now. 2 million points. Not only the viewers, but even Xia Mi herself was stunned, but she quickly recovered and stopped singing. Welcome my Li Y. Haha, if you're going to say that, you might need to hire me a masseuse. Xia Mi joked. I'm afraid that if I have to sign too many autographs, the brothers and sisters in the live stream will be concerned about my hand getting tired. Jiang Liwan was greatly amused by. Today was quite a coincidence. He had actually been watching the live stream of Ly Saishi first. He had also hung around Saishi before. The system would send him notifications which he wasn't surprised about, but when he noticed that She was in a match with Ly Mi Hua, he was quite astonished. During the midnight matchmaking, she only had a pitiful score of 69, and now she was actually ranking third. Over 1 million points. Jiang Liwan was amazed as he entered the Ly Mi Hua live stream, wanting to see what was happening. When he entered, Xia Mi happened to glance away and missed the entrance notification. Jiang Liwan remained silent, listening to them chat for a while, and then it was just when Xia Mi was singing her adapted version of Don't Miss Out. He found the little girl incredibly amusing. She was playful, sweet-tongued, and emotionally intelligent. What a bold accusation it was to call her a gold digger, Yet Xia Mi remained unfazed, unhurt, and didn't lose her temper. Instead, she smiled and smoothed over the situation, creating a good show. Even Jiang Liwan, who had seen many streamers, couldn't help but be impressed by her. Her mental fortitude was remarkable. Jiang Liwan couldn't help but wonder what hardships this little girl had endured to become so resilient and strong. With this thought, his protective instincts flared up again. Jiang Liwan had also risen from humble beginnings and knew that in today's society, it wasn't easy for a young girl to survive, especially when she had to deal with a wealthy big brother who belittled her for a few gifts. Poor thing. Moreover, he recognized Wu wasn't he the one who had acted first during the assessment yesterday. Speaking of which, they had both encountered Ly Mi Hua around this. Both had shown interest in Ly Mi Hua. Jiang Liwan didn't realize that he had unconsciously been stirred by Da Wu Si Chi's competitive spirit. So by the time he realized it, his hand had already uncontrollably sent out 10 diamond carnivals. 3600 points a 1. 5 times multiplier turned into 5400 points, instantly boosting Xia Mi's score to 2 million points. Jumping to second place. Jiang Liwan was also taken aback for a moment, then shook his head with a smile, and sent the message, Li Y level 59, add more, but is one name on the property certificate enough? I actually have quite a few houses. Jiang Liwan did not deny that his comments were intentionally filled with the elements of the rising fog. Isn't that the big brother who spent around 100,000 for her today? In this kind of PK match, it would not be an exaggeration to say it's akin to sending timely assistance. Whether Ly Mi Hua is coaxing him or amusing people, it is all quite normal. He simply cannot stand those who flaunt their wealth with an air of superiority. Thus he voted for Ly Mi Hua, helping her score exceed 2 million, deliberately responding to the song she sang for the rising fog. Ly Mi Hua caught his words with humor, ensuring he did not feel bored or awkward. Now Jiang Liwan has developed a slight appreciation for Ly Mi Hua. He was unaware that while responding to him, Xia Mi quickly opened his detail interface in the system. She needed to know what was happening. Why did Jiang Liwan suddenly send such lavish gifts? What triggered his spending? Xia Mi was well aware that when Jiang Liwan last met her in the hall, his fondness and attitude towards her had certainly not reached a level that warranted such generosity, so there must be some emotional change that she could not observe through the screen. Sure enough, the status in the system bar promptly provided a hint. Binding target, Jiang Liwan. Status trauma response, emotional projection, protective instinct eruption. Xia Mi's mind raced, and she suddenly realized. So that's it. Jiang Liwan thought he was acting out of fondness for Xia Mi, believing he was merely displeased with the rising fog, but that was not the case. He hadn't given such generous votes for quite a while, especially since he had only just met Xia Mi yesterday and did not even have her contact information. This slight emotional connection was truly insufficient to justify his actions. The real reason that compelled him to vote for Xia Mi was indeed those 3 points displayed in the status bar. Trauma response, emotional projection, protective instinct eruption. Since their last meeting, Xia Mi had learned about his character through the status bar. Pompous, brash, fond of joking, and emotionally unstable. Although the system's evaluations and tags seemed like useless information, Xia Mi saw substantial content through these labels. Being pompous and brash implied this person would not wish to associate with overly sensitive individuals. He preferred those who were interesting and emotionally intelligent. His fondness for humor indicated he was someone who habitually resolved many issues with wit, which also suggested a certain level of shrewdness. His emotional instability indicated that he had experienced some upheaval during his growth, or in his family environment or career, leading to an inner restlessness. Xia Mi began to reflect which incident in her live stream had triggered Jiang Liwan's reaction. The answer was quite evident. It was that condescending comment from the rising fog. Even the gold diggers are not as brazen as you. Although Xia Mi herself did not mind this comment, it was undeniable that Qi Wu had disrespected Xia Mi's dignity when he uttered it. Xia Mi fully understood Qi Wu's disrespect towards her. From his perspective, he was a person at the pinnacle of society, a CEO, who could spend millions on entertainment, and in his daily life, he had gotten used to looking down on others, and being high and mighty, especially in the online live streaming world. All the streamers had to cater to him and flatter him, so what reason did he have to care whether his careless words hurt the dignity of the streamer? In any case, even if he truly did hurt her for the sake of his tickets, he would not show a hint of remorse. And indeed, that was the case. Xia Mi would not offend her current biggest benefactor over a single comment. For someone like her, who had fought hard for her position, money was more important than dignity. And what is dignity? Dignity is actually a firm inner self. Can one lose their dignity just because of a few Xia Mi believed that as long as she followed her heart and progressed step by step towards her goals, she would never lose her dignity. Thus she did not care. But Jiang Liwan did. Humans are creatures that project their regrets, needs, and expectations onto others. Even many parents project their own regrets or expectations from their youth onto their children, and Jiang Liwan is one of them. Jiang Liwan rose from humble beginnings and had also endured experiences of being belittled and mocked during tough times, but he did not possess Xia Mi's strong and steadfast heart. He cared about such things and had felt humiliation because of it. Just now the scene where the rising fog carelessly evaluated Ly Mihua triggered his memories. In that moment, he involuntarily identified with Ly Mihua's situation. The feeling of having one's dignity trampled is a scar etched into the soul. He usually believed this scar did not exist, but it could be inadvertently triggered in certain scenes and moments, bringing forth an unavoidable sharp pain. His mind did not recall past experiences, but his subconscious had deeply ingrained that pain. When he was forced to bend and kneel, no one had helped him. He saw Ly Mihua being called a gold digger was something he did not fully grasp. He simply synced those feelings with his past experiences. This clear pain was unbearable for him. He could not stand by and watch. He thought it was a protective instinct, but in reality, it was a subconscious act of self-rescue. At this moment, it was less about wanting to help Xia Mi and more about wanting to help the past version of himself. Although Xia Mi did not know the specifics of Jiang Liwan's experiences, she had roughly inferred the reasons and core factors triggering Jiang Liwan's emotions through this information and status reminders, which was already sufficient. She smiled faintly. The live stream, which had just settled into a brief calm, erupted once again with the arrival of a new top donor. What does you own quite a few houses even mean? Answer me, right now. By Laming, level 36. I wasn't particularly impressed when that earlier donor sent 20 dragon gifts, but this one phrase, you own quite a few houses, shattered my composure. Air Yang, level 31. The host is so cooperative. Signing your name on a property deed would hardly tire your hand. Honey, level 37. Of course she can. Our Mihua teacher is delicate and fragile. We'd truly ache if she overexerted herself. Fu Yug, level 31. This level of fan adoration is excessive. Jiang Haha, level 35. Coddling teacher Mihua is never a flaw. Sui Run, level 42. But the host's reaction was astonishingly quick. If it were me, I wouldn't have reacted in time. I'd probably blurt out, whoa, you're that rich. Ha ha ha. Lumen, level 37. The person above is literally mimicking me. Zhua Haiqing, level 24. Saying that outright would be painfully awkward. You two would starve as hosts. Jiang Liwan smiled faintly and glanced at the leaderboard. While they exchanged these few lines, Yin Air's score surged rapidly. Mihua's second-place position did not last long before being overtaken. Xing Yuan remained firmly in first place unchallenged, but her score had yet to reach 3 million, lingering still above 2 million. Jiang Liwan asked her, Li Wai, the level 59, do you want to win? Xia Mi read the message, and her breath quickened, blood rushing to her cheeks until they burned. Do you want to win? Of course she did. What she'd said before the fog rolled in wasn't entirely without merit. Towering trees draw wind. She'd entered this arena as an obscure streamer with fewer than 1,000 followers. If she rose above everyone else in this contest, there was no guarantee others wouldn't grow uneasy. Especially given her humble opening demeanor, a sudden dazzling triumph might easily be misread as feigned modesty, a calculated act of deception. He wasn't merely rationalizing. He genuinely weighed this concern. Sometimes mediocrity is a viable path, but Xia Mi refused to walk it. Only mediocrities settle for dullness. Geniuses are always envied. If she refused to shine, if she refused to blaze, if she refused to stand out, to command attention, to radiate brilliance, then what truly was she striving for? Youth gallops ever forward on swift steeds. Though the road is arduous, it bends not. She demands grandeur, splendor, and thunderous acclaim. I do. Xia Mi's voice traveled through the microphone into listeners' ears, low-pitched, edged with tension and solemnity, yet trembling with irrepressible yearning. Had she remained perfectly composed, she would have deployed rhetorical finesse at this moment, dodging, probing, answering Jiang Liwan's question with practiced artistry. For instance, Brother Li Wai posed like that, who could possibly say no? Then with graceful flattery and light humor, though honestly, Brother Li Wai has such impeccable taste, any streamer you favor must win, or it simply wouldn't make sense. But Xia Mi quite simply had lost her composure. Her eyes, deep and dark, reflected the glow of the computer screen, blue light shimmering across her pupils like blazing sapphire flames. She repeated herself, voice unwavering and resolute. I want to win. No justification. No explanation. No gratitude. No preemptive reassurance. No murmured concession that losing would be acceptable. Just those stark, unadorned words, I want to win. Yet Jiang Liwan's heart stirred, as if plucked by a gentle, resonant string. In his early 20s, newly thrust into society, he'd run himself ragged, ruined his stomach with endless coffee, and vomited beside a lamppost while clutching his project proposal, his lips moving silently, whispering only those same words. I want to win. A soft smile touched his lips. His gaze burned fiercely, his sharp, defiant features rendered his handsome face both untamable and audacious. Li Wai, the level 59, then win. He had won his gamble in his 20s, so today she would win hers. He would ensure she bowed to no one, standing tall, head held high, winning this match with unshakable pride and unassailable dignity. A dazzling visual effect ascended from the bottom center of the screen. Diamond emblems and a gilded circular coronation platform shimmered, studded with translucent crystal beads, within which slow currents of light glided, like frozen auroras, casting cool violet-silver radiance, opulence, forged entirely from wealth. Li Wai, level 59, sent Diamond Carnivals 133-836,000 diamonds. By the time Jiang Liwan dispatched his 8th Diamond Carnival, the final one, 5 multiplier period had fully expired. That meant every subsequent point Xia Mi earned carried no artificial boost. It was pure, unadulterated, real-world value. Yet Jiang Liwan did not stop. Li Wai, level 59, sent Diamond Carnivals 8-9. Chat scrolled at lightning speed. Fu Yug, level 31. I'm undone. I'm castrated by his charisma. A man's allure lies precisely in that instant, when he reaches into his pocket without hesitation. Xing Ren Naisu, level 22. Wait, weren't we just discussing houses seconds ago? Someone tell me, what happened in that split second between host and top donor? By Laming, level 36, he asked, do you want to win? She replied yes. And that was it. Shrugs. Zhong Xia Izhou, level 25, ambitious female streamer, and her domineering guardian. I'm devouring this. I'm devouring it whole. Bu He Mei Shi Tu Zi Shao Jia, level 39. Hold on. Can someone enlighten me? Is this really a new host? Where did these two legendary guardians even come from? Honey, level 37. She's genuinely new. The day Mihua passed her audition yesterday, I followed her immediately. Back then she had only single-digit followers. I was her 4th fan. Tong Tong moderator. Thanks to heaven, thanks to earth, thanks to Brother Li Wai's boundless generosity and his Diamond Carnivals. The cascade of Diamond Carnivals intensified, and Xia Mi's score climbed steadily. Before surpassing 3 million, other streamers remained unaware of Xia Mi's score fluctuations, but the observant noticed her ranking had shifted again, from 3rd place, previously overtaken by Yen Air, back up to 2nd. Qing Yuan's gentle, refined brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. She murmured softly to herself, this Mihua. What's happening? The multiplier window had closed. Any surge in scores should have already occurred within it. Her current tally stood at 2.9 million. Yen Air's team had confirmed theirs at 2.7 million. She discreetly verified the combined scores of the remaining 5 streamers' audiences, roughly matching Yen Air's total. So long as her own score held above Mihua's, their team would prevail. Yet Mihua had suddenly surpassed Yen Air, sparking in Qing Yuan a chilling premonition. If she'd already eclipsed 2.7 million, how far could 2.9 million possibly be? Qing Yuan's usually unhurried cadence grew unusually urgent, her usual serenity fractured. Could someone check Mihua's stream? No. Never mind. She retracted her request, because under everyone's watchful gaze Xia Mi's score had just breached 3 million. First place, outright. Jiang Liwan stopped his hands. In fact, by the time he sent the 25th, Xia Mi's score had already reached 3 million, but he sent 5 more just in case. Including the previous 10 Diamond Carnivals, Jiang Liwan had sent a total of 40, each costing 3600, amounting to 1440 yuan, already surpassing Da Wu Si Chi and becoming the number 1 in Xia Mi's livestream. Perhaps it was because fans from other streamers came to watch the excitement and investigate the situation. The number of viewers in the livestream skyrocketed to over 20,000. Heartbroken for the male lead on the national highway after 3 million, he still sent 5 more Diamond Carnivals. This should be almost 320,000 points, right? Lumen, to be honest, I find it a bit hard to understand why are these two brothers spending so much. Ching Dong, I thought it was ridiculous when the streamer had 1 million points, now at 3 million. I have no idea what to say. Xing Ming, this streamer initially claimed to just be here for the thrill. Wow, you're as tough as that rock. Still here for the thrill? Of course, there were also some visitors making sarcastic comments or trying to stir the pot, but the system would manage those accounts and mute them. The visitors were chatting lively, yet the streamer who should have been speaking remained silent. Zhang Liwan waited for half a minute and curiously sent a bullet comment. Li, why is the streamer stuck? Suddenly there was a series of clattering noises from Xia Mi's side, as if she had bumped into something. Then her voice came from a position slightly farther from the microphone. Wait a moment. I'm getting something. Zhang Liwan found it amusing. However, seeing her so excited, Zhang Liwan couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. It was worth the effort. But what was the little girl going to get? Zhang Liwan's confusion was quickly resolved. In the live stream room with 20,000 people, everyone clearly heard the familiar crisp sound of a calculator being 3,600 multiplied by 40 equals 144,000 yuan. This was the price for the 40 diamond carnivals. Li Wai sent. Reset, reset, reset. A bunch of question marks popped up on the screen. Jixia in Yizhu. Hua 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 190. The sound of the calculator continued. 3,000 multiplied by 30 equals 90,000. This was the price for the 30 Danxing Wei Long set. Honey, I think I understand what the goddess is doing. But is it appropriate, goddess? Honey felt a bit awkward. Goddess, are you calculating how much they spend in front of the big brother? Isn't that a bit too straightforward? EDEG, it's hard to miss what she's doing right. The sound of the calculator is too loud. Fong Baiya, lol, honestly, this is the first time I've seen someone go for a calculator right after the big brother spends. It's hilarious. Xiao Guer Heart, am I the only one who finds this funny? Is the streamer trying to create a show effect? EDEG joined the fan group. EDEG became a member. Zhang Liwan showed a look of astonishment while secretly finding it amusing. The streaming profession is often accompanied by much criticism, like accusations of streamers just wanting money, being opportunistic, claiming that streamers have no heart and that once the gifts stop, the feelings disappear. But in reality, tourists who can really spend don't mind the streamers making money. To put it simply, in their eyes, it's about needing what you have and being willing to provide emotional value worthy of their spending. Moreover, there's a different feeling between sneakily making money and openly making money. Thus, as Zhang Liwan listened to the commotion created by Xia Mi, he found it amusing, so skilled at entertaining. Xia Mi ignored everyone and continued pressing the calculator. 144,000 plus 90,000 equals 234,000. Multiplied by 0.35 equals 81,900. After the final number came out, Xia Mi finally spoke, her face beaming with evident joy. I've calculated it. Families. 81,900. Huh. Thanks to the sudden wealth from Li Wai and a Wu. The main package is out. 80,000 plus. Back in the previous platform, she would have to work half a year for that. Long live the god of wealth. Zhang Liwan covered his face, laughing Haha, how can she be so adorable? He deliberately teased her. Li Wai, if the streamer can't do it, should we hide a little? No, Li Wai, you don't understand. It has to be calculated immediately, so I don't waste my current excitement and joy. Besides, if I wait until after the stream to calculate, I'll be thinking about it for the second half of the live stream. Zhang Liwan couldn't help but chuckle. Li Wai, ha ha ha. Families, we've made money. The streamer is getting ready to go find my teacher who makes big electric people for me. I want to upgrade. She added, in a few months when my big electric person is ready, everyone present today will have contributed. Of course, the ones who contributed the most are still my Li Wai and a Wu. I declare you as angel investors, he. In reality, this was just Xia Mi trying to flatter them. The big electric person she planned from the start was the best one. Saying this was just to make these people feel more involved and accomplished, feeling that their spending was worthwhile. Moreover, it also planted an anchor point for these people, making them feel that they contributed to the creation of the streamer's big electric person, thus generating unintentional expectations. People always invest more emotion in things they helped create. With this anchor, their retention probability would also increase. Xia Mi smiled and said, alright, jokes aside, I still want to sincerely thank everyone today. After the program effect was achieved, it was time to sincerely thank the support. When I picked up this PK, there were only a few dozen people in the live stream. At that moment, I was merely thinking about not losing too embarrassingly. Xia Mi's voice gradually became gentle, sincere, and soft, drawing listeners into the depths of her words. Ao and brother Dongsheng were the first to support me, along with Honey Haha, the great king. I never thought that you, whom I had only just met for a day or two, would be willing to support. She recited a list of names. Jiong Haha, level 35. Wu, my eyes are watering. Ordinary reading account. Level 36. Are we at the sentimental part yet? Honey, level 37. Ah, goddess, you deserve it. Over 100,000 points. I thought that was my limit until Ao stepped in. Xia Mi's voice held a faint smile. The way she called Ao was no different from before, still affectionate and gentle. Thank you, Ao, for breaking my first million. This is my first million in life. Chi Wu lowered his head, looking at the phone screen. Actually, there was just that one song list on the screen, not even a little electric figure, but inexplicably he seemed to see the girl who was talking to him through the screen. Then came Brother Lawai. I remember when we met in the hall at dawn you said that I would definitely encounter more people supporting me. Xia Mi smiled mischievously. Now you are one of them too, Jiang Liwan chuckled and shook his head. Haha indeed. I am really lucky, Xia Mi concluded. Because of your presence I feel incredibly fortunate in this moment. Jiang Liwan had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Listening to the sincere words of the young girl, the exhilarating excitement and fervor from just spending money gradually transformed into a more peaceful and gentle joy, like soaking in a hot spring, warm and comfortable. He lazily teased her. Li Wai level 60 the PK isn't over yet, thanking the leaderboard so early. Although there was only a minute left, he felt it was unlikely he would be overtaken. Even Chi Wu, who had been silent for a while, began to speak. Da Wu Si Chi level so cheesy. He said this, then suddenly acted again. Da Wu Si Chi level sent a dancing for Dragon 123. 23 of 0 diamonds, and then clumsily said Da Wu Si Chi level guard the tower to avoid being stolen. Zhang Liwan raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. He had wanted to see this Da Wu Si Chi get annoyed, but for people of their level, confronting others openly was never the way they operated. Quarreling was too disgraceful. He only needed to prove it through actions. The fact that Da Wu Si Chi hadn't moved for half a day already spoke volumes. It wasn't until Xia Mi mentioned Da Wu Si Chi 3 times that he finally reappeared. It seemed the big brother had come to a realization. The young girl was also trying to maintain her big brother's presence, Jiang Liwan thought. Forget it. After all, he wouldn't stay by a single streamer forever, and the young girl had only been streaming for 2 days. If he really drove the big brother away, that would be too unethical. He sent a message. Li Wai level 60 no problem, if you don't guard the tower at the end, all the earlier support is in vain. In fact, regarding whether Da Wu Si Chi would be driven away by him, Jiang Liwan had not considered this at all when he first acted. His actions weren't solely for Xia Mi, they were more about his own current emotions. Now after the stimulus had ended and his emotions soothed by Xia Mi, Jiang Liwan no longer felt as overwhelmed as at the beginning, allowing him to think calmly and rationally about other issues. At that moment, Xia Mi's heart finally eased slightly. Xia Mi used a calculator, and besides creating show effects and stirring emotions to solidify her fanbase, there was another important reason for her words. She was trying to pull back Da Wu Si Chi, who had been silent for a while. By using the calculator to calculate the gifts between the two, she was able to draw everyone's attention to this highly effective showmanship, and naturally bring Da Wu Si Chi out to thank him together after Jiang Liwan had just sent a gift, boosting his sense of presence. This way Chi Wu wouldn't feel that she forgot about him after getting the new top spot, nor would Jiang Liwan feel that after spending so much she was still thinking about the previous one. In fact, since Jiang Liwan acted while Xia Mi was surprised, a sense of crisis had suddenly arisen in her. This was a situation that many streamers would encounter. A single misstep could lead to losing one big brother at the least, or both at worst. When Jiang Liwan acted, he felt he was protecting Xia Mi's dignity. He enjoyed being the hero, but it was obvious that Chi Wu felt uncomfortable because of him. From Chi Wu's perspective, there originally were no others in Xia Mi's live stream who could support her as he did. He was the undisputed #1, so he naturally had a bit of arrogance. However, when Jiang Liwan appeared in this manner, coupled with a series of subsequent actions where he asked Xia Mi if she wanted to win, it was undoubtedly a subtle provocation. Of course, Chi Wu could continue to brush heavily to reclaim the #1 spot, but he was no longer the type to be angered by such provocation. He felt displeased, but he was more focused on examining the situation calmly. He didn't leave immediately. One reason was that the good impression Xia Mi had left him earlier had an effect, and the other was that he wanted to see how Li Mi would react next. Would she overlook him due to the new big brother's arrival? Would she think he was wrong because of the new big brother's performance? Chi Wu didn't care about the money he had spent, but he was concerned about the response he received from the time and emotions he had just invested in Li Mi. He wanted to know the answer, which gave Xia Mi the opportunity to pull him back. She naturally brought him out to thank him together using the calculator, and then used the topic of the electric figure to pull both of them out a second time, finally calming Chi Wu and Jiang Liwan perfectly with a wave of sentimental thank yous. Layer upon layer she diffused Chi Wu's emotions, making him feel that Xia Mi hadn't disregarded his words. On the contrary, she valued and appreciated him greatly, as he was the first person to help her break 1 million, which meant a lot to her. Thus Chi Wu's anger and emotions dissipated, replaced instead by a hint of guilt and remorse. Jiang Liwan's actions made him realize that in the eyes of others his recent comments towards Xia Mi were actually hurtful. Were they malicious? Did I really do something wrong? He thought subconsciously. Moreover, as the victim, Xia Mi seemed to be completely unbothered by this, and still filled with gratitude and kindness toward him, which made Chi Wu feel an additional layer of guilt on top of his already existing sense of shame. 20 dancing for Dragon was an instinctive compensation given by Chi Wu under the influence of guilt. If it weren't for the appearance of Jiang Liwan, Chi Wu might not have realized these things for a long time, but it was precisely this episode that made him stop looking down at Xia Mi from a high position and start learning to respect her. In a way, although this turmoil was fraught with risks, the outcome indeed benefited Xia Mi immensely. Since Xia Mi's score surged to 3 million, none of the 8 streamers in the arena have dared to underestimate her, with almost every household sending someone to gather information. Especially the Qing Yuan family, who were still hesitating whether to steal the tower. At this moment, Qing Yuan's score had also reached 3 million, and she had temporarily ceased to climb further while the older brothers were still observing. Soon someone sent a message back. It's Christmas Eve tonight, level 49, the opponent's second place has added 20 dragons. Oh wait, they have already moved up to first place. Including the initial 5-diamond carnival, we need to steal the tower with 27 dragons. What do you think, should we go for it? Roaming for food, level 50, the new streamer on the other side, is just too powerful. This isn't even an event, how can 3 million not be enough? Even if our beloved streamer Qing Yuan has the conditions, she wouldn't dare to play like this every day. Normally scoring 1 million in a game is already quite good. Today it was only because they were 2 against 6 that they managed to reach such heights, only to be suppressed by a newcomer. Lime green cloth, orange, level 48, it seems there isn't enough time. Indeed, there isn't enough time. The countdown has already reached the last 20 seconds. If at this moment the confidence of the streamers was high, they might have attempted to shout out, but clearly the morale is dispersed. The 2 older brothers on the opposite side exude too strong an aura, looking nothing like they were exhausted and unable to move. With disunity in the streaming room, the tower could not possibly be stolen. With a slight hesitation, time slipped away quickly, and amidst the hoarse shouts of several streamers, the countdown reached its conclusion. The PK was over, and everyone skillfully expressed their thanks for the ranking before opening their microphones one by one. After confirming that all 8 had opened their microphones, the group began to discuss. Yen Air's voice was a bit uncertain. Did we lose? Right? Although the exact figures were unclear, a rough estimation indicated that they had indeed lost. Qing Yuan nodded. Yes, we lost. Lie. Xiaoyi suggested. Should we compare scores? I have 770,000 points. Lie. I have 32,000. He hesitated in his speech, feeling slightly ashamed of his score. After all, he had the lowest score in the entire audience. Lie. Sai Zai's voice remained steady and gentle. I have 1.6 million. Lie. Genius Mimi said with a grin. I have 66,066. Smoothly. Lie. Bian Xing, he raised her hand, her voice trembling with excitement. I have 34,000. Ah. She didn't even realize that her fans in the streaming room had such great potential. Normally achieving 10.0 was already a struggle for her. After Lie, Bian Xing, his words fell, everyone's gaze inadvertently turned towards the last member of the 6-person group. Lie. Mihua. This newcomer entered with only 700 fans, now boasting 2,000, the biggest dark horse in the entire room. Xia Mi smiled slightly, but no one could see. Her voice carried a hint of shyness and embarrassment. I have over 3.7 million. Xia Mi heard a male voice gasp, but she couldn't tell who it was. Yenair couldn't help but speak. Mihua, you still say you are just a faker? I now feel you are here to play the pig to eat the tiger. My goodness, there must be a seat for you in the Lu Yin Pavilion as the new electric mother. A PK score of 3.7 million. When she first entered Lie, Saishi had mentioned that Lie. Mihua had passed the assessment straight in yesterday, meaning today was only her second day of streaming. How terrifying. Lie. Bian Xing, his flushed face murmured softly. Mihua, you're so amazing, can I still play with you in the future, boo-hoo? She felt that her streaming room's revenue was simply not on the same level as Mihua. She couldn't even hope to compare to the number's decimal place. Xia Mi quickly replied. Of course, you are the first friend I made in Lu Yin Pavilion. Moreover, I was also unexpectedly surprised and delighted today. Lie. Bian Xing, he was easy to please and immediately beamed. Saishi teased. Oh, Xing, he is your good friend, am I not? Scared, Xia Mi quickly soothed one and then the other. Sister Sai, she is definitely. I followed you yesterday. Lie. Saishi was actually just teasing the little girl, finding her flustered appearance quite adorable, smiling gently. I followed you back too, Lie. Genius Mimi took the opportunity to request a follow back. I also followed you, Mihua. We have a chance to play together. Although the fan count was a bit lacking, this new teacher clearly had strong abilities as an electric mother, and playing with such a person would yield great benefits. The 2 male streamers also unanimously expressed their intention to follow back. This is the reality of the streaming world. As long as you have value, friends are everywhere. Is there any need to calculate? Yenair said helplessly. You guys combined have over 6 million, while I only have 2.7 million. Qing Yuan spoke. I have 3.02 million, there's no way I can win. Her gaze fell on the streaming screen belonging to Lie. Mihua helplessly glancing at the invisible playlist background image. Being beaten by a streamer without a little electric person like this. Just as she was about to ask how to penalize this round, suddenly a gorgeous effect appeared in the streaming. The Great Fog Rises level sends out a Dancing Dragon 12,000 diamonds. Qing Yuan was astonished for a moment. Of course she knew this was from Lie, Mihua's big brother, but she didn't expect that Lie. Mihua would be so considerate, sending over medical fees so quickly. With this, both she and the older brothers in the streaming room who had tickets but lost would feel much better inside. It is truly rare for a new streamer to understand social dynamics. In fact, Chi Wu didn't rely on Xia Mi's instructions at all. He consciously came over to send the medical fees. In reality, compared to Xia Mi, he understood the ins and outs of streamer PKs even better. While Xia Mi was still taking detours on other platforms, he had already brushed 100 million. It was just a matter of whether he wanted to do it or not. Qing Yuan quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you to Brother De Wu for sending 2 dancing dragons as medical fees. She also followed Mihua. Her voice of thanks attracted the attention of other streamers, and Yen Er realized something, her eyes brightening. Sure enough, Chi Wu sent 2 dancing dragons to her after finishing with Qing Yuan. Yen Er's frown immediately turned into a smile. Thank you. Thank you for the dragon, big brother. Mihua, remember to follow me. And how should we penalize this round? Thus, in a single PK, Xia Mi successfully gained 6 mutual follow streamer friends. Lai. Bian Xing, he clicked her tongue in amazement. Earlier when playing with Lai Mihua, she had received a medicinal fee of a tomato airship from Brother De Wu, which had already been the largest fee she ever got. As a result, in this round the medical fees equated to 200 yuan. How exaggerated. Xiaomi couldn't help but chuckle. So men really need some training, huh? Look, without her even saying a word, the fog has risen, and they already know to offer medical expenses. As for how to impose a penalty, Xiaomi did not speak immediately. Although she was the main force in this round, it was ultimately a victory for 6 people. She alone couldn't have defeated Qing Yuan and Yen Er. As a new streamer, if she took the initiative to impose penalties, it would seem rather arrogant. Naturally, she caught Yen Er's question. Shall we let Mihua decide the punishment? She scored the highest this round, but little Mihua would definitely feel embarrassed to impose a harsh penalty, right? She teased. Xiaomi pretended to be obedient. Sister, she knows me too well, so if we play together again in the future, and I happen to lose, all of you must show me mercy, okay? She pondered for a moment. Then I would like to ask Wan and Yen Er to post on the homepage that the teachers from Lu Yin Pavilion sing beautifully and tag all 6 of us. Is that okay? Xiaomi's choice of punishment was thoughtful and clever. In a PK, face is the most important thing, not the punishment. Everyone is a person of stature, and if a truly embarrassing punishment were to arise, that would be foolish. By asking them to post on the homepage and tag all 6 people, Xiaomi demonstrated that she was not just thinking of herself, but also recognized the contributions of others in this PK, giving everyone face. For Qing Yuan and Yen Er, this was undoubtedly a trivial matter, and they readily agreed. Qing Yuan couldn't help but praise her. Mihua, are you really a new streamer? I think you are truly born for this profession. Her emotional intelligence was so high, with quick reactions and appropriate responses, understanding the ways of the world. She had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before this new streamer could rise to a position equal to theirs. Xiaomi smiled slightly, not responding directly. Thank you for the compliment, Wan. After chatting casually for a while, they each said their goodbyes and disconnected. The livestream returned to a single-person view, leaving only a flat song list background, as Xiaomi exhaled. The people in the livestream heard her sigh of relief. What happened? Ha, are you tired? Love to nap, rabbit. Level 40, the main host said, it's finally over. What a century battle. Honey, level 37 goddess, you worked hard. This PK was indeed too exciting. Chang Xia, level 42, who said otherwise. I was shocked when Fog Brother made his move at the beginning, and then came Inner Outer Brother. The 2 big shots teamed up to deliver the first place to the streamer, defeating Qing Yuan. Oh my god. Ji Li, level 39, can I ask, are these 2 guys really just getting to know the streamer? Yulan Lon, level 38, as far as I know, yes. Curse me, and you'll be constipated for 10 days. Level 35, the streamer's emotional intelligence is really high, and the punishment set was very clever. It might even attract some views. Tong moderator, everyone, you all worked hard. Thank you to every one of you supporting me. Hua, I bow to you all. Moderator Tong sent a red envelope. 2,000 gems. I'm not tired though. Xiaomi responded to the comments. Mainly it was too tense and exciting. Who would have thought I would stumble into such a PK? I never expected to win. She shifted the topic, asking in a puzzled tone, guys, do you think Inner Outer Brother and Fog Brother might be love brothers? She asked with a surprisingly serious tone. I want and I get it. Level 37 hiss. Is this something that can be said in the live stream? Sincerely, not in the free shipping zone. Level 55, I've noticed that this streamer truly speaks surprisingly often. Jiong, haha, level 35, who understands? Sometimes I really want to ask the love streamer to sing, just stop talking. Braised pork, level 21, forget it, I'll just randomly take a bite. Xiaomi's words drew out the 2 lurking big brothers. Jiang Liwan's eyes widened. Inner Outer, level 60, huh? Chi Wu was even more shocked. Fog Brother level, what are you rambling about again? Xiaomi looked righteous. Then I just can't understand. We only met yesterday, and you're already treating me so well today. Oh, what else could it be if not love? She pretended to be shy. I know I'm as beautiful as a fish sinking and a goose falling, and my singing is also lovely and full of charm. She generously praised herself with a plethora of words. But I can only have one person. You both like me, what should I do? You must not fight over me. No, please don't fight. The last few sentences referenced a classic drama scene of dancing in the rain, sounding delicate and exaggerated. Chi Wu could no longer bear it. Fog Brother level. Who will take this crazy streamer out and have her dealt with? But Jiang Liwan liked her playful personality, finding her incredibly cute and delightful. Inner Outer level 60, I am somewhat enchanted. Oh, what are the benefits of being a husband fan? The starkly different reactions of the two big brothers were also a highlight of the live stream. Peach Pinch 233, level 58, I'm very curious how the streamer will wrap this up. Xia Mi answered immediately. There must be benefits. Chi Wu suddenly became awkward, feeling a bit restless. Benefits? What benefits? Just admitting to being a husband fan. He was deep in thought when he heard Xia Mi say, Inner Outer Brother, based on your affection, every time I engage in a PK, I will definitely send you a message saying I miss you. In a voice message version, Chi Wu. He calmed his expression, turning into dead fish eyes. Oh, this kind of benefit isn't necessary after all. Yen Ji, level 21. I feel embarrassed to expose the streamer. Is that big brother you were thinking of? And Xian, level 30. Come, let's highlight this together. Every time, during PK, Peach Pinch 233, level 58. Haha, I can't handle it, the streamer. Peach Pinch 233, level 58, activated Star Guardian, 1280 gems. Inner Outer, level 6. Jiang Liwan cooperated very well, his tone uncertain. Inner Outer, level 60, I always feel like there's a hand trying to dig into my pocket. I'm not sure, let's observe a bit. Laiwu Islands, Shufang, level 45, Someone joked. Qingqing, how can you say that? Our family's brother is definitely not someone who can be emptied. Moreover, even if he were, it wouldn't matter, we can switch to Dao Wu and let him fatten up before we empty him. So we are taking turns being your tools. Don't say I'm your love brother when you go out. I want to acknowledge it. PFF. After a series of 3 wins, and this round of 2 against 6, more than an hour had already passed. Having experienced such an exhilarating PK, Xia Mi no longer felt the urge to go out for more PKs. Instead, she chatted with the viewers in the live stream, sang songs, and occasionally added some entertainment effects, quickly passing the remaining 2 hours. Xia Mi drank some water, feeling parched. After 6 continuous hours of streaming, without much of a break, it was no wonder that streamers needed large cups of water. Small cups simply couldn't hold enough. Alright, the streamer has been live for 6 hours, and we'll take a short break now. Our fan count is sufficient, and the streamer will soon open a fan group. Future notifications about streams and schedules will be sent in the group, so please pay attention. Thank you all for your company and support today. Those who are free tonight can wait for Xia Mi's schedule. See you next time. Honey, see you soon, goddess. Lawai, see you in the group. I want to be the first to enter the fan group. If you can beat me to it, then we'll see. I'm also busy. See you next time. Suiren, alright baby. The stream ended and Xia Mi let out a long breath, leaning back in her chair to rest her eyes for a few minutes before opening them again. While streaming, she was highly focused and energetic, feeling no fatigue. However, once she ended the stream, the weariness surged upon her, even causing her head to throb. She gradually calmed down and opened the system interface, her spirit lifting when she saw the emotion value section. In the morning, she had only 123 emotion points, but after this 6-hour stream, it had skyrocketed to a significantly impressive number. Emotion value, 512. This was enough for 2 draws. And there was still some left. Xia Mi felt invigorated, all fatigue swept away. Draw immediately. Her gaze was fixed on the spinning wheel, which no one else could see, as it spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt. When she drew the first item, Xia Mi's face lit up with joy. Upon drawing the second item, she scratched her head. The results of the 2 draws were daily reward limit 10,000 and dream entry card 5. The former was undoubtedly good. Who doesn't like money? Especially after witnessing the extravagant spending of Jiang Liwan and Chi Wu. Xia Mi felt that the current limit of 10,000 was really low, just enough for 3 carnivals. There were still too many wealthy people in the world. Moreover, according to the product description, the drawn reward limit is not counted towards the maximum limit of the rewards that can be exchanged with wealth points. This means that the original maximum reward limit that could be exchanged with wealth points was only 100,000 per day, but now the drawn limit was 110,000. However, the second dream entry card was quite surreal, and Xia Mi needed to think about its usage. The dream entry card would undoubtedly be most effective when used on a bound partner, and she was bound to wealthy individuals. Not only could she reap emotion points in dreams, but if she raised their favorability, it would also help her earn money. She just wondered if there were any reference usages. Regardless, these 5 dream entry cards were worth 500,000 wealth points. If she hadn't drawn them, Xia Mi likely wouldn't have been willing to exchange them, as she needed her wealth points to upgrade her reward limit. Although she still hadn't drawn the facial adjustment she wanted most, Xia Mi remained calm. She had asked the system, and the so-called magical items guaranteed by 10 draws were all those that would significantly enhance her abilities. Regardless of which kind, the benefits were substantial. 7 draws left. Given that she had already received 2 rewards today, without any complaints, she was quite satisfied. After the draws, Xia Mi ordered takeout, and began to establish her fan group, while waiting for the delivery. With over 1,000 fans, she could open a fan group. Xia Mi created a threshold group, then a member group, and a group that only those with a level 16 light card could join. Of course, the group for those with level 16 light cards would take some time to fill up, as there was a daily limit on intimacy, and to reach level 16 one needed to max out intimacy for 21 days. She added the system Tong Tong to the group, and from then on notifications would be handled by the system. Right after Xia Mi finished adding people to the group, new members began to join. The member group had 7 or 8 people, all of whom Xia Mi recognized. Honey Jiong Haha and others. The No Threshold group had even more people, and they were already chatting excitedly. Almond Milk Crisp wow. The goddess finally opened a fan group. We're part of an organization now. Honey yes found an organization and a team. Now we won't miss when the goddess starts streaming, or when there's a schedule hee. After finishing her maintenance of the fans for the day, Xia Mi received her takeout, savoring the low-fat meal, before taking a moment to rest, and then starting to attend to her 2 most important clients of the day. First it was Jiang Liwan. Oh why. Mihua, if you want to chat with me, just breathe. Oh why. Mihua. Little cat raises its head. Jiang Liwan, who was drinking, caught a glimpse of her message, and nearly choked, chuckling lightly. Inside, level 60 big streamer, has everyone else finished? Finally it's my turn. What an inconsiderate person. It's been over an hour since she went offline before she came to find him. How could she be so unprofessional? Xia Mi spoke with conviction. Oh why. Mihua, the most important things should be left to do last. If she went offline immediately to attend to Jiang Liwan and Chi Wu, it would seem as if she was too eager. As the old saying goes, the eager ones do not win the deal. If a man lacks the patience to wait for an hour or two, how could he possibly like you? You have to keep him guessing, making him wonder why you haven't come to find him yet. Jiang Liwan chuckled and scolded her. Inside, level 60, you have such sweet words. Yet he was precisely the type to fall for this. Xia Mi replied, Ly. Mihua, am I sweet talking? She had only said half of her line, but Jiang Liwan's mind automatically filled in the rest of what she might say. How would you know unless you try? If you haven't kissed, how would you know? Her teasing was a bit cliched. Jiang Liwan thought, and the second half of Xia Mi's message was, oh why? Mihua, of course I know Jiang Liwan. Uffed. Playing reverse psychology again. He set down his drink, laughing as he typed with both hands. Inside, level 60, yes, our little star has the most self-awareness. Xia Mi sent back a blushing emoji, causing Jiang Liwan's lips to curve into, what a little brat. Inside, level 60, my WeChat seems to be broken. Xia Mi looked puzzled for a moment. Oh why? Mihuam. Jiang Liwan leisurely replied. Inside, the level 60, I haven't received any friend requests from a certain. Xia Mi chuckled. She had contact with Chi Wu, but she indeed did not have Jiang Liwan's contact yet. Right now they were still chatting privately on the Tomato platform. Oh why? Mihua 4999-581-8416. Oh why? Mihua, does this look like the contact method you love to use? Jiang Liwan raised an eyebrow in response. Inside, level 60, do I love to broadcast? To be honest, he did have some fondness for this Mihua, but if Jiang Liwan were to decide to only protect one person from now on, he felt he couldn't do it. Not for any other reason, but because of the vow he once made. Xia Mi replied, Ly. Mihua, as everyone knows, where the money is, love follows. Today's inside brother has deep feelings for me. Her words immediately relieved Jiang Liwan's psychological burden, and he burst into laughter. Inside, level 60, there's no such thing as a conversation. Inside, level 60, okay, today's broadcast is a go. Anyway, it was just today's broadcast. This didn't count as violating his vow, and he could still keep his 10-year life intact. While Jiang Liwan thought so, he switched to the WeChat interface and added Xia Mi as a friend. He opened the friend circle and took a glance, finding it completely empty. Quite mysterious. Jiang Liwan casually sent a voice message. Inside, alright, I'll drink first, call me when it's time. His tone was slightly tipsy, languid, and indifferent. Xia Mi replied with an okay emoji, then opened the system interface to check Chi Wu's status. Finding target Chi Wu. Status frustrated, and working overtime, Xia Mi showed a troubled expression, lost in thought. How about not attending to this for now? It felt like an easy way to provoke trouble. But one must say, why was Chi Wu's emotional value constantly rising? In reality, there was a connection. Chi Wu had initially only wanted to relax a bit and watch the live stream during a work break, but ended up getting engrossed. Aside from the documents that needed immediate handling, everything else was piled aside, and when Xia Mi finished her broadcast, he stared at the mountain of papers beside him in a daze. It was already past 8, and all the employees had left. He was the only one left in the cold office working overtime. Just thinking about this made Chi Wu feel how hard it is. In fact, he wasn't this busy every day, or at least he didn't have to work overtime every day. But his father had reassigned his most competent assistant to a subsidiary for a project, and the new assistant was unreliable, resulting in his work efficiency plummeting recently. While Chi Wu was feeling emo and working, his phone suddenly lit up with a voice call request. Chi Wu paused, looking at the screen with some hesitation. Mihua, what did she want? He really didn't have the time to deal with her right now. Complaining in his mind, Chi Wu clicked to answer. Before he could even open his mouth, Mihua's voice came through. You're still busy with work, right? You don't have to turn on the mic, just keep it connected, I'll practice singing. Chi Wu obediently shut his mouth. He set his phone aside and continued to handle his work, occasionally hearing Xia Mi singing along sporadically. Because the music was playing through the computer while the call was through the phone, to him it sounded like a pure singing version, disjointed, but still recognizable. She was practicing the song he had requested. Great miss. Beautiful. Chi Wu thought, then lowered his head, focusing on processing the documents. Until right before the hour, Xia Mi spoke up. I'm going to hang up while I have to get on stage. She paused. I know you're busy. No need to come, just message me when you're done with work. Chi Wu's expression was awkward. He felt a bit like refusing. Why did he have to do such a thing that felt like a report? But she had just kept him company while he worked for half a day, and now she merely wanted him to let her know after finishing work. If he refused, wouldn't that seem a bit unkind? After some inner conflict, Chi Wu chose to accept, responding with a reserved Got it. Xia Mi chuckled lightly, her voice inexplicably like a feather tickling Chi Wu's ears. Alright, I'm hanging up. The sound of the call disconnecting made Chi Wu feel a sudden emptiness in his heart. He glanced at his phone, showing a hint of hesitation. She said she was getting on stage. How about I just tune in? Chi Wu's hand uncontrollably clicked open the live streaming platform, thinking, I'll just tune in and listen without doing anything. Xia Mi's task deduction amounted to 20. 0. It wasn't that she intended to score so high. This was simply the target set by the task itself, leaving her genuinely. Scores fluctuated strictly between 15. 0 and 20. 0. Even at midnight, one could still achieve 9. 0. With such relentless daily performance, did all hosts from Luin Pavilion truly possess this level of prowess? She remained unaware that her onboarding date had coincided unfortuitously with the final days of the month. A large cohort of hosts had yet to fulfill their scheduled broadcast hour quotas and were now rushing to complete them before month end. Hence their unusually aggressive scoring, especially during the primetime slot from 9 to 10 p.m. Fortunately, Xia Mi possessed unwavering confidence. Her divine patron system credit limit had increased, and Dongxing's account now held 140. 0. Clearing a mere 20. 0 was trivial, mere child's play. Moreover, she need not accomplish it alone, hadn't the scheduling team already summoned him. Xia Mi promptly sent him a message, though he had yet to arrive. During the wish-granting segment, a chaotic chorus of simultaneous microphone activations erupted, yet the current Ly Mihua was no longer yesterday's version, barely scraping fragments of collective audio. She was now the radiant Ly Mihua, no longer the timid newcomer. Honey level 37, gifted Ly Mihua Porsche 11200 diamonds. Tianhua Lai Shibu Feng Chun, level 46, gifted Ly Mihua Fireworks 599 diamonds. Taozi Nye 233, level 58, gifted Ly Mihua Romantic Camp 1699 diamonds. C. Level 52, gifted Ly Mihua Solitary Skiff 899 diamonds. By the time the wish-granting segment concluded, Xia Mi's score had already soared past 8,000, falling short of her task by less than 12. 0. All microphones fell silent as hosts began singing in turn. Meanwhile, the system diligently posted public acknowledgments on behalf of Tongtong's account, thanking fans who had just sent gifts. As Xia Mi's first-round slot placed her last, she had little to do, and thus opened the casual chat group to idle. Luin Pavilion, Wanqing Si chat group. Why? Juzi Su Jiao and Ci Yuan. You've been scheduled for an entire day? Aren't you exhausted? Why? Juzi, I'm practically begging you both to rest. Rest. Then hand over your microphone slots to someone like me whose hour quota remains unfulfilled. Why? Ci Yuan, exhaustion offers no reprieve. I still lack 21 slots with 3 days left until week's end. My fate is truly wretched. Calculating 7 slots per day, my backside feels utterly numb. Why? Bai Hung, fortunately, I completed my hour quota early, in the first and middle days of the month. Month-end tasks are utterly absurd. Why? Su Jiao, the task itself isn't unreasonable. What truly drains me is sheer fatigue. Right now my eyes close the moment I relax. Why? Liunian, you call a 20-0 task reasonable, unforgivable. Why? Su Jiao, what's there to fear? Your hour quota is already fulfilled. Why? Yuan Qingxiu, we junior hosts always rush our scheduling early in the month when quotas are low. Everyone knows how fiercely everyone scrambles near month end. Scheduling proved impossible. Xia Mi frowned in mild bewilderment. Why? Mihua, as a newcomer, may I respectfully ask, why do tasks escalate so sharply near month end? The moment she spoke, Bian Xinghe appeared to offer clarification. Why? Bian Xinghe, it's simply chronic procrastination. They avoid scheduling early in the month, broadcasting sporadically, only slotting in when inspiration strikes. Then come month end, they frantically cram hours, much like students pulling all-nighters to finish summer homework, neglecting it for weeks, then burning the midnight oil in the final 2 days. That summer homework analogy instantly clarified everything for Xia Mi. Why? Mihua, I see. Yet Xia Mi had entered the pavilion directly just yesterday, with 3 days remaining until month's end, and operations had informed her that her monthly hour requirement stood at merely 7. She'd already scheduled 2 slots yesterday and 1 today, leaving only 4 remaining. Why? Bai Hung, Teacher Mihua belongs to our pavilion. Why? Bai Hung was utterly astonished upon seeing Xia Mi's name appear. Xia Mi, baffled, replied earnestly. Why? Mihua, yes, I joined just yesterday. What on earth was happening? Why? Bai Hung grew visibly elated. Why? Bai Hung, I just watched your PK highlight. Absolutely phenomenal. You defeated Qing Yuan. Her remark instantly drew a flurry of replies. Why? Yuan Qingxiu. Qing Yuan. Which Qing Yuan? Why? Bai Heng, how many Qing Yuans exist on Tomato? The one with 1 million followers. Why? Bai Heng, Teacher Mi Hua amassed over 3 million points in that single PK. She'd wondered then, who was this rising host from Luin Pavilion? Why did the name ring no bells? So, she was their pavilion's newest host. Xia Mi swiftly launched crisis management. Why? Mi Hua PKs entail both victory and defeat. It's only natural. Triumph and loss are constants of strategy. I merely benefited from timely fortune. Bai Heng's phrasing risked misinterpretation. Though Luin Pavilion strictly forbade leaking group discussions, caution remained paramount. She refused to be branded arrogant after a single win. Yet that PK had ended only hours ago. How swiftly had highlights surfaced. The internet truly harbors no secrets. Why? Xiaolu, huh? Is Teacher Mi Hua really this extraordinary? Could you share the video link? I'd love to watch. Why? Qing Huan 1. I'd also like to watch. Why? Bai Heng, give me a moment. I'll send the link right away. Why? Bai Heng, copy link to open on Tomato video. Why? Bai Heng, I recall Xinghe participated in that match too. Why? Bian Xinghe appeared in the thread. Why? Xinghe, I was indeed present, but merely drifting along idling through the match. My presence made no difference whatsoever. Why? Xiao Lu, good heavens. I'm getting excited just watching the video. Is it truly this thrilling? Why? Liunian, primarily because Teacher Mi Hua is a new host, not one who arrived with elite patrons already secured. Among those who sent substantial votes, Li Wai Gu and De Wu Gu, we recognize many of them. Setting De Wu Gu aside, I'd never seen Li Wai Gu contribute so lavishly before. Why? Juzi Li Wai did once donate generously, but that was 3 or 4 months ago, and the host wasn't even from Luin Pavilion. Rumor has it they parted ways, bitterly prompting Li Wai to roam freely across platforms. Why? Xiao Ludo Wu Chi Chi actually sent medical aid. I've never witnessed him donating medical aid before. Why? Xiao Lu, Teacher Mi Hua. I am genuinely awestruck. How on earth did you accomplish this? As the group buzzed with fervent discussion, Xia Mi selectively replied to a few messages, and casually added several new contacts to expand her network, until suddenly someone tagged her. Why? Jiao Zhly. Mi Hua, will you participate in next month's pavilion battle? Xia Mi looked puzzled. Which operator is assigned to you? Didn't they send you the notice? If it were merely an ordinary news streamer, perhaps it wouldn't matter. But for a vocalist like Mi Hua, whose revenue consistently ranked among the highest, participation in the hall battle was virtually mandatory. Xia Mi switched to her WeChat interface and glanced briefly. Well, her operator had sent the notification. She simply hadn't seen it. Silently apologizing to the unfairly blamed operator, Xia Mi opened the file he'd forwarded. It was May 28th. Registration for the hall battle would run from June 1st to June 8th, with the event commencing mid-June. The tournament format was elaborate: first internal hall qualifiers to select participants, then group-based elimination rounds. The schedule was lengthy, but the rewards were equally substantial. She paused thoughtfully. I'll likely register. Such events promised significantly greater exposure and traffic flow. Losing carried little consequence. Winning, however, unlocked generous incentives and resource support. There was simply no rational reason to decline. Good. Jiao Zhi had asked deliberately. This hall battle wasn't limited to their single hall, but encompassed all halls under the looming pavilion. Later stages would require team formation, and she was already scouting potential teammates. Moreover, within their hall aside from Lai Jiguang, only Mi Hua's revenue appeared capable of challenging her for team captaincy. As their conversation continued, Xia Mi's playlist rotation approached. She minimized the group chat and focused intently on the hall's live feed, ready to take the mic at the... Meanwhile, the system dispatched announcements across all fan groups. Tong Tong group moderator, everyone, Mi Hua is live. Schedule announcement. Time 21:00. Venue Looming Pavilion, Wanqing C. Current mission 20. 0. 599 fireworks song requests DM moderator. Rocket priority queue entry. 25. 0 allows second round playlist priority entry. Fans who are available, please come support. Give likes and help secure top rankings. Note: large gifts may misfire easily. Gift sending fans are advised to tap Mi Hua's avatar precisely. Should a large gift accidentally exceed 99 value units, please screenshot and report it privately to moderators. Minors are strictly prohibited from spending. This was the scheduling announcement Xia Mi had obtained from Bian Xinghe, slightly revised, and directly deployed via the system. Having an automated system handle such tasks proved remarkably efficient. Otherwise, finding suitable personnel for these duties would have taken Xia Mi considerable time and effort. Tonight's setlist featured Every Beauty in the World Interlocks with You. Perhaps buoyed by her elevated mood, Xia Mi's voice carried an unusually tender, captivating warmth. Yet I wander beneath midnight stars, companions rushing through time, loving every scar you bear, each one fermenting into aged fiery wine. Bien Walai Sherbu Feng Chun's hand stirred faintly. She herself had requested this song, but never imagined Mi Hua would render it so exquisitely. She'd stumbled upon Mihua the previous day while scrolling, but only followed her during the latter half of that infamous 2 versus 6 PK match purely out of curiosity. Later captivated by Mihua's wit and casual chat, she upgraded to a membership and even gifted a song request. After the PK concluded, Mihua performed several more songs, but as music wasn't her usual pastime, those tracks happened to be unfamiliar to her. All she could discern was, oh, she sings quite well. How well though? She hadn't truly grasped it, until this very song, one she knew intimately and had personally selected, poured forth from Xia Mi's voice. Only then did Bien Walai Sherbu Feng Chun fully realize. This was truly exquisite. Her timbre was crystalline, profoundly gentle. Listening to her sing evoked vivid imagery, as if closing one's eyes could conjure the very scenes painted by the lyrics. Now orioles soar and grasses flourish, the one you love journeys toward you. I know he braves wind and rain, passing dusk, without pause, crossing seas of people solely to embrace you. The haunting chorus faded. Screen effects bloomed across the display. Bien Walai Sherbu Feng Chun, level 46. Gifted Mihua Tomato No. 111000 diamonds. Li Wai level 60, gifted Mihua Tomato Skyscraper 1200 diamonds. Dao Wu Si Chi level, gifted Mihua Danqing as Dragon 1300 diamonds. Xia Mi finished singing and examined the screen closely. Excellent. No need to involve Dong Sheng this time. Safe. Keep accumulating. Every diamond will fuel the whole battle. Chi Wu guiltily withdrew his hand from the phone screen, silently reprimanding himself. Wasn't I supposed to focus solely on work and just listen passively? Why did I impulsively send gifts again? Yet it wasn't entirely his fault. Mihua's contribution hadn't yet met the mission threshold. He'd merely intended to help her clear it. Who knew the other two would join in simultaneously? Couldn't they have waited just a moment longer? I could have held back, Chi Wu muttered, inwardly glancing up at the active mics. He frequented various halls across Looming Pavilion and knew many regulars. 2 current speakers were familiar acquaintances, so he casually sent them each a gift. Dao Wu Si Chi level, gifted Yu Skyscraper 1788 diamonds. Dao Wu Si Chi level, gifted Xiezi Skyscraper 1788 diamonds. Xia Mi began thanking the donors. Our second round priority queue mission is complete. Thank you, brother. A Wu, thank you, brother Li Wai, thank you, sister Feng Chun, thank you. On the 4th mic, Yu arched a subtle eyebrow, mildly surprised. A Wu? What kind of address was that? Yu was certainly no stranger to Dao Wu Si Chi, or rather most Looming Pavilion vocalists likely knew him well. Even those never gifted a song by him had surely heard. A tourist with no fixed anchor streamer, yet ascending to level 70. This alone testified to Dao Wu Si Chi's extraordinary generosity. Moreover, Dao Wu Si Chi maintained an aloof, haughty demeanor, rarely engaging, fiercely protective of personal boundaries. Many streamers unwittingly offended him and found themselves abruptly ignored thereafter. Consequently, everyone treated him with utmost deference, not seeking favor, but simply avoiding misstep. After all, anyone might receive an impromptu carnival gift from this benevolent patron. Why refuse a god of fortune? Thus, in any live room, the universally respectful address was always Brother Wu, formal, polished, impeccably courteous. So the question arose, who was this Mihua, and why dared she use such an intimate appellation? Was she simply a reckless newcomer, or had she genuinely won over this icy, legendary benefactor? Yu rarely participated in group chats, thus missing the earliest updates. Now genuine curiosity stirred within her. She tapped open Mihua's profile. Over 3,000 followers, not even a custom avatar illustration completed yet. What a fresh, fledgling mentor indeed. Yu paused, then tapped follow on Mihua's page. Perhaps she'd connect with this mentor soon, just to see what she was truly made of. Xia Mi sent messages to Zhang Liwan and Chi Wu after completing the rankings. The message to Zhang Liwan was, Mihua, have you finished drinking? Zhang Liwan quickly replied, Li Wai, no. He casually took a photo of the wine bottles on the table and sent it to Xia Mi, showing various wines and snacks. The setting seemed to be in some kind of club with a messy table, dim lighting, and a few cigarette butts in a glass ashtray. Li Wai, if I had known you would pass the task, I wouldn't have come. He knew how demanding the task for the Luyin Pavilion was at the end of the month, yet despite the noise outside, he still came to deliver gifts. Xia Mi countered, Mihua, how would I know if I passed my task without you coming over? Mihua, your presence gives me confidence. Although Xia Mi's true confidence came from within herself, that didn't stop her from using such words to cater to Zhang Liwan's heroism. Zhang Liwan chuckled softly. Li Wai, little one, stop flattering me. Xia Mi did not reply to this, but instead referenced the photo he had sent, saying, Mihua, can you turn the camera around? Zhang Liwan raised an eyebrow. Turn it around. Wouldn't that be a selfie? Li Wai, what's wrong with that? Xia Mi said, Mihua, I haven't seen my type. Zhang Liwan, with a cigarette in his mouth, chuckled in surprise. So he was her type? Li Wai, if you keep teasing, I might just become your husband's fan. Aren't you afraid I'm a middle-aged, greasy man? Xia Mi pondered for a moment. The system's rating was based on looks, economic capability, physical ability, and character, his score being 8.3, making it impossible for him to be unattractive. Mihua, when you support me, did you ever consider if the person behind the computer is horrifyingly ugly? Jiang Liwan smiled. Everyone on this network is just a fleeting encounter. Perhaps they get along and accompany each other for a while, but it won't develop into reality. What matters is not what the person behind the computer looks like. Even live streamers can have their looks distorted when the beauty filter is off. He was willing to support Xia Mi because he saw that tenacity in her, that relentless spirit to strive upward. Perhaps she wasn't perfect in everything she did, but she was trying hard. That vitality was the most captivating thing. Li Wai looks don't matter. Li Wai, your soul has fragrance. Xia Mi's hand paused slightly, her breath caught for a moment. She couldn't deny that when she saw Jiang Liwan's words, she felt a bit moved. But immediately her first reaction was, if Jiang Liwan had known her appearance first, would he still be willing to understand her soul? The voice chat rooms strictly prohibit revealing one's face, and some streamers' contracts impose hefty penalties for face reveals. A significant reason for this is that people tend to fantasize and have expectations about things they cannot see. However, once the mystery is lost, it is hard for visitors to develop affection or excitement towards a face that, even if not ugly, is just ordinary and plain. Yet Xia Mi did not want to use such assumptions to speculate about Jiang Liwan, as she could not define a person based on events that hadn't occurred, nor could she let the people in the live stream know what she looked like before she became beautiful. That itself was a false premise. Xia Mi dully sent a message. Mihua cheesy. Mihua, go drink, I'll manage my task. This indicated to him that he didn't need to come for the next hour. Xia Mi was not in a hurry to collect votes. Besides, how many tasks were there to collect? If she was going to gather votes, it would be better to wait for a PK broadcast. After considering, Xia Mi sent another message. Mihua, don't drink too much either. Just showing a bit of concern for her big brother. Jiang Liwan looked down at the clumsy display of concern on his phone, and his expression softened unconsciously. Li Wai, don't worry, no one can force me to drink now. Xia Mi replied. Mihua, then you should be more self-aware. Jiang Liwan extinguished the cigarette, but smiling. Li Wai, sure. Li Wai, I'll listen to you. Little manager. After chatting with Jiang Liwan, Xia Mi sent a message to Chi Wu. Mihua, are you done with your work? Didn't she tell him that he didn't need to come based on how he had been busy and irritable? Why did he still come? Chi Wu glanced at the message. Such messages had been sent to him by at least 80 streamers, and he usually ignored them. Do Wu Si Chi no. Do Wu Si Chi, but it will be done soon. Xia Mi did not send him any generic replies like thank you for your hard work, but instead took a photo of the night view outside the window. Mihua image. Mihua, commemorating my first time working overtime with Wu. Chi Wu was momentarily stunned. Do Wu Si Chi, are you in S City? He recognized the building from the photo. The building he was in was very tall, and particularly prominent in the night view of S City. At that moment, he was in the very photo Xia Mi had taken, which felt a bit magical. Xia Mi's heart skipped a beat. Mihua, how did you know? Chi Wu was indeed a bit surprised, and there was an indescribable sense of joy. What a coincidence. Do Wu Si Chi image. He circled the tallest building in the picture with a red marker. Do Wu Si Chi, one of the famous landmark buildings in S City. If it was taken from this angle, the direction is. Do Wu Si Chi, are you at S University? Don't tell me you're still a college student. Xia Mi took a deep breath, suppressing her instinct. It's fine, it won't lead him to her. Mihua, near there. She didn't dare to say she had just graduated. Chi Wu was too smart. If he narrowed it down to recent graduates, he might. Once she saved enough money, she would buy a house immediately, and it had to be in the safest neighborhood. Xia Mi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Mihua, do you work overtime? And people often first notice the things most related to themselves among many things. Moreover, Chi Wu, being a wealthy president, had a high possibility of working in this building. Now it was Chi Wu's turn to feel awkward. How did she guess this? Chi Wu. Yeah, he was typically proud, so he wouldn't stoop to lying. Xia Mi's heart suddenly felt stabilized. This feeling was like discovering that your secret might be uncovered by another person, making you anxious. But at that moment, you had a solid hold on a piece of leverage over them, which eased your anxiety. Mihua, now we both know each other's little secrets. Mihua, keep it a secret, okay? There is a saying that the swiftest way to deepen a bond with another person is to exchange secrets, such as gossiping about others together. And so on. In short, once two people share a secret, they instinctively draw closer, bound by an unspoken mutual understanding. Chi Wu mused. She was the first streamer online to know he was in S City, and he likewise the first visitor to learn where Mihua was located. His irritation from overtime work unexpectedly lifted, lightening his mood. Do Wu Si Chi understood. Xia Mi had scheduled 2 hours of streaming tonight. When she finally went offline, Chi Wu had also just finished his work and glanced out the window. The night in S City was never truly dark. Skyscrapers ignited one after another in cascading waves of light. Riverside towers shimmered with gradient neon, shifting between indigo and gold, crimson and violet, their reflections rippling across the broad river's surface, fracturing into a glittering, undulating river of stars. Beneath this luminous canopy, the quiet realization that he and another stranger, known only through the digital ether, now inhabited the same city struck him as strangely wondrous. During her second hour, Xia Mi achieved an astonishing task score of 28-0. While fans contributed some gifts, the shortfall was quietly covered by Chi Wu. For the remainder of her session, Xia Mi recorded a singing performance and posted it to her account, carefully aligning it with trending songs, hoping one might go viral. Such a hit could also drive traffic to her livestream. Meanwhile, Xia Mi remained unaware that clips from her afternoon 6 vs 12 PK broadcast were already circulating within the industry and had already garnered over 20,000 likes. Though the number seemed modest, algorithmic targeting ensured precise delivery, exclusively to streamers and high-value viewers, sparking a notable surge in her following. Most were fellow streamers, some at comparable levels, seeking collaboration, others testing her mettle, and still more chasing her rising visibility, each with their own motive. Perhaps due to strong metrics yesterday, revenue, exposure, and viewer retention, Xia Mi noticed immediately upon going live today that her stream's algorithmic push had intensified significantly compared to the previous day. Within just 2 minutes of going live, familiar and unfamiliar usernames flooded her chatroom. Pian Walai Shi Bu Feng Chun, level 46, has entered the stream. Honig level 37 has entered the stream. Gugongo level 39 has entered the stream. Air Hung level 52 has entered the stream. Chong Sheng Zai Nan Zao Tang Dang Kuo Zao Gong level 48 has entered the stream. Honey level 37 Goddess. I'm back, blushing face. Pian Walai Shi Bu Feng Chun sent 1 badge. Zhong Luxia Izhou level 25, anytime, anyplace. I appear the moment you go live, Goddess. Zikai Dan Hua Tang Jia Xia Mi, level 28, let's listen to music. Funwa Ban Kwai Gua, level 46, you're live. Shall we head out for a PK? Welcome to Mihua's stream. As usual, we'll spend the first 2 hours chatting and repaying songs. No PKs yet, Gua Gua. Xia Mi blinked playfully. But don't worry. I'll insist on going out to make friends after those 2 hours whether you ask me to or not. Funwa Ban Kwai Gua, level 46, haha, sounds good. Yet no sooner had Xia Mi uttered those words than a PK invitation notification appeared. She paused, hesitating. She didn't recognize this person at all. Platform PKs operate through several methods: random matchmaking and friend-initiated challenges. Random PKs can pit one against unpredictable opponents, but quality tends to improve as one's rank rises. Friend PKs, as the name implies, occur only between mutual followers. 2 other options exist: searching a specific ID to issue a challenge, or accepting a challenge from a top-hour streamer. Since Xia Mi neither followed nor recognized this sender, the request clearly came via ID search. She glanced at the challenger's profile, over 2,000 followers, incomplete studio setup. She chose to ignore it. Yet for the next hour, and more PK invitations poured in relentlessly, all from streamers utterly unknown to her. Xia Mi dismissed each without hesitation. Only when a prefix streamer sent an invitation did she pause. 10,000 followers affiliated with the same agency. Accepting would be reasonable, perhaps even beneficial for expanding her network. Streamers naturally form cliques. Those under Lu Yinggu tend to collaborate among themselves. Similarly, Feng Yuxi members favor internal partnerships. Though both groups occasionally interact with major video platform streamers, interagency collaboration remains rare, given their competitive relationship. First, she consulted her live audience. A colleague from Lu Yinggu has sent me a PK request. Shall we step out and meet some new friends? Though phrased as a question, her finger hovered over the accept button, knowing full well her audience would neither object nor interfere with her autonomy. Refusal would simply reveal they weren't true fans. The screen split into 4 quadrants: 2 live streaming hosts, 1 virtual avatar host, and Xia Mi, her feed displaying a playlist. Oh, she accepted. Lie. Zhao Ji smiled, delighted. Hello, Mihua. Free for a quick match. Zhao Ji's virtual avatar embodied classical elegance. Silver white, hair water blue attire adorned with subtle jasmine motifs exquisitely rendered. I am free, Xia Mi replied, thoughtfully, candidly adding. But whether conditions are right remains uncertain. Her 2 most generous patrons hadn't appeared today. They'd already reserved their support for next month's arena battle, so Xia Mi preferred not to expend Dongsheng's tickets during routine streams. No worries. I know everyone here well. Let's just relax and play casually, Zhao Ji reassured her. This one in the upper left corner is Xian, a dance streamer absolutely stunning on stage. Xian, a striking beauty with impeccable proportions, waved warm. Hi there. Xia Mi returned the greeting. And the one in the lower left is Enchi. She's a gift illustration streamer. Whatever gift viewers send, she can render it instantly. Truly remarkable. Zhao Ji's tone carried genuine admiration. And she possessed the unmistakable poise of a fine arts student. Her neck currently adorned with a dynamic gift effect pattern, the Danxing Wei Long motif. Xia Mi might not have recognized many such designs, but this one she remembered vividly, having received dozens of them yesterday from Dao Wu Siqi. Zhao Ji chuckled. Don't let her modest virtual avatar fool you. Teacher Mihua is exceptionally talented. Isn't this only her 3rd day streaming? And already over 3,000 followers. Xian's expression brightened with astonishment. 3,000 followers in 3 days. That's incredible. If the fans were artificially inflated, then having 30,000 would be nothing surprising, but if they were gained naturally, that would be truly impressive. Zhao Ji nodded. Xia Mi smiled and said, many of the fans are robots. Teacher Zhao Ji, you're making me feel overwhelmed. How should we play this? Zhao Ji replied. Let's form a team 2 versus 2. How about we take on those 2? Xia Mi readily agreed. Of course I can. But Xian wasn't having it. What's this? Just because you two are from the same company you can align together. She put her hands on her hips looking cute yet feisty. I disagree. Let's do rock, paper, scissors. To be fair. And she shot her a glance. It's just that we have a good relationship, otherwise people might think you don't want to team up. Xian smiled cheerfully. How could that be? It's just a matter of fairness, we're the best together, moi. She pouted and made a kissing gesture. And she laughed and rolled her eyes at her. Zhao Ji helplessly said, all right, let's do rock, paper, scissors then. Actually, she wanted to team up with Mihua to see how stable Mihua's fan base was. A PK with 3.7 million points sounds quite fierce, but what Electric Mother feared the most was that the big brother would suddenly bail, causing the livestream's revenue to plummet. Xia Mi felt a tingle in her body and quickly signaled, wait a minute. Although I don't have any fans yet, how can we do rock, paper, scissors? Zhao Ji paused for a moment. Alright, she doesn't have any fans yet. The fans in the livestream were both amused and distressed. Yinkao Chiokue, level 21, hahaha, this livestream has such a unique vibe. How could a teacher like Wan Qingxi not have any fans at all? Qingqing Air, level 42, please be forgiving, we're new here. Our fans haven't been created yet. See. Level 52, the broadcaster seems to have a tough life, it's hilarious. Zhao Ji thought for a moment. How about this, let's first play a match for the top 10 aiming for a full score of 2,400 points. We can determine rankings based on how quickly we reach that, and then team the first with the last, and the second with the third. That should be fair, right? If the overall leaderboard verifies the prowess of affluent fans in the livestream, then the rankings from 5 to 10 validate the cohesion of mid-tier fans. 2,400 points isn't too high or too low, it's about the price of a Porsche. Xia Mi quickly expressed, I can do this. It's better than rock, paper, scissors. Xian and she had no objections, so they immediately started a 5-minute PK to rally votes. Xia Mi took a deep breath, feeling slightly nervous inside. 120 yuan is actually quite a lot. It's the wage for many people for half a day, or even a whole day. Would there be 10 people in her livestream willing to spend 120 yuan without hesitation for her? She wasn't sure. The streaming time was too short and her foundation was too shallow. The highest fan badge in her livestream was the level 9 honey badge, which she had activated from day 1 with all intimacy levels maxed out. If we were considering the overall leaderboard, Xia Mi would certainly not be afraid, as she had Dongsheng backing her. However, she truly wasn't certain if they could score enough for a poor. Now it was unlike the previous day's PK, when the livestream had so much more traffic. Most of those who remained were fans who had followed her since yesterday. Xia Mi suppressed her anxieties and tried to sound confident and assertive. Everyone, let's aim for top 10 with a full score of 2,400. Is there a Porsche? Oh, Xia Mi was left speechless. Level 52, sent out a Porsche 1, 1,200 diamonds, curse me, you won't poop for 10 days. Level 35, sent out a Porsche 1, share a piece of melon with me. Level 46, sent out a Porsche 1, peach, pulp 233. Level 58, sent out a Porsche 1. With Honey Jahaha nearly instantly ranked 10, was already filled with 7 people. Honey, level 37 charge. For the goddess. Jahaha, level 35 BSG. Is there no more BSG? By Luming Lu, level 36. When did Do Wu arrive? Xia Mi was incredibly excited. Oh my. So fast. We already have 7. When did a Wu sneak in again? Babies, are there 3 more people available to lend a hand? Pianwala Shi Bu Feng Chun, level 46, sent out a Porsche 1 by Luming Lu, level 36, sent out a Porsche 1 Sui Run, level 42, sent out a Porsche 1. At this point, rank 10 was filled. Xia Mi opened her mic. I've filled it. Zhao Ji had already opened her mic. She was the first to fill, basically occupying rank 10 in just 2 seconds. Oh no, you're the third one, we can't team up anymore. Xian was the second, and now only in Qi's rank 10 was not yet filled. The other 3 people had already opened their mics. Until the 5-minute PK countdown ended and Qi reluctantly opened her mic. I can't fill it. This type of broadcaster had almost no dedicated fans in her live stream. She could only compete with the big streamers purely because she was also an electric mother. In the live stream, there was a level 69 Death Guardian who had been protecting her for over 3 months. So it's Zhao Ji and Qi as one team, and I and Mihua as another team. Xian grinned slyly. This could actually work. He and Qi was electric mother, and it seemed Mihua was also one. Having one electric mother on each side might make this PK quite interesting. Are we holding a meeting? Zhao Ji asked. And Qi replied, I have nothing to discuss at home. There's only one person who can support her with large votes, and holding a meeting is meaningless. We don't need to hold a meeting for the overall leaderboard. Xia Mi felt that the overall leaderboard was simply about passing the initial threshold for bonuses, which was much simpler than ranking or time. Thus the 4 of them unanimously decided not to hold a meeting and directly started a 10-minute PK. The PK began, and since there was no urgency like in the last match, Xia Mi was much more composed. Thank you to all the babies who helped me fill the rank earlier. We've reached the initial threshold. By the way, Wu, when exactly did you come? Every time you come in you're invisible, making not a sound. If it weren't for the PK, I probably wouldn't even notice you. Xia Mi looked puzzled. Da Wu Si Chi level sent out a romantic carriage 128, 888 diamonds duh, Wu Siqi level. Just arrived. Xia Mi expressed, really? I don't believe you. What are the odds that you just happened to sneak in right at the first second of my PK? Don't ask. Just say he just logged in. Brother Do Wu is as aloof as ever. Are you certain that's aloofness? Why do I get the sense he's merely proud and secretly shy? Even though I helped secure your ranking, fought your PKs, and queued for tasks with you, I do not like you, nor am I your romantic big brother. Oh, stop exposing my all. Xia Mi said in an affected tone. My Au is thin-skinned, he'll be embarrassed soon. Chi Wu threatened her. Say that again, and he'll really leave. Xia Mi, fearing he would be mortified and furious, promptly changed the subject. Come on the last 10 seconds of the final round. Ha ha ha, the streamer folded in an instant. Too funny. Wow, that topic shift was so awkward. The streamer's name is Junjia. Huh. Why is he called Junjia? Is that some meme I don't know? Xia Mi understood at once and quipped, it means those who understand the times are Junjia. Yes, ha ha ha. While chatting and rallying votes, Xia Mi kept an eye on the other contestants' scores. The score gaps were not large. Her total was 84369 OLY. Zhaoji 113499, Xinshin 103794, Anqi 68900. But Xia Mi did not underestimate Anqi. Anqi's follower count was not high, as the previous top 10 had shown her room was not crowded, yet she was that familiar with Zhaoji and Xinshin, who had over 100,000 followers, implying she likely had a powerful backer. Xia Mi herself was an influential streamer. Did she not know how fearsome such a position could be? Everyone said grassroots fans were necessary, and that without the patron a star streamer was nothing, yet an extravagant patron's votes undeniably equaled a multitude of mid-tier supporters. Time entered the 1.5x bonus phase. As expected, Anqi's score began to skyrocket, quickly breaking through 500,000 and pressing Xinshin and Xia Mi's team's score down mercilessly. Xia Mi calculated that it was highly likely she had triggered 10 carnivals. Xia Mi's viewers assumed Do Wu Siqi would intervene, so for a while no one sent gifts. But the problem was that Do Wu Siqi did not act. He truly had not acted. During the first tens of seconds of the bonus, fans were not too worried. Only when the final 10 seconds approached did some begin to sense that something was. How can any elder sibling step in and save us? The bonus lasts 10 seconds. What's happening? Where is the big brother? What's the situation? Where is the big brother? Chang Xia sent a private jet, 3,000 diamonds. SSS. Don't panic, there will be another bonus round soon, maybe he's waiting for that. Peach sent tomato no. 110000 diamonds. Pian Walai Shi Bu Feng Chun sent all the way with you 17999 diamonds. Sun Jiu sent a Porsche 1200 diamonds. The big brother wouldn't leave so soon, would he? Not enough excitement here, let's go, someone said. Aaron was kicked from the room by moderator Tong Tong. Tong Tong asked everyone not to cue the big brother and distributed a lucky bag, 200 diamonds. A few elder siblings' temporary interventions pulled Xia Mi's score up to 1500, but she still lagged behind. No way, it looks like we might lose. Oh no, I cannot bear to see Xia Mi lose. Shimu Kiki sent a Porsche 1200 diamonds. Seeing the tenor of the chat change, Xia Mi's expression grew somewhat. Elder siblings, Mihua has only been streaming a short time. Today is only the third day. I admit that in prior PKs the pillars were indeed my two big brothers at home, but the other elder siblings are indispensable to me as well. Although the room's popularity was high, fan quality varied, a fair number were only curious about LY. Zhaoji and this new star streamer Mihua curious about the wealthy patron Do Wu Siqi. Those people were there for spectacle. When the stream was good they made the atmosphere, but at the first sign of trouble, they might become the ones who steer the crowd. Xia Mi retorted, I understand some of you are genuinely worried, but does the absence of my big brother mean I will stop going out to PK? Impossible, right? Aside from malicious onlookers like Aaron, who relished misfortune, some fans were not trying to stir trouble. They were simply afraid of seeing the streamer they loved lose. For those fans, Xia Mi preferred to comfort and guide them. PKs have winners and losers. Even a streamer with millions of followers cannot promise victory every time. If you stay in this room today, whether because you like my singing or my conversation, would you stop liking me just because I lose one PK? Of course, some people are here only to watch the big brother shower gifts, but I do not care about them. I care only for those who truly like me. Xia Mi spoke with sincerity and resolve, and the restless atmosphere in the chat was gradually calmed. So no matter how my stream fares today or tomorrow, whether wealthy elder siblings are present or not, I hope you will not be led by others. We will do our best and leave the rest to fate. The streamer will keep striving to make the room better. Will you witness this journey with me? Yes, I will. I will always follow the goddess, one viewer declared fervently. I stayed because I love the goddess character and talent. It's not about PK wins or losses. Some people just don't get it. The center of the room is the streamer, not any visitor. Online ties come and go. As long as the streamer remains, I will never leave. The screen suddenly erupted with effects. Pian Walai Shi Bu Feng Chun sent 10 carnivals, 300 diamonds. When the special effect ended, the next thing to appear was a level up notification from Pian Walai Shi Bu Feng Chun. Pian Walai Shi Bu Feng Chun reached level 47. Xia Mi froze for a moment, then hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, Sister Feng Chun, for the 10 carnivals. Congratulations on your level up. Although the gift did not affect her multiplier, those 10 real carnivals immediately propelled her score to 45000. The viewers in the stream had not expected it, with the two big brothers absent. A senior sister had sent 10 carnivals at once, and everyone was stunned and delighted. Hao Xiang Chi Hua Ga level 29. Wow sister, you look so handsome. Fu Xiaoguo level 28. Ah, thank you sister Fengshan. Sister is from a tycoon family too. Who says our stream only has big brothers? Mi Hua Shui Lu level 30. This Mi Hua baby is such a heartthrob. Tong Tong moderator. Thanks so much to sister Fengshan for the tremendous support. Having suffered and endured a single carnival smooths away the host's fatigue. Hello Shui level 31. Sister dotes on her so much. Wu who said our little me can only rely on the big brothers. I love this. What's happening? Xuan on the same team blinked puzzled. Why didn't Mi Hua's account gain points during the 1.5x bonus, but now it is? She had been fretting. Her score was slightly behind Ly. Jiao Ji was a little lower yet, and Chi, who had a death protector at home, was clearly ahead. Meanwhile Ly and Mi Hua had been quiet, as if their big brother were not around. After the 1.5x bonus ended, she had almost given up, but then she suddenly watched Mi Hua's score climb by 300,000. 450,000 though not enough to surpass, and Chi had overtaken Ly and Jiao Ji, vastly increasing their chances of winning. Fans were baffled. And I won Tang level 35 hiss. No idea. Wait, I'll check her page and report back to you. When Xia Mi received the 10 carnivals from Fengshan, she felt somewhat at a loss. She had cultivated Da Wu and Li Wai through binding status checks and targeted interactions, deliberately courting their votes. She had given those two enough emotional value and spent the most time maintaining them, so their votes felt entirely deserved and comforting. Besides, those two were so wealthy. If not them, then whom would she court? Yet the votes from Pian Walai Shibu Fengshan were completely unexpected. Of course, she had also reached out to that sister. She clearly remembered Fengshan clicking songs on her playlist yesterday with a private jet gift. When she sent a private message yesterday to thank her, the sister replied simply, Pian Walai Shibu Fengshan level 46. You perform so well, your cuteness, that was all. They did not even exchange contact information, and the sister sent no further messages. Could a single judgment of cute truly justify giving? Xia Mi felt a little bewildered, and her voice trembled. Is sister Fengshan worried about me? It's really fine. Let's do our best in the PK. More than winning, I want everyone to be happy. Please don't let the host feel pressured. For Li Wai and Da Wu, she courted them with righteous confidence, but toward these girls who treated her with unconditional kindness, Xia Mi inexplicably felt unworthy. She feared these girls were overspending out of worry or pity. She wanted spare change from wealthy patrons, not the living expenses of the girls who supported her. Fengshan replied, Pian Walai Shibu Fengshan level 47. No pressure. My stocks fall more in a single day. Pian Walai Shibu Fengshan level 47. I hope the streamer need not bow to anyone's gaze. You just be yourself. As she typed those words, her expression was somewhat awkward. She was an introvert, not one for idle chatter. She watched streams quietly and seldom spoke. In fact, she had stumbled across Xia Mi on the first day of Xia Mi's streaming. The energetic voice had made her pause, though she only listened briefly before she had to leave. The next day, when she found the stream again, she quietly lingered in Mi Hua's room, listening to her sing, watching her PK, enjoying every moment. She admired Mi Hua so much. How could someone be so vibrant, so warm and open, and so genuinely attentive to fans brimming with energy? She felt half dead most days, so it was impossible not to be attracted to Mi Hua's vitality. Moreover, the atmosphere in Mi Hua's stream was delightful and rarely had cold moments. Even someone as taciturn as Fengshan found herself chiming in a few lines. Of course, she also noticed some problems in Mi Hua's stream. Apart from those two love big brothers, there was no one who could shoulder large gifts. This weakness had been hidden while the big brothers were active, but in today's PK, even with a big brother present who did not act, it caused instability in the room. When mocking voices appeared and pressure was directed at Mi Hua, Pian Walai Shibu Fengshan suddenly began to worry. She feared that the streamer she had come to follow might under pressure change her style and content and become someone who catered solely to the big brothers. She worried that under such weight the streamer would gradually lose her energy and passion. Fengshan liked watching streams because she disliked real-world socializing. She felt unable to parse people's barbed words or their masked glances, and frankly, in the online world, no one could give her looks. She felt safe and free, able to ignore anyone and refuse to change or force herself for anyone. Now she hoped Mi Hua could be free too. If people beyond the big brothers also sent gifts, then Mi Hua's freedom might grow a little more, she thought. Fengshan reflected on this quietly. As the score rose and victory seemed within reach, despite the bittersweet irony of arriving when spring does not, the atmosphere in the live streaming room gradually softened and warmed. Xia Mi's heart swelled with warmth and her voice brightened with renewed vigor. Sisters and brothers, now that Sister Fengshan has taken the lead, we absolutely cannot give up this round. Let's all complete the synergy tasks. This is our final window for bonus multipliers. Shall we show everyone just how tightly knit our family truly is? At this peak of fervor and soaring morale, everyone responded enthusiastically. Soon came the second round of 1.5x multiplier time, and with spirits running high, gift effects exploded across the screen. Xia Mi's scores surged rapidly, but so did those of the other competing streamers. Zhao Zi's and Xian's scores remained steady around 400,000 to 500,000 points, yet Chi's had skyrocketed to 2 million. Xia Mi stared blankly ahead. Playing the lightning goddess had felt exhilarating, until she faced another lightning goddess in battle. Her expression darkened. Does this big brother own a mine? She looked utterly devastated. Fengshan paused mid-click on the carnival gift, gazing at her dwindling tomato coins torn by indecision. She sighed softly. I've done my best. Lately the stock market's been brutal. She'd lost 1600 yuan in a single day. Not that she couldn't afford more, but it stung. Quietly Fengshan resolved, next time the market rallied she'd shower Xia Mi with dozens of premium gifts. Xia Mi, however, felt profoundly grateful. 20 carnivals amounted to a full 60,000 yuan. For a sister she'd known barely 2 days to spend so lavishly on her. She was overwhelmed with gratitude. She only wished Sister Fengshan could see her eyes right then. Her left bore the word gratitude, her right, admiration. It's all right. We gave it our all. We've already done brilliantly. At the very least we've proven our unity, and 1 million points. That's an honor in any PK arena. Thank you, Sister Fengshan. You're too kind to me. I love you. Thank you, Taozi. Thank you, Guagua. Thank you, Baoyu. Thank you, everyone. Moi moi moi. I'll kiss you all fiercely. Xia Mi's final tally stood at exactly 1 million points, Xian's at 520,000, Zhao Zi's at 600,000, and Chi's at 2 million. They were doomed to lose. The countdown edged steadily toward its final 5 seconds, when unexpectedly Da Wu Si Chi, the long silent streamer, suddenly, 5 seconds. Da Wu Si Chi sent 1, 2, 3. Carnivals. Xia Mi blinked startled. Huh, ah Wu. The multiplier window had closed, and carnivals, being premium gifts, could only be sent individually, not in batches. With such a massive gap catching up was she hurriedly interjected, Brother Wu, we're out of time. Though she'd gladly accept every gift, she felt obligated to clarify. After all, he likely sent them to win. 3 seconds. Da Wu Si Chi sent 4, 5, 6. Carnivals. Fans in the live room instantly caught on. Has Big Brother returned? Brother Da Wu is back. Heavens, does this mean we still have a chance? I desperately hope so, but honestly it feels too late. Brother says hurry up and click. I'm so anxious I'd click for him myself. 1 second. Da Wu Si Chi sent 7, 8, 9. Carnivals. The countdown ended, but Chi Wu kept clicking. The final count appeared. Da Wu Si Chi sent 33 carnivals, 300 diamonds. 33 carnivals. Only 9 landed on the PK bar. The remaining 24 dropped uselessly onto the floor. Dropped on the floor means they were sent after the PK window expired. Xia Mi exhaled slowly, her face etched with weary resignation. A sea of fallen carnivals. He sent only ellipses. He hadn't meant to miss the timing. He'd even prepared gifts before going live, fully intending to support her in this match. Yet precisely during the PK's climax, an ill-timed employee, trembling with nerves, had knocked on his office door and delivered news of a catastrophic blunder he'd unwittingly caused. Chi Wu cursed under his breath while urgently dialing partners to resolve the crisis, distilling complex solutions into terse directives. Yet when the call ended, only seconds remained. In those frantic moments his mind echoed exactly what viewers had typed, click faster. Still they lost. Even after seeing the PK conclude, he kept clicking, to compensate Xia Mi, to mend the rupture. Scattered everywhere. Heartbreak, such a pity. Half a minute earlier, and he'd have made it. Brother Wu must have been tied up. Everyone tried their best. You're wonderful. Here, let me pat your head. Truly unfortunate. With Brother Wu's resources this match should have been ours for sure. Chi Wu frowned. Missing the PK, and losing, had already soured his mood. Now these comments only stoked his irritation. But in the next instant Xia Mi's voice bubbled forth, radiant and full of life. It's fine, family. Even if the points vanish, the money's safely in my pocket. She giggled, mimicking the sound of patting her pockets. Proud, triumphant, like a little peacock or a sly young fox. Thank you, Brother Wu, for your 33 carnivals. Each one laying another brick on my path to stardom. Her voice was simply too adorable, and she was previously agitated heart suddenly calmed down. After all, he didn't intentionally lose the PK. The money spent was indeed going into her pocket. Not a waste at all, definitely not a waste. The fans were also captivated by Xia Mi's cuteness. Haha, no problem, the money is all in my pocket. I'm just too charmed by the goddess. Starry eyes, smitten face, my goodness, you're like a little sweet pea. Army Bao is just so considerate and understanding. Our goal is to become a star? Chi Wu curved his lips slightly. It always seemed to be this way, he thought. She always had the ability to calm his previously agitated emotions, whether through her singing or just a single sentence. It was quite miraculous. Chi Wu recalled the photo that Xia Mi sent him. He initially thought she must be from H City as it was the headquarters of Luyin Pavilion, but unexpectedly, she was also an S. They really are quite fated, aren't they? After thanking the leaderboard, the four of them each opened their microphones. Xian looked helpless. Anchi, is your brother Long's family really not running a printing factory? This strength is just too terrifying. Anchi smiled shyly. It's fine, brother Long just spoils me. Lie. Zhao Ji teased Xian. At first I suggested you team up with Anchi, and you were unwilling, haha, regretting it now. Xian waved her hand. What's there to regret? I get along well with Anchi, we can team up whenever we want. Let's play with uncertainty. She added with a smile. Besides, I think teaming up with Mi Hua is great, she is such a reliable teammate. This time I dragged you down. Xia Mi smiled, biting her lip. I also like playing with Xian. We should team up again next time. The two of them sweetly followed each other. I initially wanted to pull Mi Hua in to make friends, but you two connected first. In fact, Zhao Ji's family strength was far beyond the score from today's PK. Her family had 2 Death Guardians, and this match was about controlling points. Next month is the hall battle, and her older brothers and sisters are all saving tickets. There's no need to invest too many points in a routine PK. I also followed Sister Zhao Ji, Xia Mi said sweetly. And Anchi? Anchi paused for a moment, and quickly followed back. Xian asked, so what's our penalty for this match? Anchi replied, I'm fine with anything, let Zhao Ji decide. Her personality is very laid back, always gentle and calm, even when she just received a gift worth 2 million points. Xia Mi felt she should learn from her. When she earned some money, she felt like jumping up. Zhao Ji suggested, does Xian know how to improvise dance? How about you two perform a talent together? Mi Hua can sing and Xian can dance. Xian thought for a moment. Does Mi Hua know any ancient style songs? I'm better at improvising classical dance. Xia Mi readily agreed. No problem. She opened her song list to take a look. Is searching for him in the West Wing okay? Xian's eyes lit up. Sure. I happen to have heard this song before. Having heard the song, she remembered the melody and transitions, making it easier for her to improvise. Xian took a red piece of gauze from off camera and casually tucked it at her waist, stepping back so that her full body was visible in the frame. She wasn't wearing shoes and was on her toes, striking a very professional pose. She had a striking appearance, and though she had put on makeup that initially appeared somewhat garish at this moment, she wasn't smiling. With an intense focus, she suddenly exuded an elegant aura. This was a unique quality of dance students. Xia Mi adjusted the equipment and began to sing. Searching for Him in the West Wing is a song about parting and longing, with a tender and winding melody wrapped in the unique melancholy of ancient style, filled with gentle sadness and the difficulty of finding old dreams and parting sorrows. The ink fades, unable to settle. The bright moon passes through the clouds, parting people across the horizon. In a moment the splendor has fallen, unable to dredge up a single hymn from the old stories. Raise a cup of solitude to toast the moonlight, drink down my complete worries. Great dreams hasten the graying hair. Last night I saw his graceful charm again. As the song began, Xian moved gracefully as well. With bare feet, she rose on her toes, her waist twisting elegantly. The red gauze at her side fluttered with her movements, her arms stretching and falling like flowing sleeves. She lifted her hand as if to embrace the bright moon in the mountains and lowered her wrist as if brushing against the ink on a table. Her steps were light and twirling, each movement echoing the rise and fall of the melody. Her posture occasionally bowed and nodded, her brows and eyes holding a faint sorrow, quietly expressing the emotions of parting and longing for a distant friend in the song. As she reached the chorus, the melody suddenly soared, intensifying the poignant sadness of parting. In a world of great love and hate, how many ink drops can fall? Across thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, they do not accommodate me. In this world the paper is too short and feelings are hard to keep this parting sorrow. Xian's dance also expanded and opened up. As she turned, she unfurled the red gauze, her skirt lightly fluttering. By Lu Ming Lube, level 36. Wow. This PK punishment was very kind to my eyes and ears. Changxia, level 42, so beautiful. So pleasant to listen to. Almond milk pastry, level 22. Wow. This sister's dance feels completely different from before. Cutting dog, level 39. I'm just here licking the screen. PR. As the song ended, special effects suddenly rose in the live broadcast room. Long Xing, level 69, sent tomato no. 11-1-0 diamond. Xia Mi was stunned for a moment, then realized this was Anchi's brother Long. Xia Mi smiled and said, thank you for the medical expenses sent by brother Long. Thank you, tomato no. 1. Brother is generous. Wishing brother to earn more money and be less angry, never lacking RMB every year. The other party commented, Long Xing, level 69, you sang quite well. Then he left, probably to send medical expenses to Xian. Xia Mi couldn't help but smile. Haha, our family finally received medical expenses too, folks. It's not a waste at all, truly not a waste. Losing just means singing a song right. And we even got someone else's tomato no. Won this round is not a loss, it's a great profit. Honey, a level 37, dying of laughter. The goddess has this money-loving trait. Only Chi Wu felt a bit displeased. Was it good singing? Why let outsiders comment? If it weren't for that damned employee who caused trouble, he wouldn't have allowed her to lose this PK. The one sending medical expenses would have been him. The call was disconnected and Chi Wu couldn't help but suggest, should we go out and play a few more rounds? Xia Mi's voice carried a hint of surprise. Aren't you busy anymore? Can you help her with the PK? Chi Wu paused for a moment and became honest. You should just sing okay. Xia Mi caught sight of this comment and casually responded. He is the CEO. This time Chi Wu was left puzzled. Why does Mi Hua know everything? Xia Mi scratched his head looking confused. Isn't it something that can be guessed easily? Not to mention that the system had already mentioned he was a hot-tempered CEO. After finding out which building he worked in last night, she quickly found out his company online, where as a high-ranking executive there was certainly information about him, including photos. Not to mention the photo was quite handsome, tall, and elegant. Although his expression was somewhat cold, his features were indeed star-like, radiating an air of nobility. 9 points. I have only seen CEOs in novels and dramas, and this is my first time seeing a live one. Does CEO was company have job openings? Can I get in through connections considering we are both fans of Mimi? It's really tough for fresh graduates to find jobs. But don't the CEOs in novels have plenty of free time? Whenever the female lead has something going on, they immediately show up. Chi Wu replied helplessly. If only my employees were as smart as Mi Hua, I wouldn't be this busy. He truly felt that Mi Hua was exceptionally clever and perceptive, while his employees often seemed as if they couldn't understand his words. Sometimes he doubted whether he was communicating with prehistoric beings. Especially that new assistant lately, her avatar was a big female monkey. The reason it was called a female monkey was that the monkey was wearing a pink bra. So abstract. Every time he opened the chat box to assign her tasks, seeing that avatar made him feel that she would surely mess things up. Many times he just gave up and handled it himself. Oh dear, Ah Wu is praising me again. Xia Mi feigned surprise and acted coy. Oh no, his fondness for me can't be hidden anymore. Chi Wu sent a string, he stubbornly retorted. I didn't praise you, I was just saying my employees are very stupid. Xia Mi routinely dealt with him. That's right, I wasn't being praised. Her tone was no different from that of coaxing a child, filled with a kind of doting and perfunctory understanding. Mu Yucheng commented, upstairs, hold back your laughter or CEO Wu will ignore the main host again. Yun Haiqing said, mainly because CEO Wu is actually quite nice and won't really get angry with us. Chi Wu rubbed his nose. What could he say? Could he really argue with this group of young girls? He decided to just let it be. Yu happened to witness this scene and began to doubt her eyes. Is that really Da Wu Si Chi? The person who is so lively can even make jokes and isn't angry when teased. Is it really the Da Wu Si Chi himself? With such a high level and capability in gaming, how could there not be female streamers wanting to make him their big brother? Even a romance, not to mention the voice channel. Even in the video area, there are plenty of beautiful streamers aiming to climb the social ladder with Da Wu Si Chi. However, whenever any of these streamers crossed the line or unknowingly offended Da Wu Si Chi, they would be mercilessly blacklisted and never watched again. Over time, everyone understood that beauty was never a pass for Da Wu Si Chi. The reason they maintained such good boundaries with him was entirely due to the lessons learned from those who came before. If you don't hard cue him, nothing will happen. Who knows, if he's in a good mood, he might just request a song from you during the carnival. If he's happy, who knows, he might give you 10 requests. But if you keep pestering him to talk, you might end up getting blacklisted. Trying to maintain a relationship may lead to unfavorable outcomes. Where can one reason this out? But now, what did she see? Even Mi Hua was fine after all. She was the new streamer supported by Da Wu Si Chi, perhaps enjoying some special treatment. But why were even the visitors in her live room so casual towards Da Wu Si Chi? Why was he not getting angry at all? What kind of magic does this Ly? Mi Hua have? Did she cast a spell on Da Wu Si Chi? Yu fell into confusion. In fact, even if she were to be killed, she wouldn't think of the real reason. Because Xia Mi has cheat codes. She can monitor Da Wu Si Chi's status and emotions in real time through the system. When he is busy and annoyed with work, the oblivious streamer keeps sending messages asking questions, trying to maintain the relationship. How could Chi Wu not be irritated? Those who come up flirting are even more bewildering. How could he have time for romance? What's even more ridiculous is that for some unknown reason, all the streamers started ignoring Chi Wu. Each one seemed to run away from him like a mouse fleeing from a cat, being polite, but excessively respectful, almost worshipping him. It's strange that Chi Wu could find any enjoyment in this. Moreover, Chi Wu certainly wouldn't look for reasons within himself. He wouldn't understand that it was because of his attitude that these streamers now dared not cue him too much. He only thought that these people must have some issues. He doesn't bite, so why are they acting like this? They're all such inexplicable people. Except for Xia Mi. Liu Yu turned her head and immediately shared this gossip with her PK friend when she went live. Wow, I can hardly believe it. Did you know? Brother Do Wu was actually teased like that, but didn't get angry. Moreover, he even made an exception to send medical fees for that streamer. That streamer referred to him as... Her tone was filled with astonishment, and the little electric person had disbelief written all over her face. Can you believe it? Someone managed to take down the tough nut known as Do Wu. So amazing, I really want to ask her to hold a class. I would kneel and listen to her lecture. Liu Yu had known Do Wu for 3 or 4 months, but had never dared to send him more than a few messages. Even when he came to her livestream, Liu Yu could only ask a few dry questions. Hello brother Dawu, is there a song you'd like to hear today? She truly didn't dare to say much more. But he was actually taken down by a new streamer. She really felt she had to admire Xia Mi to the utmost. While she chattered on and on, she completely failed to notice that her partner, who was connected to the stream, had an altered expression. Hu Dai was one of the female streamers who had previously attempted to flirt with Dawu. Liu Yu was unaware that today she would talk so openly in front of Hu Dai. The more Hu Dai listened, the more uncomfortable she felt. Her discomfort was certainly not due to jealousy or any petty reasons, as she had no feelings for Dawu. Come on, who becomes a streamer to cultivate feelings with a big brother? Initially, she had messaged Dawu persistently just to get the tickets from this big brother. She simply recalled the anger and shame she felt when this man rejected her. She had relentlessly messaged him for half a month, and he had read her messages without replying. So she gritted her teeth and sent him a private photo of herself, one that was pure and innocent, of course not explicit, just showcasing her beauty. But when she tried to message him again, she found that she had been blocked. Hu Dai felt like she had been struck by lightning, starting to question her life. He could block her when she just wrote to him, or even after half a month of messages, but how could he block her so quickly after she sent the photo? What does this mean? Does he think she is ugly? Please, Hu Dai has been poor and suffered in life, but has never been ugly. This blind, rude man. In short, among countless big brothers, Dawu was definitely the one who left the deepest impression on Hu Dai, the most unforgettable, the one she had. At this moment, Hu Dai took a deep breath, looking at her beautiful self in the camera, her mood slightly calming down. She is beautiful. But deep down, she still felt a bit unconvinced. She also shared the confusion many streamers faced. What on earth is it based on? Why can some people take down the difficult Dawu? Can't this streamer hold classes? She wanted to learn. At that moment, someone typed in the public screen. Hodazai Wu, level 68 Dawu. Is he the visitor? Hodazai Wu was the moderator in Hu Dai's livestream, having protected her for half a year. He had entered at level 53 and was now level 68. The big brother had a very calm personality and was quite nice, very accommodating towards her. Hu Dai relied on him quite a bit, sharing everything with him. Hu Dai pouted, feeling, yes, that's him. This severely impacted her confidence and dignity. Hodazai Wu thought for a moment. Hodazai Wu, level 68, should we try to connect? Hu Dai gasped softly, showing a troubled expression, and whispered, can we even take him on? After all, he was famously a big spender. Hodazai Wu replied. Hodazai Wu, level 68, I have 5 million coins, it's up to you. There was a recent activity in the video beauty zone which was supposed to help Hu Dai rank up, and thus he charged in so much. If there was an opportunity to help Hu Dai vent her frustrations, why not? Otherwise, it would mostly be spent in some PK match. It had to be finished within the event time. Hu Dai thought seriously. Although Dawu seemed to truly want to support this new streamer, now listening to Liu Yu. Yu's words, Dawu had known this streamer for a short time, so it was uncertain whether he was willing to spend too much for her. Her dear Hodazai Wu was different, though every tomato coin was definitely spent on her. That's real love. As Hu Dai thought, her bravado surged. Alright, let's try to connect with her. She didn't open the comments section for bullet screens to share Liu Yu. Yu was puzzled, listening in a daze. Huh, who are you going to connect with? Hu Dai spoke with enthusiasm. I'm going to connect with the one you mentioned, Liu Mi for a battle. Wait for me, babe, I'll find you to play after I finish. She abruptly hung up the connection, leaving Liu Yu dumbfounded. Liu Yu? Huh, what's going on? Why suddenly go to connect with her? After about 5 minutes, Hu Dai returned looking disheveled. Liu Yu was bewildered. You came back so quickly. Did you win or lose? This was too fast. Hu Dai awkwardly said, no, I was rejected. She confessed honestly. My big brother wanted to take a look at the other side, and it seems the other streamer doesn't accept unfamiliar connections unless they are from your Luin pavilion. She hesitated. Liu Yu was taken aback. What do you mean? You want me to connect with her? She wished she could shake the little electric person's head like a rattle drum. No. What level of streamer am I to dare to connect with her? She was in the same rank as Liu Mihua, while Liu Yu. Mihua was placed there by task 20. 0 as she was there, because of good luck, fast internet speed, and quick hands. The flow of her live stream was so meager that even the big electric person couldn't afford it. Just by taking a gift from Dawu, she was overjoyed. How could she dare to compete with her? Hu Dai softly pleaded. Oh, come on, Liu Yu, just give it a try. Liu Yu still shook her head. Hu Dai thought for a moment. They'll have my big brother, Hoda Zai Wu, store a 5.0 gift box for you. The Tomato platform has a feature that allows streamers to store gift boxes which are only opened when the streamer decides, making it very convenient for many. A 5.0 gift box costs $500. Liu Yu immediately straightened her back full of righteousness and said solemnly, Hu Dai, what are you talking? We're such good friends who of course will help you. I'm going to try to connect with Liu Mihua right now. Then she slumped back a bit. But I can only give it a try. I can't guarantee she will accept. Hu Dai made an okay gesture. No problem. Lie. Yu searched for Lie. Mihua's ID and tentatively sent a request to connect. To her surprise, Mihua immediately accepted the connection request, splitting the screen into 3 parts. Hu Dai. Indeed. Birds of a feather flocked together. The streamer with the fog rising was just as annoying as him. She ground her teeth. Xia Mi was also momentarily stunned. Huh. This Hu Dai? Wasn't she the streamer who had just rejected her several times? She had just been singing and had refused all connection requests, intending to find someone to PK after finishing her song along with Lie. Yu had just sent a request which she of course accepted immediately. To her surprise, she saw a familiar name. Hello Yu, hello Hudai, it seems Miss Hudai just sent me a connection request. Hudai feigned a sweet smile. Yes, but you rejected it. Xia Mi didn't catch her sarcastic tone, and even if she did, she didn't care, smiling as she explained. I was just singing, so how about we have some fun? Lie. Yu felt restless. Her family didn't have the resources that Hudai's family had. She could be good friends with Hudai because they had known each other since their early streamer days. Now that Hudai had a big brother backing her up, she didn't. Hudai noticed her discomfort and thought for a moment before speaking. Actually, I asked Yu to connect you. I want to have a match with you, but Yu doesn't have the conditions right now, so let's not count her in this game. That can work. Xia Mi was a bit confused. Hudai, you want to play with me? Why? Although many streamers wanted to connect with her today, it shouldn't be to this extent, for specifically seeking out a streamer from Luian Pavilion to help her request a connection. Hudai's face stiffened. She didn't want to answer that question. How could she say it? Should she say it's because she posted a photo and was blocked by your big brother with the fog rising deeply hurting her fragile soul, so she wants to have a match with you? She didn't want to lose face. But if she didn't say anything, it would indeed seem strange. Why would two people who didn't know each other go through so much trouble to connect with Lie? Mihua wants to have a match. Hudai didn't want to say it, but her live chat already had a viewer eager to spill the beans. Goji berry soaked in mountain tea, level 27, I know. It should be related to a big brother called Fog rising in your live room. I just saw Hudai chatting with her big brother. Xia Mi instinctively used a question. Huh, related to a woo. Hudai, who was thinking about how to dodge the question, was stunned. Which big mouth spilled the beans so quickly? Goji berry's words brought a group of lurking fans out into the open. Kong LVY, level 31, I smell something juicy. Female lead, eats meat, I drink soup, level 30. What do you mean, are you specifically here to challenge us? Sherry no ice, level 35, oh no, that means the other side might be prepared. Air hung, level 52, how exciting. What gossip? I want to eat. Rubbing hands excited, give me half a piece of melon, level 46. Oh ho, let's see how Wu Zone reacts. Hello Snow, level 31, I'm lurking and watching quietly. Sui Ren, level 42, oh no, could it be that the big brother's love debt has come knocking? Hearing Xia Mi mention his name, Chi Wu just returned to the public screen and saw these bullet comments. His eyes widened. Big Fog. What the heck? Xia Mi innocently said. Look Wu, it seems Miss Hudai is looking for me to PK because of you. Chi Wu looked puzzled. Big Fog rising level A. Who is this? He didn't know her. Don't wrong him. Hudai stiffly tugged at the corner of her mouth. If she had known, she wouldn't have sought her out to play. She felt a deep sense of regret and annoyance. It seemed like there was some so awkward. Hudai closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. Forget it. In any case, shall we have a match on the leaderboard? The loser will have to display my name as ugly monster for 3 days. What do you say? She was aiming to insult Fog rising. Thick virtue carries all, level 68. He sighed in resignation and indulgence. Thick virtue carries all, level 68. You really aren't afraid of dragging me down, are you? Falling for Hudai must be a debt he owed in a past life. Hudai secretly stuck out her tongue. If she wins, she can scold the opposing Fog rising, and if she loses, her big brother takes the blame. It's a win-win situation. Xia Mi blinked. Is being on the leaderboard as ugly monster the punishment? Then I need to ask the big brothers and sisters in the live room. Xia Mi asked seriously. Sign me up? Any big brothers and sisters who want to take on this risk as my number 1 in this PK, please type 1. Officials level 41, I'll hide, I can't take on a bit of responsibility. Chio Mi Oo, level 31, I'll hide, I can't take on a bit of responsibility. Abuse women, flatter men, 4 circles, plus, level 32, I'll hide, I can't take on a bit of responsibility. Suddenly, among the fans' funny comments, 2-1 popped up. Big Fog rising, level 1 inside and outside, level 61. Xia Mi was overjoyed. Li Wai Gu, when did you? Jiang Li was leaning against the headboard, his hair a bit messy from sleep. He had drunk until midnight and woke up now, immediately picking up his phone to enter the live stream. Li Wai will level 60, just arrived. He typed with a smile. Li Wai level 60, what's going on? It's so lively. Soon someone in the live stream explained the current situation to him. Almond milk cake, level 22, here's the deal Li Wai go. It seems that Miss Hudai has some grudge with Big Fog rising on the other side, and then she came over to challenge. Jiang Li looked enlightened. Li Wai level 60, oh I see, as a big brother it's normal to have some grudges and entanglements with certain streamers. He instantly changed his mind. Li Wai level 60, 222, Li Wai level 60, then I won't join this lively fray. Big Fog rising, it's your turn. Wu remained expressionless. He, who had just been puzzled, opened up Hudai's profile on the other side and saw that she was the streamer he had blocked, along with their chat history, remembering everything. Initially, he thought she was quite pleasant and followed her, but she kept messaging him and he was too busy to reply, which had already made him quite irritated. When she suddenly sent him a photo, he couldn't help but unfollow and block her. If you say they have a grudge, then indeed there's a bit of a grudge. But this really has nothing to do with the love-hate relationship they imagined. Chi-Woo took a deep breath trying to explain. Big Fog Rising level, I really don't know the streamer on the opposite side. He didn't feel like explaining any further. So annoying. Then he heard Xia Mi's cheerful voice. I believe you, Woo. Chi-Woo was momentarily taken aback. Big Fog Rising level, you believe me. Xia Mi's tone was light and cheerful. Of course. If I don't believe you, who should I believe? But since Woo said he's not familiar with her. She delivered the second half with a sharp gaze filled with fighting spirit. Then let's beat her. The opportunity had presented itself. Let's see how well Chi-Woo can gather votes. Hearing Xia Mi's words, Chi-Woo felt a rush of exhilaration. Of course. If they don't trust him, who will? The opposing streamer inexplicably laid the blame on him. It wouldn't be excessive to give her a good beating. The fans were even more excited, each one thrilled by the spectacle. Encountering such a scene, how could she remain calm? Oh, the new love versus old love, a battlefield of emotions. But it really feels great to let loose. Violetta heard the thick smell of gunpowder and shrank back, slightly raising her hand timidly. Should I just withdraw now? I really can't handle this situation. My family can't afford it. After saying that, she hurriedly left the connection and the live stream changed to 2 windows side by side. Cutie pouted, feeling a bit angry. To say she would beat her in her face. How arrogant. Sure, let's start, but with a twist. If someone scores low, they can't speak. Okay. The PK began, entering the first phase of 30 seconds. Thanks to Xia Mi's earlier guidance in the live stream, the fans no longer had the mindset of relying on a big brother to act. As soon as the PK began, they all jumped. Not Eating Burgers sent out a Porsche 1,200 diamonds. Of course, the big gifts were still those sent by Chi-Woo. The Eternal Diamond is a gift from the mysterious shop requiring certain conditions to unlock, priced the same as the Carnival, both at 3,000 yuan. Xia Mi exclaimed, oh, this new effect, I've never seen it before, it's really beautiful. A knowledgeable fan remarked. This item is commonly known as a beautiful woman wearing a necklace. The special effect shows a beautiful woman receiving a necklace that obviously looks expensive, named after the ocean heart. Just as Hudy was quietly trying to gather votes, she silently closed her mouth, her gaze downcast, furiously typing on her phone screen. Hudy the Stunning Beauty exclaimed, Lao Wu. Is the other side running a money printing factory? They threw down 100,000 without waiting for the boost. Lao Wu is her affectionate nickname for Hodazai Wu. Hodazai Wu remained steady. I know. But I'm mute now. Why hasn't the other side reacted? What's the essence of scoring low and being mute? Isn't it about taking advantage of the opponent's silence to mock and insult them? Everyone knows this is one of the ways to create show effects, so opening up for mockery at this point should not make anyone angry, otherwise they will be seen as unable to. Of course, one can pretend to be angry, and then once their score is high, launch a counterattack, enhancing the show effect. Is the opposing streamer really that aloof? Perhaps the new streamer doesn't understand these unspoken rules. He noticed that the opposing streamer didn't have a single electric person, which looked rather sad. Xia Mi was indeed unaware of these dynamics. The fans in the live stream thought she was just shy, or didn't want to offend anyone, and no one mentioned it. So Hudy quietly kept her mouth shut, and wasn't attacked. After a round of boosting tasks, they finally reached the 1.5x boost time. This time Chi-Woo wasn't distracted at all, focusing intently on the live stream interface. As soon as the boost time started, he quickly sent the Eternal Diamond again. Big Fog Rising sent out Eternal Diamond 123. 30,000 diamonds, but the problem arose. Hodazai Wu started using the fascia gun. The fascia gun, originally used for massage, has been employed by many big streamers as a physical tool for quickly sending gifts. Without worrying about being banned, it works very well. Moreover, what he sent was even 600 diamonds more expensive than the Eternal Diamond. Hodazai Wu sent out Diamond Carnival 123. 36,000 diamonds. It primarily focuses on creating a time difference. Human hand speed cannot compete with the fascia gun, and combined with the gift value difference, Xia Mi and Big Fog Rising watched helplessly as the opponent's score skyrocketed and surpassed theirs. In fact, Xia Mi had already sensed something was off when she noticed the opponent's score rising unusually fast, but at that moment she couldn't speak up as she had already been overtaken, leaving her to obediently remain silent. Cutie had been holding back for so long, and now she could finally speak. She showed no mercy, unleashing a tirade. The top of the opposing streamer is an ugly monster. The top of the opposing streamer is an ugly monster. The top of the opposing streamer is an ugly monster. Jiang Li, who had already placed his finger on the gift button silently, withdrew his hand upon hearing the taunts from the other side. Forget it, having his health bar pressed down for a while isn't a big deal. The insults from the other side sounded quite pleasant. Xia Mi was dumbfounded. How could they suddenly launch an attack? Is this what it means to be mute during the process? To mock the opponent at will? I had no idea. Chi-Woo was so angry that he nearly laughed, his expression dark as night. An ugly monster. No way. During school he received countless love letters. The other side must have started. In a certain sense, Chi-Woo's thoughts are not wrong. A physical cheat is still a cheat. He was not anxious at all, remaining steady because he knew that the coins in his bag were limited and he could not top up any further. Besides, he was originally prepared to give them to Hu Dai, so he neither felt distressed nor conflicted. If one were to say he felt tension, it was just a slight bit, as he was unsure whether the big brother on the opposite side would catch up in scores. However, judging by the current momentum of the opponent's pursuit, it seemed inevitable that he would be surpassed sooner or later. Qi Wu sighed. Well, if he was ugly, then so be it. After all, his little Hu Dai didn't care whether he was handsome or not, as she only cared about her. Qi Wu silently clicked on gifts amidst Hu Dai's frenzied attacks. Even if he didn't steam buns, he still had a safe face. He must win this round today. For Qi Wu now, this was no longer a battle for Xia Mi, but a battle for himself. When people spend money for themselves, they are always the most generous. Qi Wu had previously controlled the amount of gifts he gave to Xia Mi, but now he had completely let go, not even looking at how much he was spending, just clicking furiously. Big Mist Rising level sent Eternal Diamond 133137135. 300 diamonds. The viewers in the livestream room had shifted from a passive observation to being somewhat stunned. The traffic in the livestream room also soared due to the skyrocketing gift values from both sides. Cat Little Me NI level 30. I almost thought the streamer was playing an animation himself, but it turns out he really is sending gifts continuously. How much is this exactly? I'm not good at math. Love Broadcast is Little Me level 28. A Love Broadcast is really doing great. Zai Jiu Ji level 34. I'm recording everything. Just wait for me to make a super cool remix. Blue Mint Flavor Cat level 33. Mom. I've witnessed the power of the wealthy. Air Hung level 52. Wu Zong is amazing. Qianho level 36. From now on I will abandon other titles and refer to you as Wu Huang. Rose Jia Gio level 26. Everyone is praising Wu Huang, but I want to praise this Mi Hua. She's so calm. Isn't this a few 100,000? Not shocked at all. Love Sleeping Bunny level 40. As expected, our Mi Bao has the demeanor of a big streamer. Jia Gio and the bunny were praising without a care. When Xia Mi's score finally overtook, her voice trembled as she spoke, sounding as if her soul was floating in the sky. Where's my calculator? Qi Wu's hand, which was clicking on gifts, paused for a moment because of her words. Xia Mi couldn't find the calculator and simply began to calculate mentally. 10 beauties wearing necklaces cost 30,000. 100 beauties wearing necklaces cost 300,000. 130. How much? Reborn as a bathhouse worker level 48 PFF. Give me half a melon level 46. Here we go again. Zai Jiu Ji level 34. I can't hold it anymore. Last time she calculated gifts, I was laughing myself to death. Li Y level 60. Look at your little achievements. Du Bao Bing Shuang level 25. Our streamer's special reserved program calculator. A floor of coconut juice level 29 today. It's mental math. I'm a little salty fish level 20. Ha! I can't take it anymore. Master Bao, can you stop making me laugh? My stomach hurts. Ha! Xia Mi caught sight of Li Wei's comment amidst the barrage of messages. What do you mean by little achievements? Come on with so many points. I could go out and boast that I'm a big streamer. Her tone carried a hint of disbelief, yet was justified. Jiang Liwan could easily imagine her standing with her hands on her hips, saying this. So adorable. He laughed so hard his shoulders shook. Li Y level 60. Is there a need to boast? We just are. But this time Xia Mi ignored him, focusing her attention on Qi Wu. Those who spend money are her good babies. Ah, thank you, my dear Qi Wu. In the most handsome number 1 on the leaderboard, super invincible handsome. The number 1 on the opposite side is an ugly monster. Xia Mi praised Qi Wu while returning the previous attacks from the opponent. Having been in the fields and planted rice for love, the beauties wearing necklaces sent by Qi Wu soothe all my sorrows. I am grateful to my esteemed number 1 Qi Wu. Qi Wu couldn't help but smile slightly. Where did Mi Hua get so many words? Huh. Meanwhile, the overlooked Jiang Liwan raised an eyebrow, snorting softly, but his mouth unconsciously turned down a few pixels. Her dear Qi Wu hum, who knows how many streamers she has outside. Today one has already come looking for her, and there will probably be more in the future. This little money grubber, really, whoever gives her gifts, she gets close to them. Jiang Liwan casually set his phone aside and went to watch. Not watching anymore. Hu Dai, who was scolded by the number 1 brother for not having enough points to unmute, was secretly typing below. Hu Dai, the unparalleled beauty, I lost thick virtue, sighed, wanting to comfort her, but her next sentence came through. Hu Dai, the unparalleled beauty, but it's okay, it doesn't matter since it was you who got scolded, not me. Thick virtue. He felt he needed a psychological counselor. He was feeling uneasy. Qi Wu continued sending gifts until he confirmed that the opponent had completely stopped. Only then did he cease. Angel Little, you has arrived level 32. We won honey level 37. Congratulations to the goddess for securing victory. Thanks to every brother and sister who lent a helping hand, you all worked hard. Jiang Haha level 35. We didn't work hard. Oh, Wu Huang worked harder. Qi Wu exhaled, his brows and eyes bright. Winning the PK is still satisfying. The winning feels good. He typed. Big Mist Rising level, we won this time. In reality, he said this because he was still somewhat bothered about not winning the last round that had dropped. Both parties went live simultaneously. Butterfly grumbled sullenly, I lost. I'll post on my profile right after going offline. My top supporter is an ugly Alright, Xia Mi replied with a cheerful smile, not even asking what grudge existed between Butterfly and Fog Rising. Whether their entanglement stemmed from love or hatred, passion or betrayal, none of it concerned her. All she cared about was the money in Fog Rising's pocket. To dig deeper held no meaning for her. Once the joint broadcast ended, Xia Mi's stream proceeded smoothly, singing songs, chatting casually, occasionally playing a low-intensity mini PK. Her 6-hour solo broadcast concluded pleasantly. After logging off, Xia Mi began tallying her earnings for the day. Fengshun's sister contributed 20 carnivals, Fog Rising donated 33 carnivals, and 150 eternal diamonds, plus scattered smaller gifts, bringing her total tomato coins to 6275603. Converted, that amounted to over 627,000 RMB. Though only 35% reached her hands, it still totaled a staggering 220,000. Yesterday, she earned 80,000, today, 220,000, bringing her cumulative income to 300,000 RMB, equivalent to half a month's cashback revenue. Xia Mi couldn't help but feel momentarily dazed. Indeed, wealth flows swiftly on the internet. Honestly, even if the system vanished overnight, she would no longer fear it. She had already mastered how to thrive in live streaming. Perhaps once the system's cap increased, she'd earn less than it did, but for now her income actually surpassed that of the divine wealth system itself. Truly astonishing. Yet Fog Rising hadn't tipped much today. Xia Mi paused before tending to him, first attending to other matters, such as commissioning merchandise. Thanks to expedited payment, though the little electric person remained unfinished, still in modeling phase, the cartoon concept art had already been delivered. Xia Mi obtained a vendor's business card from operations and finalized several merchandise items featuring the little electric person. These included bead keychain charms, acrylic standees, enamel pins, collectible cards, and stickers, intended as rewards for level 10 and level 12 fan club members. Reaching level 10 was relatively straightforward with Star Guardians activated and daily intimacy points maxed out. Fans could achieve it in just 3 days. Already 6 or 7 members in Xia Mi's fan club had done so. For loyal companions, however, attaining level 10 typically required over a month, while level 12 demanded at least a week for active fans, or more than half a year. Regardless of their path, once fans attained these badge levels, Xia Mi acknowledged the value of their presence in her stream and gladly reciprocated. For fans, such small gifts mattered far less for their monetary worth than for their symbolic significance. Xia Mi wouldn't limit herself to these alone. She planned to complement them with practical extras: sleep masks, electric toothbrushes, compact fans, insulated mugs. Selecting several aesthetically pleasing yet functional items, she'd let fans choose their preferred combination for custom gift boxes, though registration would be slightly cumbersome. Fortunately, the system would handle all logistics. She needn't lift a finger. For higher-tier fan club rewards, Xia Mi intended to wait until the Grand Electric Person illustration was complete, then design merchandise exclusively around that refined avatar. Little Electric Person and Grand Electric Person were colloquial terms. Their formal designation was motion capture or optical capture virtual avatars. The key distinction lay in fidelity. The Little Electric Person adopted a simplified cartoon aesthetic requiring only basic motion capture, capable of rendering only broad gestures. In contrast, the Grand Electric Person emulated photorealistic human features, precise facial proportions, hair texture, anatomical accuracy, and nuanced movement, all mirroring contemporary domestic animation standards. Its motion capture system responded with exceptional sensitivity, capturing micro-expressions like subtle glances or eyebrow lifts in perfect sync with the performer behind the screen. Price differences between the two were astronomical. Little Electric Persons ranged from several hundred to thousands of RMB, while premium versions exceeded 10,000. Grand Electric Persons, by comparison, started at 600,000 RMB, and high-end models easily entered six-figure territory. Thanks to the divine wealth system, Xia Mi commissioned the highest-tier version from the outset, including multiple outfits, immersive environments, visual effects, and props, paying a 20% deposit of 120,000 RMB. Yes, the full cost stood at 600,000 RMB. And as Xia Mi knew, hers wasn't even the most expensive. Top-tier virtual streamers from Luin Pavilion and Fenyu Society had invested millions into their avatars. Imagine several virtual streamers going live together, screens filled with multi-million RMB avatars. Xia Mi aimed for excellence, so the Little Electric Person could launch quickly, but the Grand Electric Person had to be exquisitely crafted and breathtakingly beautiful. She'd already debated the initial concept art repeatedly with the illustrator over the past few days. Fortunately, her generous and prompt payments left the illustrator in high spirits, resulting in unusually responsive and cooperative communication. Though only a single preliminary sketch existed, Xia Mi cherished it deeply, revisiting it again and again. Her commissioned avatar embodied a youthfully yet sophisticated Xiaoyu archetype, delicate sweetness balanced with poised elegance. Though costly, the illustrator proved masterful. Even this rough draft captivated her utterly. Xia Mi fully understood why virtual streamers had surged in popularity, for many reasons, bridging the interactivity gap left by voice-only broadcasters, fulfilling fans' craving for real-time engagement. And crucially, because no human face, however stunning, could ever achieve universal appeal. A virtual persona, however, could be endlessly refined to match idealized aesthetics, boundless in its perfection. Yet above all its soul, the authentic personality beneath the avatar remained indispensable. Without charisma and depth, even the most exquisite shell would fall lifeless. Among Luin Pavilion's current roster, 14 streamers boasted over 1 million followers, 9 male, 5 female, with notably high female viewer ratios across all 5 female virtual streamers' channels. This in part suggested women were more inclined to support virtual idols financially, a phenomenon mirrored by wildly profitable otome games dominating the market. Conversely, no male-targeted romance game had ever achieved commercial success. Most men dismissed virtual allure, preferring to seek connection in video or dance-focused content. Currently, 70% of Xia Mi's audience comprised female viewers, a fact that delighted her immensely. In live streaming, she believed, "He who wins the hearts of women wins the world." After finalizing the merchandise, Xia Mi personally sent notifications in her various fan groups. The streamer has finalized the merchandise. Fans at levels 10, 12, 16, 18, and 20 can contact the manager Tong Tong to register and receive their gifts, which are usually shipped within a week. Those at level 16 and above will also have an upgrade ceremony in the live stream. Honey, level 37. Wow. That's awesome. Speaking of which, has the little electric doll of the goddess finally been completed? Xia Mi replied, "Well, not yet. The design is done, but it's still in modeling. According to the modeler, it should be ready by the day after tomorrow." Fans were extraordinarily excited. AAA RMB wholesaler level 33 the day after tomorrow. That's quite soon. I'm looking forward to it. Not in the free shipping zone, level 55. Me too. Finally, there will be a little electric doll. I can see how Mihua reacts. One little weaving level 41. Wow, I wish I could fast forward to the day after tomorrow. Time travel magic. I really want the merchandise, but I'm only level 3. Sob sob. By Iliang Chi, level 30. Take your time, no rush. Accompanying fans for more than a month can get you to level 10. Pat pat. Hua Dao Jio Shi Jio level 23. Is level 10 really enough? That's great. I'm already level 5. Praise Mihua. I haven't received any merchandise. Ing Lian will level 36. I'm level 6. Haha. I feel like you'll level up in about 3 days. Looking forward to it. 1. Most fans were overjoyed, but a small portion expressed doubts. Song Song level 37. Can we really get the merchandise at level 10? The streamer is too generous. That might attract a bunch of freeloaders. Many streamers set the merchandise threshold at a minimum of level 12 because the intimacy required to level up from 10 onwards is much greater than the combined intimacy needed for the first 10 levels. At level 10, you could reach it by spending just $1 a day on tasks, but the level 12 threshold basically requires spending money, which would cost several hundred. If one could reach level 12 without spending money, it would take a lot of perseverance over the course of more than half a year. Her words were genuinely concerned for Xia Mi, which garnered agreement. Fuyu level 39 indeed. I also wanted to say that a streamer I supported before gave out merchandise at level 10. Oh, and the gifts were quite practical, but that attracted a swarm of people. For those 2 months, the streamer ended up losing money and eventually had to change it to level 12. In this world, there is no shortage of people looking to take advantage. Fuyu genuinely worried that Mihua as a new streamer might be taken advantage of. Xia Mi thought for a moment. Oh, why? Mihua Group owner, I've always believed that the importance of accompanying fans is also very high. For example, when I sing in a queue, I need everyone to cheer for me, and when my brothers and sisters at home support the streamer, they also need everyone to help thank and support. Although the ways everyone contributes are different, the love for Mihua is the same. The threshold of level 10 is indeed low, which might cause some losses, but I really hope to allow some student fans to receive merchandise as long as they clock in on time, so I can bear the losses. It's okay. After saying that, she added, "Ly. Mihua Group owner, don't worry about the main account going bankrupt. The main account has been well fed by our financial tycoons these days. Da wu si chi li ypian wa lai shibu feng shan. Poor rich system, so poor that it couldn't even rank in the top 3 of the host list. Hiaa, level 39. Haha, me bow your back. As long as we make money, we can enjoy ourselves in secret. Why be so open about it? Xiao Jiji level 41. I can't stop laughing. Why is brother Li Y so cooperative? Haha. Gugong Go level 39. Li Y brother is so generous, so classy, handsome. Yin Xing 1 level 30. Me, Bao, you must work hard to earn more money, and then give us benefits. Huh. Li Y level 60. Yin Xing 1. Don't worry, your beloved Me Bao is the best at making money. Huh, why? Mihua Group owner likes. Yin Yi level 21. Why is our home so much fun? Ha ha ha. The female lead eats meat, while I drink soup. Level 30. Yes, the atmosphere in our home is great. That's how I got attracted. DDD Xiao Luo. How level 30 new fans politely raise their hands to ask, what is our fan group name? Because I opened Star Guardian today, but it still shows the streamer's name. Doesn't it have a fan name now? Chi Yuan, in level 29. I came yesterday. I don't know either. Ing Lian will level 36. I came the day before yesterday. I don't know either. One Little Weaving level 41. I came today. I don't know either. Not in the free shipping zone level 55. Could it be that we don't have a fan name yet? Xia Mi replied. Angel Xiao Yu descends, level 32. Hurry, and add the suffix. Mihua sounds lovely. I love it. Wow. I've actually been called Mi Hua all along. Truly destiny binds me to our host. Chi Wu, who had just finished her tasks and arrived late, scrolled through the chat history, finally catching up to the latest messages, and asked puzzled. Da Wu Si Chi level? Why Mi Hua? Xia Mi paused for a few seconds before replying softly, because then I'll have Mi Hua. Fidgeting with fingers, Chi Wu didn't grasp it at first, until others chimed in. Staying up addicted, level 34 haha. So were the me. Feng Xiao Xiao Shig level 29, I'm all for it. I hope Michigan Bao always has Mi Hua. Mu Yu Chung, level 24 Mi Hua shall forever accompany Mi Bao. Lie. Mi Hua group owner haha agreed. May everyone have Mi Hua. Only then did Chi Wu finally catch on. Mi Hua means money to spend. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. Da Wu Si Chi level? Our streamer gives off the vibe of someone so broke, she'd pick up a single yuan coin off the ground. Chi Wu's remark drew immediate skepticism, starting with Xia Mi lie. Mi Hua group owner, would you really leave a 1 yuan coin lying there? Angel Xiao Yu descends, level 32, would you really leave a 1 yuan coin lying there? Lumin level 37, would you really leave a 1 yuan coin lying there? Gugongo level 39, would you really leave a 1 yuan coin lying there? Chi Wu felt utterly speechless. What kind of currency was 1 yuan? Was it even worth bending down for? Him Chi the Magnificent? Absolutely not. He couldn't bear the humility. Da Wu Si Chi level? No, I wouldn't. Xia Mi immediately rebuked him. A single yuan is enough for a lollipop and a little heart-shaped charm. You embody the ruthless tycoon mentality. Jiang Liwan instantly echoed her. Li Wai level 60 exactly. The ruthless tycoon mentality. Da Wu Si Chi level? Chi Wu was utterly exasperated. Da Wu Si Chi level? Please stop. By the way, didn't you yourself add a flower? Lie. Mi Hua group owner, of course. I must stand united with everyone. Proudly righteous. After announcing this to the group, Xia Mi promptly changed her own name and added the suffix. She casually asked Lai. Mi Hua group owner, should a Wu and brotherly Y add it too? Suffixes, and merchandise alike, serve primarily to foster belonging and cohesion. Once adopted members instinctively align themselves with the collective, investing deeper emotion and attention. This raises emotional sunk cost, making it far less likely they'll drift away or abandon their support. Chi Wu refused outright. Da Wu Si Chi level? Chi Wu's reasoning was simple. His name was already striking. What would adding a flower do to it? Jiang Liwan meanwhile glanced aside and chuckled awkwardly. Li Wai level 60, let's see. Though he genuinely admired Mi Hua, Jiang Liwan believed his affection hadn't yet reached the threshold requiring a name change. It remained well within manageable bounds. He admired her personality, her talent, her diligence, and more. Adding a suffix would be tantamount to publicly declaring exclusive devotion. Something he wasn't. Jiang Liwan reminded himself inwardly, don't get carried away. Your lifespan might shrink by 10 years. Meanwhile, Bang San Feng Chun Jie quietly added the suffix. Pian Walai Sherbu Feng Chun, level 47, peeking out shyly. Xia Mi was profoundly moved. Lai. Mi Hua group owner Pian Walai Sherbu Feng Chun, Jie. You're truly the best. She then gently chided the other two. Lai. Mi Hua group owner Si Mi Hua babies. This is what men are like. This is love, big brother. Lai. Mi Hua group owner today Jie, tomorrow May the day after next Xiao Bao Bei, and the moment you're asked to add the suffix it all falls apart. Hua bet placed. She's a genius. Lai. Mi Hua, wiping away a tearful smile. Chi Wu regretted entering the group. Da Wu Si Chi level? Seriously, isn't anyone going to reign in this drama? Queen group owner. Jiang Liwan however watched with rapt fascination. Li Wai level 60 ha. How utterly adorable. Xia Mi lingered in the chat a while longer. Then noticing the time had reached 9:40 p.m. swiftly switched back to WeChat. Luing Guwan Qing Si broadcast slot group. Idle chat forbidden. Time 10:00 p.m. Host Lai. CI Yuan speed entry code 669. Please ensure your equipment is ready before joining. Black mic penalty 100 yuan. No mic priority. Xiaomi type 20. 0. Atutha Saniyuan task. Lai. Mi Hua 20. 0-inch. Her typing speed remained unmatched. The next numbers only appeared beneath hers. Lai. Bian Xing He 3. 0-inch. Lai. Xiaolu 5. 0-inch. Lai. Tian Kong 5. 0-inch. Xiaomi's 20. 0 sword far ahead. Strikingly conspicuous. Luing Guwan Qing Si casual chat group. Lai. Xiao Lua. I can't take it. How can anyone start with 20? 0. Is this what life feels like for skilled hosts? Som. Lai. Tian Kong. I've lost composure. I was generous enough not to start from 1. 0. Lai. Bian Xing He forget it. I'm giving up. My duration quota is already fulfilled. I won't compete with you freaks. Xiaomi protested innocently. Lai. Mi Hua, even if you type 3, 0 or 5, 0 you'll still need to increase it later. How could anyone skip the golden hour slot at month end? As Xiaomi predicted during those few moments of casual chatter, the broadcast slot group had already surged to 16. Lai. Mi Hua Si. I simply skipped the incremental steps. Lai. Zhuishua fair point. you're not entirely wrong. Ultimately, the slot reached 18. 0. Xia Mi successfully secured her broadcast slot. Administrator Tong Tong duly announced it in the group, and the Mihua fans followed her into the Lu Yinggu Wan Qingxi livestream. She was scheduled third in this round. As Xia Mi listened appreciatively to her colleagues' mellifluous voices while awaiting her turn, a new comment flashed across the screen. Cedric level. Prompt in the darkness. Any takers? In the context of the voice hall, the term challenging a song refers to requesting a song, but it does not specify who will sing it. Any host on the microphone who knows the requested song can be chosen. The rule is that if you know the song, you lose 1 point, and if you don't, you lose 2. The participants' levels are hidden, but their colors indicate their expertise. Unfortunately, the song Cedric posted is one that Xia Mi not only doesn't know, but has never even heard. Unfortunately, she lost 2 points. Ly. Mi Hua 2 Ly. Xiao Lu 2 Ly. Tian Kong 2. Perhaps this song is a bit obscure, as everyone lost 2 points. After a while, Cedric sent another message. Cedric level, is there anyone who knows it? What song is this? Xia Mi helplessly lost another 2 points. You should know that if someone wants to cut in line for a song, they need to send a tomato no. One which costs $1,000. If she knew it, she could have made that money. But the problem is she really doesn't know it. Not only does she not know it, but others don't either, all losing 2 points. Cedric was left speechless. Cedric level, did all of you in the hall press 1? This statement made many passersby laugh. Xia Mi sincerely requested Ly. Mihua, please, let's have another billion challenges. There must be one she can sing. Another colleague joined in on the humor. Ly. Xiao Lu, my 2 key has lost its color from all the use. Ly. Mihua ha. The other party ignored them, and Xia Mi thought they had probably left. But after a while, when it was about time for her to sing, Cedric asked again. Cedric level, does anyone know Walk Through Fire? At this point, Cedric had little hope. No one could sing the previous 2 Chinese songs, let alone this English one. To his surprise, 2 participants pressed 1. Ly. Mihua 111. Finally, there was one song she knew. Zhuozhuo 1 Walk Through Fire is not an obscure song, although it is somewhat challenging. Xia Mi felt it was manageable. She was an English major with good speaking skills. Singing English songs was second nature to her. However, no one had requested an English song in recent days. Thinking of this, Xia Mi felt her throat itching. She wanted to sing. Cedric's expression lightened a bit. If no one else knew this song, he was ready to leave. Cedric level sent to Ly. Mihua tomato no. 11 10,000 diamonds. Cedric level sent to Ly. Zhuozhuo tomato no. 11. Both of them were thrilled to have cut in line for the song. Tong Tong, Cedric, thank you for the cute song. Ly. Xiao Lu, why can't I know a single one of the 3 songs? Isn't it like a roasted duck flying away when it's right in front? $1,000 for the cute song. Xia Mi hurriedly looked for a karaoke track and successfully prepared the background music before it was her turn. She opened the microphone, her voice filled with the joy of having earned money. This is Walk Through Fire, thank you for the song request. Cedric was stunned for a moment. This tone sounded quite pleasant, he thought. He just didn't know how well she would sing. As the prelude began, it was Vistone's Walk Through Fire with its signature progressive electronic beat, and the gentle synthesizer melody approached like distant flames. Xia Mi's voice transformed. She was no longer that little girl joyfully singing about making money. As she began, the first line, talk to me, pierced through the entire venue. Cedric instantly felt goosebumps. The first thought that flashed through his mind was, her voice had such powerful resonance. This song actually requires a certain level of skill, but Xia Mi didn't show off. Her performance was gentle yet determined, like a candid whisper in the ears, softly revealing secrets. Life cuts deep, let me help pick up the pieces. Let me help you pick up the broken pieces of yourself. You are not alone, I am right here by your side. Cedric had a second thought. Her spoken English was too standard. Many singers who can sing English songs may not be fluent in English. They often learn through phonetic transliteration of foreign songs, which leads to some pronunciation issues. But Xia Mi was different. Her pronunciation was impeccable. The visitors in the live stream room, not just Mihua's fans, but even fans of other hosts, were stunned by her English song and began to comment. Fu Xiaoguo level 28, Mihua the goddess, can actually sing English songs. It's so beautiful that I'm in tears. Ruan you level 32, I'm amazed. I'm not joking, this really gives me the feeling of wanting to kneel down. Guki Pao Shansha level 27, I don't understand. But it's so good. Taochi level 35, I teach English speaking, and I can responsibly say that this singer's pronunciation is too standard. If only my students could speak like this, I would be willing to eat vegetarian for a month. Devout. Duyuan Qing level 40, sneaking a peek for a while. So beautiful. Ly. Ci Yuan Duyuan Qing. Are you trying to sneak a peek in front of me? Duyuan Qing level 40, pointing finger. Xiong Rin Xiang Sheng, Hua level 17 for me, Hua I'm crazy for me, Hua I'm mad, crashing into the wall for me, Hua. As the song entered the chorus, the beat intensified, and the synthesizer wall erupted like flames. Xia Mi's voice suddenly exploded. I'll walk through fire with you. The high notes were crisp and passionate, filled with unwavering determination. Xia Mi loved the lyrics of this song. She felt it was perfect for singing to herself. Dear self, I promise no one can break us. You are not alone. I am right here by your side. Don't you understand? I will walk through the blazing fire for you. The final note dwindled, the background music ceased, and the entire hall fell into a profound, breathless silence. Xia Mi paused for a few seconds before disentangling herself from the emotion. The host remained quiet and did not cue her. Xia Mi opened her mouth, preparing to thank the donors. Thank you. The screen suddenly erupted in a cascade of visual effects. Xia Mi was nearly stunned by the sudden deluge of gifts. Besides Cedric the requester and her own fans presents, a great number of unfamiliar visitors had sent offerings, though most were modest, and the largest amounted to only a portion. The sheer volume of scattered tips was remarkably precious. When she had sung Chinese songs before, she had never provoked such a reaction. Xia Mi suddenly understood. If only you had said you liked this style earlier. She did not only sing in English, she could sing in Cantonese and Minnan as well. I promise to make you feel inexplicably impressed. It means you may not understand the words, yet you will feel awed. Because there were so many people, she had to speed through the thank yous. Xia Mi felt her tongue knotting, and once she finished, she hurriedly tossed the mic back to the host, so as not to delay the show. Host Ly. Xia Yuan also felt a little unsettled. She had shared a slot with Xia Mi once before, while she had thought her pleasant to listen to. After all, how could anyone in Liange sing poorly? It was this English song in particular that compelled her admiration. It was astonishing. As for her own fans declaring to her face that they would jump ship, she knew they were only teasing and did not mean it. A fan's liking for Mi Hua might be genuine, but it would never be so fickle as to change allegiance over a single song. The bond between streamer and fan is forged over time and many investments. Fans have poured in emotion and money, creating sunk costs that do not make switching easy. Up next, teacher Mi Hua delivered a superb rendition of Walk Through Fire. If you enjoyed it, feel free to follow. Next to perform is our teacher YY Jiang. After finishing her first set, Xia Mi could rest for a moment. She followed Cedric back. This generous patron had given 4,000 yuan for a single song, and she felt it worthwhile to cultivate that relationship. Then she saw someone mention her in the idol chat group Luiyinge Wanqingxi chat. Oh why? Zhuozhuo cried out for help. Oh why? Zhuozhuo replied in panic and sobs. Oh why? Bian Xinghe asked, puzzled what had happened. Was the task blocked? Oh why? Zhuozhuo answered no. Earlier someone in the hall posed a challenge, but both I and Mi Hua pressed one, and Mi Hua sang first. Oh why? Bian Xinghe was at a loss. And then, what's wrong? Isn't singing the same song rather normal? Oh why? Zhuozhuo exclaimed that she only knew the song at a passable level, and then wondered what Mi Hua had done to it. She pasted a screenshot of Cedric's comment from the public chat into the group. Oh why? Zhuozhuo posted the image and said, look at the boss evaluation of her. Second only to the original singer. How am I supposed to sing now? Oh why? Zhuozhuo indicated a touch of longing while Ly. Bian Xinghe muttered in disbelief. Zhuozhuo stared blankly, speaking as if drained of hope. Oh why? Zhuozhuo asked if she should ask the boss to change the song now, if not she threatened to refund her ticket. Bian Xinghe felt a degree of sympathy for her. As with wearing the same outfit, the embarrassment is not the collision, but who looks worse. The same applies to hired singers. When two perform the same song, and the gap is too great, comparisons are inevitable. Luiyinge's hall drew great traffic and a motley crowd. Even with moderators controlling the scene, unpleasant voices would surface, and some malicious fans might even splice together comparison clips. Putting oneself in another's shoes, if Bian Xinghe were in Zhuozhuo's position, she might also want to run away. Oh why? Zhuozhuo wanted to cry, but had no tears. Oh why? Zhuozhuo wrote Ly. Mi Hua, I swear I will never press one with you for an English song again. When singing Chinese songs, a gap might exist, but not so dramatically in the realm of English songs. However, Zhuozhuo truly felt that Mi Hua had delivered an overwhelming, otherworldly advantage. Xia Mi responded, I majored in English, so I might be somewhat better at English songs. She meant to convey that it was not that the other person was incapable, only that she happened to be more proficient in that area. Although the matter essentially stemmed from Zhuozhuo's own technical inferiority, from her perspective it was all too easy to redirect that resentment toward Mi Hua. A saying among celebrities goes, cultivate many friends and few enemies. Seeing that remark, Ly. Zhuozhuo calmed down a little. Oh why? Zhuozhuo admitted, Mi Hua, you studied English, no wonder you sing so well. In truth, she had decided not to perform Walk Through Fire in this slot. The moderator had privately messaged the patron who requested the song to negotiate whether to change the selection or issue a refund. She still felt uncomfortable, which was why she came to the group to vent. Her manners prevented any malice, yet only she knew the little knot of unease hidden in her heart. Fortunately, Mi Hua's response made her feel much better. She reflected that everyone has their own strengths, just as she herself accepted. It was not that she was truly so far inferior to Mi Hua. Bian Xinghe asked about the Dao. Xia Mi sighed sadly. The environment is tough, and it's hard to find work. I used to take translation jobs online, and I only earned 7,000 in a month. And because of her appearance, she could only take online jobs. Xia Mi's words resonated with a group of people. Yeah, I studied design, and once dreamed of going to Paris. Who would have thought that 3 years after graduation, I'm still a streamer? Being a streamer isn't bad. Either I was transferred to civil engineering, but luckily I can sing, otherwise who knows where I'd be working now. Many art students are also becoming streamers now, just like that streamer Angel, who does special effects. After a brief discussion, Xia Mi felt relieved when the topic moved away from her and left the group chat. Cedric noticed her reply and sent a message. He saw that there weren't many English songs on her playlist. Actually, I know many songs, but I didn't include some in my playlist because I don't feel confident enough with them. Brother Cedric, you can try to challenge me. Even if I don't know the song, I can learn it in 3 days. Her afternoons were spent streaming evenings for scheduling, and in between she had to handle miscellaneous tasks and maintain her fans. The most she did in the mornings was practice songs, even using her workout time to learn. If she couldn't sing, she would listen, making good use of every spare moment. Success is never easily obtained, but rather earned step by step. Cedric picked a song. Blue. Xia Mi replied to him. Easy. She deliberately answered in English as she guessed from Cedric's name and preferences that he might be overseas. In streaming, catering to the audience's preferences is crucial. Fundamentally, this is an industry that sells emotional value. The more skilled one is in their methods, the more popular they become. Cedric chuckled softly. Your English seems very good. Xia Mi answered honestly. Thank you for the compliment. Oh, I majored in English during my university studies. Cedric, with your English being so good, why not consider studying abroad? Xia Mi did not answer, but asked back, are you an international student? Cedric laughed and shook his head. I am past the school age. I am a British Chinese who I lived in the country until I was 14. Xia Mi thought for a moment and dug out a few food photos from her album to send. Image. The red braised pork in the photos was rich in color, glistening with oil evenly balanced between fat and lean, making one imagine the melt in your mouth texture with a hint of sweetness and the fragrance of the meat. The bubbling beef tallow hot pot looked spicy and fragrant with abundant ingredients like yellow throat beef tripe shrimp paste and lamb rolls paired with dipping sauces that made one's mouth water. The egg-filled pancake used plenty of egg liquid for the filling with a golden crispy skin wrapped around spicy strips, pork tenderloin, and lettuce. Taking a bite, the distinct layers of texture and rich flavors flooded in. Cedric felt he had been hit hard. I feel you have hurt me. I need food. He was in a different time zone, and it was currently 2 in the afternoon. He had just eaten lunch, which consisted of a large loaf of bread with blueberry jam and a salad. Xia Mi laughed heartily, having successfully stirred things up. Although I can't let you eat this food, I think I can offer you some emotional comfort. Because her next round of song selection was about to start. Cedric heard her voice and understood what she meant, exiting the chat interface to focus on listening to the song. Blue was more of a healing song with a gentle and melodious melody. Xia Mi's voice was soft, compared to the fiery Walk Through Fire she sang earlier. This song was interpreted by her as gentle as water. I want you. It'll color me blue. The pointer of the spinning wheel slowly came to a stop, pointing to the option that Xia Mi had longed for yet feared to hope for too much lest her hopes be dashed. Xia Mi's head buzzed as a sudden intense ringing filled her ears, the world spinning around her, taking a while to recover. The bird face syndrome has been the first curse that has shadowed Xia Mi since her birth. This deformity made her life's challenges akin to hell mode, which she had known from a young age the impact her face would have. Because the murmurs of discussion never ceased. Oh dear, how did this child end up like this? What will happen in the future? Who would want her? It must be hard to find a job when she grows up, right? Which company would hire a disabled person? I say if she can't continue after middle school, she might as well work in a factory to earn some money and repay her debts to her family. This is her fate, truly pitiful. Whether well-meaning or malicious, these words made Xia Mi understand that she had been mired in a quagmire since birth, and the only one who could change her fate was herself. Xia Mi confirmed once more. Is it facial adjustment? She thought her voice was steady, but in reality it trembled. At that moment she couldn't maintain absolute calm. Was this curse that had accompanied her for over 20 years finally going to dissipate? Xia Mi never expected to draw the option of facial adjustment so quickly. The options in the spinning wheel were vast, even including the detestable thank you for your patronage. Some were related to wealth, others to self-improvement, while the magical items that could have a direct effect on the body appeared only once in 10 draws as a guarantee. Xia Mi was prepared for the possibility that even with the guaranteed 10 draws, she might not get facial adjustment. Her mindset was quite stable. Because she had grown accustomed to the malice this world had bestowed upon her, her innate deformity, a rotten family background, the bullying during her growth, and the strange gazes of passersby. If something were to go too smoothly, all of a sudden, she would actually become wary and anxious. This world would not let her have it easy. This had always been Xia Mi's understanding. Yet she had never resigned herself to fate. If she had resigned herself, she wouldn't be standing here now as someone who, while not showing her face, had garnered many fans and could still be considered a decent singing streamer online. Instead, she would have long been rotting in some forgotten corner, a pile of mud that no one cared about. In her teenage years, while everyone was experiencing the stirrings of first love, the adolescent boys and girls would often blush and shy away when looking at someone they liked. But Xia Mi's youthful concerns were never about any boy, nor were they about others' opinions. She was only thinking about how to desperately change her life, not allowing herself to become a pawn of fate. Escaping her family, enduring all ridicule and doubt, striving to get into a prestigious school while working part-time. Though she was studying a major she didn't particularly like, it was one that ensured she could earn money online, and she took advantage of her spare time to explore the opportunity of life. At that time, she had no money, no guidance from renowned teachers provided by a system on how to sing professionally, nor good equipment. While making money on another platform, and due to account issues most visitors were difficult male fans, Xia Mi accumulated 6 figures in startup capital during her 4 years of college, relying on her perseverance, tenacity, emotional intelligence, wisdom, and hard work. The money she earned could be compared to compensation for emotional distress. How to make money, how to gradually climb out of the quagmire and fight for a possibility for her. This was truly the essence of Xia Mi's teenage worries. The appearance of the wealthy system did provide Xia Mi with some assistance, but even before the system, she had never given up on herself. Her plans had never changed: live streaming, building a career, saving money, and becoming beautiful. The system merely accelerated this process. Since binding with the system, she had drawn the wheel 4 times, obtaining vocal training, C daily quota 10,000, dream card 5, and facial adjustment. There were no thank you for your patronage, and every result was what she desired. Her luck seemed astonishingly good. Just like the system's arrival, it came with a gift of fortune. At this moment, the system answered her question affirmatively. Its facial adjustment, the transformation, will automatically take place after the host falls asleep, causing no adverse effects on the host. Please rest assured. What about the effect? Xia Mi tried to keep her tone calm while asking, but it still revealed a hint of nervousness. What does the effect look like? After a few seconds, the system projected a holographic image in front of her. The system explained to her. The image displays a simulation effect after a slight adjustment. The person in the image was Xia Mi, but it was a version of herself she had never seen. The hollow's profile and protrusions of her face, as well as her jawline, had been improved to a certain extent, though upon closer inspection, there were still slight differences compared to normal people, such as drooping eyelids and less fluid facial lines. But she could no longer be called a monster, at least she wouldn't attract too much attention while walking down the street. A slight adjustment indeed was merely a slight adjustment. Yet Xia Mi watched for a long time, for several minutes, before gently smiling. A hint of moisture glimmered in her eyes, but was quickly blinked away, replaced by a brightness that was somewhat captivating. Xia Mi asked, "Can you show the simulation effects of the second and third adjustments?" The system responded decisively. Receiving host command. The original image was minimized and moved to the left side of Xia Mi's view, and then a second and third simulation appeared beside it. In the second image, Xia Mi's facial lines were no different from those of a normal person. Her drooping eyelids returned to a normal state, and it was a face, just like anyone else's. In the third image, her facial shape was optimized, transforming into a face that conformed to popular aesthetics, a delicate oval face, with a clear jawline, 3-dimensional features, and a pair of bright, beautiful eyes that sparkled with life. She might not be a natural beauty or have a stunning face, but with some makeup and a beauty filter, she could easily be called a beauty. Xia Mi could imagine what she would look like after the 4th or 5th adjustment. Perhaps she would resemble those naturally beautiful female stars in the entertainment industry, or even more beautiful. But she did not wish to request more simulation images. Just these 2 images were already enough to fill her with motivation. At this moment, the desire for emotional value reached its peak. Xia Mi took a deep breath and made her next decision. Tonight, I will use the dream card targeting. Once a person tastes sweetness, they will crave more. Xia Mi observed the repeatedly adjusted simulation effects, her desire for emotional value becoming increasingly intense. Apart from creating program effects during the live broadcasts, what other methods could she use to quickly obtain emotional value? The first thing that came to Xia Mi's mind was to use the dream card she had drawn last time. She had been troubled and pondering over what kind of dream to create that could evoke the other person's emotions, while also increasing their fondness for her. In fact, Xia Mi even considered creating a nightmare, personally dressing up as a female ghost to scare Qi Wu and Zhang Liwan for an entire night. Surely that would yield a good amount of emotional value. However, since she and Qi Wu as well as Zhang Liwan were still in the initial stages of acquaintance, Xia Mi worried that if she made them feel disgusted or fearful due to the dream, she might truly lose both of these big brothers. One should not underestimate human fear and psychological shadows. This could be quite a serious issue. If she were to do this, there was a high probability that these 2 would physiologically reject her due to the shadows left by their subconscious. If these 2 were to leave, the decline in income from the live broadcast would be one aspect, and they also occupied the binding spots, which was another aspect. A single binding spot requires 5,000 wealth points. She needed to save her current wealth points for upgrading her daily quota. Once the quota accumulated and acquiring wealth points became easier, she could open more binding spots, making it easier to obtain emotional value, though this would take some time. If the emotional links deepened in the future, Xia Mi might choose to create some more impressive plots of deep and tragic romance. But for now, she could only strive to maintain a balance between extracting emotional value and increasing fondness. After much contemplation, Xia Mi planned the dream and finally laid down to sleep. The night was heavy. Zhang Liwan felt as if he had amnesia. He suddenly could not remember what his girlfriend looked like. After having a drink in the afternoon, his head hurt a bit, and after dozing off for a while, he was suddenly awakened by the ringtone. Zhang Liwen's consciousness was still a bit foggy, the effects of the alcohol lingering. Suddenly being awoken made him a little irritable, but his gaze softened when it landed on the name displayed on the incoming call. The note read, "My dearest Mi Bao. My girlfriend." Zhang Liwen answered the phone, his voice slightly hoarse, laced with a hint of laziness and affection. "Are you done? Movie star?" The term movie star was a term of endearment he used for his girlfriend because Xia Mi was a streamer always aspiring to be a star in the streaming world. Thinking of the way she had said that, Zhang Liwen couldn't help but smile. "So adorable, huh?" Xia Mi's voice came through the phone, lively and full of energy. I'm packing up now. I'll be done in about 20 minutes. Come pick me up." "Okay," Zhang Liwen replied. "I've been drinking, so tell my driver to come drive me over to pick you up." Xia Mi responded with a puzzled "You've been drinking? Then maybe we shouldn't bother. It's quite late anyway, we can reschedule our date." However, upon hearing this, Zhang Liwen firmly refused. "No, we promised to meet today." He joked. "What? Are you worried about your boyfriend?" Xia Mi teased him. "Who's worried about you? Hurry and come if you're late. I won't wait for you." Zhang Liwen chuckled softly. "All right, my lady." After Xia Mi hung up the phone, he casually grabbed his coat from beside him, draping it over his arm, and stepping out the door. Driver Lao Su had received his message and had already parked the car at the entrance waiting for him. Zhang Liwen got into the car, and the black sedan started weaving through the evening traffic. Upon arriving at the entrance of Xia Mi's company, as soon as Zhang Liwen entered, he saw several girls gathered in the lobby's rest area chatting and laughing. He distinctly heard his girlfriend's voice among them, but he froze for a moment, suddenly dazed. Wait, what did his girlfriend look like again? Zhang Liwen's pupils constricted, and a hint of shock, confusion, and bewilderment appeared in his gaze. What the hell? Could it be that there was fake alcohol in what he drank earlier? Did it cause him to forget? As he stood there, his mind in disarray, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from his girlfriend. "My dearest Mi Bao, why are you just standing there? Come over." Zhang Liwen's expression stiffened as he attempted to persuade her. "Zhang Liwen, baby, there are too many people. I'm a bit socially anxious. Why don't you come find me instead?" Damn, there were 5 or 6 girls standing there, and he suddenly had amnesia. He couldn't distinguish who was his girlfriend. What should he do? Tell his girlfriend the truth? Xia Mi would never believe him. He was afraid that the moment he finished speaking, Xia Mi's slap would land on his face. Xia Mi sent him a question mark, her tone turning unfriendly. "My dearest Mi Bao? My dearest Mi Bao, didn't you say you wanted to greet my friends? You said you would make our relationship public. My dearest Mi Bao." "Zhang Liwen, what are you doing? Are you coming or not?" Zhang Liwen felt a bit dizzy. Damn fake alcohol. Since Xia Mi asked like this, he certainly couldn't say he wasn't coming. He could only muster the courage to reply. "Zhang Liwen, coming, I'm on my way." He approached with hesitant steps, and the girls had clearly noticed him by now, all smiling at him, making Zhang Liwen's scalp tingle. As he walked, he observed the appearances and expressions of the 5 girls, trying to find clues. Which one could be his girlfriend? Zhang Liwen first ruled out 2 options. One was a girl with a Lolita style, and the other was a cool short-haired girl. Those 2 were not his preferred styles, so they definitely weren't his girlfriend. Zhang Liwen's gaze slowly moved across the remaining 3. One wore glasses and had a very intellectual aura, also quite beautiful, the kind of beauty that could take one's breath away at first glance. The next one had a sweet smile, looking lively and adorable, brimming with energy. The last one had an ordinary appearance, seemingly lacking any distinct features at first glance, the kind that could be lost in a crowd, especially when sitting with the other beautiful girls, making her seem even less remarkable. Only her pair of eyes stood out, clear and bright, carrying a hint of smile, inexplicably charming and captivating. At least she captivated him. Zhang Liwen had a feeling. He quickened his pace slightly, wearing a very standard smile, walked to the side of the last girl, naturally taking her hand, and politely nodded to the others. Having drunk fake wine, he forgot what his girlfriend looked like. This was the setting Xia Mi gave to Zhang Liwen before entering the dream. The former was meant to provide a certain rationale for the latter, preventing Zhang Liwen from doubting the reality of the world and causing the dream to collapse. The reason Xia Mi set such a scenario was actually quite simple, just like her choice of Zhang Liwen to enter the dream instead of Qi Wu. She always remembered the phrase Zhang Liwen once said, "Souls have a fragrance." Xia Mi had to admit that this statement had a slight impact on her at the time, making Zhang Liwen hold a bit more priority in her heart compared to Qi Wu. Just a bit more. But she would also be curious and suspicious. Was what Zhang Liwen said true? Did he really think that the soul was more important than appearance? So when she had the chance to test it in the dream, she found it hard to resist doing so. The image she used was a slightly adjusted simulation, which could hardly be called beautiful, with slight flaws in the facial features and shape. It was just an ordinary appearance, scoring 3 to 4 points out of 10. Moreover, Xia Mi deliberately created 4 different styles of beautiful women to appear alongside her, creating a strong contrast just to see Zhang Liwen's reaction and attitude. Which one would he think was his girlfriend? Xia Mi knew that often a person's first choice would reveal their true inclinations. After all, humans are visual creatures, aren't they? And what kind of expression would Zhang Liwen have once he realized she was his girlfriend? Would he feel embarrassed by how ordinary his girlfriend looked? Would he feel discontented due to the comparison with others? Xia Mi and the four beautiful women smiled and watched Zhang Liwan waiting for him to make a choice, while she coldly observed and thought. Until Zhang Liwan decisively took her hand and confidently introduced himself to the others. Xia Mi's expression froze momentarily. The few colleagues opposite were laughing uncontrollably, performing their roles naturally and flawlessly according to the script. I know Mimi has mentioned you to us many times. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liwan's impeccable social smile suddenly became more genuine, with a hint of joy in his eyes. Haha, really? So his girlfriend often mentioned him to her friends. Xia Mi often talks about you, saying you are particularly good friends. I came here in a hurry today, but next time I will treat everyone to milk tea with Xia Mi. Zhang Liwan smiled brightly, and although he knew this was a dream and their relationship was set by her, Xia Mi still felt inexplicably shy. She tugged at Zhang Liwan's hand. Alright, let's hurry up and go. The teasing laughter of friends rang out. Haha, Mimi is shy. Xia Mi pulled Zhang Liwan away in a flurry and only stopped outside the door. Taking the opportunity, she released Zhang Liwan's hand and let out a long sigh. The self-evolving nature of this dream was too realistic. Even she who knew it was a dream was almost immersed in it. Zhang Liwan looked at her with a smile, suddenly reaching out to tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear. Xia Mi was startled by his sudden closeness, instinctively wanting to retreat, but then she recalled their relationship and forced herself to stop. The warmth of his fingers brushed past her ear, and where their skin touched seemed to transmit a wave of heat. Zhang Liwan's demeanor was natural and affectionate. Let's go, Xia Mi. He opened the car door for Xia Mi, who settled into the back seat, with Zhang Liwan following closely behind, once again firmly grasping her hand. Once again their fingers intertwined. Each finger intimately slipped between the gaps of the other, squeezing out all the spaces, tightly fitting together, carrying an indescribable sense of entanglement and allure. Xia Mi turned her head away, her earlobes flushed like they were bleeding red. This was not part of her setting. The instructions she gave to the dream were simple. She and Zhang Liwan were lovers. Zhang Liwan was coming to pick her up for a date, and she was standing with several different types of beautiful friends, while Zhang Liwan had drunk fake wine and suddenly couldn't remember her specific appearance. That was all the instructions. It was like giving Doubao some commands and keywords, but you never knew what content it would generate. Xia Mi also had no idea where this dream was heading. The other details of the dream had nothing to do with her at all. For instance, Zhang Liwan would realize he couldn't drive after drinking and choose to call a driver, or he would say, Xia Mi often talks about you to me, such social phrases along with holding her hand. These actions were entirely Zhang Liwan's own ideas. Entering the dream of the other party. This is Zhang Liwan's dream, so the details were truly created by Zhang Liwan. His dream would be constructed based on his understanding of the world. Wife. Zhang Liwan's voice carried a hint of confusion. Why have you been avoiding my gaze? Did I make you mad? Was his girlfriend acting a bit strange today? After getting in the car, she kept looking out the window. What was so interesting outside? Xia Mi closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and reluctantly turned to look at him. Zhang Liwan's complexion was not particularly fair, at least 2 shades darker than Shi Wu, but he wasn't dark either, rather it was a very healthy color. His skin was very clean, with not a single acne scar, a prominent nose, phoenix eyes, with a slight double eyelid, thin lips. Individually none of his features stood out, but together they formed an exceptionally harmonious look, with a touch of mischief and sensuality. Xia Mi's fingers twitched slightly. Quite pleasing to the eye. Why do you keep changing how you address me? I'm just teasing you, Xia Mi retorted, which could be considered a response. Since entering this dream, how many different names has Zhang Liwan called her? Baby movie star queen? Zhang Liwan smiled cheerfully, not taking it seriously. What's wrong with that? I just wanted to try calling each one because they're all nice. Suddenly he leaned closer to Xia Mi, the fabric of their clothes brushing against each other with a soft sound. Xia Mi felt the palm of her hand, which he was holding, unusually warm and hot. Zhang Liwan's gaze was fixed on her eyes, filled with seriousness, focus, admiration, and even a hint of obsession. Xia Mi, your eyes are really beautiful. Instinctively, Xia Mi reached out with her free hand to cover his eyes. She could feel his eyelashes gently brushing against her palm, ticklish. Zhang Liwan chuckled softly, not resisting, but slightly tilting his head, causing the spot where her palm was resting to shift from his eyes to his lips. He kissed her hand. In a flash of realization, Xia Mi quickly withdrew her hand, but the lingering sensation of his moist touch remained impossible to shake off. Zhang Liwan wore a smile that was neither here nor there, his tone ambiguous and relaxed. What was that for, baby? Xia Mi stared at him in disbelief. Zhang Liwan, are you a freak? Why would he lick her palm? Perhaps her reaction struck Zhang Liwan's funny bone as he suddenly lowered his head, laughing uncontrollably, unable to stop for a long time. Ha ha ha. He was too adorable. He lifted his head, his face full of smiles. Sorry, baby, I couldn't help myself. Xia Mi no longer wanted to pay attention to him. She suddenly felt that the dream she had set up was flawed. She shouldn't have given Zhang Liwan the identity of a boyfriend from the very beginning, which had led to his overly intimate attitude towards her, now making it difficult for her to refuse. This dream felt like a large-scale script murder mystery to Xia Mi. She thought that simply completing her roleplay step by step would suffice, but she didn't expect this dream to be so similar to reality. In reality, couples in love would naturally have a lot of intimate physical contact. Yet the physical contact Xia Mi was most familiar with. Her eyes momentarily lost focus. Xia Mi suddenly leaned her head on Zhang Liwen's shoulder. Not for any other reason, but simply to avoid recalling those scenes filled with violence and hatred. She caught a whiff of the fragrance on Zhang Liwen. She couldn't distinguish what it was, but it smelled bold and extravagant, forcefully invading her nostrils and washing away the stench of alcohol and vomit from her memories. Zhang Liwen's breath hitched for a moment, then he instinctively relaxed, his breathing remaining perfectly still. I'm tired from work, Xia Mi mumbled. Just take a nap for a bit. Zhang Liwen chuckled softly, his voice laced with indulgence. All right, I'll wake you when we arrive. What was supposed to be a date was merely having a meal together and chatting. However, Zhang Liwen chose a great place full of ambience. A famous restaurant in S City, sitting by the floor-to-ceiling windows on the upper floors, one could see the most bustling night view of S City. The river shimmered under the colorful reflections, breathtakingly beautiful. The server attending to them was polite and attentive while a cellist elegantly played a piece. Xia Mi first ordered a few of her favorites, after which Zhang Liwen added 2 more dishes and requested the wine list from the server. Let's have a bottle of Lihua, this wine isn't bad. He was habitually about to order a bottle of red wine, but noticed Xia Mi frowning across from him. Zhang Liwen paused, then changed his mind. No, forget it, I don't want to drink today. Just these dishes will do. He handed the wine list back to the server, casting a subtle glance at Xia Mi, silently observing. Are you a bit tired today, baby? You seemed distracted in the car just now. Xia Mi seized on this opportunity to acknowledge the step he had offered her. A little bit. She suddenly looked at Zhang Liwen. Zhang Liwen, how come you're so rich? Just now, when looking at the menu, each dish was in the 4-digit range. Zhang Liwen's dream indicated his usual spending level and quality of life. And he could spend that much money on her. Where exactly did his wealth come from? She wanted to earn some too. Zhang Liwen was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Little money grubber. However, he did not dismiss her question, taking a moment to reflect seriously. If you're asking how I'm so rich now, I'd say it's because I work in finance. He smiled. But if you ask why I'm so rich, my answer would be good luck. Xia Mi furrowed her brows in confusion. Good luck? Zhang Liwen's system interface indicated that he started from scratch. Unlike Chi Wu, who was born with a silver spoon, how lucky could he be to be so wealthy at such a young age? Yes, good luck. Zhang Liwen leaned lazily against his chair, his gaze somewhat dreamy under the warm light, as if reminiscing. I didn't go to college, to be precise, I didn't even finish high school. I had a fallout with my family, and came out to work. By chance I met a big shot in futures trading. Xia Mi listened quietly. She knew a little about futures that seemed similar to stocks, yet very different. Stock risks are at most moderate. The worst-case scenario is losing all your capital, whereas futures involve high leverage, great risks, and bidirectional trading. A small mistake could lead to total loss, or even deep debt. Being young and reckless, I invested all the tens of thousands I had saved up. Guess what happened? Zhang Liwen looked at her with a playful smile. Xia Mi responded without hesitation. I guess you made money. They say that with good luck, one surely makes money. Zhang Liwen nodded with a smile. Yes, I made money, and quite a lot. After several rounds, I had over $1 million in hand. This was faster than robbing money. Xia Mi thought to herself. So did you start working in finance then, as she asked? Zhang Liwen shook his head. No, although I was a bit euphoric, then I also knew that I didn't understand futures well. Relying on the big shot might earn me momentarily, but not long term. I might fall one day, so I withdrew and started working in scrap recycling. Another industry Xia Mi knew nothing about. Scrap recycling doesn't sound appealing, and it's indeed not glamorous. Zhang Liwen grinned, a hint of mockery in his smile. But few people know that this industry is actually quite profitable. By building connections with various companies that generate steel waste, he could acquire materials and sell them for a pure profit of several million a year. Xia Mi was somewhat shocked. Is it really that lucrative? If it's so easy, why doesn't everyone know about it? Who cares about the image when there's money to be made? Isn't money far more important than image? Zhang Liwen glanced at her. Because most people can't get into this industry. Big companies don't care who collects their waste. Those with connections will also want a share of the profits. It's not easy for him to access these materials. He has to employ all kinds of tactics. Smiling and drinking at the table is just a part of the routine. Even if a client vomits on his face, he still has to check if they're okay first. Moreover, just because you put in effort doesn't guarantee a return. Once he was on the verge of signing a contract, just a day away, only to be intercepted by someone with connections. Big companies don't care about the thoughts of small players like him, and neither do the ones with connections. He had spent money and time, yet ended up with nothing. He couldn't even question or show anger or complaints. He had to keep smiling, because if he lost this chance, there would be no next time. In this industry, you can't afford to offend anyone. Getting materials is hard, and it's also hard once you have them. During the handover, encountering someone tampering with the weight or receiving substandard materials, he had to find ways to resolve it and plead for adjustments. The group of people who worked with him initially felt grateful. He was generous and loyal, willing to share profits. However, over time, they began to resent. They believed they were the ones working hard, while Zhang Liwan merely chatted away wondering why he earned so much. Zhang Liwan gritted his teeth and endured those years. Xia Mi listened transfixed. Zhang Liwan's experiences inexplicably echoed fragments of her own life, yet the territories he had ventured into were entire. Xia Mi asked why he had left that line of work and turned to finance. The waitstaff began bringing dishes one after another, steam rising and bearing the scent of food, but neither of them paid it any heed, engrossed in their conversation. It was because for a stretch the prices of raw materials fluctuated, almost madly soaring and plunging with no pattern. Zhang Liwan recalled. I was lucky then and caught the wave, made a good sum. But looking back, many peers collapsed. The losses of hundreds of thousands or millions were still considered tame, while those wiped out overnight were the real tragedies. It was then I realized that finance is where the real money is. Scrap recycling only yields a hard-earned wage. The profit margin is limited. Even at the greatest scale, a year tops off at a few thousand. Finance is different. It has no ceiling, a rapidly shifting game of fame and fortune, a shortcut that can break class barriers and catapult lives upward. And yet it is also an abyss that has devoured countless moths drawn to the flame. At first I tested the waters with a few hundred, then slowly put more in. There were losses and gains. For a while I got carried away. My approach became increasingly aggressive, and I nearly blew through all my savings. Zhang Liwan laughed softly and shook his head, his tone level, as if recounting someone else's tale, revealing little turbulence. Fortunately, I kept some reason and stopped in time, preserving a portion of the principal. With the scrap business still running, I was not driven to utter despair. Zhang Liwan patted his pocket, produced a cigarette, and held it deftly between his lips. He had a taste for drink and smoke. Years in scrap recycling, navigating both business deals and banquet tables, made abstaining almost impossible. Out of consideration for Xia Mi, he did not light it. Finance, frankly, is exchanging money for experience and for sharper perception. Lose enough, crash hard enough, and even the slowest person can grope toward the rules, stumbling and scraping my way forward. I have now barely reached a measure of finance. He spoke without triumph, with a flavor nearly of desolation. His brows slackened and his expression nonchalant. He had obtained the wealth the world so coveted and escaped the privations of the lower rungs, yet he did not seem particularly joyful. Those allure-nothing gambles, the sleepless nights of anxiety, the humiliating compromises, the dignity crushed beneath it all, the crucibles he endured. Though they healed on the surface, they left a scar that throbbed faintly. What bored him more was the chasm between classes. Even with money, he could not assimilate into the glossy, hypocritical circles of the elite. The well-dressed displayed contrived refinement and hollow courtesy, their manners laced with an innate hauteur. The so-called powers at the top looked down on his grassroots origins and coarse background, privately sneering at him as an uncultured upstart who had gotten rich overnight. Faces smiled and praises were exchanged in public to preserve appearances, but the private scorn and exclusion were plain to him. He saw it all with unclouded clarity. Even former friendships acquired a bitter aftertaste. Some approached with deliberate flattery, hoping to exploit his connections and wealth. Others maintained a studied distance, carefully delineating the boundary for fear of being accused of. Those who fawned and those who shunned him of every stripe gradually drifted away. Zhang Liwan's expression clouded when suddenly he heard Xia Mi speak with sincere admiration. Xia Mi said earnestly that Zhang Liwan truly had great daring. She looked at him with a seriousness that marked the first time she confronted the Zhang Liwan of her dreams. Zhang Liwan started, warmed by her unexpected praise, and smiled. Was his girlfriend comforting him? He smiled faintly and waved off the compliment, saying that it was no daring, but merely good luck in their trade. Win, and you are daring; lose, and you are reckless. He had lost before, but he was ruthless enough to gamble again when beaten. Fortunately, he won in the end. Otherwise, he would have been no better than a mangy stray by the roadside. Xia Mi shook her head, her expression devoid of flattery or worship, instead focused and earnest. She said he was not merely lucky, but possessed vision and courage, daring to act and capable of carrying it through. Would an ordinary person, even if lucky enough to meet a benefactor in futures trading, dare to throw their hard-earned tens of thousands into the pot? Could one remain rational and walk away decisively after effortlessly earning millions in futures? Could one, having secured the first bucket of gold, forego comfort and instead choose to endure hardship and start anew? Could one seize a new opportunity and change course, even if it meant teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, and still persist? Remove any of those links, and Zhang Liwan would never have reached the place he is today. Zhang Liwan may indeed have been fortunate, but in truth, everyone encounters countless chances in a lifetime. Society advances so swiftly that every few years a new windfall industry seems to emerge. From 2003 to 2007, it was real estate; 2007 to 2013, e-commerce; 2013 to 2016, microcommerce; 2016 to 2023, the broader internet boom; and 2023 to 2026, self-media and gold. Zhang Liwan did more than ride luck. He keenly seized every opportunity before him and threw himself into tireless effort and struggled, daring to gamble and to fight, which forged the man standing before her today. Xia Mi spoke slowly and deliberately. Her tone was not of idolatry, but of recognition and appreciation. The cigarette in Zhang Liwen's mouth had loosened and fallen to the floor without his noticing. He paid it no mind, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Xia Mi. A strange feeling rose in him. He could not name it. Like a long-neglected soul suddenly roused to life, touched and awakened. It was also as if something sour and soft had soaked through him, leaving his very bones mellowed. Xia Mi's pace of speech slowed, then faltered and stopped. She felt uncomfortable under his gaze. What kind of look was that? It was bright and dark, ardent yet restrained. She pretended to lower her eyes and picked up her knife and fork. She murmured that she would say no more because she was hungry, and she heard Zhang Liwen laugh softly. He replied that very well they would eat. Xia Mi was eating happily. Knowing that this was a dream and she wouldn't gain weight, she ordered high-calorie foods that she usually wouldn't eat. Although this restaurant was expensive, the flavors were indeed exquisite. Even Xia Mi, with her insensible palate, could taste the freshness of the ingredients. Zhang Liwen smiled at her satisfied expression. How adorable. After finishing her meal, Xia Mi couldn't help but wonder how much longer this dream would. A few hours must have passed since the dream began, right? The flow of time here was no different from reality. Zhang Liwen glanced at the time and stood up. It's getting late, we'll take you home. Xia Mi replied. Okay. Zhang Liwen was quite considerate, even arranging a home for her in the dream. If he didn't take her, she wouldn't even know where her home was. Zhang Liwen settled the bill, and they returned to the car where he provided the driver Lao Su with an address that Xia Mi had no idea about. The car drove into the night and eventually stopped in a villa area. It seemed that Zhang Liwen subconsciously thought this was where she should live. Xia Mi thought to herself. Luckily it was a villa, otherwise she might not have known the house number. Zhang Liwen stopped at the entrance. We're here. Xia Mi nodded, thought for a moment, and then said good night. Zhang Liwen looked down at her. When he picked her up from her company, he had been so drunk that he couldn't remember her appearance. But the moment he saw her, Zhang Liwen instantly decided that she had to be his girlfriend. There was no other reason, just a feeling. Her eyes were so captivating. When she looked at him, her expression was smiling, yet her gaze held scrutiny and inquiry, which was quite interesting. That kind of indifference, that kind of fierceness reminded him so much of his former self, burning with vibrant black vitality. Later, their conversation at the dining table once again confirmed to him that her soul resonated powerfully with his. Zhang Liwen suddenly reached out, his fingers weaving through her hair, supporting the back of her head as he leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. Xia Mi was taken aback. Good night. Zhang Liwen's voice was laced with warmth. He thought, as expected, even if he lived through this countless times, he would fall in love with her at the moment. Love at first sight. When Zhang Liwen woke up, there was still a smile on his face. His brain was joyfully releasing dopamine from the beautiful dream, making him feel exceptionally light. After a few minutes, he gradually regained his senses, his expression first showing confusion, then morphing into something peculiar and a hint of unknown embarrassment. He rubbed his face, suddenly finding it a bit amusing. What was going on? Had he had a dream? A dream about the streamer he had recently been very interested in, Mihua. He couldn't quite remember the specifics of the dream, but it was probably about them being in a romantic relationship, him picking her up after work, interacting in the car, and then chatting, but what they talked about became quite blurry. He only remembered feeling an extraordinarily strange sense of satisfaction in the dream. He clearly recalled the ending where he sent her home and kissed her forehead. Zhang Liwen slapped his forehead. Damn, Zhang Liwen, you are really something else. Had he been alone for too long? How could he drag a girl he barely knew into his dreams and fantasize about her being his girlfriend, even kissing her? Shouldn't he have some self-respect? But that said, the dream was quite delightful. When he just woke up without reacting, he was still feeling quite pleased, not even knowing what. Zhang Liwen sighed, recalling how he had watched her like a lovesick fool in the dream, staring into her eyes and kissing her hand. TSK. So was he really that perverted? Zhang Liwen rubbed his flushed ears, his gaze instinctively searching for his phone, and upon checking the time, it was 12 o'clock. He had woken up a bit early today, and it wasn't even time for her live stream yet. Just as he began to feel a bit of regret, he saw a message from her on WeChat, his eyes lighting up as, Mihua, can I chat with you out of nowhere? Zhang Liwen chuckled. It was her style, haha. Zhang Liwen, of course. He was curious about what she wanted to chat about. Soon she sent over a picture. Mihua image. Zhang Liwen was a bit puzzled as the screenshot she sent was of their recent conversation. What was this about? The next second, Xia Mi provided him with the answer. Mihua, girlfriend, can you help me see if we have a chance? Zhang Liwen laughed heartily. He knew that Mihua was definitely pretending to send it by mistake. He could see through such a little trick at a glance. But it didn't stop him from finding, so he very seriously and earnestly replied. Zhang Liwen, there should be. Zhang Liwen, the other side, is clearly already struggling. Xia Mi couldn't help but chuckle, but didn't reply immediately. She decided to wait a few minutes before responding. She opened the system interface to check. In the short time it took to exchange those few sentences, the emotional value provided by Zhang Liwen had increased by another 20 points, indicating that the residual emotions from the dream were still influencing him. From last night until now, the emotional value that Zhang Liwen had provided all by himself had already exceeded 100. The system rarely initiated a conversation. Host, the system doesn't understand why you want to obscure the memory of the target in the middle of the dream. Xia Mi had woken up earlier than Zhang Liwan, so after waking she immediately had the system blur the middle part of Zhang Liwan's dream memory, retaining only the beginning and ending along with Zhang Liwan's own emotions and feelings. Fortunately, this was within the influence range of the dream card. Xia Mi contemplated how to explain to this little system, which did not understand human emotions. Because that segment of dialogue falls under the category of heart-to-heart talk, she said. He had a heart-to-heart with the dream version of me and was moved by her. This process was too special and profound for him. So if he remembers the full content upon waking, he won't be able to help but compare the dream version of me with the real me and subconsciously think the dream version is better. Because the Xia Mi in the dream is his girlfriend, someone he can completely trust and confide in. He will subconsciously beautify the dream version of her to a perfect extent and project those expectations onto the real Xia Mi. If Xia Mi fails to meet those expectations, he will experience disappointment and dissatisfaction towards her. I cannot leave such a hidden danger, so that memory must be blurred. The system asked in confusion, then why can we retain the beginning and the ending? Because there was nothing special or soul-stirring in the beginning and the ending, just pleasant daily intimacy. Xia Mi instinctively reached up to touch her forehead, realizing what she was doing, and quickly putting her hand down. In psychology, there's an effect called the Pekin rule proposed by psychologist Daniel Kahneman. People's memories of an experience are determined only by two key points: the peak, the best-worst moment, and the end, the moment it concludes. Most feelings in between tend to be forgotten. Xia Mi explained. This means that as long as I let him remember the beauty of the ending and the pleasant feelings during the process, even if he can't recall the middle content, he will still retain that goodwill and joy projecting it onto me. Suddenly her phone vibrated a couple of times. Xia Mi looked down and softly said, "See, just like this. Zhang Liwan waiting for you to start streaming. Zhang Liwan, it's Monday, giving you a bit of an exhibition." Xia Mi stood in front of the sink for a long time before the broadcast. This was the only place in her residence with a mirror. The reflection showed a face that was plain and even somewhat unattractive, yet it was no longer within the realm of deformity. No one but her could understand what this ordinary face meant to her, how hard it was to attain, and how much it deserved to be cherished. Xia Mi smiled and her reflection followed suit, still unattractive, yet somehow exuding a bright and radiant charm. Perhaps it was because she was smiling so. In a cheerful mood, Xia Mi hummed a song as she powered on her equipment. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, she began her broadcast right on time. After several days of high-intensity streaming, her account's weight had noticeably increased, and the traffic in her live stream surged, filled with many familiar names. Mi Bao's Small Money Pouch entered the live stream. Fu Yu entered the live stream. Bu, Chi Han, Bao entered the live stream. Li, Y entered the live stream. Yunji entered the live stream. The first thing the fans with suffixes did upon entering was to send light signs and compete for the companionship journey. I entered in 0 seconds, but didn't grab the first star of the companionship journey. The first star adds an extra 400 intimacy. Do you know how much I need this 400 intimacy? Ing Lian Wahihi, it's me, the fan club directly leveled up nice. Zhang Liwan didn't manage to grab it, either clicked his tongue and directly opened the exhibition hall, clicking on the quick light up in the upper left corner. Xia Mi was still reciting her opening remarks. Welcome to Mi Hua's live stream, welcome Li Wai Gu, welcome Zai Jiu Ji, welcome Air, Hung, welcome Hoi Dao, Jiu Shi Jiu, welcome Lazy Pig seeking food. Xia Mi wasn't really welcoming everyone, as she mainly welcomed those familiar faces who had supported her. Everyone give us likes, and we'll start singing with 10,000 likes. As soon as she finished speaking, special effects rose in the live. Li Wai sent a carnival, 1 Li Wai sent a tomato airship, 1 Li Wai sent a cloud secret realm, 2 Li Wai sent tomato no. 11. Last week's Xia Mi's exhibition hall was a beginner's basic exhibition hall, which wasn't worth much, and it was Zhang Liwan who clicked it casually when it was still an ordinary. This week's Xia Mi's exhibition hall advanced to a selected exhibition hall, with the price multiplying several times, totaling over 1,600 diamonds. Every gift sent by Zhang Liwan was followed by the phrase Li Wai gained the naming rights. The dim exhibition halls quickly lit up one by one, and the avatars for the naming were exceptionally uniform, all bearing Zhang Liwan's face. Wow, how domineering. One person has filled up all the exhibition halls. Xia Mi said jokingly. Could this be the short drama where the domineering CEO insists on giving me exhibition halls? Tourists laughed heartily. Don't bother fixing the sky, Pooh. Is it a short drama filmed on the spot? Cutting the public dog, yes, our main bag is best at acting in short dramas. Yu Bukuin looks good, I love watching. Hey, damn, I just wanted to give me Bao 2 exhibition halls and name them, but I got snatched. Zhang Liwan thought for a moment. Li Wai, you can grab the naming rights of the 4 exhibition halls at the bottom, I don't mind. The 4 exhibition halls at the bottom are a small heart for 1 dime, a rose for 1 dime, a large beer for 2 dimes, and a lollipop for 9 dimes. These 4 gifts are also known as children's exhibition halls. Hey, pause for a moment. Hey, thank you, you're quite generous. If you want to give the big, beautiful exhibition halls to her, what's with just 4 children's exhibition halls? While complaining, she quickly sent gifts to seize the naming rights of the play. Sent a small heart, 1314. Sent a rose, 1314. She successfully seized the naming rights by sending all 4 small gifts expressing her astonishment. Wow. Mihua babies am really doing well, even exhibition halls have people fighting to name them. Countless streamers have begged for help and couldn't even light up their exhibition halls, let alone have someone fight for naming rights. Humans as a species love to join in the fun. If this topic isn't discussed, it's fine, but once it is, some can't help but get restless. Humanity will be defeated. Li Y big brother, I also want a naming right. This was mercilessly rejected by Li Y. Li Y, what naming rights do you want when you don't even have a suffix? No. Humanity will be defeated. Humanity will be defeated. Aren't you not wearing one either? Damn double standards. Xia Mi puzzledly stopped the two. Wait. Since when did Li Y take charge of my exhibition hall? Naming rights are up for grabs for anyone who wants them. I will not refuse any gift visiting. That's all money. Jiang Liwan, don't interfere with my fans. Staying up late addicted me Bao makes sense. Staying up late addicted Senego Duck 188 person without academic capacity. Main bag is so cute, I'll feed her a bite. Soon several small exhibition halls were seized by the fans, joining in on the fun one after another. Jiang Liwan looked at the avatars no longer being uniform and the chaotic exhibition halls humming softly. Forget it, he wouldn't compete for the small ones, giving her fans a sense of involvement. Li YPK. He wanted to send more gifts to the 4 most expensive exhibition halls above to prevent being snatched. Xia Mi still refused. Let's sing first, we'll PK in 2 hours. Li Y, alright. A fan curiously chimed in. Unnamed user Li Y seems especially active today. Jiang Liwan paused for a moment upon seeing this sentence. Did he? Perhaps a little. Jiang Liwan thought to himself that after having such a dream, he seemed to have become more attentive to Mihua. Although Jiang Liwan was aware of this, he did not reject it deep down. After all, dreams are something one creates for oneself, and to some extent it might reflect his subconscious admiration for Mihua. Jiang Liwan's habit was to strive for what he wanted directly, never hesitating. He had always lived this way without any room for doubt. Once he hesitated, he might miss an. So even though he had not yet thought deeply about it, his instincts were already pushing him to take action. Compared to Chi Wu, many fans in the livestream preferred to chat with Jiang Liwan because he was down-to-earth, approachable, and humorous. Meng Yaya level 30 Army Bao is the best. Guagong Go level 39 Haha Li Y Gu just throws straight balls every day. 9988 level 41 Oh my, is this what they call husband fans? I've seen it now. Xian Yu, level 40, so many people. Are you a singing anchor? Can you take song requests now? Bitong WW, level 39, eating melon. Ishan Shu Xing, level 46, but still Mi Bao belongs to all of us. Ban Xian by Jiu, a level 31, it's a bit regrettable that Wu Huang hasn't come yet. What's going on? Hehe, I really want to see a love triangle blush. There are always tourists who enjoy the lively atmosphere. Xia Mi thought, but you might be disappointed. Oh, Chi Wu probably won't come for a while today. After all, it says in the status bar that this person is currently in a meeting and can't have time to watch the live stream. Xia Mi flipped through her song list. I have a song I particularly want to sing today, a Min and song. Do you all want to hear it? Yesterday Cedric requested an English song, which inspired her a bit. Being able to sing well was only a slight advantage for her, but all the anchors in Lu Ying Gu sang beautifully. Most people don't have that picky an ear and can't tell much difference. So she should showcase her unique qualities more than other anchors to attract fans. Sure Ru, E level 29, wow, a Min Nan song. I can listen. Saba Nuam I Chu Chu Xia, level 30, I only know one Min Nan song, riding a white horse. Bao wants it, Bao gets it. Level 37, I love hearing whatever Mi Bao sings. Feng Xiao Xiao Shig, level 29, riding a white horse is actually a Min Nan song. Mi Hua Shui Lu, level 30, wow, Mi Bao can even sing Min Nan songs. That's amazing. I can also sing riding a white horse, but today I want to sing 10,000 flowers blooming, a mother's sadness. I wonder if any little ones are familiar with this, Xia Mi said with a smile. Pure Emotion Online Reading, level 37. Pure Emotion Online Reading, level 37, I know this song. It's hard to sing. Shirchong LV Luo, level 29 hiss. The song title sounds familiar, but I can't remember which one it is. Rose Meets Cherry, level 33, I know. That one. The climax part is the one from Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. She could only remember that line. The rest was incomprehensible. Yes, that's the one. Xia Mi chuckled at them. Let's try singing this song. There are many beautiful Min Nan songs, some gentle like Yua, which Xia Mi also loves very much. But if we have to say which Min Nan song leaves a stronger impact, it must be 10,000 flowers blooming, a mother's sadness. Xia Mi cleared her throat, entering a focused state, casting aside unnecessary emotions and thoughts before she turned on the accompaniment. She did this because the essence of this song is heavy and sorrowful, so she had to immerse herself in it. In the evening, a person stands inside the house. The northwestern rain falls softly outside the window. The person outside has yet to return, waiting blankly, waiting for a. This song is actually quite popular among Min Nan songs. and its popularity stems from the fact that it captivates from the very first line and reaches an astonishing. The accompaniment in the first half is quite plain, carrying a tone of chilly solitude. It's a little salty fish, a level 20 wow, so it's beautiful. Ning mo fei air, level 32, can someone who understands Min Nan say if the anchor's pronunciation is standard? Mo ka xiao nu bao, a level 39, I don't know, but it feels like it doesn't differ much from the original song I've heard. Mi bao doli da, xiao qian xian, level 35 mi bao. Fan xia hao hao ci, level 41. This song's high notes are so hard. Xia Mi didn't look at the bullet comments, completely immersed in the song. She was singing, also telling a story. Singing of the solitude of the rain falling all night outside the window, singing of the obsession waiting for the unreturning person, singing of the futility of trying to retain old friends. Those scattered prayer beads, withering flower petals, and unanswered hopes were all vividly embodied in her voice. Until the chorus. The sound of the wooden fish and the swana intertwined, and Xia Mi's voice carried a sense of desperate determination, as if she was betting everything. Ride your white horse, my heart awaits in the garden, walk the path you wish to walk as the wind blows the flowers to the ground, lighting a fragrant prayer. Namo Avalokiteshvara. The live stream's comments were flying by quickly. Gua Gong Go, level 39. Help. Boss, your singing gave me goosebumps. My scalp is tingling. Wei Yu Yin Bro Zhang, level 42 I. I'm astonished. Anchor, are you really not playing the original song? Kneel for the Godly Rich System to favor me, level 39. I don't understand the lyrics, but why do I feel a bit teary-eyed? Give me half a melon, level 46. This is the charm of music. Even just listening to the melody conveys the emotions expressed. Ordinary reading account, level 36. This song is related to Buddhism, right? I feel like I heard the sound of wooden fish being struck. Oatmeal Crunch, a level 36. I feel like I'm kneeling in front of Buddha, desperately pleading woohoo. Air Hung, level 52. Mi Bao, you really made me kneel down. Ming Sha Little Prince, level 35. Gods find it hard to navigate the world's suffering. All kinds of sorrow are commonplace. Zhang Liwan gasped, feeling a bit of soreness in his teeth, that kind of sensation that stimulates the nerve endings. He had heard the original version of this song, and although he couldn't discern whether Xia Mi's Min Nan was standard, the despairing sorrow and the piercing compassion embedded in this song were absolutely conveyed by her. This money should be earned by Mi Hua, Zhang Liwan thought, while opening the gift bar. However, someone was quicker than him. Cedric level sent out tomato no. 1123. 10 diamonds, a rocket worth $1,000 launched continuously 10 times, accompanied by the other party's praise. Cedric level perfect. Zhang Liwan. Where did this flashy bag come from? And speaking in English. Zhang Liwan had suffered from a lack of cultural knowledge long ago, unable to understand when others mocked him in foreign languages right in front of him. Although he later hired a tutor to learn English, he still found those who flaunted their foreign language skills quite annoying. Especially those who had studied abroad. Some of them were particularly pretentious, mixing in a few English words into mostly Chinese sentences. What, can't they even speak their mother tongue? As if flaunting their English wasn't enough, they also took over his exhibition space. How could Zhang Liwan tolerate that? Double the stakes. It sounds good, but what is this perfect supposed to mean? Xia Mi felt quite surprised and delighted by Cedric's sudden arrival. A chance encounter in the hall didn't mean much, but for him to actively seek her out in her live streaming room was something interesting. Thank you for Cedric's gift, and thanks to our Lawai brother for the rocket. Xia Mi smiled brightly. Cedric, do you want to queue up and request a song? Do you want to cut in line to request a song? Cedric replied honestly. Currently, I don't have any particular song in mind. Oh, I think I can listen to anything you sing. Xia Mi responded cheerfully, okay. A flurry of question marks began to appear in the comments. Why did they suddenly start speaking English? I don't understand. Did the big brother suddenly turn foreign? While a cultured streamer, that's quite rare. Zhang Liwan felt a bit gloomy as he actually understood everything. Why don't you ask me if I want to cut in line to request a song? Zhang Liwan's sarcasm was palpable. Before Cedric arrived, he never saw Zhang Liwan sending gifts to request songs, but now that Cedric was here, he suddenly changed. Essentially, Zhang Liwan was subconsciously vying for Xia Mi's attention against a competitor. Fans are like this, possessive. The good thing is they are generous when gifting, but the downside is they constantly seek to assert their presence in the live stream. Xia Mi chuckled. I don't know if you want to hear a song, but I know what you had for dinner today. Zhang Liwan was taken aback by the rapid shift in topic. How could Xia Mi possibly know what he ate? But in the next moment he received a private message from Xia Mi. Hawaii. Mi Hua Lawai brother had sweet and sour ribs today, but there was no sugar or ribs in it. He just ate vinegar. Zhang Liwan, caught in the act, accused her. You treat us differently. Hawaii. Mi Hua, do you expect me to treat you the same as others? Zhang Liwan fell into thought. The new big brother passing by deserves some courtesy from Mi Hua. If she were as polite to him, it would make him feel uneasy. Moreover, by saying this, Mi Hua clearly considered him one of her own. The newcomer was just an outsider. Zhang Liwan realized that his previous discomfort stemmed entirely from the sense of crisis and insecurity brought by Mi Hua's attention being shared with others. Thus his question about why she didn't ask him was not truly about whether Xia Mi had asked him. It was about whether Xia Mi regarded him with more importance than others. Xia Mi saw through his thoughts and used a counter-question to indicate that he was different in her eyes. She didn't need to answer Jiang Liwen's question. That would be a trap. If she were to respond, "Li Wei brother, what song do you want to hear?" Jiang Liwen would only feel she was brushing. The best solution was to avoid this trap and directly address Jiang Liwen's true needs. Xia Mi didn't even have to make it too clear, as long as she displayed the right attitude, Jiang Liwen would fill in the gaps. Tourists who had no idea what the two were discussing in private were left baffled. Li Wei brother had what to eat. I didn't understand family. I have a slightly immature guess, he. I think your guess might be the same as mine. Those with strong sensitivity to subtlety couldn't catch the point. The administrator Tong Tong sent out a command red envelope. The command red envelope required specified bullet comments to be sent in order to claim it, flooding the live stream with the same comments. Yin Yin, Xi, give me Hua some attention. Finally, the previous topic was sidetracked. Cedric didn't claim that red envelope, he smiled. He noticed that this streamer was quite clever guiding the topic and rhythm of the live stream. Since Cedric hadn't requested a song, Xia Mi also didn't plan to rush to sing some English songs to cater to him. How should I put it? Maintaining this relationship requires a delicate balance. Being overly eager will only make the other party feel cheap and undervalued. Xia Mi's previous efforts to maintain her rapport with Cedric were already sufficient. She had expressed respect for his preferences and habits through their English dialogue. Next, she simply needed to be herself in front of him and exude charm rather than simply seeking to please. There exists a bidirectional filtering relationship between streamers and fans, as one person cannot satisfy everyone's preferences and expectations. Therefore, being oneself and improving oneself is often more important than maintaining or catering to others. Cedric left after staying for about half an hour, giving a secret realm in the clouds before he departed. Cedric level gifted a secret realm in the clouds, 13,140 diamonds. Cedric level, thank you for your song. I think I need to get up and work now. It was just past 7 in the morning where he was. Xia Mi smiled. Thank you for your support, as well. I wish you a smooth work day, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Xia Mi sang for nearly 2 hours and was ready to step out for a PK. Singing continuously, her throat couldn't handle it, and the fans could easily get fatigued from listening, so a proper PK interaction was necessary to increase the liveliness and watchability of the live stream. Of course, the real main purpose was still to earn money quickly through PK. Xia Mi opened her friend list. During the past few days of PK, she had mutual follows with quite a few streamers, and oh, Sister Saishi is online, shall we connect with Sister Saishi? Xia Mi had a special fondness for this big sister, who gave her a direct pass. Jiang Liwen perked up. Were they finally going out for a PK? Moreover, even Ly Saishi was there. He remembered that it was Ly on the day of Mihua's assessment. Saishi had given her a direct pass. This was a favor that needed to be returned. Last time during a multi-person PK, Ly Saishi was also present, but at that time it wasn't appropriate for him to give gifts. He didn't rush it, and this time it was just right to return the favor. Speaking of which, he and Ly Saishi wasn't a stranger. Before meeting Mihua, he had been around everywhere and had played in her live stream a few times with Ly Saishi ranked 50 on the 100 rankings. He had even helped occupy a spot before. Ly level 60, let's go. Sykes' virtual image appeared on the right half of the screen. Ly Sykes' big electric person looked much better than Ly Bianzing's little electric person with dark curly hair, green eyes adorned with many green jade gems, and wearing frameless glasses exuded a gentle big sister. In fact, there were quite a few fans in Ly Sykes' live stream who liked to call her mommy. Ly Saishi greeted with a beaming smile. Hello, Mihua. Her sisterly affection was palpable, and Xia Mi unconsciously transformed into a well-behaved little sister in front of her. Sister Saishi, hello. I sang until I was tired and wanted to come out to play for a while. Her tone was just like a spoiled little sister. Saishi covered her mouth with a beautiful feather fan and chuckled softly, seemingly charmed by her cuteness. Alright, I was just about to find someone to play with. Shall I pull in 2 more people? Xia Mi nodded obediently. Sure. Li Wai level 60. Wait, does our anchor usually speak like this? It feels like she's usually like a little demon suddenly becoming obedient and sweet. I am the lazy king of the green grassland level 33, haha. I also want to say Mi Bao is so well behaved in front of Sister Saishi, cutting the public dog level 39, because Sister Saishi is considered a benefactor to Mi Bao, right? Should be. Ibwa is little me level 28, versatile Mihua. How about it? Justified cold X level 29. No way, actually, I also feel that Sister Saishi has a strong presence, and ahem, the master feeling blushing. Ly Saishi chatted with her while pulling people in. By the way, little treasure, is your little electric person not ready yet? The registration for the hall battle starts tomorrow, and it seems like you can't register without an electric person. Xia Mi replied. It will be ready soon. The modeling artist said it will be finished tonight, then he'll try it out. I should be able to use it tomorrow. Her voice was filled with eager anticipation, and Ly Saishi couldn't help but smile. Great, I'm looking forward to seeing your little electric person. Xia Mi grinned innocently and secretly sent a bullet comment using her live stream account in her comment area. Ly Mihua anchor family, I think Sister Saishi is so gentle. Ly Mihua anchor and Sister Sykes' big electric person is so beautiful. Jiang Liwan was speechless. Li. WAI level 60. Li. WAI level 60. The anchor seems to be mesmerized. Look at her level of excitement. PAA level 39 laughing like a mouse. Mi Bao seems to be about to be mesmerized by beauty. I want to eat flower clams. Level 29. It's okay. We'll have big electric person soon too. Ichi Jin, Nanji level 35 feeling like both girl treasures are fragrant. He. Erhang level 52. Moreover, Sister Saishi is really nice. She's Mi Bao's benefactor. Jiangha level 35. Why do I feel a bit shipper about this? Doghead, while chatting, the live stream screen flickered and split into 3 and then flickered again, becoming 4. Oh why? Saishi brought 2 people in. They were all virtual streamers, but these 2 were not from Luing Pavilion. At least they didn't have prefixes. One was called He, a male virtual streamer with a snake-like electric person image. Coincidentally, like Saishi, he had green eyes, but Saishi gave a gentle and elegant vibe, while he felt more mysterious, dangerous, and alluring like a snake. The other was a male virtual streamer with a traditional style, looking as gentle as jade, named Yunshun. As soon as he entered, he started shouting, "Can we play the spinning wheel? Play the spinning wheel." Huh, the spinning wheel. The first thing that flashed in Xia Mi's mind was her own system's spinning wheel, but clearly what he was talking about was not the same thing as the system's. Oh dear, Yunshun looked helpless. Must we play the spinning wheel? I have bad luck. Oh why? Saishi couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, playing the spinning wheel is fine. Oh, it has a great program effect. She turned to Xia Mi. Have you played the spinning wheel before, Mihua? Xia Mi shook her head. No. It's fine, it's very simple. You'll know once you play it once. Oh why? Saishi smiled. Xia Mi wasn't averse to it. The earliest PK in the live streaming world was quite simple, just watching the health bars. Whoever had higher points won. But over time the audience would definitely get bored, and conventional gameplay couldn't stimulate the emotional threshold of visitors. Without tickets, they naturally had to find ways to innovate. Thus PK gradually evolved into many new and interesting gameplay styles, such as the 2 against 6 that Xia Mi had played before, speed contests, top 10 rankings, and so on. In short, everything was for the sake of program effect. He studied Ly. Mihua's interface with mild curiosity. He had noticed her the moment he entered. Only yesterday, or the day before, he had watched a clip of her PK. Mihua is really a new streamer. He had not even tried the spin wheel yet. In that PK clip, she had amassed millions of points. Are new streamers this formidable now? Why don't we follow each other? He offered. Xia Mi replied politely, all right teacher He. She opened his profile and hit follow, then could not hide her surprise at his follower count. More than 2 million followers. That surpassed any virtual streamer she knew. Sister Sai, she was still shy of 1 million. Xia Mi herself only had 10. Teacher He has so many followers. Xia Mi exclaimed. He chuckled and demurred. It's nothing special, mostly because I've been streaming a long time. He was practically among the earliest batch of virtual anchors. His avatar had seen several revisions. How shall we set the penalty? Saishi thought for a moment. First punishes third, second punishes fourth. In other words, the first place penalizes the third, the second penalizes the fourth. No one objected. Fine. He rubbed his hands together. Then I'll spin the wheel, he said. Who goes first? Yunshun raised his hand, his expression a little rueful. I'll go, but could you spin me something good? He feigned innocence. It's not up to me, but it's luck. A small wheel icon appeared on his interface. He clicked it, the wheel spun swiftly, and when it stopped, a line of small text appeared. The message read that only votes from non-Star Guardian users would count. Yunshun was speechless and muttered, should I just concede then? Who among a streamer's top diehards would not open Star Guardian? He and Ly. Saishi burst into laughter. He laughed while passing the blame. I swear I didn't rig anything. You know it's completely random. Yunshun, your luck is just rotten. Xia Mi suddenly grasped the idea behind the wheel PK mechanic. It simply imposed conditions on which votes counted, adding more spectacle to the match. She found it amusing and brightened. I get it. Can you spin for me next? Sure, came the reply. He clicked again, without hesitation. This time the wheel declared only fans below level 60, excluding level 60, may vote. Xia Mi was momentarily stunned. Oh why? Saishi nodded. That's fine, much better than Yunshun's setting. Very high-level viewers were rare, she thought, so the restriction would not matter much. He agreed readily. Indeed. Only Jiang Liwan, glued to his screen, slowly typed a question mark. Li Y level 60 asked, what do you mean? Targeting me. He was the only person in the chat above level 60. And he had just happened to be exactly level 60. Xia Mi could not hold back and burst into peals of laughter, her voice breaking with, no. Haha Li Y. Haha, this is really an accident. Purely accidental. The viewers in chat went wild with laughter. Honey level 38 joked that only one person had been banned, and everyone laughed. Buer Jia level 36 teased the top rank, asking if it was aimed at Funwa ban. Kwai Gua level 46 exclaimed that no one could have predicted this restriction and laughed aloud. Jing Jianyan Hua level 30 cheered that Li Y could only watch them play now. Dong Lu's Shu level 31 mocked that the top rank had 0 participation. Zhang Liwan was torn between laughter and annoyance. Li Y level 60 typed, are you still laughing? What's so funny? Are you happy you can't snatch my votes? At that, Xia Mi's smile vanished. Money, her money. She tried to coax Jiang Liwan. Li, why don't you think empty tipping is a strangely romantic gesture? It shows you give simply because you like me, not for the sake of winning the PK, right? Jiang Liwan flatly refused her emotional appeal. Li Wai level 60 replied that he did not see it that way. Xia Mi fell silent, forcing a thin laugh. Meanwhile, He Yi and Ly. Sai's eyes was spun as well. He Yes condition stipulated that only sports car gifts would count as valid points, while Ly. Sai's eyes condition invalidated initial flips. Overall, the conditions were acceptable, none as damaging as Yun Shan's. Yun Shan looked utterly dejected. Can't I just surrender, he pleaded. Could he rely on casual fans without Star Guardian to vote? How many votes could they possibly muster? He smirked and urged him on. Yun Shan, in life, one must never give up on oneself. Work hard. Believe in yourself. Yun Shan very much wanted to slap him. The 10-minute PK began in earnest. The four of them muted their mics and started canvassing votes. With Jiang Liwan unable to help this round, Xia Mi had to rely on herself, and she brought Dong Sheng's account into the stream as she pleaded for support. Dearest, now is the time to show our cohesion. Our top rank is banned to those of you who can step up. First flip, 30 seconds. Prime time, she rallied. Her call was met with a flurry of gift effects in the public chat. Dong Sheng level 31 sent a carnival gift 300 diamonds and rose to level 32. Pian Walai Bu Feng Chun level 47 sent a carnival gift. Zhen Yin, you level 35 sent fireworks, 599 diamonds. Di Shi Guqing Tian level 21 sent, I really love you, 520 diamonds and advanced to level 22. Nu Zhuqi Ro Wahi Tang level 30 sent a Porsche 100 diamonds. Xia Mi's steady fanbase was clearly growing. With Jiang Liwan sidelined, her initial flip astonishingly scored 153690 points. That meant that even excluding Dong Sheng and Sister Feng Chun's gifts, the loose donations still exceeded 1,500 yuan. Thank you, Sister Feng Chun. Thank you, Brother Dong Sheng. Thank you, my Mihua darlings. I am indebted to you all. She cooed, using streamer jargon to mean everyone had been very generous. Jiang Liwan opened the leaderboard in puzzlement. Dong Sheng. Who was that? Mihua's stream was mostly female fans. Only a handful could afford carnival gifts, and he recognized them all. This Dong Sheng left no impression. Was he even a male fan? He even had the suffix appended. Where had he come from? It was no wonder Jiang Liwan did not remember Dong Sheng. That account had not been used much in the past 2 days. The last time it had appeared with Jiang Liwan in the stream was when Jiang Liwan had helped her win a Tover Sussex match. Back then, tipping capacity had been limited. Dong Sheng's account had only sent 4 carnivals, and Jiang Liwan's attention had been focused entirely on Xia Mi and Wu Siqi, so he had not noticed that account at all. A portion of early fans still remembered Dong Sheng. Xia Mi cooperated with the conversation. Isn't Dong Sheng a bit busy these days? Dong Sheng replied, yes, I've been working hard to earn money to buy gifts for Xia Mi. Jiang Liwan thought. Emotional points 111. The first 30 seconds passed quickly, and the scores of the 4 live streams were clear at a glance. He could only collect Porsche due to restrictions, and his score was similar. Sai's initial score was not counted, and only a few fans who didn't pay attention to the rules voted. Yun Shen performed poorly with only over 4,000 points. Jiang Liwan, feeling idle, informed Xia Mi and waited for her reply of okay before entering Sai's live stream. Sai knew that to win this round, they could only hope for a 1.5x bonus time. She was currently calling for bonus tasks and was surprised to see Jiang Liwan enter, raising her eyebrows in astonishment and greeting him warmly. Welcome, Li Wai Go. What brings you here? Sai was well aware that although Li Wai had played in her stream before, their relationship was merely a superficial acquaintance, a casual friendship. However, Jiang Liwan's relationship with Mi Hua was clearly different. Li Wai was not a casual gift giver. When he gifted, it would be significant, and he was very restrained with his spending. Otherwise, with his abilities, he wouldn't only be at level 60. Sai had noticed this during the last PK. At least for the short term, Li Wai was clearly interested in me. So why did he come to her live stream while Mi Hua was broadcasting? Suddenly, Sai realized. Oh, Li Wai Gu is at level 60 now. Is he restricted in Mi Hua's stream? Ha. Jiang Liwan felt a sting in his heart as soon as he entered. Breaking the rules, targeting me. Sai laughed while comforting him. It's alright, brother. If it doesn't work out, we can play another round later. Just then the 1.5x bonus time arrived, and Jiang Liwan decisively opened the gift section. Li Wai sent out a carnival X1, X2, X3. 10,300 diamonds. The sudden gift effect astonished Sai. Thank you, Li Wai Go, for the 10 carnivals. Thank you, Hua Ziyu. What's going on with Li Wai Go? Previously, when Li Wai passed by to help her, he only sent 1 carnival at most, so these 10 carnivals couldn't have come without reason. Her fans were also very surprised. Wow. Thank you, Li Wai Dalao. Thank you for the support, Dalao. Su Xiao Jin Yin, 37 Li Wai, thank you. Huang Sei Nao Hua, 40 Li Wai, you are so handsome. Thank you for your support of Sai. Jiang Liwan replied. No need to thank me, but Xia Mi, who has always wanted to thank you. Jiang Liwan, who had risen from the bottom, was well versed in social etiquette. At this moment, he instinctively did what he had done in his dreams. Building good relationship. Online, everyone is a streamer, Without involving personal lives, how can one repay kindness? It's all about gifting. Zhang Liwan knew that this was something Xia Mi couldn't do herself. If she personally sent gifts to Sai, it would give a wrong impression, although it was gratitude, it would convey a feeling of settling debts. After all, kindness and emotions shouldn't be measured with money, otherwise it would lose its essence. But if it's someone from Xia Mi's side doing it, it would be different. This is called mutual support. So Zhang Liwan took the initiative to come in for her. Sai understood, now feeling warm inside. When Mihua gave direct access to her stream, she hadn't thought about any return. She simply did what she believed a chief examiner should do. After all, she never expected that Mihua would climb to a similar height in just a few days. The reason Xia Mi gained fame in the circle these past few days wasn't for any other reason, it was simply because she climbed too fast. Electric mothers are not rare, but electric mothers in the virtual streamer circle are. What is an electric mother? It refers to streamers who have only a few big spenders in their chat, and these spenders must be regulars with single sessions easily exceeding 1 million points. In the current streaming industry, electric mothers are mostly found in entertainment broadcasting dance, while virtual streamers rarely have electric mothers or electric fathers. Mihua was even more special. She didn't even have a fake skin yet, but gained fame due to an unexpected PK. Moreover, in the following days, amidst various attempts to attack her, she calmly responded, rejecting all ill-intentioned individuals, only interacting with streamers who truly had business with her and never showing signs of fatigue. Sai knew that to succeed as a streamer, it's not simply about luck. Ordinary people can easily lose themselves and become inflated, impulsive, and arrogant after suddenly becoming famous and wealthy. But what about Mihua? She did not. From start to finish, she remained calm, clear-headed, restrained, maintaining humility and politeness, and was grateful and receptive. Moreover, streaming seems easy, but there is actually so much to do. Apart from their time eating and sleeping, they need to learn songs, record works, maintain fans, and study how to improve live stream effects. They also need to schedule. These tasks basically fill their day, so virtual streamers usually stream for about 4 hours. But Mihua has always streamed for 6 hours, scheduling about 2 slots each night. She not only had luck and skill, but also worked very hard. Sai thought with a girl like Mihua it would be hard not to become popular. She could say this with certainty. Even if Mihua had not met Da Wu Si and Li Wai at this opportune moment to become famous overnight, with her effort, talent, and personal charm, she would eventually. With Zhang Liwan's assistance, Sai surged ahead, temporarily claiming the top position. Her score stood at 639607. In second place was Yi with a score of 456090. The third place went to Xia Mi with 373467. The fourth was undoubtedly Yunshun with a mere 6690 points, making it nearly impossible for him to surpass. Some confused fans of Xia Mi were expressing their doubts. Yunxingwan level 30, huh? Did I see it wrong? How did Li Wai go to someone else's place to score? Genius Qiao, level 31, I was also puzzled for a moment. Although Li Wai couldn't score this time, wasn't it unnecessary to go to someone else? Xia Mi quickly took note of these comments and hurriedly intervened. Babies, let's not worry about where Big Brother is going. We must not disrupt the rhythm of the live stream. Otherwise Tong Tong will come out to sanction you. Tong Tong moderator warning. Silence. Super Fierce Honey level 38, everyone don't panic. I think Li Wai might just be returning a favor after all. Army Bao was directly assessed by Sister Sai Genius Qiao, level 31. So, that's how it is. I didn't know, as a newcomer. Honey level 38 exactly, so don't worry baby. Xia Mi took this opportunity to gather votes. Although we are a bit behind Sister Sai score, if we work hard we might exceed the second place, and we won't be penalized for the second place. Babies, let's gather a bit more charge ahead. Although Xia Mi said this, she didn't think they could gather many more votes, as the fan base was already established, and those willing to vote had just voted. Moreover, over 3,000 votes had already exceeded her expectations. Given the current score, even without the support of Da Wu and Li Wai, she could already be considered a mid-tier streamer, not a minor one. As expected, the score slowly climbed past 4,000, but it still couldn't push further. Therefore Dong Sheng took action. Dong Sheng level 32, sent out Carnival 123. 10 3,000 diamonds, 10 carnivals, half of the quota, saved up over 3 days were spent, but fortunately the score smoothly surpassed, reaching 850. Sai reached 9,000, while Yi was at 6,500. As long as they didn't lose a tower, Xia Mi should win easily. Zhang Liwan also returned from the opposing side. Li Wai level 60, I'm back. He then gifted Sai 3 more carnivals, while the remaining points came from Sai's own fans. He wasn't planning to help Sai defend the tower. Returning the favor was enough. Defending the tower was something her older siblings should do. Xia Mi smiled brightly. Thank you for your hard work, Li Wai. Good. Zhang Liwan deliberately teased her. Li Wai level 60, aren't you angry that I'm gifting Sai? Xia Mi laughed heartily. Why would I be angry when it's for me? If she couldn't see what Li Wai was doing, she would be foolish. Did she lack this bit of emotional intelligence? Xia Mi humorously asserted. My Li Wai is simply too considerate. I am immensely grateful. Zhang Liwan chuckled. Xia Hua is clever, perceptive, and adorable. He didn't need to explain or say anything. She just understood. Ordinary streamers might not possess this level of emotional and intellectual intelligence. As the PK entered the final 10 seconds countdown, Xia Mi shouted her slogan as usual. Final 10 seconds. Are there any older siblings to defend the tower? In the next second, a familiar name entered the live stream. Da Wu Chi Chi level entered the live stream. Da Wu Chi Chi level sent out Carnival 123. 23 Diamond. Xia Mi was momentarily stunned and then joyfully shouted, "Welcome, my Wu." It was still Chi Wu who was generous, coming in with 20 carnivals. The comments in the live stream were scrolling fast. Zhao Jiu level 28, welcome Wu Imp. Goji Berry T level 28, what's this called? This is called better early than lucky Ing Lian, well level 37 hahaha. But the gifts from Wu Emperor, and they fell all over the ground. 20 carnivals, only 4 hit the health bar, the rest fell as before. But whether they fell or not was actually the same after all. He was over level 70, and gifting wouldn't count as points. Jiang Liwan chuckled softly. His gaze shifted from Da Wu Chi Chi to Dong Sheng, who had just jumped from level 32 to level 37, pondering silently. How did Mihua become so popular? He couldn't figure out the answer. Chi Wu looked at the fallen carnivals, feeling a sense of deja vu, a bit frustrated. Da Wu Chi Chi level, I missed it again. Xiaomi's final ranking was second. Xiaomi hurriedly explained to him. Not at all, Wu. We played this match with a penalty of 3 for the first and 4 for the second. My second place counts as a win. Chi Wu responded. Da Wu Chi Chi level, that's fine then. The 4 streamers each thanked the leaderboard and opened their microphones. Yezi, you didn't perform well today. Oh why? Sai teased. That's not your usual level. He usually had a high vote count, but today, he only scored this little. Today there were fewer people in the live stream, they all went to watch the lively events. He said helplessly. Oh why? Sai tilted her head a bit puzzled. What lively events? He spoke vaguely. Sister Yuan is also doing PK over there, isn't there an event these days? It's quite intense. The platform has been continuously hosting activities for streamers with little pause. The difference is merely between large and small events. This current event isn't very large in scale, but the rewards are decent. The event that Hudai participated in just a few days ago was this one. Recently, there have been 2 major events on the platform, one targeting entertainment broadcasts running until mid-June and the other for voice halls and virtual streamers, which means Xia Mi and Ly. Sai had just mentioned, just as the entertainment broadcast event was ending, theirs was about to start. Is it Yuan? I often come across her. Xia Mi joined the conversation. She has over 9 million fans. That's incredible. If streamers like Qin Yuan and He Yi with 1 million fans are already considered at the pinnacle of the live streaming pyramid, then Yuan is the one at the very top of the pyramid. She is called the PK Queen not because she wins every PK, but because she streams for 8 to 10 hours a day mostly doing PK. Yun Shun wore a face of desolation. First let's discuss the punishment. I'm leaving now. I'm never going to play the spinning wheel with you all again. His luck was too poor, unable to land any rice, and now he had to face a punishment. His fate was quite unfortunate. Xiaomi being the second one was supposed to suggest a punishment for Yun Shun. After a moment of thought she said, how about Yun Shun, you do a silent disco for 3 minutes? Sure. Yun Shun immediately replied. I'm the best at dancing. Laughter erupted among the group. Then Yizi, you can stream as the little electric person for Lie. Sai didn't make things difficult for He. These virtual streamers could switch between big and small electric personas. At any time, of course, they had to wear motion capture suits. Some streamers even wore 2 sets of motion capture suits for convenience. No problem. With a swift motion, He transformed from a flower boy into an adorable, yet cool little boy. I have to go too. I'm going home to call my sister and my brothers. How can they all run off to watch the excitement while leaving me alone in an empty? He said. He and Yun Shun exited the PK one after the other, leaving only Xia Mi and Lai. Lai. Sai hadn't left. She knew that the previous round hadn't given Xia Mi's elder brother a chance to shine, so she had to think of a way to bring in 2 more people for. Xiaomi, are you in a hurry? Let me see who else I can find to play with us. Xia Mi answered obediently. Sure, Sister Sai, am not in a hurry. She happened to find some time to chat with the newly arrived Chi Wu. Wu, are you done? Just as she finished speaking, the special effects in the livestream surged. Li Wide level 60, sent out Carnival 123. 33,300,000 diamonds. Xiaomi was astonished. She exclaimed involuntarily, Li, why are you seriously vacuuming? Today who is in the livestream room crazily expressing jealousy to assert their presence, I want say. Isn't the aftershock of this dream a bit too strong? Jiang Liwan chuckled. Li Wai, level 60, didn't you just say it? Vacuuming represents pure affection. Although his affection was not pure. Of course the main reason was that he didn't want that big fog to seize the naming rights for the carnival. Xianyu, level 40, is this a confession? I'm all in, I'm crazy about it. Starry eyes. Han, level 29, thanks Li Wai. Bro, you're handsome. Like the cat on the sink, level 36, I really want to compete with these rich people. 100,000 bucks. It's vacuumed out. Yun Guru Ming, level 39, and 100,000 bucks, hasn't it leveled up? Yu Zhi level 37, it can't be leveled up. didn't Li Y just come up from level 59? I remember it takes 300,000 to level up to 61. Little Fish Koi, a level 30, I'm convinced the money to level up one level is enough for me to save for half a lifetime. Twinkling Potato Stars, level 46 LOL, I still remember how Li Y just refused me Bao's request to vacuum looking so defined huh? I love eating he chi zhong, level 37 the slap in the face comes so quickly doghead just as Chi Wu was about to type a response to Xia Mi's question. Was he being provoked? The streamer was talking to me, and here you are singing and dancing. In fact, men are quite sensitive to competition, they are not dull at all. However, this kind of thing values the order of actions, it depends on who makes the first move. Chi Wu was currently in a position of having been struck first. If he retaliated, it would look too low and petty. Chi Wu's teeth itched with anger. Xia Mi was also racking her brain thinking about how to respond to Zhang Liwen's words. Flirting was impossible in the live stream, romance was also out of the question. Just kidding. What industry is a streamer in? To put it plainly, it's no different from those idols. It's primarily about providing emotional value, which includes providing a space for romantic fantasies. She had so many fans. Not to mention how many future husbands and dream boys she would have among her male fans. Even among her female fans there were quite a few diehard. How could she give up an entire forest for a single tree? If she dared to talk about love while earning from such fans, that would be moral. Xia Mi thought so much, yet in reality, it was just a moment's matter. She immediately thought of a countermeasure and pretended to be anxious, shouting, "Is there a baby who can help me take a screenshot? Quick, 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 preserve the evidence." If Li Y later claims he's not the love big brother, we'll use this picture to hammer him. Li Y was shocked and sent a string of question marks. Li Y, level 60. What are you questioning? You said you like me yourself. Xia Mi was extremely confident. Do you know what ticket is the best to grab, guys? That's right. It's the love ticket. Previously I said that Ah Wu and Li Y were the love big brothers, and they still wouldn't admit it. Now Li Y has been solidified. She earnestly reminded, "Mihua babies, you have to help me maintain this rare love big brother. Whether the streamer can eat well in the future depends on you all." The fans in the live stream went wild with laughter. Zai Jiu Ji, level 34 screenshot taken. Preserving evidence. Proud no academic ability person, level 45 good. Li Y has also been caught by the streamer dying of laughter. Sweet corn die hard. Level 36, Li Y. Congratulations Li Y for being promoted to the first love big brother in the livestream rows. Sang Yu, level 37 Li Y. Bro, do you have any left in your pocket? I feel like the streamer still hasn't eaten enough. Doghead Geo Ren, level 32. Grabbing just means love big brother. Cuckoo Z, level 35 Li Y. You must remain deeply affectionate towards me Bao. Our me Bao has finally caught a love big brother. Yan Mo Cat, level 31. Haha, I can't take it anymore. I feel a bit sorry for Li Y. What's going on? The bullet comments were flying fast, and the slightly ambiguous atmosphere was swept away. This was the effect that Xia Mi wanted. In fact, everyone knew that in any live stream room, those who could send large amounts of tickets, how could they have no feelings for the streamer at all? The underlying logic of sending tickets is affection, and this kind of affection can easily transform into attraction between the sexes. If Xia Mi were to hide and be shy, it would only make the atmosphere in the live stream awkward. By speaking openly, everyone would find it entertaining, and she even specifically asked the Mihua fans to help her maintain the love big brother. This statement was too crucial. Whether they were accompanying fans or mid to low tier fans who didn't like Xia Mi while staying in the live stream. Zhang Liwan shook his head in a mix of helplessness and amusement. This Mihua, truly clever. Zhang Liwan was not oblivious to Xia Mi's intentions. He was not like that simple-minded fool who was always swayed by a few words from Mihua. On the contrary, Zhang Liwan could see through Mihua's little schemes every time. Yet precisely because he saw through her, he found it even harder not to admire her. She was intelligent, perceptive, bold, resilient, sharp-witted, daring, and full of life. Who wouldn't be drawn to someone like her? Moreover, the most important thing was that Zhang Liwan felt he was the only one who saw through this clever facade of Mihua. Her fans, and that simple-minded fool, what did they understand? They only saw Mihua's surface charm and cleverness, thinking she was gentle and kind, knowing her singing was delightful. Only he, Zhang Liwan, understood the devious, cunning, and ambitious nature hidden beneath. Dangerous yet undeniably captivating. Zhang Liwan calmly accepted the title of the love big brother. Li Y, a level 60 good. I will be a big brother dedicated to love tickets in the future, but please streamer, don't be too harsh, or I won't dare to come in anymore if it gets too much. With Mihua's Yenner, a level 42 dying of laughter, squatting outside, and afraid to come in so vivid. Ling Chi Yin, a level 43, I can't laugh, oh I've really done that before. Traveling with Duo, a level 41 who hasn't brushed before. Speaking of this, Xia Mi's expression became somewhat serious. Mihua babies, promise me one thing, no matter what, don't not come in to see me just because you don't have tickets, just squat outside. Xia Mi knew that among her female fans the majority did not have strong economic power. Sending 1,000 on the leaderboard in a day was already quite good. Some could only send a light stick or do fan group tasks. Not everyone in this world has money. I never think that fans who can't send tickets are unimportant or worthless, nor do I feel it's like being unfairly taken advantage of. As I mentioned in the fan group before, your likes, data support, and welcoming guests are all greatly appreciated. Even if you do none of these, just chatting and playing in my live stream is also a part of my stream's popularity, right? Whether or not there are tickets in the stream, whether I can win the PK, these are matters for the streamer. No matter what, I can't possibly win all the PKs, right? Please don't feel burdened by this. I hope your support for me comes after taking care of yourselves first. Being a streamer truly requires a strong inner strength, as this job can only earn the money of those who like you. Even someone as resolute as Xia Mi occasionally feels a pang when she sees those girls in their 20s suddenly sending gifts worth hundreds. She feared that this money might be useful to them and was afraid that they would save their living expenses just to send her gifts. Just as Zhang Liwan brought up this topic, she continued to share her heartfelt thoughts. AAA R&B wholesale, level 33. Woo, this makes my eyes water. Mi Bao's little money, level 35. Mi Bao, you are truly a very good and crying. Unforgettable little window, level 36. Oh. This is the first time I've heard a streamer say such things in a live stream. I'm stunned. Feng Xiao Xiao, level 30. I will really support you for a lifetime because of these words. Teacher Mi Hua, I will always love you. Crying. Love broadcast is little me, level 30. I suddenly feel very proud because I really support a very good person. Honey, level 37. For the first time, I feel like someone cares about companions like us. Wu Mi Bao, I really want to be wholeheartedly devoted to you. Fish 000, level 30. The streamer speaks, so well I'm about to be won over. Chi Wu was also very moved. Da Wu Si Chi, level. Mi Hua is indeed a very good person. Xia Mi was momentarily taken aback by this comment and quickly added, wait, the above statement does not include the love big brother. Li Wai is out, and Wu, you are out too. If you both have a single bun, you must send me half. She thought for a moment and added another. Brother Dong Sheng too. To create a sense of competition. Zhang Liwen's previous moment of being moved instantly vanished as he typed expressionlessly. Da Wu Si Chi, level. I want to unfollow. I feel like I'm not treated as well as the accompanying fans. Zhang Liwan rarely stood on the same side as him. Li Wai, level 61, not even leaving a bun, how pitiful. At this moment Dong Sheng came out to set an example for them. Dong Sheng, level 37, don't worry, I will give Mi Hua as much as I have, not a single cent will I keep. Dong Sheng, level 37, I firmly support Mi Hua. Xia Mi pointed at them. Wu and Li Wai, you both look. Learn. Chi Wu rolled his eyes. Where did this sycophant come from, so annoying? Meanwhile, the other side, Ly. Saishi was already stunned. The two had just muted their microphones, so she did not know what Xia Mi had chatted about, but the connection would also display the gift value. And during the connection, the gift value did not have any bonus. So did Ly. Mi Hua just brush 1,000,000 points. Ly. Saishi was momentarily lost in thought. She knew that Ly. Mi Hua was currently in a strong position, but wasn't that a bit too strong? Ly. In last year's champion. An established streamer with millions of followers. The runner-up for 2 consecutive years. Tao Yao, who exploded in popularity this year. And herself, who narrowly lost last year, has made progress compared to last year, and is considered to have the strength to compete, has been accumulating strength during this time with her siblings at home, restricting expenses for the hall battle. But now it seems that there may be one more prominent figure in this hall battle. At this moment, not only was Saishi shocked, but also the AA cat that Saishi had just pulled in was astonished. Mi Hua was silent for a few seconds with a score of 1,000,000, then weakly asked, Sister Saishi, what does this mean? Seeing a big streamer with a score of millions right upon entering, was this to drag her in to take a beating? Did she offend Sister Saishi at some point before? She couldn't remember. The cat was completely confused. Saishi covered her face. This is our talent agency. Talent agency. It's not a harsh penalty, don't be scared. We can only say it's a talent agency, we can't scare off the person she worked so hard to bring in. Xia Mi quickly opened her mic when she saw a newcomer enter. Hello, nice to meet you, Cat. The virtual skin of Cat was a very cute two-dimensional beauty with fluffy cat ears and a tail cutely greeting her. Hello, Flower. It's nice to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me, moi. As she blew a kiss, she extended a cat paw and winked at her. Xia Mi was momentarily stunned, then tried to join in. Moi. This must be how a cute cat girl greets others. A kiss is worth it, she thought. Zhang Liwan suddenly sat up straight, typing in a melancholy manner, Li Wai, level 60, I want one too. He was afraid Xia Mi wouldn't see, so he specially sent a golden bullet comment of 36. 6 yuan. Xia Mi was momentarily caught off guard and felt confused. Brother Li Wai, what do you want? Zhang Liwan shamelessly replied, Li Wai, a level 60, I want a kiss. As soon as those words were spoken, the fans in the live room either rolled on the floor laughing or were completely lost in confusion. Yin Yunwei, a level 39, ha, I can't. How is Brother Li Wai so funny? I have bro syndrome, level 42, Then I want one too, I want me Bao's kiss, blushing shy. Baizuya, level 39, I smell jealousy, But Cat is a girl. Zhuing Louis, level 37, Brother Li Wai said to ignore it, he eats everyone's jealousy, Xianjin young lady, level 52, why do latecomers surpass? Because he fights and scrambles haha. Geely level 39, I also want a kiss from me Bao. I want a kiss. Eager Chi Wu felt extremely uncomfortable. Wait, isn't everyone still maintaining their composure? Why is brotherly Y suddenly getting all worked up? He was at a loss for what to do. Compete with him. For a kiss. He couldn't bring himself to do that. Not compete. Then he would be unhappy. Clearly he was the first to support Mi Hua. The very first carnival was gifted by him. Chi Wu stared tightly at the screen, wanting to see Mi Hua's reaction. Would she kiss or not? Without hesitation Xia Mi kissed. Moi moi moi. Kiss me my beloved big brother kiss, all my Mi Hua babies. Moi? Everyone gets a share, everyone gets a share. I'm the best at charming my fans. Jiang Liwan had just dropped 100,000. What's wrong with blowing a kiss through the screen? It's not like it's a real kiss. She wasn't that petty. Her lips were made of gold, could she not blow a kiss to the air for 100,000? Of course she couldn't really just kiss Jiang Liwan, as she had to treat everyone equally, bringing everyone along. Chi, level 37 hee Mi Bao kissed me, I'm not washing my face today. Shy. Wu Sanxing, he want a level 30 moi Mi Bao baby you're so sweet. Love you. Heart. Breathing purple coconut, level 25 I Mi Hua received a kiss. He. Egg yolks spicy chicken noodles, level 27, the main package for charming fans, is the best. Heart. Dong Sheng, level 37 blushing. Chi Wu took a deep breath and decisively exited the live room. He had to make a move. Half a minute later he returned to the live room. Dao Wu Si Chi, level 71, has entered the live room. His account was very noticeable as long as he didn't go invisible, plus he had a Rose Duke active, so entering with effects was different from sneaking in like before. This time, he was immediately noticed by the fans. Man Air Yuji Zhirong, level 38, oh my god. The Fog Emperor has put on a suffix. Who understands? Blooming Cat, level 39 am freaking out. What did I just see family? KSWL. Weak and helpless, level 33, I almost thought I was seeing things, but it's real, the Fog Emperor really put on a suffix. Oh my god. I'm so excited that I'm bouncing on my bed. Tiger Striped Cat, level 47 haha, has the Fog Emperor finally been captured by our Mi Bao? Go Chi Pao Shan Cha, level 28 love brother solid proof 1. Chi Chi level 30, I'm fainting from excitement family, am already drunk. Tipsy Chi Wu felt a bit flushed, and looking at the rapidly scrolling bullet comments felt a bit awkward and regretful, almost using his toes to dig out a 3-room 1-all. Of course Xia Mi would never betray even a trace of such thoughts. At this very moment she spoke in an extravagantly emotional tone. Wow, wow, wow. Wu has finally acquired the honorific suffix. Have I truly waited for this day? Sniff. She even feigned 2 sobs, then burst into laughter before she could suppress it. Now I can proudly declare you're mine when we step out. Ha ha ha. Am absolutely overjoyed. This thrills me far more than receiving 20 Diamond Carnival. Her delight rang unmistakably true in her voice, instantly dissolving Chi Wu's fleeting embarrassment and regret. His lips lifted instinctively into a smile. Indeed, Xia Mi's fondness for wealth is no secret. For her to claim this joy surpasses 20 Diamond Carnivals speaks volumes about its genuine. Chi Wu felt a quiet surge of happiness, and when he did he was inclined to send gifts. 20 carnivals. None. But would you like a Diamond Carnival instead? Xia Mi beamed, her reply resounding with unwavering certainty, yes. Only a fool would refuse. At that very moment Jiang Liwan drew a deep breath and flashed a wry, exasperated smile. Very well. I retract my earlier remark calling Da Wu Siqi. It seemed the man wasn't quite as dim-witted as presumed. He'd cleverly carved out an unexpected path to reclaim victory. Jiang Liwan cast a dark, brooding glance at the screen, then opened his own profile, pausing in quiet hesitation. He could still feign plausible deniability, claiming he followed dozens of streamers, thus not singling anyone out as a dedicated guardian. But once that suffix appeared, denying his guardianship would verge on self-deception. Jiang Liwan sighed softly. Could he still preserve those 10 years of life? Moreover, he had publicly declared, before countless witnesses, that he would never again serve as a guardian for any streamer. That declaration had ignited widespread discussion, with numerous clips still circulating online. If he openly resumed guardianship, might it draw trouble or unwanted attention toward her? Would opportunists seize the moment to stir chaos and amplify drama? He couldn't be certain, nor were Sai Shi and Mao Mao Miya any calmer. Mao Mao Miya stood utterly stunned, desperate to ask Sister Sai Shi, just how grand a talent showdown are we staging? Before the match even began, the opposing side was already nearing 2 million points. Mao Mao Miya wanted to flee, not from fear of penalties, but from sheer suffocating pressure. Imagine launching a PK, just as your side cracks 10,000, there's surges past 1 million. Doesn't it leave you awkward? Doesn't it make your heart race? What of the fans? Would they feel disheartened? Would they still muster the will to vote? Why had they come? To witness raw prowess rather than participate. Mao Mao Miya fixed lie. Sai Shi with an accusatory gaze, so pointed that Sai Shi cleared her throat, flustered. She'd only meant to help Xia Mi arrange a talent showdown, giving her elder brother a legitimate reason to vote, never imagining he'd happily shower gifts regardless. Xia Mi too noticed Sai Shi's and Mao Miya's hesitant silence, and ever mindful of their feelings quickly interjected, "By the way, Sister Sai, didn't you mention a talent showdown? I'm fully on board." With her lead undeniable, choosing any other format would feel like outright bullying, especially against friends like Sai Shi and her newly recruited ally. Yet truth be told, Mao Miya now dreaded even a talent showdown. It felt utterly meaningless. Sai Shi sensed this, paused, and proposed, "Xia Mi, Mao Miya, if you're both agreeable, shall we do a live voice drama session?" A voice drama session involved multiple participants performing real-time voice acting online, each assigned distinct characters from a script layered with background music and ambient sound effects conveying emotion and narrative solely through vocal expression, no visuals required, a beloved pastime among dubbing enthusiasts. The Luin Pavilion hosted 2 dedicated voice drama rooms. Mao Miya's eyes lit up. "I'm in." She was an avid voice drama practitioner, and had previously collaborated with Sister Sai Shi several times. Xia Mi pondered briefly. "I've no experience, but I believe I'll manage." Though she'd never performed one herself, she'd watched related videos, and found the concept straightforward. Voice drama was accessible to all. Simply inhabit the role and deliver lines with feeling. Hadn't she seen pigs run, even if she'd never tasted pork? "Excellent, I'll source a script." Sai Shi deftly opened the Whale app. This platform catered exclusively to voice drama enthusiasts, offering diverse scripts complete with integrated background music. Sai Shi scrolled through her saved scripts and paused thoughtfully. "Are you comfortable with a mild horror theme?" Both Xia Mi and Mao Miya affirmed readily. Mao Miya reflected. "As long as it isn't overly frightening. I once voiced a script involving the spirit-writing oracle, and I genuinely dared not utter my lines. Though superstition had been outlawed since the founding of the People's Republic, certain things lingered in the realm of cautious belief. Better to err on the side of reverence than recklessness. Respectful, non-intrusive, and avoiding hubris ensured safety. This one feels manageable. A ghost marriage narrative." Sai Shi enlarged her livestream feed and pinned the script text onto her screen. "Take a look." Xia Mi skimmed swiftly. The top half outlined character profiles, the bottom a story synopsis. The script required 4 performers, 2 women and 1 man formed the protagonist group, who after stumbling into an abandoned village uncovered, under the guidance of a vengeful female specter, the grim truth of forced ghost marriages imposed upon local women, ultimately laying the spirit to rest. "I approve." Xia Mi paused, then added, "I'm particularly drawn to the role of the vengeful ghost, rich in tragic resonance." Her audience too greeted the prospect of voice drama with fresh enthusiasm. "I want it." Bao to Dao level 37. "Wow, will me Bao try voice drama too? So excited." Miss Qianjin level 52. "I've played this script before. What a coincidence." Mu Yucheng level 26. "I'm timid. Help. Just reading the synopsis makes my scalp tingle." Lucky Big Watermelon level 36. "Absolutely. Singing and PKs grow repetitive. Something novel is most welcome." Fong Baiyeya level 27. "Though, dusk is falling here. I'm getting a little nervous." Ichi Jian, Nanji level 35. "Mi Bao's protection." AI Bo Xiao Mi level 30. "Mi Bao voicing a vengeful ghost. Are you certain her protection still applies?" Ichi Jian, Nanji level 35. "Then, perhaps not." "Not at all." "Agreed," Sai Shi replied. "But we'll need 1 more participant. This script requires 3 women and 1 man, and we're missing a male voice." As she spoke, she reeled Yun Shun, who just slipped away, back into the stream. Yun Shun blinked bewildered. "Huh. What's going on, Sister Sai Shi? I'd only just returned to my own stream. Why drag me back? I won't play the wheel game." Sai Shi stifled a laugh. "No wheel games, none at all. We're doing a voice drama session, and we need a male voice. Teacher Yunshin, is your schedule open?" Yunshin considered it. "Fine, I'll join. Is it the script displayed on screen?" Sai Shi nodded. "Yes." A handful of people spent 5 minutes skimming their character briefs, then opened the audio file of the script and began in earnest. In the first act, the soundscape was of dry leaves skittering and wind sighing through bare branches. Yun Shun played the role of Lin, Yin, his brow tightly furrowed. "The car has completely broken down, and for some reason, there's no signal on our phones. We just got a weather alert. There's going to be a heavy storm and even hail. It's unsafe outside. Oh, we must find shelter." Su Wanwan, played by Mao Miya, complained, "If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone on this road trip. The amusement park would have been much better. Where can we take shelter now?" "Oh, why?" Sykes' role was fittingly a composed and calm doctor named Suji Yue. She soothed them. "I just saw a road sign. There's a village ahead, only about 2 li on foot. Let's set out at once." The viewers in the chat listened with keen interest. Some remarked that horror stories often begin with a rainy night and an abandoned house. Others praised the sound design and joked about which characters would have scenes in the first act. The story quickly moved to the second act. To escape the rain, the 3 hurried into an abandoned manor. Su Wanwan awkwardly twisted her skirt. Droplets plinked onto the dust-covered floor, leaving a small dark stain. "This house. It's so eerie. Why does it feel so cold and clammy?" "Isn't it because you got soaked?" Lin Yan took it lightly. But when we came by, every household had their doors shut. When we knocked, there was no answer at all. Otherwise, they would not have gone into an empty ruin. Su Jiwa scanned the room, her expression growing grave. No, Wanwan is right, something's wrong with this house. Her gaze fell on the decaying wooden door where Shuangxi, the double happiness character, was pasted. The red paper had faded and was mottled. At that moment, a hollow, tearful woman's sob rose up from all around them, chilling them to the bone. A voice whimpered, "Woo-woo. Save me. Mother, I don't want to marry." Yun Shin flinched and instinctively let out an expletive. That was not in the script, it was a reflex. He had been startled. Mihua's voice was far too frightening. Not only did he feel that way, but Xia Mi's livestream viewers began shrieking and panicking. Some announced they would step away from the stream for a moment and return later. Others admitted they were unnerved, saying the line had given them goosebumps. Viewers tried to joke bravely, but quickly revealed their fear. The chat quickly dissolved into banter and lighthearted jests. Jiang Liwan felt nothing in particular. He had watched ghost films often and was immune. Still, Mihua's voice acting was very well done and rather compelling. Chi Wu silently switched on every light in his home and unusually crawled into bed without having showered. He had just driven home from work and had no time to bathe. Indeed, Mihua's performance was a touch terrifying that day. The plot advanced under the guidance of the female ghost Shun Ying, played by Xia Mi Lin, Yan Sujiyue, and Su Wanwan gradually uncovered the secret that she had been matched in a ghost marriage. Shun Ying, as portrayed by Xia Mi, came from a poor family. To care for her younger siblings, her parents forbade her from marrying early, and she labored at home until the neighbors called. Still, she had always longed to one day marry a suitable husband, to have a small home of her own, and attend to a family. Then the matchmaker arrived with a stiff, forced smile. Shun Ying thought she had finally found a good match, but the odd looks exchanged by her parents filled her with unease. Her mother, looking guilty, said she had found a fine match. She was to marry young Master Gu of an influential city family. Shun Ying felt both joy and trembling doubt. She was only a village girl. How could she possibly reach for young Master Gu? Only on the wedding day did she understand the Gu family's eldest son had died 3 years before. The ancestral tomb was troubled and the clan was in decline. A feng shui master proclaimed they must take a living maiden as a spouse for the dead to pacify the house and restore the Gu family's fortune for generations. Su Wanwan could not believe it. How could your parents be so heartless? Su Ziyu's face showed sorrow. It's too cruel. To marry a living girl to a corpse. What choice did she have? Lin Yan's expression softened with pity. Did they lock you up? Although he asked it as a question, his voice carried compassion. He already suspected. Yes. For the sake of the bride price, my parents, my own father and mother, bartered me into a ghost marriage. They locked my room through the night, took away all my shoes and stockings, and told me, marry into that house, and it will be your fate, your blessing. Xia Mi's tone fell into a mournful whisper, each word bleeding sorrow. I became the Gu family's permanent ghost wife, trapped in this manner, and denied the chance to reincarnate. After that passage, the background music swelled, abruptly mournful and plaintive. Xia Mi's expression shifted slightly. The melody was eerily familiar to her. It was the song Shuangxi, the very tune associated with ghost marriages. She began to sing without hesitation. On the 18th day of the first lunar month, a propitious day, sorghum is raised high. Red bridal robes are donned, each inch stitched bears a grudge hastily tailored. Her beloved is gone, never to return, yet she forces a smile. Clappers carved from red sandalwood speak lightly, yet their meaning remains profoundly elusive. She had embodied an entire script's ghostly heroine. Now, as she sang, it felt as though the spectre herself were voicing this song, telling her own sorrowful tale through its verses. It was haunting, melancholic, and desolate. How many songs does Mi Bao even know? This time she failed once again to respond. She laughed and wept. Tell me, how could one laugh while weeping? Weeping. Tell me, how could one weep while laughing? Suddenly the piercing wail of the Suona erupted, shrill and mournful. Xia Mi's voice abruptly transformed, becoming that of a shrill, exultant matchmaker, her tone jubilant, yet unervingly chilling. First bow, to heaven and earth. Second bow, to parents and elders. Husband and wife. She paused deliberately, then burst into a deranged, sobbing laugh laced with bitter mockery. Ha 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 ha. Husband and wife bow to each other. Unaware, ever since she began singing, her live stream had surged with viewers. The stream swelled from several thousand to over 10,000, then 30, 40, 50,000, finally exploding past 100,000. The chat scrolled furiously. That single note nearly sent me to the grave. Stunned, I'm utterly speechless. Absolutely extraordinary. The preceding narration already carried such weight. The bow to heaven and earth left me utterly paralyzed. Has one foot already crossed the Niha bridge? Is this even a sound that belongs in the mortal realm? Her voice trembled, half smiling, half mad calm, yet desperate, mocking yet broken. She pricked up her ears and heard outside the bridal chamber. That well-meaning Wang Erdog had arrived to deliver her pastries. The background music ceased, abrupt and absolute. For over 10 seconds silence hung thick in the four-person livestream, until Yun Shin jolted back to awareness and stammered through the final lines. All clues align. This was no fate. It was a sin forged by mankind. Su Wanwan's voice softened with sorrow. At 18, Shun Ying was entombed alive, not by stone or earth, but by kinship custom and archaic tradition condemned forever within this hollow pageantry of joy. Su Jiwei gazed out the window at the dusklight slowly brightening. The double happiness characters on ancient mansions fade, crimson bridal attire grows threadbare, but human malice never withers of its own accord. A soul-shaking rendition of She, I Kneel in Reverence. Masterful cover. A theatrical tour de force. Who among us could possibly endure this? Who understands the dread of stumbling upon this video late at night, instinctively wanting to swipe away, yet utterly unable to stop listening? In that instant, I felt myself descend straight into the underworld. Her vocal mastery is incomparable. From the moment first bow, to heaven and earth, rang out my skin erupted in goose flesh. I found myself weeping. That woman in the story suffered so terribly. I happened to be present live, heard the full performance. It was breathtaking. They were performing a script. She voiced the ghost bride bound by a ghost marriage. I'd thought little of it, until husband and wife bow to each other. Her laughter there, unparalleled. Are teachers from Lu Yin Pavilion truly this formidable now? Was this staged at a script reading hall, or a singing studio? Singing studio. Lu Yin Pavilion, Wanqing Si. Teacher Ly. Mihua. Xia Mi never imagined her first breakthrough would stem from a script reading performance. After waking, she stared blankly at the staggering numbers glowing on her phone screen. Following yesterday's livestream, and her rendition of She, her audience exploded, peaking at 100,000 viewers. Seizing the momentum, she abandoned duels entirely, instead singing continuously and engaging deeply with fans, gaining over 10,000 new followers in a single session. She assumed that was the ceiling, until early morning brought a flood of frantic messages from her friend Xia Jiojiji. Mi Bao, you're famous. Look now. Copy and open video link. Over 1 million likes in a single night. Tens of millions of views. Wah wah wah. I've finally achieved something. I actually edited a video this viral. Tears streaming. Xia Mi clicked the shared link and was left breathless by the jaw-dropping metrics. Beyond views, her follower count had surged overnight, surpassing 100,000, steadily climbing toward 200,000. Dazed but swift to act, Xia Mi instantly grasped what she must do. Ride this wave. Stream relentlessly. Fortuitously, her newly commissioned motion capture avatar, the little electric person, was finally ready. Eagerly, she slipped into the suit and tested it before the camera. Her custom avatar matched her official illustration and full-scale model and palette, dominated by black and pink. Her black hair faded subtly to pink at the tips, crowned with delicate pink floral hairpins. Though compact, the avatar bore exquisite detail, crafted with meticulous care despite the tight deadline, made possible only by extraordinary engineering. Her soft pink irises softened the gravity of her dark hair, her charming black and pink JK uniform brimmed with floral motifs woven into every. Xia Mi experimented with countless poses and expressions, responsive, seamless, and irresistibly endearing. Beyond standard motion capture, the avatar offered delightful extras: tears, sunglasses, dance sequences, hearts sparkling in her eyes. Xia Mi prepared to go live ahead of schedule, and paused to glance at the system interface. Although no further duels occurred later that day, both Zhang Liwan and Qi Wu engaged in extensive solo gift spamming, Zhang Liwan especially. He spammed 99 of each of the 4 highest-tier booth gifts: the Carnival, 3 diamonds, Tomato Airship, 2 diamonds, Tomato No, 1,100 diamonds, and Cloud-Veiled Secret Realm, 13140 diamonds. Indeed, the streams sustained high viewership that day, owed significantly to their relentless visual effects, truly a feat worthy of great credit. At the end of yesterday's broadcast, Xia Mi's total score stood at 10.93 million. This translated to 1 renminbi, 0.93 million in revenue. RMB 3800 net after platform deductions, and combined with prior earnings and system rebates, her accumulated wealth value had reached RMB 8200. After today, she would likely qualify for an upgrade in her donation quota. Moreover, Xia Mi had drawn 2 consecutive emotion value rewards yesterday: the triple rebate critical hit card and the temporary donation quota boost RMB 300 7 days. Xia Mi sometimes suspected the system's lottery was rigged. How else could it have granted her precisely those 2 cards moments after she'd grumbled aloud about her meager donation quota and Dongxing's negligible presence? Zhang Liwan and Qi Wu were simply too prolific. As a result, Dongxing, the fledgling Divine Tycoon System's newly created secondary account, remained all but invisible in the stream, exerting little influence. Fortunately, Xia Mi felt no urgency. For now, she let Dongxing appear only occasionally, waiting until her quota accumulated sufficiently, then seizing an opportune moment to deliver a sharp jolt of competitive tension to her devoted male fans. Before going live, Xia Mi transferred a bonus of RMB 6600 to Xia Jiojiji, who had just published a second creation video of She. Xia Jiojiji was utterly stunned. I truly don't deserve such generosity. This video went viral not because of me, but because you sang so beautifully. And sheer luck, the platform granted it algorithmic promotion. I honestly can't accept this much. I'm sobbing. Some second creations were labors of love by fans, while others were commissioned work, paid per engagement metric. Xia had begun hers purely out of devotion to Mihua, never intending profit. Yet over several days her videos consistently garnered hundreds of likes. Xia Mi then instructed the system to issue her modest wages, typically 66 renminbi, or 88. Xia, unable to resist the allure of real currency, accepted them eagerly, then promptly returned nearly half to Xia Mi's stream as donations. But this latest bonus overwhelmed her. She hesitated, even panicked. Xia Mi patiently reassured her. You called it luck, and luck is inherently elusive. Had I posted that clip myself, the platform might never have granted it visibility. Honestly, my focus was entirely on the live broadcast. Your swift response saved the day. I hadn't even ended the stream when your video went live. You deserve at least half the credit. Compared to those views and likes, RMB 66000 is modest. I gained over 100,000 new followers overnight. Huh. Little Gigi, you're truly my lucky star. Gigi's vision blurred, tears welled in her eyes. She embodied the quintessential office worker, 9 to 5 fixed salary, occasional clashes with volatile colleagues. Her sole joys were watching streams and editing fan-made content for beloved hosts. Before meeting Mihua, she had suffered 7 consecutive host collapses, all involving male streamers she admired. Though attracted to men, she identified not as a girlfriend fan, but as a career fan, deeply fulfilled by seeing newcomers discover and fall for her favorite hosts through her edits. Truth be told, Gigi possessed genuine talent for editing. Perhaps because her affection was sincere, imbuing every cut with warmth and authenticity that resonated powerfully. She supported several hosts. When their streams were nearly empty, her arrival often catalyzed steady growth, leading her to half-jokingly believe she brought good fortune to those she championed. Only 2 male hosts ever sent her small red envelopes or tokens, a cup of milk tea, as token appreciation. She'd barely registered them. Her salary was modest, but sufficient. Editing remained pure passion, its joy self-contained. Yet these hosts proved profoundly unreliable, flaring briefly into popularity only to be swiftly derailed by scandals, love donation fraud, serial dating, cold-shouldering fans, and worse. Some transgressions weren't even past tense. They were unfolding in real time. In despair, Gigi deleted every edit from her profile, then one afternoon clicked into Mihua stream. She was first captivated by the voice, then charmed by the host's emotional intelligence, deep respect for fans, and relentless dedication. Indeed, countless for Gigi had an epiphany. If male hosts carried high collapse risk, why not support female hosts instead? That very night, she applied to join the editing team, energized, determined, posting 2 or 3 clips daily. Her clips exploded faster than imagined. Biting her lip, Gigi typed, "It's all because you, Mi Bao, are so hard-working and extraordinary." Tears streaming, she accepted the transfer, and vowed so long as Mihua never suffered a catastrophic collapse, she would remain loyal for life. Xia Mi, having comforted Gigi, opened her chat with Honey, her expression hesitant. Honey had accompanied her since day one, organizing spontaneous fan support during her debut co-stream, and ever since diligently steering the stream's atmosphere toward positivity. Even as the audience swelled, Xia Mi occasionally missed direct interaction, but Honey's comments always stood out, instantly recognizable amid the flood. Xia Mi had long considered appointing Honey as a moderator. Her hesitations stemmed not from doubt, but from uncertainty over how to broach the subject. Honey held a full-time job. Her current contributions were wholly voluntary. Offering payment would transform her role, requiring deeper investment of time and energy in the stream. Would Honey accept? After a pause, Xia Mi sent a message. Mihua, "Hey Honey baby, are you there?" Honey is at work, casually scrolling through her messages when she sees Mihua's message and responds almost immediately. "Honey, Mi Bao, I'm here." "Honey, what's up? Is there something you need?" Mi Bao, Honey holding her face, she feels a bit flattered. She knows that teacher Mihua is really busy. Although they've been sharing sparks over the past few days, they haven't had any private conversations. Honey is already very content with the sparks. She doesn't want to disturb or take up too much of Mihua's time. "Mihua, actually I wanted to ask you if you would like to manage my live stream full-time." "Mihua, I know this may seem a bit sudden, but I have been observing what you do in the live stream room. You are very important to me, and I believe I will need you in the future. Mihua, so if you agree to be the manager of my live stream, I can offer you a post-tax monthly salary of 2600 yuan along with social insurance and housing fund. This 2600 does not include various bonuses and benefits, and there will be salary increases in the future. What do you think?" Honey is already stunned. Her current salary is over 100, which is not quite enough to live in a first-tier city. Fortunately, her family is well off and she receives some financial help from her parents every month, just enough to get by. Now she's being told that she only needs to continue doing what she enjoys in her favorite host live stream room and can earn 2600 yuan a month, and that's after taxes and social insurance. She wouldn't even need to commute. No need to squeeze into the subway, as she could work from home. What a divine job this is. Moreover, setting aside these benefits, the most important thing is what teacher Mihua said: "You are very important to me, and I believe I will need you in the future." This has completely enchanted Honey. Fans should understand this feeling. The moment someone says this to you, you can't help but want to go through fire and water for them no matter. Honey, I am willing. Honey, I am 1,000 times willing. She wants to follow Teacher Mi forever. Xia Mi smiles knowingly. Xia Mi starts her stream an hour earlier than usual, and unsurprisingly today's live stream is particularly lively. Only basking in the sun and not in the wind, level 50, enters the live stream Night Owl, level 34, enters the live stream Chi, level 37, enters the live stream Twinkling Potato Stars, the level 46, enters the live stream. Besides Xia Mi's old fans, new viewers drawn in by videos are continuously pouring in. Underwater Escaped Chicken Wings, level 43, is this the teacher who sings she? Can she sing now? Only basking in the sun and not in the wind, level 50, can we request songs? How long will it take? My girl must be the main character, level 29, just came from the video, I wanna live. Silly Dumpling, level 30, the teacher is amazing, I am completely conquered by your singing. The original fans are now more focused on Xia Mi's little electric person. Melon Skin Elbow, level 27, Mi Bao finally has a little electric person. So cute, so adorable, I love it. Chi Yuan in level 30, It's Not Easy of Our Home is finally not just a background image of a song list. Today's PK is also with notable characters Dog Head Egg Yolk Turkey Noodles, level 27, wow. Mi Bao's little electric person is so cute. I love it. Starry Eyes. I'm so excited. Honey, level 37 manager. Those who want to request songs can message me or Tong. There is still time to return songs. Fans who love me, please click to follow heart. Xia Mi agrees with Honey's words. Yes, those who need to request songs can contact the livestream manager. I've tagged them on my homepage. After saying this, she joyfully makes a few gestures to showcase her little electric person's agility. Isn't my little electric person cute? I've waited several days, finally can use it. She deliberately leans closer to the camera and winks. Mihua babies love you all. Fans are charmed by her flirty gestures, squealing in excitement. Dreaming of a salty fish turning over, level 28, I'm basically a wife. So adorable. 9988, level 41, cute baby. My heart melted. Mihua's Iris, level 33, I used to be a career fan, but now I feel a bit changed. I want to be a mom fan. He's Yichin Yulan, level 27 Wu. She feels so close to what I imagine Mi Bao to be. A bit cute and a bit mischievous. AAA R&B Wholesale, level 34, crazy feeding this adorable Mi Bao. AAA R&B Wholesale, level 34, sends a Porsche 12345, 1200 gems. Jiang Oo, level 39 M2. Jiang Oo, level 39, sends a Porsche 123. It's unclear what triggered the behavior of these two, but many fans and visitors began to imitate them. Wu Qing Li, level 35, sends a Porsche 1 cutting a public dog, level 39, sends a Porsche 1 loves milk tea, level 32, sends a Porsche 1. Just like that, Xia Mi mysteriously receives a whole fleet of Porsches right after starting her stream. She is a bit stunned. Moreover, she clearly sees that many of these are new visitors, not just fans with tags. Thus, many streamers with high popularity sometimes don't even need to do anything themselves. Large numbers of fans and visitors will mysteriously create a rhythm of gift giving, and the chat and atmosphere of the live stream will attract more fans, creating a positive cycle. Thank you everyone for your BSG. Thank you to the Mihua babies for the fleet. Xia Mi can't help but say, so many people already. It's only been a few minutes since the stream started, and the number of people in my live stream has already exceeded 1000. How exaggerated. Xia Mi quickly receives the song list arranged by Tong. Alright, let's start returning songs. The first one is She, thank you for requesting. For the next hour, Xia Mi repeated singing the song, She, almost continuously. For every other song she sang, she would return to this one, while newcomers kept entering and others were leaving, maintaining a stable audience of 30,000. Fans were starting to feel sorry for Xia Mi. This song is really hard on the voice. The difficulty of She itself is quite high, and with the pauses and theatrical expressions it truly consumes a lot of energy. Xia Mi gulped down nearly half a bottle of water, then shook her head with a smile. The little electric figure on the screen smiled brightly. It's okay, everyone came here because they want to hear me sing, and I definitely don't want to let them down. Xia Mi was not a saint, and what she truly cared about was not whether these people were disappointed. What she cared about was the viewership. Whether this wave of traffic could be captured and transformed into her own wealth. She said this as she reopened the accompaniment once again, starting She. On the 18th of the first month. With the rise of the song, special effects also appeared. Li Y, the level 62, sent out a carnival gift, 300 diamonds. Xia Mi did not stop and continued singing. Zhang Liwan took a deep breath, staring at the screen. In the comment section, tourists were discussing. The main character eats meat, I drink soup, level 30, here it comes again. I saw this guy yesterday brushing over 700 million points, he's really rich. Live until 9 o'clock, level 25, whose love is too crazy, recklessly squandered. Only basking in the sun, not blowing the wind, level 50. What? Did he just come in and brush a million points? So ruthless. Stonewall Green Lotus, level 29, Li Y is already leveled up from 59 to 63. So fast. Fu Mingyi, level 31 a couple of days ago, it was still Mist Emperor brushing the most, but these days Li Y is clearly on fire. White Goose spreading wings, level 30, I'm also very into me Bao, but I don't have that much money in my pocket sob sob. Xia Mi finished singing, exhaled her voice, filled with laughter. Li Y is here, did you see my little electric figure? How do I look? Zhang Liwan typed seriously. Li Y level 63 looks good. Mihua looks good no matter what virtual image she uses, even without one. Li Y level 63, are you tired? He didn't expect Xia Mi to start streaming early. He realized from the comments that she had already been live for an hour and had almost been singing this song the whole time. Zhang Liwan didn't ask her if she wanted to take a break or stop. He understood she had her own thoughts and persistence. He knew she would strive to seize this opportunity and would never stop because of fatigue. Yet he still couldn't help but want to ask her, Mihua, are you tired? Xia Mi's little electric figure paused for a moment. It was a subtle and brief pause, almost unnoticeable to anyone. I'm not tired at all, this is just the beginning. Her voice still sounded full of energy. Thank you for the gift from Li Y, let's continue to the next song. Zhang Liwan didn't say anything further, instead, he opened the gift bar. Li Y level 63, sent out Twilight, star 99 diamonds. Twilight Star is not expensive, a gift costing $10 each, but if sent in large quantities it would create a meteor shower effect on the screen, continuously sending them. Zhang Liwan accompanied her in this way, telling her, you keep trying, I'm always here. At that moment where Xia Mi couldn't see, her fans were secretly feeling sorry for her. Mihua's fans fan chat group, Bao wants it. Bao received, level 37 sob sob. Mi Bao has already sung, she for over an hour. Usually she would stop to chat with us and relax, but today she has been singing almost all the time. She has been singing all along and I am so worried about her voice. It was the clip of her singing Double Happiness yesterday that went viral, and today the live stream is packed with people all here to listen to that song, so she has been singing continuously. Chi Wu glanced at the number of people in the live stream. Indeed, there were 40,000, significantly more than usual. It's useless, no matter how many gifts were sent me, Bao never took a break. If you want to give, then give. Even if Mi Bao doesn't rest, she would still be very happy to see your support. It has been almost a week since Chi Wu watched Mihua, and he certainly has gained some understanding of her. She is a person who is quite harsh on herself. He first saw her in the assessment hall of Lu Yin Pavilion, and that night, she was already scheduled for the early morning shift. Even if the small electric person didn't perform, well, she would still go live with just a song list. In all these days of live streaming, she had only begun early or ended late, never arriving late or leaving early. She clearly divided the content of her live stream. She sang and interacted when it was time to do so, and engaged in PKs when needed, but she was also flexible. For example, when a big streamer wanted to connect with her, she would prioritize that connection to boost her own live stream's exposure. From this, Chi Wu could see that she was not a person who rigidly adhered to rules. On the contrary, she would rationally weigh the pros and cons and choose the more advantageous option. Watching her live stream popularity rise from dozens to hundreds, thousands, and then tens of thousands, Chi Wu understood clearly why Xia Mi was doing this. It was for that wave of traffic and heat. As a businessman, he naturally knew that maximizing benefits was the correct choice, and in this regard, he should support Mihua, just like Zhang Liwan was doing now. However, listening to Xia Mi's slightly hoarse voice, another thought involuntarily arose in his mind. He felt he should find a way to make her stop. Chi Wu left Xia Mi's livestream. He opened his list of followed accounts filled with several names, and he kept scrolling until he stopped at one. The profile picture of the other person had a layer of pink border with 3 bright words below, live now. Chi Wu entered the livestream room. The girl on screen had a beautiful yet aggressive face, her gaze sharp and rebellious. Today, if I say I will hit you, I will definitely hit you. I'm now counting down from 3, and my live stream will definitely have a carnival, do you believe it? As Yuan finished her fierce words and was about to count, she suddenly saw a familiar name and became excited. Wait, look who has arrived. Everyone stand up and welcome my Wu Huang. Chi Wu was startled by her voice, unintentionally leaning back. Yuan's attitude became even more arrogant. Let me tell you, you are finished. My bro Wu is here, and you will definitely lose this round. You will have to eat durian and wasabi tofu in a reverse position. Hey, we urgently need a carnival now. So I'm counting to 3. Chi Wu rubbed his temples, knowing that Yuan would definitely be loud and pushy here. He used to love watching live streams and had spent quite a bit in Yuan's channel. After a while, even he had become wary of her, as she was just too good at rallying votes, and he had never left her live stream without spending over 5 digits. It had been some time since he last participated, but since he was here to ask for something, being taken advantage of was to be expected. Yuan's voice was filled with power and determination. I shout 2. I shout 1. Carnival. Special effects went up. Everyone stand up. Yuan's excited cat-like eyes widened. Thanks to Wu Ge for the carnival he sent. The red health bar heavily suppressed the opposite side, and the male host's expression turned ugly, likely thinking of the punishment they agreed upon. Damn. Family, do you have any more tickets? Help Housie. Yuan ignored him and greeted Chi Wu with a beaming smile. Thank you, Wu Ge. It's been a while since I saw you. What have you been busy with lately? Chi Wu expressed modestly. Yuan showed a look of sudden realization. Oh, so that's how it is. You should have told me earlier. What's your love life? I must follow her and connect for a duet. Otherwise, how could Yuan achieve the position of the #1 female streamer? With a single sentence from Chi Wu, she immediately understood his intention. Please listen to the question. The big brother who hasn't been around for a while comes in and immediately helps with tickets to PK, and the first thing he says is that he has a new love livestream. What does he mean? Correct answer, take me along to my love livestream. The ticket is a token of loyalty, and Yuan knew well that she would win this PK. She was very clear about the strength of Dao Wu Si Chi. The ticket pool was bottomless, and reaching level 75 was just a matter of time. Chi Wu was also very satisfied with her answer. Talking to smart people is reassuring, and he didn't have to make things crystal clear. Mi Hua from Luing Pavilion. Yuan's gaze fell on the flower, and she held back a strange smile. She had wondered why this person's name suddenly had a flower attached to it. Yuan sighed internally. She didn't know what kind of extraordinary person this sister was to be able to win over someone as difficult as Dao Wu Si Chi. She readily responded, alright bro. No problem. After this round, let's see if Mi Hua is free for a duet. Chi Wu glanced at the number of people in her livestream. Over 100,000. Sure, Dao Wu Si Chi replied. The opposite side score was gradually being chased back, and Chi Wu didn't plan to wait for any sneaky moves. Since Yuan was being so reasonable, he couldn't be vague either. Dao Wu Si Chi sent out a carnival 123. 30. Another 30 carnivals clearly deflated the morale of the opposite side's fans, and their health bars started to Hao's expression grew even worse. Chi Wu patiently waited for 5 minutes. After the PK ended, Yuan taunted and shouted, and the male host on the opposite side reluctantly spoke. Punish me by going offline and post the video on a secondary account. He disconnected in a dejected manner. Yuan felt refreshed. Huh. She had wanted to make this disgusting guy suffer for a long time. Stupid fool. Go eat shit. Yuan happily thanked the audience. Thank you. Thanks to Brother Wu for the support, thank you. Now let's connect to Brother Wu's love broadcast. Honestly, I'm quite curious about what kind of person Brother Wu's love broadcast is. Yuan is particularly good at picking topics to chat about. When someone has a crush, the topic they most want to discuss is always about the person they like. Sure enough, Chi Wu immediately picked up the conversation. Dao Wu Si Chi level 71, sings well, but is a bad person, extremely money-minded, has quite a temper, and is very demanding. Just now she asked me to deliver medical expenses to someone. He rambled on about many shortcomings, yet it didn't sound like he disliked her. Yuan kept nodding, trying to suppress a smile. Hold it in. It's not that she wants to laugh, it's just genuinely a bit funny. Although she hadn't met Mi Hua yet, just from what Dao Wu Si Chi said, Yuan had a rough idea. This sister is quite high-level indeed. Look at how Brother Wu has been trained. TSK. Xia Mi was actually stunned when she received the connection request. Yuan, the top streamer. She was just discussing with Sister Sai Shi yesterday. This is a big streamer with 900,000 fans. Today she hasn't accepted anyone else's PK to maintain the heat in her live stream. Fans suggested she take a break or connect with others, but how could she not connect with Yuan? This is a great opportunity for exposure. It's also the best time to build connections. But why would Yuan suddenly connect with a small streamer with just tens of thousands of fans? Xia Mi was full of questions, but made her decision promptly. Everyone, let's stop singing for now, and the streamer will take a call. She quickly said this and connected the call. Hello, Sister Yuan. Zhang Liwan also paused her finger from sending gift. Yuan thought Mi Hua would be a face-showing host, but to her surprise, it was a lively little electric person waving at her brightly. Hello, how are you, Mi Hua? Brother was love broadcast. The moment Xia Mi heard these 4 words, she immediately understood how this connection came about. She smiled slightly, and her favorability towards Chi Wu increased a notch. I knew I saw Chi Wu enter the live stream earlier, but suddenly disappeared. Turns out he went to help me network. Why did Xia Mi sing so hard today? For popularity and traffic. Because she desperately needs a fan base, needs fame, needs heat. But she wasn't someone stubborn. If there was a shortcut with higher returns, why wouldn't she take it? Connecting with Yuan itself represented a certain value because her fame was too great. Many small streamers, if lucky enough to be in a game with Yuan, could boast about it for quite a while. When a person's fame is significant enough in a certain circle, her time, her attention, her willingness to interact with you all become resources. It's like an obscure small star in the entertainment industry. If she suddenly collaborates with a group of top actors and actresses, and she is the protagonist, her status and worth, her recognition will soar overnight. Some famous directors possess the ability to elevate others, hence the terms Mao Girl and Star Girl. The connection was established, and Chi Wu jumped back from Yuan's live stream directly to Mi Hua's live stream. Dao Wu Si Chi level 71. Let Yuan set up a game for us. Dao Wu Si Chi level 71. Drink water, drink it now. Xia Mi obediently picked up her cup. Her throat was indeed feeling a bit strained. Even if Chi Wu didn't ask Yuan to connect with her, Xia Mi estimated that after a maximum of 2 songs, she would have to stop. She couldn't force herself to sing if she strained her voice and someone recorded it to expose her. That would be troublesome. She bore a slight smile, finding Chi was avatar and name exceptionally pleasing. Any big brother who could help her career was a good big brother. Earlier, Xia Mi actually had a bit of an aversion to Chi Wu. Although the first person she followed was Chi Wu and she often interacted with him and maintained him, she merely valued his generosity. He was foolish and wealthy, that's all. Who would refuse money? But apart from that, Chi Wu's impression on her wasn't that great. He had too many flaws. He being in a dominant leadership position for a long time led to his habitual harshness, arrogance, irritability, unpredictability, and a lack of respect for others. He even called her a gold digger. She remembered that at the beginning Chi Wu clearly had the ability to help her take first place, but said that this was good enough, only planning to let her. If it weren't for Zhang Liwan's words, she really might have only gotten second place. Xia Mi was indeed a person who held grudges, as she wasn't that magnanimous, nor could she tolerate Chi Wu's issues, and she didn't like so-called equal relationships. If you love her, you must be her dog. Fortunately, Chi Wu's performance had noticeably improved in recent days. If we really talk about it, he actually spent more than Zhang Liwan, and today, he even knew to connect with Yuan Zi to help her. This is worth rewarding. Yuan Zi didn't intend to play a unknown match with Xia Mi. The opponent clearly had votes, and she had plenty of votes. Playing unknown would just be looking for punishment for herself. So she consulted Xia Mi's opinion. Sister Mihua, it'll bring a few more people. How about we play 2 against 6? Xia Mi was taken aback. 2 against 6, she had just played that recently. Her tone was slightly hesitant. Am I the 2 and 2 against 6? Yuan Zi's tone was surprisingly curious. Yes, otherwise. Her brother, who was over level 70, was waiting. Could she still be the 6 and 2 again? Xia Mi realized she had asked a silly question, as she hadn't quite adapted to her elevation and status. It had only been a few short days. Can I also bring someone? Xia Mi pondered for a moment and politely asked. Yuan Zi readily nodded. Of course, sister. Feel free. The person Xia Mi wanted to bring was of course Ly. Shi. With Zai's fan base and financial backing, joining this game wouldn't be too burdensome. Well, even though she also wanted to bring Ly. Bianxinghe along, given Bianxing's fan base and votes, joining such a game would indeed be a bit too much. If the live stream room was filled with mocking voices, it wouldn't be good for Bianxinghe. She thought to call her next time when a suitable game came up. Xia Mi thought this and invited Shi. Ly. Shi quickly agreed to the invitation, and when she saw the screen, she was slightly surprised. Mi Bao. Sister Yuan. Divider, let me clarify once again. In the main text, everyone is one-dimensional. Only Xia Mi is the protagonist. Male supporting roles have basically balanced roles, and they only interact in dreams, with the ending arranged from multiple unknown happy endings, so just choose your favorite male guest. All male characters will uniformly be inexperienced in love and pure. About Zhang Liwan, I want to emphasize that he hasn't been in love, hasn't developed feelings for anyone else, and is pure. I originally didn't want to spoil, but now I'm out of options, so I can only say this. He previously gave money to other female streamers purely because he fell into the trap of heroically saving the beauty, and they fell out not long after. I want change this plot and character setup, he'll write it out later. I won't spoil the details, but you'll know when you see it. I actually prefer to write realistic stories, though I don't believe all characters are blank slates. Only through experiences can characters become rich and three-dimensional. If even the character's past related to love must be branded as impure, and you criticize me for it, I can only say I can't meet your standards. Everyone has their own perspective. You should look for literature that suits you better instead of criticizing me here. After all, I have already clarified in my synopsis. I previously deleted a nasty review that called me a cauliflower control, how vicious, haha, and today, I deleted another post. The last book got me criticized for Wen Linfei, and this one, because of Zhang Liwan. By the way, I swear that if I become soft-hearted and respond to those nasty reviews and writing directives, I will lose 10 years of my life. Haven't I learned enough lessons from the last book? Feeling overwhelmed. The longer I write, the more I understand why most authors avoid interaction with readers. It's really easy to be suddenly hurt. But I can't help it, I just love interacting with those cute readers who have been reading my books, calling me baby, showing me ads, and commenting every day. I will always love my snowflakes. In my last book, I mentioned that I am also very grateful to the readers who quietly read without doing anything. You supported a part of this book's data, which is also very important to me. As for those readers who pamper me, I love them even more, shwe, and you are reciprocating affection. Sending love. But for those who write bad reviews and attack me based on personal preferences, I really won't give you even half a glance anymore. This was put at the end of the chapter due to character limits. I'll just write this much: Mihua is great. Snowflakes are great. Lie. Saishi had actually engaged in several PK matches with Yuanzi. Was it 3 times? Or 4? They were all instances of 1 against many or 2 against many, just participating to make up the numbers, and she wasn't particularly familiar with Yuanzi. He was quite familiar with Yuanzi. Yuanzi also retained a slight impression of her. Oh, isn't this Saishi? You know Mihua? Oh right. You both share the same prefix from Luin Pavilion. Are you in the same hall? Lie. Saishi paused for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Xia Mi naturally took over the conversation. Sister Saishi and I are not in the same hall, but we are very good friends. Yuan Yuanzi laughed heartily. I see. Then let's play together more often in the future. Xia Mi had a sweet tongue. Sure, thank you Sister Yuan for bringing us along. Saishi stared at the screen, her eyes actually becoming slightly red. A moment of kindness and fair treatment could truly earn a person's heartfelt gratitude. It is said that one should not forget the well-digger when drinking water, but how many can truly do that in reality? Yuan Yuanzi had extensive connections. Within just a few minutes, she had quickly gathered the remaining 5 people. One can only say that the streaming circle is not that big. There are only a few top streamers, and surprisingly 2 of these 5 were people Xia Mi had encountered before. Qing Yuan and Yen Er. Coincidentally, they were the 2 from the last 1-against-6 match. Qing Yuan remained calm and gentle, her streaming style very stable. What's up, Sister Yuan? Yuan Yuanzi said boldly. 1-against-6. Mi Hua, and I will challenge the rest of you. Are Yuan? Qing Yuan was taken aback, her gaze turning towards the unfamiliar little electric person surveying her from top to bottom. Mi Hua. How could she forget who this was? A few days ago in the 1-against-6 match, she had been thoroughly suppressed by this rising electric mother. The tides of the streaming world were ever-changing, but she hadn't expected it to turn so quickly. Upon meeting again, their positions had surprisingly swapped. Qing Yuan held no negative emotions about this. Ultimately, streaming is still determined by viewer counts. Many soar to great heights, but few can stand firm for long. Xia Mi also greeted the 2 of them with a smile. Sister Qing, Sister Yen Er, hello. Although she didn't know who was older, she used sister as a polite address. Xia Mi's family had some clout, but her fan base was still thin, so it wasn't yet her time to act arrogantly. She remained very humble towards everyone. Sure, I have no problem at all. Qing Yuan smiled back. Finally, Mi has a little electric person. Looks good. The last time they faced off, it was just a stark background image. Xia Mi chuckled. The remaining 3 were people she completely didn't recognize. They were a handsome male streamer, Mo Yan. An outdoor PK, male streamer Jing Zi. A dance female streamer Yu Jia. Everyone exchanged pleasantries, and Yuan Yuanzi spoke. How about we have a 10-minute meeting? Then we can start right away. Everyone unanimously agreed. Xia Mi muted her mic, smiling brightly. I said, hey Wu, why did you suddenly disappear just now? Turns out you want to help me with diplomacy. She praised Chi Wu generously. Thanks to a Wu, I can actually challenge Sister Yuan to a PK. Mi Hua fans, the streamer, is making progress. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream didn't drop due to her stopping singing. Instead, it rose because she was linking up with Yuan Yuanzi, leaving quite a few onlookers. Tian La Gong Zhu, level 32. My goodness, a new streamer who just started broadcasting a week ago is challenging Yuan Yuanzi to a PK. Who can believe this? AAA Wuzong Chichio, level 30, a complete stranger shocked. Is this what they call a meteoric rise? Give me a glass, C level 35, so it turns out this was orchestrated by a big brother at home. I can't believe this is truly a lift-up. Tong Ming, level 32, a big brother over level 70, probably spent over 10 million, no wonder he can know Yuan Yuanzi eating melon. Yan Zhu Dao, a level 43, not just knowing her Wu Huang is quite familiar with our Yuan previously spent hundreds in her streaming room. Whatever you want, a level 20 having a big brother backing is definitely different. There will always be those who want to step on my white shoes. Wu Huang's authority. Mi Bao finally stopped singing. We were all worried sick about you. I never expected to use this method to persuade Mi Bao. Wu Huang is mighty. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Our Mi Bao is indeed this impressive. She has only been broadcasting for a few days and is already playing with PK, Queen Yuan Yuanzi. Proud. Zhang Liwan furrowed her brows slightly. He truly hadn't thought of this approach. First, Zhang Liwan didn't watch various types of streamers like Chi Wu, nor did she frequent the big streamers. His previous over 500,000 at level 59 had mostly been spent on one person, and later when things went south, he only spent a mere 10,000 across various karaoke halls. Thus, he didn't have the connections that Dawu had. Secondly, his own life experiences were like Xia Mi's earlier, desperately seizing opportunities to climb up, so he didn't see any problem with that. He admired her and was willing to accompany her. But he hadn't considered that he could support her in other ways, allowing her to ascend with she was thinking was completely different. He was born with a silver spoon, receiving full support from his family who taught him how to achieve goals in a more relaxed manner, how to utilize all resources at hand, especially money and connections. In Chi Wu's money is worthless. It is merely a currency to achieve one's goals, just a tool. Did he work hard for money? How could that be? His family's wealth could last generations. He merely needed work and a career to prove his capabilities, realize his value, and enrich his life. Although he complained about the tediousness of work all day, if he didn't enjoy it, he would have long since quit and become a spoiled rich kid. Dear fans, since we have this opportunity, I Mi Hua want to put in my best effort. In this round, I aim to achieve a better result and show everyone the unity of our Mi Hua family, okay? Xia Mi spoke earnestly. She didn't want to be a streamer who only relied on a few older brothers. She envisioned her streaming room as a highly cohesive team, and today was an opportunity. Let's flip in the first 30 seconds. Those capable older brothers and sisters should go all out, as this is the most advantageous time. Spending $1 feels like spending two. Xia Mi stirred the audience in the streaming room with her words. Actually, the first flip has always been our weak period because we have fewer people. In the previous days of so many PKs, we often only managed to surpass when we reached a 1.5 times multiplier. What does Xia Mi represent in the eyes of other streamers now? She is seen as a money pit. In the streaming world, this is not a good label and can even be considered derogatory. This is because a money pit signifies that if the few key supporters in the streaming room leave, the entire room will plummet. Xia Mi possesses a rich supporter system, so she wouldn't fall to that level, but her rapid rise is problematic. While her ticket revenue has increased, her fan base and cohesion have not kept pace. This is the issue she urgently needs to address now. With 10 minutes of meeting time and high traffic and popularity, Xia Mi did not intend to waste a moment. Indeed, our family has several wealthy supporters who give us the confidence to turn the tide, but I don't just want to turn the tables. I also want to secure the highest score right from the first flip and show others that our streaming room is not solely reliant on the big brothers and sisters. Our fan base is equally powerful. Her little electric avatar stared at the screen, her expression resolute and serious. The live PK meeting for votes is essentially a morale-boosting speech. Just like in ancient battles, there must be drums to rally the troops. Although it seems that the streamers are repeating the same phrases, these words must be spoken to instill cohesion and fighting spirit in the streaming room. 9988, level 41 received. Mi Bao, fly with confidence. Mi Hua will always be with you. Air Hung, level 52, I used to interact with you as an ordinary person, but you looked down on me. Now I won't pretend anymore. I can spend big. Su Shui Qing Cheng, how is the level 52 brother up there ordinary? Pian Walai Shi Bu Feng Chun, level 47, supporting Mi Bao, peeking out. Su, level 40, that's right. Let's show them the unity of our Mi Hua family. By Lu Ming Lu Charge, always supporting Mi Bao. Fan Xia Chu Ming Fei Chong, Nan, level 33, I'm all in. They'll launch a rocket for the first flip. Ran Dianxing, level 26, sisters, you're beautiful. You're handsome. You're amazing. Wishing sisters great fortune. Xia Mi smiled, her little electric avatar radiating energy. Meanwhile, other streamers were also discussing tactics and rallying their fans. Qing Yuan smiled helplessly. To be honest, today's match is really tough. Let's not even mention Sister Yuan. Oh, everyone knows. We faced Mi Hua a few days ago, and at that time it was me and Yin Air against 6 opponents, and Mi Hua alone scored over 3 million points. If our family doesn't show some strength, we are destined to lose. Some fans had watched her previous PK against Xia Mi. Level 39, indeed the ticket pool of Mi Hua's big brother seems bottomless. Xia Yu Tian, level 36, which big brother are you talking about? The 1/60 levels doesn't seem that impressive. He hasn't spent excessively on tickets before, mainly the 1/70 levels. AI Chi Jiangua, level 37, you're a bit behind on the news. Yesterday their big brother spent 7 to 8 million tickets. Don't be fooled by their lower level. Their strength might not be inferior to that of the 1/70. Qing Tian, level 31, so how do we fight? You, 1, level 46, don't raise others' ambitions to destroy our own. Aren't there 6 of us? I remember Mi Hua's family couldn't score much in the first flip. Our 6 families can score significantly more in the first flip, and besides, Sister Tang Shui is also here today. The sister she referred to as Sister Tang Shui is Tang Shui Yuan, the level 70 big sister, who is the guardian of Qing Yuan. Tang Shui Yuan pondered for a moment. I think we can give it a try, but if we do, we can't guard the tower during the event. Qing Yuan also participated in this platform event. She originally reserved some tickets to prevent someone from sneaking in during the last hour of the event, but using them now is also okay, depending on how she feels about it. Qing Yuan lowered her head and thought seriously. I still want to try my best, as honestly I lost when it was 2 against 6 last time. If I lose again at 6 against 2, I might feel a bit unwilling. Her mindset is quite understandable. When she met Mi Hua didn't even have 10,000 fans, and she was just a beginner in their group. Unexpectedly, the situation reversed, and Mi Hua amazed everyone. Losing to such a new streamer inevitably made her feel a bit upset, and now encountering Mi Hua again, she had become the target she needed to join forces with others to defeat. Imagine you have worked hard for years and finally got promoted to a supervisor, only for a newcomer to parachute in as a director, likely surpassing you and becoming your superior. Although it seems that the other party hasn't caused you any loss, can you really swallow this anger? Tang Shui Yuan has accompanied her for so long and completely understands her feelings. Qing Yuan's thoughts are not bad or envious. It's the most basic human sentiment. Tang Shui Yuan, a level 70, I understand now. Did we score 3 million points last time? It was just that much. Tang Shui Yuan looked at the 10 million diamonds in her pocket. I must win, I will always help her. The PK has begun. Xia Mi also felt a bit nervous. There were over 50,000 people in her streaming room, the most viewers she has ever had since she started streaming. The scores of the 8 streamers were rising rapidly, with the highest being Yuan Yuanzi, who had just achieved a peak popularity of 90,000 in her live stream, while battling the obnoxious male streamer, and now it had even surpassed 100,000. 100,000 people means that if everyone contributes, just 1 yuan the total would reach 2 million points after the initial translation. Of course, a significant portion of them do not spend money, but the paying audience is equivalent to 3,000 people at a carnival. Yuanzi's score quickly broke through the 2 million mark, though the specifics were no longer visible. Meanwhile, Xia Mi's score also easily surpassed 1 million, steadily approaching 2 million. After the initial translation concluded, the scores of the 6 individuals were as follows: Yuanzi 3 million, ly Mihua 2 million. The scores for the 6-man group were ly Sai Shi 1 million, I Qing Yuan 700, Yan Air 700, Mo Yan 600, Yuzha 900, Jingzi 700. For now, the duo's scores were leading. Ruo Fan, I can't take it anymore, it's too thrilling. It makes my heart race. Shuangwen Lover, how did the 8 of them together reach nearly 1 million yuan in just 30 seconds? It's simply outrageous. The earning potential of streamers is terrifying. Wan Wuxing, there isn't 1 million, this is after the doubling, but 50,000 is definitely there. Yu Bu Koen, it feels like the wealthy don't regard money as money. It's hard to imagine my monthly salary is only a little over 4,000. Thinking about it makes me Wu Yi by Mu, the gap between people. Pu Tao how this PK can be considered a significant spectacle, right? Yuanzi doesn't have 100,000 viewers in her live stream every day. All the initial translation hit 2 million points. Me, Bao, you are so impressive. Lai Guadao Fa Zheng Tai, my eyes feel sore. I remember just a few days ago, we couldn't even break 1 million points in the initial translation. Our house is really getting better. Fan Xia how CI, more and more people are coming. Me, Bao, keep it up. Xia Mi bit her lip, her eyes reddening, revealing a joyful smile. Yes, Mihua is amazing. Wow, Mihua's strength is quite impressive. Yuanzi looked at everyone's scores, smacking her lips. During the brief time of the meeting, the viewers had chattered and revealed nearly everything about Mihua's situation to her. A new streamer, having just started broadcasting less than a week ago, had managed to take down the notoriously famous roaming brush customer Da Wu Siqi, and even had a suffix attached with another big brother over level 60 in the broadcast room, who had also spent over several 100,000 yuan yesterday. A streamer who does not show their face rising to fame in such a short time is simply a miracle. At least in recent years, Yuanzi had not seen a streamer rise this quickly. Moreover, she initially thought Mihua was relying solely on the support of 1 or 2 big brothers, but unexpectedly after this initial translation, she realized Mihua's group had such powerful cohesion. There were as many as 12 siblings and sisters sending gifts at the carnival. Yuanzi couldn't help but start to wonder, Mihua, what kind of magic do you possess? What could make so many fans devoted to her? However, while wondering, what was more important was her own live stream. Brothers and sisters, let's not say too much, at least we can't hold her back, right? Let's initiate the bonus task. Wait for the critical hit time to start. Yuanzi shouted with full fighting spirit. The critical hit actually means a 1. 5 times bonus time. Xia Mi also silently opened her Dongsheng account. The temporary quota earned from the lottery cannot be accumulated. She had to spend the 20,000 quota for today in this round to give Qi Wu and Jiang Li a sense of urgency. Bonus time starts. Dongsheng sent out Carnival 123. 663000 diamonds. Dongsheng leveled up to level 46. At this moment, there were not just Dongsheng sending gifts. Besides Qi Wu and Jiang Li, who were also continuously sending gifts, many unexpected fans of Xia Mi were also silently supporting her. Pian Walai Sherbu Feng Chun sent out Carnival 123. 20. Pian Walai Sherbu Feng Chun leveled up to level 48. Zai Jiu Ji sent out Carnival 123. Xia Mi's voice was filled with excitement. Thank you, my Dongsheng brother, for the 66 carnivals. Thanks to my Wu. Thanks to my Li Wai brother. Thank you, my Feng Chun sister. Has sister's stock gone up recently? Thank you, my Ji, please sit down. Xia Mi was speechless. After sending out 66,000 in bonuses, Ji had almost sent back 20,000 by now. Ji chuckled. Pian Walai Sherbu Feng Chun, the stocks haven't risen, but I got a new stock subscription. Celebration. The so-called new stock subscription refers to participating in the lottery purchase of stocks that are about to be listed. One needs to win the lottery to buy, and after being listed, one can directly trade and profit from the price difference, which is considered a stroke of luck in the stock market. Mao Jiao Ji to AU. I'm really a bit broken by this. I've been in the stock market for years and never won once. Li Zai Chi, I don't understand. Is it better than a limit up? Nan Shanbian, Yida, Xiaodou, my goodness, Dongsheng brother is so generous today. 66 carnivals. Xia Mao Shovel Officer, is it true that Dongsheng brother will really give as much as he says? Sure Shun, but I want to ask what's going on with Wu Gu and Li Wai Gu. Are they competing? Shin Xing Chu, is it still not stopping? The streamer has already surpassed 10 million points. I'm shocked. Yes, at this moment Xia Mi's score had already broken through the 10 million mark. Jiang Li and Qi Wu had both sent gifts worth 99 towards the carnival. Qi was thought was simple, since I let Mihua take the stage, and this is my first major PK, After putting on the suffix, I must ensure her victory, so I'll send 100 carnivals. Zhang Liwan's thoughts were more complex, having unexpectedly let Dawu Siqi shine in front of Mi Hua through connections. He had to compensate for it in other ways and perform even better. In addition, he also slightly divided his attention to Dongsheng. Can you spend 66 Huazi? It seems you have some strength, Zhang Liwan thought. He did not underestimate the other party, just because Dongsheng's spending was not as high as his, and Dawu Siqi's, as he did not believe Mi Hua was the type to love money above all. She appreciated wealth, but acquired it through rightful means. Sometimes the feeling of companionship is more important than the amount spent. Dongsheng consistently conveyed goodwill towards Mi Hua, which in Zhang Liwan's view might make him more competitive than Dawu Siqi. The two were each lost in their own thoughts while engaging in a cool competition, appearing to the audience in the livestream, as if the big brothers were battling. How to name it is not difficult. Level 30 are two love brothers fighting. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Level 28 it seems. So how many have they sent already? 99 has been a while. Can't you share a love brother with me? In breaking down, I send 200 a day. Woo woo woo. The host isn't advising. What can I advise? The money has already gone into the host's pocket, right? The host would love for them to keep spending. Xia Mi thought, at least you understand me. Emotionally, she naturally hoped these two would keep spending without stopping, as all that came to her back end was money. However, rationally she indeed had to advise, not just advise, but do so with high emotional intelligence. The reason is simple: when the big brother and sister are spending heavily, if you don't advise at that moment, it truly feels great, but later when they calm down they will feel uncomfortable believing you are not sincere, but only after their money. Although everyone knows that the host is here to make money, no one really wants the host to have no feelings for them. The financial tycoon has entered the live stream room. She feigned a look of shock. My goodness, what's going on with the top two on the leaderboard? If you didn't know better, you'd think the host hacked into their phones. Is this how Huazi rain falls? She sounded a bit flustered. Bro, two love brothers. Please stop fighting. Wu Tiao W, level 28. Haha. Is the host really certifying these two love brothers? Mao Mao Jiao Ji Tue Yu, level 48. Haha. I'm dying of laughter. It's the first time I've heard the host call her own love brothers like this. It's too interesting. I followed. Fanxia Hao Hao Ci, O level 41. Yes, Army Bao. Is just this straightforward. You get used to it. Ruoff Fang, level 42. This is just the beginning. You haven't seen my love broadcast while using a calculator. Air Hung, level 52. Stop talking upstairs. I'm going to remind me Bao later. There are so many people today. Using a calculator is not good. Wu Wang Yin, level 30. Now I'm curious, what does using a calculator mean? Ruoff Fan, level 42. Watch more of Mi Bao's live streams, and you'll understand later. Chi Wu stopped first, mainly because Xia Mi's score had broken 20 million. He felt he should have the win seal, plus Xia Mi was calling him, so he stopped. He typed out a complaint. Dawu Siqi, level 71. I already said not to call me love brother when there are many people. Oh, don't I have any pride? He really wanted to blame Xia Mi. Look at you. Do you look like someone who is eating love tickets? He didn't even give a kiss. Xia Mi showed an incredulous expression, controlling the panel and making the little electric person on the screen have 3 question marks above its head. You're hanging my suffix. If I don't say it, it wouldn't be true, would it? Chi Wu was choked. A big frozen pear, level 32. I'm laughing so hard it hurts. Frozen pear juice beauty, level 35. Big brother is speechless. Tian Dao Xiao Yi, level 29. Sundara is so sweet. I'm eating it. I'm eating it. Infatuated laugh. Wan Xiao Wenqing, level 30. So good. Zhang Liwan also stopped. His account level was not far from leveling up to 64. Before meeting Mi Hua, he had played for almost a year and had only spent less than 2 million. In these past few days, he had spent enough to equal the total from the previous year. Zhang Liwan lightly clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat pleased on the surface. No wonder some people love to be sycophants. Giving money to their favorite hosts really brings happiness. Li Y, the level 63. I'll listen to you. The fans below couldn't help but scream again. 9988, level 41. No way, this one is also very enjoyable. Indeed, the straightforward approach is the best. Lion busy with fish, a level 38. One, and that Sundara has already retreated from the environment. Okay. Zai Jiu Ji, level 36. Listening to you. Hee Annie smile. Yimo, level 45. Adults don't make choices. Just 2. Not really. This slice of the PK has unsurprisingly gone viral once again. Aside from being amazed by the skills of the 3 streamers Yuan Yuanzi Lai, Mi Hua and Xing Yuan, the most eye-catching is still Lai. Mi Hua, a legendary newcomer in the streaming world. An undeniable dark horse. In fact, marketing accounts have already started to take notice of Xia Mi. Reviewing the new electric mothers in the streaming world Lai. The rise of Mi Hua, Liange, $1 million female streamers, Century PK. Hello everyone. This is Tian Shigua. I am Tian, and today we will be reviewing the rising star of the streaming world, the electric mother Lai. Mi Hua. The female voice in the video spoke eloquently. I believe that some well-informed friends should be familiar with this name. Although this streamer has only streamed for a short week. Yes, you heard that right, just a week. She has already scored over 20 million points in a single PK, capable of teaming up with Yuan Yuanzi to take on 6 opponents in a showdown. The commentator Tian spoke passionately with a compelling and infectious tone. So today I will take you through a comprehensive analysis of how this rising star in the streaming world has emerged in just a week. The video transitions to the interface of the Luoyinge assessment. Here is the data slice that I painstakingly dug up. We can see that Teacher Mihua did not yet have a prefix at that time and was undergoing assessment. In this assessment, Teacher Mihua showcased astonishing singing abilities and earned a direct qualification from Lai to join the official hall of Luoyinge woven green threads. The screen splits into two, displaying two parallel screenshots, one from Luwai and one showing the gift records amidst heavy fog. Luwai, level 59, gifted Mihua a bright moon over the C1 4166 diamonds. Heavy fog level gifted Mihua a carnival 130,000 diamonds. And now the two individuals displayed on the screen are crucial figures in Mihua's rapid rise over the next week. The video zooms in on one of the images. Let's first look at this individual Luwai at level 59. According to my sources, he has already risen to level 64. Before Mihua appeared, his spending was not substantial, but due to certain explosive events he gained some fame. As for what those events were, I'll keep you in suspense. If this episode performs well, I'll reveal them next time. Back to the main topic, how much spending is required to go from level 59 to level 64? The answer is about 2 million. In other words, this individual spent 2 million on Teacher Mihua in just 1 week. What an astonishing figure. Tisk. The screenshot switches. Now let's look at this individual heavy fog. This one is even more impressive. According to reliable information, this extravagant brother, now at level 71, it did not engage in live streaming before encountering Mihua. He wandered randomly through various live streams and reached level 71, spending 20 million. This shows his generosity. Not counting all the statistics, he has already spent over 200 times in Mihua's live stream. At this point, do you think Mihua's rise is simply due to encountering two wealthy brothers willing to spend lavishly on her? Wrong. Let's look at another set of images and data. The screen shifts again. This is a recent PK slice of Mihua. Last night, I personally watched the entire event, and it is absolutely authentic. We can see that at this moment both Luwai and Heavy Fog were not in the live stream. How many points did Mihua score in this PK? The answer is 5 million points. Although the data was compiled by Tian herself, even she couldn't help but gasp in amazement while introducing these figures. Look, in this PK, more than 10 visitors alone reached the carnival level. The most prominent during the boost period were Dongsheng and Pian Walai Sherbu Fengchun, but a considerable portion of the support came from mid to low tier fans pooling resources. What does this indicate? It suggests that the title Electric Mother cannot accurately encapsulate Teacher Mihua. Her live stream has swiftly accumulated a powerful cohesion and fan loyalty in a short time, which is truly more incredible than having wealthy patrons. Tian said. Next, I will take you through several PK slices leaked from Mihua's live stream to see how she has gradually reached the point of standing shoulder to shoulder with the top streamer Xia Mi. A relatively lengthy solo commentary video unexpectedly gained some traction. Likes 4200, comments 120, favorites 300, shares 1900. Popular comment, pickled cabbage fishing. Did she earn 4 million in a week? I don't watch live streams, but I'm stunned by this figure. What are the brothers seeking? Expand 3 replies, walking under the moon, awaiting osmanthus, not that much. The streamer's commission seems to be around 45 to 50 and Luoyinge appears to be even lower. No name, it's not as little as 4 million. That's just the base, there are also gifts from other fans. Expand 1 reply, Black Python of the Sun Palace, some people just ooze vinegar from their mouths. Chiyu is a fellow streamer, why is there such a huge gap between us? I have been streaming for half a year, and sometimes my income is still in the double digits. Crying Expand 1 reply, Sister, I'm the same. I've already quit. If I don't find a job soon, I'll starve to death. Long Walk, I'm not her fan, but I've casually watched a few of her streams. I can only say that there are reasons why this streamer can succeed. She has high emotional intelligence, knows how to engage with the audience, and possesses multiple talents. I've heard her sing songs in several languages and can converse fluently in English. There are really not many capable streamers like her in the industry. Expand 1 reply, regain catch. Long Walk, brother. Can you do my homework? Please review it. Chubby Riceball, I can only say that there are still too many wealthy people in this world. I'm really stunned. Your world and my world seem so different. Likes 800 Zhan, Shirtianji Jiaozi, I was stunned by those 2 lines of singing in the clip. So beautiful, I need to search for this teacher. Dropping sand value, jealousy, makes me misshapen. Air Yuan Jean, just check, she actually has 300,000 fans. That's quite outrageous, aren't those just bot fans? Yunyoyo, it seems that the platform is about to have another strong competitor for the voice hall virtual area activity. At this moment, Xia Mi was staring blankly at her phone, her expression slightly odd, a mix of wanting to laugh, yet forcefully suppressing it. Chi Wu Mi, how can you exorcise evil spirits? What an outrageous question. Chi Wu's absurd inquiry was undoubtedly instigated by Xia Mi. Last night, for the first time, she used the dream card on Chi Wu. Xia Mi truly racked her brains for quite some time on how to arrange Chi Wu's dream, as she had not yet decided what kind of dream would effectively train him. Compared to Zhang Liwen's overt attitude towards her as a fan, Chi's current attitude towards her was quite different. His life had always been smooth sailing, a happy family, academic success, and a stable career, coupled with almost no experiences interacting with the opposite sex, which resulted in a relatively pure nature. His seamless life filled him with confidence, leading him to focus more on himself and his goals rather than on competitors. This distinction was also evident in the live broadcast room. Zhang Liwen harbored hostility towards every male fan in Xia Mi's live stream, as his logic dictated that one must compete and seize anything they desire. However, Chi did not share this mindset. As long as no one provoked him, he would not feel competitive and would happily watch his own live broadcast. If Xia Mi were to date these two, her experience with Zhang Liwen would likely be that of a mature man, while with Chi, it would probably resemble a first love sweet story. There was an essential difference between the two, so Xia Mi could not arrange a dream for Chi akin to that of Zhang Liwen. The same dream might not have any effect on Chi. Moreover, for some reason, Xia Mi remained obsessed with the idea of scaring him to boost emotional value by pretending to be a ghost. Furthermore, after inadvertently discovering Chi's fear of ghosts through a previous skit, Xia Mi became even more eager. Thus, Chi's dream was born. Chi was 100% certain that he had encountered a malevolent spirit. This was not a guess nor an illusion, it was a genuine and life-threatening encounter. In the pale and cold darkness, the surrounding air felt bone-chillingly frozen, even his breath condensed into white mist. A ghastly pale, emaciated face loomed close, nearly touching his nose, with long wet black hair cascading down, unable to conceal a long dark red sticky tongue that extended to his chest, swaying gently with the eerie airflow. Ho! Ho! The faint and eerie gasps tangled around his ears, carrying a decayed chill that seeped into his bones. Chi's pupils constricted violently, every hair on his body standing on end as a wave of extreme fear tightened around his throat, and the next second a high-pitched scream tore through the suffocating darkness. Ah! Chi's mind went blank as he frantically scrambled backward, using both hands and feet, his back rigid with tension, soaked in cold sweat. Yet that long-tongued ghost, like a persistent parasite, hunched its body and slowly approached, without missing a step, its hollow black eyes locking onto him with a just as Chi's back was about to collide with the icy wall, trapped with nowhere to retreat, a bizarre scene unfolded. The relentlessly advancing long-tongued ghost suddenly halted. It slightly tilted its head, a hint of almost eerie regret passing over its ghastly white face, its hollow eyes fixated on the wall behind Chi, no longer moving forward an inch. Chi trembled violently, his teeth chattering, frozen in place, not daring to move an inch. He stiffly raised his eyes, barely glancing behind him. Before him was a strange wall radiating white light, the light warm and pure like a natural barrier that firmly blocked the evil spirit's assault. A flash of insight struck Chi, and he realized the rule for preserving his life. As long as he stayed close to this wall of white light, the ghost could not touch him. Chi pressed tightly against the wall, his back against the cool white light, forming a standoff with the long-tongued ghost lurking just a few steps away. In the eerie darkness, a man and a ghost faced off, the atmosphere suffocating. Just as Chi managed to steady his mind and barely calm his panicked breath, the white light wall behind him suddenly flickered violently. As the light and shadows swirled, the smooth wall transformed into a massive floating light screen, startling Chi, sending a shiver down his spine and his heart racing. What was even more outrageous was that the images and sounds appearing on the light screen were immensely familiar to him. The screen flickered as a sweet, vibrant voice of a girl pierced through the eerie silence like a ray of warm sunlight, slightly alleviating the surrounding chill, bringing Chi on the brink of collapse, a faint sense of security. It turned out to be a replay of Mi Hua's live broadcast. Which live broadcast was it? Chi's chaotic and terrified mind raced to piece together memories in a state of extreme panic. This was the live broadcast where Mi Hua first participated in a group PK against two opponents. At that time, he did not pay as much attention to Mi Hua as he did now, and his attitude was not very good either. The replay of the live broadcast progressed methodically, with comments scrolling until the progress bar suddenly froze. The image froze instantly. It happened to stop at the iconic scene where Mi Hua sang a remixed version of Don't Miss Out. The little girl on the screen swayed her head, beaming with a smile, and her singing came through the screen. "Give me your money, give me your car." The singing abruptly ceased. The entire light screen came to a complete standstill. Comments cleared, the image frozen, and three whiteboarded text options slowly floated to the center of the screen, exuding a strong gaming vibe. Cold task, prompts flooding in. Immersive strategy, plot Mi Hua's live broadcast wish. Choosing the correct answer can gain Mi Hua's protection. In response to Mi Hua's cute request, please make your choice. Option 1, accuse her of being a gold digger, firmly refuse and stop all donations. Option 2, give, I'll give you everything. Option 3, directly donate $1 million to fulfill her small wish. Chi, what is this ridiculous plot choice question? Chi Wu's eyes twitched at the corners, glancing at the long-tongued ghost nearby that was eyeing him hungrily, while fixing his gaze on the three extreme options on the screen, overwhelmed by a chaotic and absurd sense. This eerie world is definitely problematic. But he had no time to delve into the reasons. Fear overtook reason in a heartbeat. Suddenly, a countdown timer appeared in the corner of the light screen, glaring red answer, countdown 60 seconds. Chi Wu cautiously remained still. 30 seconds slipped away in an instant. In the next moment, the originally gentle and pure white light screen suddenly darkened and turned crimson. Crimson blood-like patterns frantically spread along the edges of the screen. Rivulets of dark red droplets flowed down like an open wound, grotesque and terrifying. A blinding red warning pop-up suddenly appeared, carrying a life-threatening sense of urgency. System warning. If no answer is given within 60 seconds, the white light barrier will completely fail. If the barrier fails, the confinement of the evil ghost will be lifted and the hunting mode will be activated. Chi Wu's pupils trembled, his soul almost flying away in fright. Choose. He had to choose. He must choose immediately. He had never played such a life-or-death immersive horror quiz game in his life. In his panic, Chi Wu's chaotic mind wildly speculated. Was he supposed to choose the action he had genuinely performed in the past? With a mindset of taking a gamble, Chi Wu gritted his teeth and trembling tapped the first option. In the next second, the blood red on the screen surged, nearly engulfing all the white light. The flowing blood droplets accelerated, and the ominous atmosphere in the entire space instantly multiplied. A piercing system error sound suddenly exploded, sharp and cold. Answer incorrect. Barrier collapse. High risk alert, confinement loosening, target evil ghost is about to go berserk. Please evacuate immediately. The barrier will return to normal in 60 seconds. Before the words had finished, a sharp and mournful ghostly wail tore through the dark. The long-tongued ghost, which had been quietly standing there, suddenly had red eyes, its long tongue flailing wildly, its form flickering, directly appearing in the spot where Chi Wu had just pressed against the wall. A hair's breadth away. Chi Wu's scalp erupted, his survival instinct fully engaged, and he dared not stay even a second longer. Turning and desperately fleeing, Chi Wu dared to say that the next 60 seconds were the most torturous and suffocating minute of his life. The chilling wind howled past his ears, the ghostly cries pursued him relentlessly, the coldness clung to him like a shadow, as if in the next second he would be ensnared and torn apart by the evil ghost. He dared not look back, nor dare to pause, using every ounce of strength to escape, his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest. Until the white light of the screen suddenly brightened. The prompt for the barrier restart sounded. Chi Wu nearly rolled and crawled stumbling back towards the white light wall, pressing his back firmly against the warm light, finally stopping. Looking back, the long-tongued ghost was indeed once again isolated beyond the white light, only able to howl anxiously in the darkness, pacing back and forth, unable to get any closer. Chi Wu leaned against the wall, gasping heavily, his legs weak, his entire body drained, cold sweat soaking his clothes, clinging to his skin. He was on the verge of tears. Chi Wu asked himself, having lived a pure and righteous life, donating to charity actively every year, never indulging in vice, working diligently and honestly, what sin had he committed to be chased by an evil ghost here, demanding his life? After calming his breath for a while, Chi Wu finally trembled and raised his eyes to the only life-saving light screen before him. At this moment, the first option was completely grayed out and locked, no longer clickable. Only the second and third options remained quietly hovering. It was clear that if he answered incorrectly, the game would not end. He had to continue answering questions to maintain the barrier. Chi Wu was filled with despair, wanting to cry without tears. He swore he would never speak a word of ill about Mi Hua again, nor harbor any bias. What had he been thinking to dare choose that most unreliable option? Chi Wu fixed his gaze on the remaining two options, frowning, deliberating repeatedly. Without even thinking, he knew that one of these two options was most likely a trap question. Chi Wu, who had never known how to please women in over 20 years, fell into deep despair at the absurdity of the two choices. The countdown quietly resumed, the red light flickering ominously. The sense of pressure returned. There was no time to hesitate. Chi Wu steeled himself, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and resolutely tapped the second option. After all, he had watched some idol dramas with his mother. Choosing sweet words could never be wrong, right? Answer incorrect. The moment the cold prompt sound rang out, Chi Wu reflexively turned to run, every muscle in his body instantly tensed, ready for a new round of desperate escape. But the anticipated barrier failure and the evil ghost rampaging did not occur. The screen did not turn red with an error. Instead, it instantly returned to a soft white light. The frozen scene abruptly restarted and played smoothly. In the screen, Mi Hua tilted her head, looking somewhat troubled. Give my life. But what would I want Ao's life for? She pouted slightly, her tone cute and playful. Is this a big pie that Ao drew for me? Empty promises don't count. He'll forgive you this time. But next time give me something useful, she thought, feeling frustrated with the useless offerings. Chi Wu's heart, which was hanging in the air, suddenly plummeted, letting out a long sigh of relief, his eyes almost misty. He finally understood. The true perfect answer to this question was the third one. Moreover, he finally figured out the strategy rules. Only options that maliciously deny or harm Mi Hua are the ultimate death traps, while the perfunctory empty talk options, though not full marks, wouldn't trigger the evil ghost's hunt. Mi Hua was just too good. Even if he answered incorrectly, there would be no punishment, still ensuring his safety. Simply an angel. Chi Wu made a firm resolution, remembering the ironclad rules, to pass the level. For all questions, blindly choosing options that favor, pamper, and indulge Mi Hua is absolutely foolproof. The screen continued to advance automatically, allowing him a moment to catch his breath. The light and shadow danced, and the scene froze again as a new question tasked. This scene was a historical replay from the exclusive fan chat group. The group chat interface clearly appeared, and Mi Hua's avatar bounced as a message popped up. Mi Hua, oh, are you going to add the exclusive suffix? New options refreshed immediately. Option 3, add the exclusive suffix immediately, and clear all other subscriptions only following Mi Hua. After experiencing a life-and-death chase, Chi Wu's intellect was sharp and his thoughts clear. He must be foolish to choose one or two. This was not a multiple-choice question, it was clearly a question of survival. Without hesitation, Chi Wu quickly clicked the third. The options vanished instantly, and the group chat continued to play. Mi Hua, hee hee, I knew Ao was the best. But remember to follow through. The girl's sweet smile seemed to overflow from the screen, warm and healing. Chi Wu let out a sigh of relief. The screen shifted, continuing to unlock the instance's plot. The next scene switched to a replay of a live broadcast. Amidst the chaotic barrage of comments, one particularly malicious remark stood out, dripping with sarcasm. Accompanying you in drunkenness, the love streamer can only rely on the big brother for money. Once the novelty wears off, won't she be thrown aside like a rag? Chi Wu had no recollection of this comment. As Mi Hua's live broadcast audience gradually increased, malicious trolls inevitably infiltrated every stream, and he had never cared about such negative remarks before. But before he could think further, a new set of options popped up again. Faced with the malicious remarks slandering Mi Hua, please make your choice. Option 1, go along with it, scold Mi Hua. If you don't behave and please me, I won't gift you anymore. Option 2, ignore it, let the moderators handle it. Option 3, retaliate on the spot, staunchly defend Mi Hua. Chi Wu, does this even require thought? Option 1 was a guaranteed death trap, option 2 was a score-losing apathy, and only option 3 was the perfect answer. Without a second thought, he selected the screen refreshed simultaneously, automatically displaying the comment he sent in the live chat, the text bold and the tone resolute. Da Wu Chi, level 71. There's no such thing as getting tired of her. She doesn't need to please anyone. I will never betray her. Seeing his own words on the screen, Chi Wu froze instantly, his pupils shaking as his cheeks burned with visible speed. This is what he posted. So cheesy, so embarrassing. Even through the screen, the awkwardness was overwhelming. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in, unable to imagine Mi Hua's reaction. In the next moment, the girl on the screen gave the sweetest response. Mi Hua's voice was shy and exuberant, overflowing with joy. Really? I like Aw the most too. Let's make a promise we won't change for 100 years. Her sweet teasing and affectionate calling felt like a gentle feather brushing against his heart. Clearly a terrifying evil spirit lurked nearby, yet Chi Wu couldn't help but smile. But she called me baby. Chi Wu was still there, his cheeks burning and ears red, savoring the moment when the bright white light suddenly exploded, overwhelming brightness engulfing the dark space, and a dizzying sensation struck him. The world, the screen, the evil spirit, the live broadcast scene, all vanished. Hiss! Chi Wu jolted awake from the bed. He was dazed for a moment, looking around in confusion. Familiar bedroom, warm sunlight, no endless darkness, no long-tongued evil spirit, no deadly quiz game, no glowing live broadcast screen. And no Mi Hua calling him baby. As memories returned, a look of incredulity spread across Chi Wu's face. What an odd dream. Half a day after waking from the dream, Chi Wu still couldn't shake off the psychological shadow. It left him working in a daze throughout the day, at first blushing and then frowning. But as he watched the sun slowly set, he began to panic, so he sent the earlier message to Xia Mi. Chi Wu, Mi Hua, can you exorcise evil spirits? Though he knew it was a ridiculous question, he really hoped Mi Hua would tell him that she could. Xia Mi held back her laughter, pretending not to know. Mi Hua. Why are you suddenly asking such a question? Perfectly normal reaction. Chi Wu hesitated for a few seconds, still too embarrassed to mention his nightmare, and mustered the courage to type. Chi Wu, it's nothing, just asking casually. He was too scared. Xia Mi laughed uncontrollably. Mi Hua, I can't exorcise evil spirits, but I remember there's a very effective temple in City S. How about I go get you a peace talisman someday? Chi Wu's eyes lit up. A peace talisman sounds great, especially since it would be personally requested by Mi Hua. It would surely be effective. But he still pretended to be reserved. Chi Wu, isn't that too much trouble? Xia Mi was about to burst with laughter. She felt that Chi Wu, the domineering CEO, had a hidden talent for comedy. Mi Hua, there's no trouble at all. Aw has been so good to me, I want to be good to Aw too. Xia Mi's tone was sweet, completely hiding the fact that the long-tongued ghost in the dream was actually her true form. Indeed, the screen in the dream was merely an image she had set up in advance. Where was the real her that entered the dream? Of course she was there pretending to scare Chi Wu. Ha. This dream completely satisfied Xia Mi's wicked interests. Unbeknownst to her, Chi Wu was deeply moved. Indeed, Mi Hua was the kindest and most adorable. Xia Mi quickly made her escape. Mi Hua, I'm heading to the food stall now. Her afternoon stream had ended some time ago, and she just finished a light dinner, also snacking on some food. It was the beginning of the month and tasks in the hall were much easier to complete, so she easily completed a score of 5-0. Xia Mi was in a very good mood. She wasn't sure if this nightmare would make Chi Wu's affection for her explode like Zhongli Wan's, but one thing was clear. She had garnered a significant amount of emotional. This nightmare provided Chi Wu with over 200 points of emotional value. This was the total she could earn in a day combining her efforts with Chi Wu and Zhongli Wan. Now she had enough to draw 3 times in the back end. Xia Mi sincerely washed her hands. She wanted magical items. Any magical item would feel incredibly useful. As the wheel gradually slowed, Xia Mi's gaze became slightly fixed. The 3 rewards from the spinning wheel include a vitality supplement and a nutritional supplement for the first 2, while the third is a magical item known as Power Pill. Xia Mi had essentially figured out the patterns of the big spinning wheel. Although it claimed to be random, it almost always provided items that she particularly needed, as if it were tailor-made for her. As for these 3 rewards, she could understand the first 2 as the system compensating her for her recent hardships to restore her energy. But what was the reason for the last? Why would she need to enhance her strength? Xia Mi suddenly realized something, her expression gradually turning cold, until she finally revealed a mocking smile. Chi Wu was busy unfollowing the accounts on his list. He always remembered that during the second question in his dream, he had chosen option 3, immediately add a personal suffix, and unfollow everyone solely following Mi Hua. At that time, Mi Hua had insisted that he must keep his word. What if he failed to do so, and was chased by ghosts at night? However, Chi Wu followed too many people. He wasn't just following streamers. There were many short video creators he was interested in, some of whom he didn't even remember totally. Feeling a bit impatient after a while, he decided to message his somewhat useless assistant to come over. Help me unfollow everyone on the list except for Ly. Mi Hua. The assistant receiving the task looked utterly confused. Huh. When the assistant finished unfollowing and returned the phone to Chi Wu, Xia Mi was already singing the second round of the playlist. It was Cedric who cut in by ordering Lonely with a rocket 100 diamonds. I am lonely, lonely, lonely. Cedric had requested songs for 3 consecutive days while Xia Mi was live. He didn't seem to watch her solo streams much, probably because her streaming time coincided with the early morning for him. Unless he woke up particularly early, he would mostly meet Xia Mi at the Luin Pavilion in the Wanqingxi Hall. Xia Mi had tried to maintain rapport with him, but this man seemed even harder to deal with than Chi Wu and Zhongli Wan. Though he appeared gentlemanly and mild, there was an invisible barrier that made it hard to approach him. Cedric was also very restrained in sending gifts. He seemed to be an extreme rule follower. If a rocket could cut in for a song request, he wouldn't use a carnival. If the song matched his taste, he would send more gifts, but this more was still quite limited. The feeling he gave was akin to tipping a waiter after consuming a meal outside. Although sending gifts during a live stream is indeed a form of reward, when he did so, Xia Mi could clearly sense his calmness and restraint. There was also a hint of distance and politeness. Since he was hard to deal with, Xia Mi decided not to pursue it further. She didn't lack for this one big brother. There were plenty of older brothers in her live stream. She could maintain her relationship with sister Fengshun better than with him, so after a couple of attempts, Xia Mi's attitude towards Cedric became one of official business, polite and courteous maintenance. If Cedric didn't seek her out, she wouldn't think about him. When he requested her song, she would chat with him enthusiastically, making it seem like her attitude fluctuated between warm. But Cedric himself seemed indifferent to this. He went from visiting every other day to coming every day. Cedric level, very beautiful English songs are indeed your comfort zone. He generously praised her in the public chat and casually ordered a carnival. Cedric level gifted Ly. Mi Hua Carnival 13000 diamonds. The second round of the playlist did not thank the leaderboard. After finishing the song, there was no chance for Xia Mi to thank her audience in the public chat, as a group of fans had already volunteered to do it for her. Jido level 39 Cedric, thank you. Thanks for the compliment, big shot. Level 52 Cedric, thanks for the super cool and handsome big carnival. Qianjin young lady level 52 Cedric, you are so cool. Chi Wu ignored Cedric. As always, Chi Wu was a person full of confidence. Unless someone provoked him or Xia Mi clearly treated this person differently, he wouldn't pay much attention to anyone. The 2 people Chi Wu found most annoying in Xia Mi's livestream were the frequently provoked Jiang Liwan and the endlessly chatty Dong Shang, who expressed their loyalty. He opened the gift box. Dao Wu Si Chi level 71, gifted Ly. Mi Hua Eternal Diamond 123. 99, 3000 diamonds. The number of 99 kept jumping upwards, and the traffic in the live stream began to rise rapidly with the large gifts while the barges filled the screen. Why? Xiaolu, I thought the hall battle hadn't started yet. Why are people suddenly throwing votes? Could it be that she remembered the date and process wrong? Zhijio level 28, it seems unrelated to the hall battle. The big brother just wants to show off. Shuang Wen Lover while level 39, it feels like watching an animated movie, the effects just keep coming. A Gue level 32, I can never understand the gifting logic of Wu Huang. Chi Wu's sudden mass gifting was beyond Xia Mi's expectations, however after thinking for a moment, she had a little guess. Could it be because of the third option in the first question? Was he giving her $1 million? Xia Mi's guess was quickly confirmed when Chi Wu stopped after sending the 334th beauty a necklace. He had indeed gifted a total of $1 million. Xia Mi pressed her hand to her chest, feeling a bit of pain on her face. This extravagant spender had no idea that sending gifts in the hall was 5 less commission than in a solo stream. The commission cut at Luin Pavilion was indeed not low, but fortunately the management was already negotiating a new percentage with her. Whenever a streamer had particularly high flow and fame, the guild would raise the percentage to retain them. It was highly likely that starting next month her share for solo streams and the hall would increase by around 5. That meant 40 for solo streams and 35 for the hall. Since Xia Mi began streaming, she had already earned over 2 million in wealth value, all of which was used to exchange for rewards. Adding the reward amount from the big spinning wheel, her current reward limit was 5,000 a day, which could accumulate and be redeemed. The temporary limit was not accumulative and not redeemable, so while 2,000 a day sounded like a lot, in reality, she only received about 7,000. Xia Mi silently wished that she would definitely draw a large temporary limit when the hall battle occurred. Chi Wu's gift barrage ceased, yet the screen's visual effects continued to shimmer, while the comment section churned with chatter from anonymous viewers. Cedric watched the scene with quiet fascination, a flicker of curiosity about Mi Hua stirring within him. He acknowledged that these brief encounters and conversations had already revealed her intelligence, wit, and exceptional talent. Yet was this truly enough to ignite such fervent devotion among her fans? Cedric did not understand, so he observed. And curiosity more often than not is the first spark of everything. The next day Cedric appeared in Xia Mi's stream, an uncommon occurrence. Welcome, Cedric. You woke up a bit early today. Welcome. You rose earlier than usual. Cedric pinched the bridge of his nose, his expression weary. After a moment's pause he typed, "Might I join you via voice call? Typing feels exhausting right now." Contrary to Xia Mi's assumption, it was for a M. In country Y, he hadn't woken early, he simply hadn't slept. Troubling matters had kept him awake. Xia Mi hesitated. She'd been streaming for only about 10 days, and had never once enabled viewer calls. Cedric seemed to sense her reluctance. Cedric level sent 10 carnival gifts, 300 diamonds, and followed with, "Would this make you uncomfortable?" He remained impeccably courteous. "If it's inconvenient, you may decline. I sincerely apologize for my impetuousness." Xia Mi arched a delicate eyebrow. This was the first time Cedric had gifted more than 10 carnivals in her stream. She smiled, candid and composed. "It does feel a little awkward. I've never connected with a viewer live," she explained patiently. "Streaming is public. A live call would demand my full attention on just one person. Unfair to everyone else watching." Cedric paused, then calmly countered, "Yet you're speaking English with me now, which already affects some viewers' experience." Though fluent in Chinese, he habitually used English. Each time Mi Hua switched languages, a wave of frantic typing surged across the screen. "What are they saying? I can't understand. Ugh, my long-dead grade 6 self is attacking me. Every time this happens I curse myself for slacking off in school. Is there a translation?" Others eagerly offered real-time translations. "This gentleman wants to go live with you. He's asking if it's inconvenient." Mi Bao says yes, she's never done viewer calls before. "Oh, I see." Xia Mi beamed. "But it's different. Don't you find their flustered scramble for translations utterly charming? And besides, it's gentle encouragement for those still in school." Her fans, having grasped the exchange, doubled over laughing, then dutifully typed the original lines onto the public chat. Those still lost in translation pouted playfully at Xia Mi. "Mi Bao, you're wicked, laughing at us. I came here to slack off, not study English." "Well, Mi Bao did say we're cute." "Hee hee." Cedric let out a soft, genuine laugh. Cedric level, "Very well. You and your fans truly are adorable." A proud smile bloomed across Xia Mi's face. "Yes." She paused, then asked gently, "Something happened to you today, didn't it? You seem exhausted." She could refuse his request, but ignoring his visible fatigue would mean abandoning a uniquely promising connection. To keep her audience engaged, Xia Mi directed Tong Tong to launch a 100 diamond lucky draw. Yay, another giveaway. No streamer on earth matches Mi Bao's generosity. "Don't crowd. I'm claiming it first." Cedric sighed softly. Cedric level, a charitable foundation under my name, dedicated to supporting underprivileged children in my home country, has uncovered embezzlement by its manager, more precisely outright corruption. Cedric level, I can resolve this, but it's left me deeply unsettled. After all, he'd need to oversee legal redress, appoint new leadership, and even travel home personally to handle it. Xia Mi blinked thoughtfully. "You founded a charity yourself? So generous, and so kind." Then something occurred to her. "By the way, I've never asked, are you a Harry Potter fan?" Cedric, the name drawn from J.K. Rowling's classic, is the paragon of loyalty, integrity, and fairness at Hufflepuff House. Gentle, refined, unwavering in principle, formidable in ability, yet never arrogant, grounded in moral clarity and profound tolerance. Yet his tragic death ignited the Second Wizarding War. If Cedric modeled himself after this ideal, many of his traits suddenly made profound sense. Cedric level. I wouldn't call myself a Potterhead. I admire Cedric, but I doubt I'll ever embody his perfection. Take the charity scandal for instance. Cedric level. What struck me most wasn't concern for those suffering children, but sheer irritation at the time and energy this ordeal demands. Cedric felt unsettled, uncertain about his own nature. Cedric level. I've always believed myself compassionate and kind, so this reaction makes me question whether I'm merely a cold, hollow hypocrite. Xia Mi rejected the notion without hesitation. You absolutely are not. Cedric was momentarily stunned. Xia Mi smiled, because truly indifferent people would not question or feel remorse like this. She countered, have you heard an ancient Chinese saying? Let gentlemen stay away from the kitchen. Cedric looked somewhat puzzled. Xia Mi answered calmly. This saying has been misinterpreted for a long time in modern times, as some believe it means men should not enter the kitchen, but that is not the case. This phrase has more context. Seeing it alive, one cannot bear to see it dead. Hearing its voice, one cannot bear to eat its flesh. When it appears before you in the form of life, empathy, and compassion arise. You are as am I. However, Cedric, if you have not witnessed it with your own eyes, would you refuse to eat meat? Cedric pondered for a moment. Of course not. Xia Mi smiled. Yes, certainly not. Therefore, when you only receive the news that someone in this world is suffering without witnessing it firsthand, it is indeed difficult for you to empathize. Just like now, if someone merely mentions to me this person has been hurt, it's pitiful, it is hard for me to feel more emotion. She said softly. But if the other person's suffering is portrayed through richer descriptions or videos, or appears directly before us, we can no longer remain indifferent, can we? So you are neither indifferent nor hypocritical. You simply have not witnessed it firsthand, making it seem unreal to you, and you cannot truly feel it. Cedric was lost in thought. The small electric figure on the screen looked serious and earnest. Yet your feelings of guilt and unease indicate that you are not a cold-blooded person. The term hypocritical is often mentioned in our country, especially when capitalists and celebrities make donations. Many people tend to accuse them of putting on a show or being hypocritical. Xia Mi's voice was gentle. But I want to say we should judge by actions, not intentions. As long as you genuinely do good deeds, your thoughts and feelings about it are in fact not important. Cedric remained silent for a while, gently exhaling. I think I have some understanding of why your fans adore you so much now. Xia Mi laughed heartily, playfully winking. What? Have I captivated you too? Cedric couldn't help but chuckle and answered honestly. Not yet, but I am indeed curious about you. But you know, having curiosity and a desire to explore about a streamer can be a dangerous thing. Cedric looked a bit curious. Why? Xia Mi replied cheerfully. Because accompanying and supporting a streamer comes with certain costs. Xia Mi hinted wildly. Sister has kept you company for so long, it's time for you to reach into your pocket. Cedric chuckled in disbelief. Haha, a bit adorable. He wore a gentle expression, and the fatigue and irritation in his demeanor had faded during the conversation. He did not mind Xia Mi's straightforwardness and boldness. The conversation she offered was far more valuable to him than any trivial amount of money. Special effects rose from the bottom of the screen. Cedric sent a dragon soaring 9 heavens 123. 30,000 diamonds, Xia Mi cheered. Thank you, Cedric, my kind and generous friend. Cedric suddenly thought of something and stopped his actions. Perhaps you want to go out and engage in PK. He used Chinese this time. Mihua had been speaking in English to accommodate him, but he couldn't force her to neglect her other fan friends just because of her thoughtfulness. Xia Mi smiled as she fully grasped Cedric's intention of switching back to Chinese. He truly was a gentleman. So she responded to him in Chinese again. Since you asked, we must go on an expedition now. As soon as these two sentences were uttered, the fans in the live broadcast room became energized. Su Lu 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 level 35, let's go. Let's go. One of the little rice flowers level 29, yelling me Bao you finally switched back to Chinese wronged. Shuangwen enthusiast Hua level 39, I understood this sentence. I understood it. 9988 level 41 translation, perhaps you want to go out and engage in PK. The 11th sunny day level 22, thank you, but actually we could have guessed this without translation, ha. Xia Mi smiled and let Tong Tong send a 10th of sandium in red envelope, calming some of the fans' emotion. Don't feel wronged, little rice flower babies, I'm not making an effort to reach into the big brother's wallet to send you red envelopes. Cedric chuckled humorously. Cedric, actually we could skip the middleman and make some profit. He estimated that sending her 30,000 would probably only amount to about 10,000, right? However, she sent out 2 1th of sandium in red envelopes to soothe her fans during their conversation. Cedric sent a red envelope, 10,000 diamonds. Xia Mi was somewhat surprised. Thank you for the red envelope, Cedric. Do you even know this advertising slogan? Skip the middleman and profit has been an advertising phrase for a certain software for many. The nuts and dried fruits on top of the snow level 29, such an old joke. BB Ka level 29, I didn't understand the one from 07. Xia Mi's cat litter officer level 31. I didn't understand the one from 08 either. Egg yolk turkey noodles level 28. She rummaged through her friend list pondering who she could challenge to a PK, when suddenly Yuan's invitation to connect popped up. Xia Mi answered the call feeling a bit puzzled. She had been wanting to ask Sister Yuan for a while. Sister Yuan, why do I feel like you always show up right when I want a PK? Do you have some special technique? Moreover, Sister Yuan always seemed to pull her in when she was free to take on a PK. She had never been called in while singing. Isn't that amazing? Yuan chuckled slyly. Wanna know? Xia Mi nodded honestly. She was too curious. She felt like Sister Yuan had a surveillance camera on her. Yuan with confidence said, well, I can't just tell you this special technique for free. You have to pay for. The Mi family was quite wealthy, so let her pay up. Xia Mi couldn't help but laugh. All right then. Let me take a look. Which unfortunate soul would she send to the carnival? But Chi Wu was in a meeting and Zhang Liwan was sleeping. Zhang Liwan was a night owl, and a drinker probably had too much to drink last night, and fell asleep again. Xia Mi initially didn't plan to call Cedric since their relationship wasn't close enough, so she was about to suggest sending Dongsheng instead, only to see Cedric's avatar disappear from the list. Immediately following was Yuan's delighted voice of gratitude. Oh, thank you brother Cedric for the carnival. Thank you. Yuan didn't even ask if Cedric was the older brother of Xia Mi's family, as if she was fully aware of the situation in her livestream. She suddenly swiped her hands downward, and when she raised them again, each finger was holding a mobile phone. A total of 8 mobile phones. Yuan had a proud expression. Look, this is my secret. Xia Mi was dumbfounded and instinctively asked Sister Yuan, why do you have so many phones? Yuan chuckled. During every live stream, I have 8 phones on the table, each one linked to a different live stream room. These 8 live stream rooms often belong to the top streamers currently broadcasting, which is why Yuan could always find someone to challenge right when she thought of it. She was monitoring all the major streamers online. Xia Mi was utterly astonished. She thought she was working hard enough, but it turned out Sister Yuan was putting in just as much effort. How could an ordinary person achieve this level? Thus, ordinary people could never reach Yuan's heights. Xia Mi sincerely admired her. You are amazing, Sister Yuan. I really should learn from you. The fans in the live stream were stunned. Air Hung, level 52, it's too intense. I'm getting a headache just listening. Lu Yuqing Feng, level 36, do I still need to learn? Oh my goodness. Mi Bao, you're already working hard enough. Just listening is exhausting. Su Xueqing Cheng, level 30, otherwise how can they make money? Honestly, I'm not envious at all, because with my weak body I could kill myself in just 2 days. By Lo Ming Lu, level 36, are Mi Bao and Yuan are simply 2 kindred spirits, both are champions of hard work. Pianhua Lai Shi Bu Feng Chun, level 47, am so envious of high energy people. Mi Bao is the same. When I'm at work, Mi Bao is streaming, and when I get off work, Mi Bao is still streaming, coming back after dinner. While Mi Bao is working hard. Chi Yuan in a level 30, at least I used to control myself to stream for 8 hours a day, but in recent days the traffic in the live stream has been good and Mi Bao streams for almost 10 hours a day. Baby, I sometimes really worry about your health, boo, who Xia Mi quickly reassured her fans. I'm really healthy, babies. I'm doing great. I don't feel tired at all while streaming. Really, you don't have to worry about me. The system just sent me vitality and nutrient boosters. She genuinely felt in excellent condition now. By Lu Ming Lu, level 36, are you saying that a girl can stream intensely for over 10 hours a day, while also practicing singing, creating content, and maintaining fans, and she doesn't feel tired at all? Angel Xiao Yu, level 36, I don't believe it. I hate the rational one, level 28, don't believe it one. Lian Sun, level 29, don't believe it too. Zhongli Xia Curse, level 27, moreover Mi Bao, you've been streaming for almost half a month, without a single day off. You're not planning to take a break for a month, are you? Xia Mi. It's hard for me to explain like this. She decisively changed the subject. Sister Yuan, how about we play a game? Ignoring the comments on the bullet screen. Yimo, level 45, when faced with difficult questions you go silent again. Yuan was looking at the phone screens on the table and casually said, wait a moment, let me see who isn't busy, you'll pull in too, and we can play 3 rounds best of 2 wins. Playing PK with Sister Yuan is worry-free, just a few people, and everything is arranged perfectly. Xia Mi obediently agreed and waited. Yuan quickly pulled in 2 people. 2 male streamers, one named Sheng, a virtual streamer with over 2 million fans. The other was named Li Sanhe with 7 million fans. This was indeed a top-tier presence. Especially Li Sanhe, he was almost as famous as Yuan with extremely high popularity in his live stream. His name sounded a bit plain, but in reality, he was a handsome young man in his 20s, fair-skinned, not ugly nor particularly handsome, but very easy on the eyes. Sheng's big electric person was depicted as a white-haired figure with medium-length hair and gentle features, giving a friendly and non-threatening impression, with a gentle voice, seeming to lean towards a youthful soft type. The scoring system is 3 rounds. The last place in each round will have to be punished by the first place. The one with the lowest total score at the end will repeat all 3 punishments. Can we do that? Yuan called out. The scoring system gives 5 points for first place, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, and 1 point for fourth. Li Sanhe smiled. The call for votes echoed in every live streaming room almost simultaneously. Cedric sent out a dragon soaring through the sky. 1300 diamonds. Thank you, Cedric. Thank you. After thanking for the initial gift, Xia Mi curiously asked, Cedric, do you actually understand the PK rules? You know that just 1 gift is enough for the initial round. Cedric left her with the impression of someone who never watched PK shows. An old money audience. Cedric clearly understood her implications and fell silent. Cedric, I'm not that old-fashioned. Xia Mi chuckled. The impression you give me is just too composed. Oh, I somehow feel that PK is a bit out of place for you. Cedric, I think it's fine. After all, I'm not that old, and I occasionally think about being impulsive. Xia Mi smiled brightly. Just like now. Cedric chuckled softly. His words and tone always reminded Xia Mi of an image like a gentleman in a tailcoat bowing to her. Proud and elegant. Cedric, let me crown you with this victory queen. Cedric sent out dragons soaring the world. 123. 66. Waves of blue dragons roared into the sky, the special effect causing the phone to vibrate. My hands are numb from the vibrations. Pear loves to eat. Oh my, another big shot has arrived at home. You're handsome. Feng Xiuyu, so many dragons. Go Mi Bao. Mi Bao is definitely winning. In the end, Xia Mi secured victory in the first total leaderboard PK with over 3 million points. The second place was Yuan Zi with over 2 million points, a narrow win over the third place by less than 100,000 points, and the last place was Li Sanhe. He had many family members and a lot of mid-tier fans, but fewer big spenders, which slightly hampered his total score. Nonetheless, he still had 5 million points. Li Sanhe had no choice. Then let Mi Bao decide on a punishment. Xia Mi was shocked and stuttered, you called me what? Li Sanhe scratched his head. Mi Bao, is that not an acceptable name? Previously Yuan Zi called her that. Xia Mi reacted strongly. No way. My fans will get jealous. It's fine for girls to call that, but boys can't. She had many female and male fans in her live stream. Li Sanhe laughed heartily. Alright, I understand. Mihua, is that okay? Xia Mi patted her chest, still a bit scared. Okay, you scared me. Her fans went wild with excitement. Go gong go, ha ha ha, I am just that serious adorable mouse, sob Bao Bao wants it. Bao Bao gets it. Exactly. Mi Bao can only be called by the fans and ladies. Boys can't. Love streamers self-cultivation, I must be the protagonist, I'm so close to losing my mind with how adorable my Mi Bao is. Hug and kiss. Crazy kiss, Jiying Lu, we punish him to find 3 people to call him Bao Bao. Let him experience it. Xia Mi saw this comment and completely agreed. I think that's a great idea. Let Sanhe go find 3 people to willingly call you Bao Bao. Li San's smile froze on his face. Sister, are you sure you want to do this? Xia Mi nodded firmly. Exactly. Li Sanhe rubbed his forehead and chuckled. Alright, I'll accept the punishment, but let's discuss the next PK rules first. We will compete based on the number of fans with a level 12 Porsche support in the fan club. Xia Mi. Level 12 light signs. She had only been streaming for half a month. Achieving level 12 light signs would require completing tasks almost from day 1, and currently, she only had about 20 fans at that level. If you want me to lose, just say so. Xia Mi pouted, feeling like crying. Family, I just realized the importance of leaving some room for future encounters. Feng Xiao, there's no way I'm at level 11, and I've already completed all the tasks today. Juki total, there are only a few fans in the live stream who meet the criteria. Rejection, I went to Li Sanhe's stream and saw that he had nearly 100 fans above level 12. So impressive. Ming Run, that's a big streamer with 7 million fans. Cedric forcibly suppressed his laughter. Cedric, there's nothing I can do about that. Xia Mi's little electric person was sprawled on the ground looking utterly disheartened. There was no doubt that the first place in this round was Li Sanhe, the second was Yuan Zi, the third was Sheng, and the fourth was Xia Mi. The tides of fortune turned quickly, who would have thought it would turn so fast? Li Sanhe smiled widely, but looked very cunning and malicious. There are many love big sisters and big brothers in the broadcasting room, right? So I want you to call a love big brother who is not in the live stream, and ask him if he likes you. How about it? Do you dare to do it? Xia Mi had a resolute expression, as if she were ready to face death. A bet is a bet. Let's do it. The punishments would be done together at the end, and now it was Xia Mi who decided on the PK rules. Let's race for speed. The first to reach 1 million points wins. This was the value Xia Mi felt was appropriate after considering it. Since it was a race for speed, there would be no bonuses, which meant Cedric would need to score nearly 100,000 himself. Adding the previous 200,000 he had brushed off, Xia Mi had taken nearly 300,000 from him in one live stream, which was quite substantial. She dared to take such a risk only after confirming that Cedric's strength was certainly not low. If one's strength was insufficient, even 2 carnival participants would flee without hesitation. Cedric raised an eyebrow slightly. Is it just 1 million points? It seemed she didn't appear to be so greedy. If Xia Mi knew what he was thinking at that moment, she would probably regret setting the target too low. To be honest, Xia Mi was somewhat anxious about this match, especially since other live streams had more participants and the initial advantage was crucial. Fortunately, the fans did not cause her any worry. Cedric level sent dragons soaring through the 9 heavens, 123. 30,000 diamonds. Air Hung, level 52. Sent Carnival, 1 Yemo, level 45. Sent Eternal Diamond, 1 Mi Bao's Little Money, level 37. Sent Carnival 1. Xia Mi was the first to reach 1 million points, eagerly raising her hand. I'm done. In the next second, Sheng raised his hand as well. I met the criteria. Then it was Yuan Z, and finally Lisanha. The four of them opened their microphones and Sheng jokingly said, "It seems like Yuan Jia, and I came just to make up the numbers." The first and last places of the PK alternated between Xia Mi and Lisanha. Yuan Z pretended to be serious and shook her head. No. Sheng, you weren't just running alongside. You tied with Lisanha for the last place. 3 punishments must be done, haha. Sheng was dumbfounded. He silently calculated and realized it was true. The final scores were: Lai, Mihua 515, total score 11 points, first place. Yuan Z 332, total score 8 points, second place. Sheng 223, total score 7 points. Lisanha 151, total score 7 points, both tied for last place. Sheng sadly covered his chest. I always fall short by just a little bit. In the first round, he was just 10,000 points away from surpassing Yuan Z to become second, and just now in the last round, he was almost just slightly behind Lai. Mihua was half a second slower. Yuan Z laughed heartily. Do you understand what it means to miss by a hair's breadth? What's the third punishment? Xia Mi thought for a moment. Then let's sing Bullying Bueling. Bullying Bueling is a very sweet song, not particularly melodic, mainly relying on the vocal tone and feeling. As for Lisanha, he was notoriously tone deaf and had a bit of a spicy stripped tone. Sheng felt relieved, thinking that this punishment was manageable for him. As the event progressed, the only one among the four who did not need to face a punishment was Yuan Z. She looked proud. Did you see that? Is it useful to get first place? Even getting first place still means facing a punishment. What do you call this? Being thrifty and calculating? Planning strategically. Xia Mi covered her chest. Wah, Yuan Jia, you hurt me. The punishments were all manageable, and they could basically be done live. Lisanha almost made Xia Mi laugh to death while singing Bullying Bueling. Sheng sang very beautifully, softly, and charmingly. Bullying Bueling, is me Bullying Bueling, what are you doing? Bullying Bueling, do you care about me? Bullying Bueling, do you miss me? Jido Boo, level 39, it made me unconsciously smile like an ant. Cute, level 32, I want to hear me Bao sing this. Lily King Dao Lanina, level 36, hiss, this voice is much better than what Lisanha just did. Cat teaching strong push you, level 48, haha, Lisanha is injured again. Finally, it was Xia Mi's turn to do the punishment of calling the absent love brother to ask if he likes me. Lisanha had a look of anticipation. He didn't have any love big sisters or brothers at home. Earlier when he did this punishment, he called a big brother who often visited his live stream. Although he was met with some shocking questions about his sexual orientation. But wasn't that also entertaining for the show? As for Mihua, I heard she has many love brothers, isn't she afraid of it getting out of hand? He noticed that her current top supporter also seemed to be a big brother, having contributed nearly 3 million points across 3 PKs right. Xia Mi, however, remained very, putting aside the fact that Cedric wasn't even a love brother, yet even if he were, so what? Isn't the idea of a love brother about having multiple ones coexisting in the live stream? How could one be full with just one? Xia Mi secretly glanced at the system list. Chi Wu was still in a meeting and Zhang Liwan was still asleep. Was he a pig? Xia Mi decisively decided to call Zhang Liwan. To her surprise, his ringtone was actually a song she had previously recorded and sent to him. She was momentarily taken aback when it rang. While Big Brother's ringtone is sung by Mihua. Lisanha watched with great interest. This was a true love brother. Mihua was quite sincere. Why not use a different big brother to mess around with? I like it when I follow you no matter where you take me. Your face, slowly getting closer. Tomorrow will also slowly become clear. After the song played for a moment, the call was finally connected. The man on the other end of the line had a slightly hoarse voice tinged with a hint of confusion from a hangover. Hello, Mi Bao. Why was she suddenly calling him? Did she get bullied in the live stream? Zhang Liwan's first thought was this possibility. Xia Mi remained indifferent to his calling her Mi Bao, earnestly performing the peak. Li, why good do you like me? Zhang Liwan glanced at the time on his phone. It was 2:30 in the afternoon, and at this time Mihua was definitely still live streaming. He almost immediately guessed the situation. Either she lost the PK and had to face a punishment, or she was using him for the purposes of the show. He chuckled softly, propping himself up and lazily leaning against the headboard. Every day when I open my eyes, I'm unfocused, and the first thing I do is open the live stream, and you ask me if I like you. He made a vague sound of discontent, his voice laced with low amusement. No, I don't like you. Is that fine? Xia Mi remained silent for a few seconds. The barrage of comments rolled by quickly. She laughed, level 31, who understands the humor and sarcasm, By Gu Honghua, level 30, I don't like it, alright. Oh heavens, even if I had 8 lifetimes I could never say such things. No wonder I don't have a partner. Mimi's Heaven Shooting Star Enthusiast Hua, level 39 ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I also go into the live broadcast room with my eyes barely open every day while my brother performs outside. Xiao Mei are level 37, I want to ship them, but I can't, Cedric is still here. I want to ship them, but I can't, Cedric is still here. I want to ship them, but I can't, Cedric. Cedric humorously replied. Cedric level. It's fine, you can ship, I don't mind. Cedric did not feel angry that his attention was being diverted, as being focused on was hardly a rare occurrence in his experience. In fact, he found it rather novel and interesting to see Mi Hua interact with her older brother, as he had never developed strong feelings or romantic inclinations towards anyone. His parents maintained a respectful distance in their relationship, and he did not have a profound understanding of love. Mi Hua's admirers seemed to genuine, Cedric thought to himself. Then he heard Mi Hua's response. Mimi's babies, if you like the streamer press 1, if you don't like her roll your eyes. Zhang Li 1. I love eating cotton candy, level 30 111. Xiao Mi dance, level 31 1. I love wontons, level 33 111. Mi Hua is definitely loved. Zhang Li 1 looked exasperated, humorously questioning her. Mi Xiao, who are you using me for show effect again? He was the one being hung out to dry by the host. Xia Mi chuckled. If you wake up, hurry, and come watch me live battle in PK. I'm hanging up now. With a beep, Xia Mi unceremoniously hung up the call. Zhang Li 1. Travel with duo level. Ha 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 ha, the family hierarchy is clear at a glance. It's Yu level. Our love streamers are so tough. Doghead, it's Qin Yu level. I'm laughing so hard it hurts my stomach. I always feel that our Mi Bao's Love Brothers vibe is quite different from others. Ningcheng orange level. One of everyone else is sweet, and loving our family is just funny. Li San, he applauded, looking at her with a hint of admiration. He realized that Mi Hua had her love brother completely under her thumb. The four of them exchanged a few pleasantries before disconnecting the stream. After experiencing this challenging punishment, Xia Mi remained unfazed and even teased Cedric. Cedric, what do you think of my family's love brothers treatment? Would you like to join and experience it yourself? Cedric remained silent for a few seconds and politely declared. Cedric level. Thank you for the invitation. Oh, I believe our current relationship is just fine, no need to take it further. It seemed that her love brother's treatment wasn't great. Xia Mi let out a regretful tch. Goji berries and mountain tea, level 30 ha. Su level 40, I can't take it anymore, just hearing about being a love brother. Cedric almost ran away with a train last night. Ha, sprinkle some Nomi to drive away evil. Level 30, as we all know, Mi Bao's love brother has the worst treatment online. Hie, or level 39, Mi Bao is lucky to have avoided it. Ha ha ha, she lost a love brother who could be taken advantage of. Not really. Cedric couldn't help but chuckle. Cedric level. Thank you for your guidance today, I have gained a lot. I need to rest now. I'll see you next time. After staying up all night, he was indeed tired. Xia Mi smiled gently. Looking forward to seeing you again. She didn't say goodbye, but rather expressed looking forward to seeing you again. Cedric's heart stirred slightly. When Zhang Li Wan entered the live broadcast room, Cedric had already left. He yawned and asked, Li Wai, level 64, who did you lose to in PK just now? Let's go take revenge for you. Xia Mi looked gloomy. It was several people. In terms of points, I only lost 1 round, but I got punished with 5 penalties. Zhang Li Wan's expression calmed down. Li Wai, the level 64, oh that's good. As long as you didn't lose anything. Li Wai, the level 64, then what are you gloomy about? Ever since he walked in, he had seen me, while looking troubled with her brows furrowed. Xia Mi sighed softly. It's been 3 hours since the broadcast started, and you only just arrived, and I had to call you to come. Mi Hua's babies, did you see that? A man's heart is unreliable. Oh, after just half a month, he becomes tired of it. The streamer is a bloody negative example. Zhang Li Wan felt his head spinning. Listening to her, what was she even saying? Li Wai, the level 64 ancestor, I won't stay up late drinking again. Oh, I'll set my alarm to watch the live stream next time. This should be fine, right? Xia Mi did not respond, and continued her accusation. And you even rejected my video invitation last night. This statement caused quite a stir. Wu Yu Bimian, level 30 huh? No way. Mi Bao, are you two progressing that fast? Egg yolk turkey noodles, level 29. Did you do a video call? Breathing purple coconut 1986, level 26. Wait, did Li Wai reject it? Mi Bao's pocket money, level 37. Wait a minute, didn't Mi Bao sign a Nafis contract? The penalty is 3 million. Shock. Chunlan Huan, level 28, is this really okay? Stonewall green grass, level 30, I thought love brothers were just talk. Is it really true? Xiaomi Hua 1, level 30, am a bit jealous, I also want to see Mi Bao. Xiaomi explained. Oh, I didn't plan to turn on my camera on my side. It was a one-sided video call. Zhang Li Wan remained expressionless. Li Wai, a level 64, no matter what you say, I can't accept it at all. See, it's clear that you don't love me anymore. Xiaomi wore an accusatory look, heartbroken. I never doubt true feelings, but true feelings can change in an instant. Hoo hoo hoo. Zhang Li Wan finally couldn't take it anymore, and typed. Li Wai, level 64, which streamer would video call someone while they are in the shower? Can Mi Hua not be so unreasonable? Last night before he went out, he took a shower, and just as Mi Hua was about to end the stream, she called him to chat. He had to wipe his hands dry to reply to her, I'm in the shower. Then she initiated a video call. Zhang Liwan. He wasn't the shy type, but wasn't Mihua being a bit too rude? He immediately sent a string of question marks. Li, why may I ask what this means? And Mihua's response was, Mihua, while you're showering, I took the initiative to help you scrub your back. All you needed to say was thank you, not who are you, or how did you get in those ungrateful words? Zhang Liwan truly had no way to respond. Fans on the public screen were laughing heartily. Mi Bao's little money bag said, haha, so that's how it is. I thought Mi Bao was really using video calls to maintain the big brother, you scared me. Bai Luming Lu remarked, this is hilarious, I was wondering where this female rogue came from. Yi Wuan said, Mi Bao is also crazily stirring up trouble and tormenting the love big brother when we can't see it, huh? Bai Guhonghua asked, do you play videos while others are bathing? That's quite polite. What's wrong with letting Mi Bao take a look? Summer Mi echoed confidently. In mainly checking your body fat percentage and rectus abdominis strength. 9988 commented, but does love big brother even have abs with all the drinking he does every day? Zhang Liwan was chatting in the live stream, and many fans knew he was a drunkard, feeling he was always slightly tipsy or nursing a hangover. Zhang Liwan frowned as he defended himself. I do. He was not the kind of man who neglects his image. Summer Mi said softly, you don't believe it. No picture, no truth. Cute Love said, I don't believe it, no picture, no truth. Drunk treading on fragments of cloud said, I don't believe it, no picture, no truth. Zhang Liwan earnestly suggested, let's have a PK, shall we? Before Summer Mi could respond, a line of text floated into the live stream. Big Fog has entered the live stream. AAA RMB Wholesale welcomed. Welcome Fog Emperor. Cleverleaf commented, haha, love big brother has backed down. Summer Mi smiled. Al Wu is here. You're a bit late today. Big Fog looked at the scrolling comments and was a bit puzzled. What are we talking about? Summer Mi laughed. We're talking about abs. A person without academic ability said, Mi Bao, and we want to see love big brother's abs, but he won't let us. Bai Guhonghua commented, so we say no picture, no truth. He has them, his company has a gym. Zhang Liwan, who was always bickering with Mihua, had long felt annoyed and saw an opportunity to push back. Big Fog said, I have abs, does Mihua want to see? Zhang Liwan was taken aback. Where did this prominent bulge come from? What dirty thing does he want Mihua to see? What if she sees a needle's eye later? He coldly stared at the screen. Summer Mi was also surprised. Wow, really? Can we see? Is Ah Wu this generous? Her tone was filled with surprise, which made Zhang Liwan feel sour. Du Bao Bing Shuang said, I want to see too. I want to see. He'll apply to watch with Mi Bao. Love to Watch said, if you want to see abs, there will be abs to see. Taking notes. Waiting for a letter from the moon, postman declared, okay, I announced that Fog Emperor has won this round. Chi Wu hummed lightly, feeling triumphant. Of course, after all, I really have abs. Unlike some people, perhaps they're just bragging. Zhang Liwan slowly felt a question mark rise in his mind. He naturally caught the implication behind Big Fog's words, and he found it amusing, wanting to type, but for a moment, he didn't know how to retort. He couldn't be bothered to deal with Big Fog, and simply turned to Summer Mi. So if you had to choose between seeing abs and doing a PK, which one would you choose? He added, if you choose abs, I can show you on video, but I won't help you with the PK today. No PK, but I can still brush through. Zhang Liwan actually understood Summer Mi's money-loving nature, but at the moment he asked, he surprisingly felt a bit hopeful. What if she chooses video? But then Summer Mi decisively said, then I'll do the PK. Zhang Liwan's expectations instantly vanished without a trace. Even more annoyingly, he immediately saw Big Fog's barrage. Big Fog said, it's okay with me, you don't have to choose, you can have both. He seemed to have naturally mastered a new skill, sweet talk, and was using it very skillfully. He was hopping back and forth between the Mi Wu CP and the Handflower CP. Chi Wu's pride had been ground away by that nightmare. To be honest, it is impossible to control a person's emotions based solely on a dream. After all, humans are not single-celled organisms. How could one fall in love with someone just because of a dream? Xia Mi's cleverness lay in the fact that she did not attempt to forcibly alter the feelings between Chi Wu and Zhang Liwan, but rather guided them to strengthen certain aspects. Zhang Liwan's guiding direction was infatuation, while Chi Wu's was dependency and trust. A dream may not have lasting effects, but combined with interaction in the live streaming room and maintenance, it indeed proved to be an effective way to rapidly intensify Xia Mi's emotional connection with the two within a short time. Xia Mi silently praised the system in her heart. Thanks to it actively sending her the dream card, otherwise she probably wouldn't have spent a large amount of wealth points on an uncertain dream card, nor would she have experienced the quick infatuation of Zhang Liwan and Chi Wu in the past few days. Let's go to battle. For about a week, Xia Mi's live streaming revenue remained high, and reaching the top of the hourly rankings became her fame in the streaming world had completely opened up. Accounts such as Chi Wu, Li Wai, Cedric Dongsheng, and Pian Walai Sherbu Feng Chun had all spent over 1 million in the live stream. And with 5 powerful older brothers along with a significant number of mid to low tier fans, she was no longer a streamer whose fan count and revenue were disproportionate, but rather had a solid foundation. She could be considered a solid top streamer. The account Dong Sham had exhausted a temporary quota of 2.0 daily for a week, and its level had reached 58, almost catching up to Jiang Liwen's level when she first met him. Not only that, after 3 exchanges of wealth points and 2 rounds of increasing the quota through the roulette, the reward amount had risen to 6.0 a day, and the cashback amount had accumulated to 4.0. It may not sound like much, but this was merely the amount accumulated in a week. With 10 days left until the Hall battle, Dongsheng's account could at least save $1 million for the Hall battle. Moreover, Xia Mi had deliberately left 3 chances for the lottery and used waiting to use them during the Hall battle. If the roulette didn't give any miraculous items, it was likely to provide a temporary quota. In the past week, Xia Mi had drawn 4 times with rewards, including a reward amount of 1.0 facial adjustment, no more menstrual pain, and vocal training level B. After the second facial adjustment, Xia Mi's face was already identical to how it looked when she first entered Jiang Liwen's dream, an ordinary passerby face. The thank you for your patronage on the roulette seemed like a decoration, as she had not won even once. Xia Mi had already grasped the patterns of the roulette very clearly. Because she understood it so well, when Xia Mi drew that strength pill, she had a faint feeling which made her exceptionally calm when she received a call from her mother. On the phone, her mother was weeping softly, pleading, "I really can't take it anymore. Xia Mi, please just come back once, I beg you." Her voice carried a tremor of fear and a faint hope for her daughter. Xia Mi remained silent for a moment, with only the sound of her mother's sobs coming through the phone. Suddenly she spoke. "Okay." The world seemed to fall silent. The woman stopped crying and hesitated for a while before confirming in a trembling voice, "Xia Mi, what did you say?" She sounded incredulous, a bit hesitant, as if Xia Mi's agreement didn't bring her much joy. Xia Mi repeated, "I said okay, I'll be back tomorrow afternoon." Another long silence followed. Xia Mi did not speak or urge because she knew that the woman on the other end of the line was hesitating again. She was always like this, wavering between maternal love and selfishness. "Well, okay then." The woman finally agreed, and then began to ramble unconsciously. "Make sure to wear more clothes, and when you talk to your father, don't provoke him." Xia Mi didn't continue listening and hung up the phone directly. She closed her eyes, hiding the complexity and sadness in her gaze. City S was not far from City H. The high-speed train arrived within 4 hours. The old and dilapidated community had large patches of cracked and peeling walls exposing the dark and damp cement underneath. The spaces between the buildings were cramped and messy, wires tangled in the air like an unresolvable knot. This was Xia Mi's most familiar place where she had grown up, but she hadn't returned for more than 4 years. As she stepped over the puddles on the road, an elderly woman sitting at the entrance of the building looked at her with a puzzled expression, as if wondering who this person was, why she seemed so familiar, yet she couldn't quite recognize her. The woman's murky, aging eyes gradually shifted downward, and upon seeing the items in the young girl's hands, her confusion deepened. What was that? A speaker and a stick. Xia Mi climbed to the 4th floor, paused, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. No sound, no response. She patiently knocked again. This time there was a response as a man yelled angrily. "Who is it? Knock, knock, knock. Are you knocking on your father?" Xia Mi couldn't help but chuckle for a moment. Yes, she was knocking on her father. Xia Ziyuan opened the door, impatiently reeking of alcohol. His eyes peeked outside, and upon seeing the person knocking, he revealed a look similar to that of the elderly woman, that expression of finding the other person familiar, but being unsure of who they were. Because of the uncertainty of the visitor's identity, his tone was surprisingly polite. "You are." Xia Mi smiled at him. Ah, this face, how familiar it was. Throughout her life, she had seen this face make countless expressions toward her. Disgust, rage, contempt, disdain, scrutiny. This was the first time he spoke to her with such a polite expression and tone. Xia Mi was so happy, overwhelmed with joy, that she trembled all over. Her tone was filled with delight, anticipation, and excitement. "Dad, it's me, your daughter, Xia Mi." Xia Ziyuan was stunned. Tears streamed down Xia Mi's cheeks, a happy smile on her face. "Dear Dad, I miss you so much. Today room 402 was especially noisy." Aunt Lu frowned and scolded while cooking. "What on earth is going on next door? Is it a disco in the middle of the day? Why is the speaker so loud?" Usually it was either the man yelling and hitting or his wife crying and begging for mercy. Today was strange, since earlier there had been a continuous sound from a speaker seemingly playing the same song on repeat. The lyrics were unclear, but somehow it made one increasingly irritable, even stirring up a sense of anger and violence. Uncle Lu took a sip of the cooled pure tea, looking equally impatient. "Why don't you stop complaining? You know what kind of person he is next door. What good does it do to complain here?" Aunt Lu tossed the spatula into the pot, her expression unfriendly as she looked at him. "Why don't you have the ability to confront me? If you have the ability, go knock on their door. Let that drunkard stop beating his wife, so we don't have to hear her wailing every day." Uncle Lu remained silent for a moment, lowering his head to drink tea without responding. Aunt Lu angrily picked up the spatula again, but said nothing further. They both understood that in these times the weak feared the strong, and the strong feared those who were wrecked. The neighbor was a habitual domestic abuser and a gambler who had been reported by his own daughter several times in the past, yet the police always dismissed it as domestic issues, with just a few words. Arguing with such a person could lead to unpredictable outcomes, as Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu lived a simple life and didn't want to attract trouble. The sound of the speaker seemed a bit too loud, thought Xia Mi. The sound insulation of this old building was truly inadequate. It might disturb the neighbors. I truly apologize for this. However, there's no other way. After all, without the speaker, Xia Ziyuan's howling would be too loud and piercing. The loudspeaker she brought back played the same song repeatedly. Balalaika, it is recommended to listen to music while reading this. The swirling snow bypasses the convoy. The roaring sound knocks on the dark door outside. Home now has a swaying person dragging the leg that was just broken. Xia Mi slightly lowered her gaze, her eyes resting on Xia Ziyuan, tightly bound to the wooden chair with hemp rope. The coarse rope embedded deeply into his flesh, rendering his limbs stiff and immobile. At this moment, the man had long lost his former appearance of violence and tyranny. His hair was disheveled and clung to his sweaty forehead. His face was streaked with tears. His jaw trembled uncontrollably, and from his throat came fragmented and humiliating whimpers. His eyes filled with shattered fear and despair. The strength pill was indeed very effective. The man who once resisted with all his might was now easily subdued by her, tied to the chair without the power to fight back. Xia Ziyuan's emotions shifted from the initial rage and foul language when bound to futile struggles, then to a state of panic and desperation, finally breaking down and pleading for mercy. All of this was simply too delightful. So delightful that Xia Mi almost cried tears of joy, her face flushed with happiness. She wanted to again taste this happiness, so she raised the baseball bat in her hand, but was suddenly stopped by a woman who clung to her arm, pleading desperately. Xia Mi, you can't hit him anymore, please. That's your dad, your biological father. Xia Mi's arm, raised high in the air, suddenly froze. She slowly turned her head, her gaze blank as it fell on the woman who was blocking her. Wang Qingfen's face was bruised and battered, with dried blood still lingering at the corner of her lips. Her body was covered in scars from long-term abuse, yet she was now trying to protect this man who had left her with so many wounds. Meeting Xia Mi's gaze, which was devoid of warmth, Wang Qingfen instinctively shrank back, her frail body trembling slightly, her eyes filled with panic and unease, yet her words remained stubborn and humble, repeatedly reciting the old obsession ingrained in her bones. There's no way a daughter should lay hands on her biological father. This is a great sin, a disobedience, Xia Mi. It cannot be done, truly cannot. Xia Mi remained silent for several seconds, slowly loosening her grip on the baseball bat. Seeing this, Wang Qingfen breathed a long sigh of relief, forcing out a hesitant smile, her tone filled with cautious comfort and persuasion. Xia Mi, you've become sensible and grown up. Your dad knows he was wrong this time. He won't hit you or me again. Please let him go, okay? Look at your face, it's all healed. This is a great joy. From now on, you can live a stable life, find a good family, and enjoy the ordinary life of a common person. Xia Mi looked at the mother in front of her, who was so cautious even while speaking to her daughter. Xia Mi actually did not have a good relationship with her. When Wang Qingfen and Xia Ziyuan had just married, Xia Ziyuan would not hit her, and during Wang Qingfen's pregnancy, they were affectionate with each other. Until Xia Mi was born. A deformed daughter with a frightening face caused her husband to turn pale and walk away upon seeing her. Then there was an accident and she lost her ability to have children. From then on, she became an alcoholic, a gambler, and a tyrant. Wang Qingfen blamed all of this on Xia Mi, so her gaze towards her was always filled with deep resentment. She would even push Xia Mi out to take the beating in her place. Xia Mi could see that sometimes Wang Qingfen wanted to love her. However, every time she looked at her face, any maternal love instinctively turned into horror and disgust. She hated Xia Mi, and Xia Mi hated her too. She despised her mother's submission, her tendency to go with the flow, and her numbed state, trapped by outdated thoughts. Countless times, she urged her to escape from this suffocating cage, but Wang Qingfen always chose to endure and retreat. She secretly collected evidence of domestic violence and mustered the courage to call the police, but every time the police arrived, Wang Qingfen was the first to rush out, ready to excuse the man who abused her, covering up the truth and extinguishing every chance for rescue. Wang Qingfen was like a puppet, having all edges and spirit polished away by the discipline of the old era, but she had no self, no bottom line, and did not understand what resistance was. Long-term domestic violence left her battered and bruised, yet she could always self-numb and self-comfort, stubbornly believing that every family has its own difficulties and that a woman being beaten is her fate, and everyone has endured it this way. Xia Mi felt pity for her misfortune and anger for her failure to fight back. Yet this weak woman, upon learning that Xia Mi had been admitted to university, desperately helped her conceal this fact, allowing Xia Mi to take her acceptance letter and fly far away. Xia Mi would forever remember how Wang Qingfen had tearfully told her that day. It's my fault for not giving you the appearance of a normal person. Xia Mi, go as far as you can, don't come back. She must have known that such an act would invite a brutal beating from Xia Ziyuan, but as a mother in that moment, she was surprisingly great and brave to Xia Mi. This was a rare moment of warmth in Xia Mi's life. However, her courage and strength were far too fleeting. Thus, every time she could not withstand Xia Ziyuan's fists, she would call, pleading sorrowfully for her to come back. Come back for what? To take the beatings from Xia Ziyuan in her stead, to pacify Xia Ziyuan's anger, and to sell herself for money to buy Xia Ziyuan's drinks and chips. Xia Mi's eyes were filled with sorrow. Her beloved mother, how could she not love her? How could she not feel sorry for her? Loving a mother is the inherent code of every child, unchangeable, and those 10 months connected by the umbilical cord cannot be erased. Her beloved mother, how could she not hate her? How could she not resent her? She was her mother, why couldn't she love her alone? Why must she push all the blame onto her? Why was she willing to let her endure all of this? She could not help but love Wang Qingfen, nor could she help but hate her. The existence of her mother felt like a soaked cotton coat in water. It was cold to wear and cold to take off. Under the glass bottle there's a pile, but my mother's bruises have never faded. The cuffs of the school uniform and the soles of the shoes are stained with indelible ash. Xia Mi coldly wrenched her hand free from Wang Qingfen's grip and pointed wordlessly toward the bedroom. Go in. Wang Qingfen hesitated, her gaze fixed uncertainly. Xia Mi repeated softly. Go in. Or would you prefer I lock you in myself, mother? Her current strength was such that even Xia Ziyuan, a man hardened by years of manual labor, could no longer overpower her. Wang Qingfen shuddered, her eyes shifting. Now laced with fear, the same instinctive dread she'd always harbored toward Xiaoan, reverence born not of love, but of brute force. I'll go in. I'll go in. She shuffled step by step toward the inner room, then glanced back at the living room, where a middle-aged man lay bound and helpless, and where her daughter stood transformed beyond recognition. Panic surged through Wang Qingfen, not the kind sparked by immediate danger, but the hollow vertigo of a familiar world collapsing without warning. Though uneducated and unable to name the sensation, she knew with chilling certainty that something fundamental had shifted, forever, on this day. Perhaps the brief exchange with Wang Qingfen had granted Xia Ziyuan a moment to recover from his agony. Now as he stared at Xia Mi, his eyes burned with pure hatred. He erupted into furious curses. You monster! Little beast! Unfilial wretch! How dare you raise your hand against your own father? You! Xia Mi listened unmoved, then offered a gentle, chilling smile. In the next instant, a sharp, brittle crack echoed, the baseball bat striking bone, and the man's shriek pierced the air, instantly swallowed by the blaring stereo. I've changed into new clothes, drifting off to sleep amid the shouting. He talks endlessly of opportunity, rummaging frantically through drawers. Xia Mi withdrew the bat, gazing down at him with feigned sorrow. Father, look at you. Why must you scold me again? Tiring of standing, she pulled up a chair and sat directly across from him, her expression heavy with melancholy. When you curse me, I have no choice but to strike you back. Yet every blow lands on your body and rends my daughter's heart. Are you not forcing me into unfiliality? She dabbed at the corner of her eye, though no tear fell. Xia Ziyuan was too overwhelmed by pain to reply. Snot and tears streamed down his face, mingling as they spilled into his open mouth, his features twisted, grotesquely contorted beyond recognition. Xia Mi could no longer sustain the charade. She burst into wild, unrestrained laughter, bending double, weeping with mirth. Surely Xia Ziyuan had always feared she might vanish for good. After all, then he'd lose his most reliable source of exploitation. Yet how could she ever truly leave? Though her father drank, gambled, and beat her mercilessly, again and again. Though her mother, battered and broken, would push her forward as a human shield, offering her daughter's body in desperate plea for mercy. They remained her blood, her kin, the ties that ran deepest and darkest. How could she bear to abandon them? No, she had to return, to repay her father in full measure with exquisite, meticulous filial devotion. Xia Mi regarded Xia Ziyuan with icy detachment. When the divine wealth system first bound itself to her, she'd thought with grim relief, thank goodness it didn't activate during adolescence. Otherwise, with such power, I might have wished to annihilate the world. Annihilation was hyperbole, but yes, there had been someone she desperately wanted erased from existence. At her most volatile as a teenager, the thought had crystallized into a single burning wish to vanish together with him. I imagined dawn breaking, then vanishing with him, never to return. I wiped away cowardly tears beside the fireplace. Xia Ziyuan wept uncontrollably, begging for mercy, babbling empty promises. Let me go. I'll never hit you again, never touch your mother. When he saw her indifference, his pleas curdled into threats. Don't think I won't call the police and have you arrested. This is intentional injury. Ha ha ha, Dad. You actually know the term intentional injury. Xia Mi raised an eyebrow, genuinely amused. This she hadn't expected. She smiled sweetly. But father, we're family. Blood relatives, sharing the same household registration. How could this possibly be classified as intentional injury? This is merely a domestic dispute. At worst, a case of domestic abuse. Xia Ziyuan shattered completely, screaming obscenities. Cold sweat drenching his brow, his sole desire, now, to reach the hospital. Bullshit. You broke my leg. How is that not intentional injury? Xia Mi tilted her head, voice flat and detached. When you snapped my ribs, when you fractured mother's arm. Did the police intervene then? Xia Ziyuan choked on silence. Xia Mi spread her hands in a gesture of mild exasperation. See, even upright judges struggle to adjudicate family matters. You're notorious for domestic violence. Mother still bears fresh wounds. Even if you called the police now, all I need say is I acted in excessive self-defense to protect my mother. Do you truly believe they'd involve themselves in our affairs? Xia Mi smiled, Warm, deliberate, each word enunciated with quiet gravity. After all, we are family. Xia Ziyuan sank into utter despair. Xia Mi curved her lips faintly. In truth, she was the one who most resembled her father. Ruthless, emotionless, self-absorbed, obsessive, violent, selfish, and utterly devoid of loyalty or affection. The song played on looping ceaselessly through the room. The secret to my success today lies in discipline and the rod, in swallowing bones and chaff alike, so that out in the world I'd never bleed. Xia Mi lifted the baseball bat once more. Father, don't rush, it's far from over. She spoke with unhurried precision. Rest assured, I've studied human anatomy meticulously. Your life is safe. You'll simply endure some necessary hardship. You'll be strong, father, fully conscious, fully present. Won't you? Xia Ziyuan's facial muscles tightened, and warped veins bulged across his forehead, his face a mask of terror and desolation. Xia Mi spoke soft as silk. And thank you, father, for teaching me life's most invaluable lesson. Wang Qingfen had silently cracked the door open, just a sliver, to witness the scene. Her expression was vacant, stunned, as if beholding the impossible. The music swelled, drowning out all other sound. That day sudden clarity struck. I braced against the shoving panic. I caught the slap before it landed. I learned perfectly step by step. My palm rose fevered and fierce. I seized his bat, my own. With my whole life I praise him for his masterful instruction. In the darkness, a chilling thought crossed her mind as she reflected on the haunting line, "Good night, Balalaika," which echoed like a grim farewell to a tyrant already vanquished. Before leaving home, she had tenderly warned her father that if her mother called again, she would return, for she was not far away and could manage to endure the chaos. However, considering the severity of the injuries inflicted on Xia Ziyuan, it seemed unlikely he would want her back anytime soon. After returning to her residence, Xia Mi recorded the song Balalaika, shared her work, and performed it live. To her surprise, her own released work did not attract much attention, while the clips from her live performance gained significant popularity. Xia Mi found this quite perplexing. She had recorded her piece with such seriousness, striving for perfection, and redoing it several times. Why did it garner so much less engagement than the casual singing during her live streams? It could only be said that this phenomenon was truly mystical. Some creations simply go viral, and fortunately, it was her benefiting from it. The release of her second work solidified her fanbase, bringing her follower count to nearly 48000. Meanwhile, the time for the hall battle was drawing near. 2 days before its commencement, Xia Mi received an invitation from the operations team. Mihua to be an evaluator. Operations, yes, and of course you can refuse if you're not interested, but if you agree, the guild will provide some remuneration. Xia Mi felt a bit curious. Operations, you can receive support for traffic, promotional exposure, and other resource incentives. Here are the detailed materials, and the company will cover social security. Well, that's interesting. So they wouldn't be paying any cash directly, but offering intangible incentives. Yet these were indeed very appealing to streamers. The guild truly knew how to cater to the hearts of streamers. Xia Mi skimmed through the materials and found that the evaluator position only required 6 hours a week, which seemed manageable. First, the traffic and exposure were exactly what she needed. Second, the time commitment was short and wouldn't interfere with her streaming. Third, being an evaluator sounded quite interesting, allowing her fans a change of pace and a fresh experience. Thus, she readily agreed and announced it during her evening stream. Yes, she had also taken to streaming in the evenings recently, without a fixed schedule. After scheduling 12 streams this month, she began to understand the mindset of those big streamers who couldn't be bothered to plan at the beginning or middle of the month only to endure a hectic end. Scheduling streams was truly tedious. It was far more enjoyable to engage with fans and challenge others in battles. Scheduling streams felt akin to a job. Would you prefer to suffer through 2 hours of work every day, or enjoy a carefree experience for the first 20 days, and then endure a few tough days to wrap up the month? Of course, the latter. So for the past few days, Xia Mi had not scheduled a single stream, and had been streaming almost 9 to 10 hours daily. So that's how it is. Tomorrow, I will likely go to the female hall to evaluate the team as a deputy evaluator. This will be my first time as an evaluator, and am both excited and nervous. Xia Mi's eyes sparkled, her tone filled with enthusiasm. Who hasn't had the dream of being a judge as a child? How cool. Looking forward to it. What time exactly? I will definitely be there on time. Haha, Army Bao is amazing. Just less than a month ago, we were still the students being evaluated, and now we are becoming evaluators. The nurturing process truly brings a sense of achievement. Mi Bao is just too impressive. As I came here during an unseasonable time, I recently revisited Mi Bao's earlier works, and found that her singing has genuinely improved. It's hard to imagine how much effort she has secretly put in after her streams. The correct answer is 2 years. Xia Mi responded with a smile. Yes, honey, will announce the lottery rules today. Eligible fans can participate in the draw for a 500 fan benefit package, which includes many high-end cosmetics, perfumes, lipsticks, and so on. Of course, there are also limited edition merchandise from Mihua. Chi Wu initially showed no reaction to the first part, but perked up at the latter half. Chi Wu at level 72 thought limited edition merchandise. I must get it, but my luck in the lottery is quite average. Chi Wu had been at level 72 for a few days and was not far from level 73. Meanwhile, Zhang Liwan had already reached level 66. Inside level 66 request for secret operations. Xia Mi blinked. Rejected. In truth, she would definitely give secret operations to the top 50 on the leaderboard. She was just teasing these two. Chi Wu level 72, then I will buy it. Whoever wins can private message me. Mihua fans, we strictly prohibit private trading and resale of merchandise. Those found doing so will be directly banned, blacklisted. This can easily lead to problems. The main group does not want to cause trouble. Absolutely do not emulate Ah Wu. This is a bad example. Chi Wu level 72. Chi Wu was furious. I can't win the lottery. Am not allowed to buy. Just as he was about to complain, Mi Hua followed up with her next sentence. I was just joking with you all. The top 50 in our house do not need to participate in the lottery. They will be given directly. Mi Hua fans, please do not feel unhappy due to this special treatment. After all, Mi Bao has received so much support from the brothers and sisters, so there should be some return. Oh, there's a giveaway. Chi Wu calmed down. Most fans reacted positively to Mi Hua's words. Spring Day Sunny level 33 understood. Mi Bao doesn't need to explain. Oh, we understand. Don't bother with Bution level 31. It should be thanks to the brothers and sisters for their support. That's how we can keep our Mi Bao plump and healthy. Invincible beautiful girl level 39. It's normal. The brothers and sisters have invested so much. If they were treated the same as others, that would be unfair. Have you made a wish? Level 30 heaven and earth, let me win the draw. Okay. Wish. However, some discordant voices also appeared on the screen. Latecomer drinks level 35. Haha, isn't this discrimination? Latecomer drinks level 35. In the end, we accompanying fans are still not as valuable as those who can contribute votes. Xia Mi fell silent for a moment. If it were a nameless visitor saying this, she might not care and management would handle it. But now the visitor speaking wore a level 12 fan badge. Level 12 is not low. Reaching level 12 at this point indicates spending at least 2,000. So even Honey and Tong Tong hesitated, unsure whether to address this person. The barrage slowed down suddenly, and many people noticed these two comments watching close. Although most people are reasonable, a small portion indeed felt psychologically unbalanced about the special treatment of the brothers and sisters on the leaderboard. This is human nature. A tiny bit of imbalance, if guided promptly, will disappear. If left unchecked or catalyzed, it will fester and expand, causing a backlash. The live broadcast room always has many such moments. What hurts the host the most is often not the outright haters, but the fans who once supported her and now attack her. I remember you. Xia Mi spoke softly. A couple of days ago, you also criticized me in the live room, saying that I was singing less and going out to compete more. At that time, she had not responded. She calmly pointed out. But in reality, I broadcast for 8 to 10 hours every day, and half of that time is basically spent singing. I dare say that there are very few hosts in the Lu Yin Pavilion who sing longer than I do daily. Xia Mi's voice was somewhat puzzled, not understanding. It seems you always have a lot of dissatisfaction with me, but you still consume and support in my live room. Why? Xia Mi genuinely wanted to know. In her life, she had not received much, and the love of her fans occupied a significant part. She truly cared about her Mihua fans. However, she could not quite understand people like Latecomer Drinks. Latecomer Drinks replied defiantly. Latecomer Drinks level 35, am I wrong? In the end, don't you think that the brothers and sisters who can vote are more valuable? Previously broadcasting for 6 hours allowed for 4 hours of singing, now broadcasting for 8 hours still sings for 4 hours. Isn't that a decrease in the singing ratio? Xia Mi closed her eyes, and when she opened them again her eyes were devoid of turmoil, only calm remained. Latecomer Drinks was arguing ineffectively shifting concepts. If Xia Mi fell into his self-justification trap, now, it would only worsen the situation. But she also couldn't completely ignore him and directly blacklist him, because the other's badge was high enough, and he had genuinely invested. If Xia Mi blacklisted him directly, some fans who had also invested would feel heartbroken and unfollow her. Step 1. Escape the self-justification trap, shift the topic, and show weakness to the enemy. Since the conversation is at this point, I actually have a lot I want to discuss with the Mihua babies. Xia Mi no longer spoke directly to him, but turned to all the viewers in the live room. Actually, I have always felt a sense of unease, because our live room has developed too quickly. She pointed to the number of online viewers in the upper right corner of the screen. I still remember on the first day I started broadcasting, the online number was in the dozens, and at its lowest it even dropped to single digits, but now, as long as I start broadcasting, the viewership has never been lower than 5,000. Xia Mi's voice carried a hint of fragility. With so many new Mihua fans joining, while I am happy, I also fear, because my energy is limited and my time is limited. With more barrage, I can't possibly read every single one aloud. I am very afraid that some fans who were with me from the start will feel a sense of disparity and leave. The fans in the live room had already started to feel empathetic. Ami Bao, you've already worked very hard. I know you try to take care of every fan's feelings. You are amazing. Don't pay attention to the negative comments, Mi Bao. I have known you longer than the rumors. I won't leave you, Mi Bao. I will always be by your side. I really can't believe it. There are hardly a few streamers as dedicated as Mi Bao across the internet. The next step is to turn the tide and comfort the fans. Xia Mi continued to speak. So I am also trying my best because I truly hope you will always be by my side. For every gift and benefit for fans, I put in a lot of effort to prepare, including this lottery, where the quota for the top supporters does not take away from the 2,000 lottery spots. Fans were stunned. Wait, did you say 2,000 spots? How much money would that cost me, Bao? I am shocked. Usually lotteries have only a few spots, at most dozens or 100. Are we really giving away 2,000 spots? We will always support you. At this moment, dealing with come late for a drink will not matter to anyone anymore. Xia Mi smiled slightly. The next afternoon, Xia Mi arrived a few minutes early at the assessment hall of Luin Pavilion. As she successfully connected, a large group of fans poured in. The main examiner for this session was a streamer that Xia Mi had heard of, but did not know Ly. Ly was one of the earliest streamers at Luin Pavilion. At that time, Luin Pavilion was not as famous or large as it is now. Can indeed be considered a veteran streamer of Luin Pavilion. She has as many as 1.3 million fans, and is one of the seed contestants in this hall battle. Since Xia Mi arrived early, by the time Ly came, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already surpassed 4,000. Was taken aback and connected to the mic, a bit surprised. Is there really so many people in the assessment live broadcast room today? Usually the traffic in this live streaming room fluctuates between 5,000 and 30,000, so having 40 to 50,000 viewers is indeed rare. Then she noticed that Ly was already connected. Mihua suddenly realized and greeted with a smile. Hello Mihua, this is our first meeting, right? Xia Mi sweetly responded. Yes. Hello Very polite and cute, without any arrogance, which made Ly feel a bit more fond of her. Due to some special reasons, she usually broadcasts more in the morning and forenoon, so she had never crossed paths with Mihua. However, she had long heard about Mihua. Or rather, it would be hard not to know about her. Mihua has been incredibly popular lately. Several viral singing clips and even marketing accounts dedicated to analyzing her resulted in a surge of nearly 500,000 followers in just a month, propelling her from obscurity to one of the leading streamers, making her one of the biggest dark horses on the platform in recent years. The streaming circle is that small, who wouldn't notice such a rising star? Once a person becomes famous, it's easy to become complacent. The principle is quite simple. A famous movie star once said that when one is famous, everyone around them seems to be a good person. It's a very straightforward statement, yet very realistic. The treatment one receives at a high position is vastly different from before. This change is particularly evident in the entertainment and live streaming industries. For streamers, once they become popular, they are surrounded by admirers, their income skyrockets, and money seems to flow into their pockets like snowflakes. In such circumstances, it's easy to lose oneself. So it's quite commendable that Mihua can still greet her so politely, without showing an ounce of arrogance in Yi's eyes. Yi glanced at the bullet chat. Usually the assessment hall is filled with casual chatter from fans, but today was different. Rose Nebula, level 29, following the Mihua fan club. Wonderful Fish, level 30 boss, I will always follow you. Honey, level 38, the last time I came to the assessment hall, it was when I first saw Mi Bao. Wow, such nostalgia. Li White, level 66, who says it isn't? Invincible Beautiful Girl, level 39 limited edition, Examiner Mi Bao Heart Heavy Fog, level 72, haven't been here in a while. Qianshan Xingyun, level 31 Mihua Gathering. Cedric level M. Are you here to be an examiner? A glance showed that most had the flower suffix of Ly. Mihua. Of course EE's fans were there to support her, but their activity level was nowhere near that of Mihua's fan. But that is very normal. Mihua's streaming career is currently in a rapid rise. She had previously watched a clip of Mihua's live stream, and even in just a few minutes one could see her determination. With the streamer being so driven, the atmosphere in the streaming room naturally energizes the fans. The Mihua fans now wish the whole world could see their beloved streamer to see Mihua. There are a total of 3 examiners today. Coincidentally, the chief examiner is Ly. And another assistant examiner happens to be the one Xia Mi met during her earlier application, Ly. Yinua. Xia Mi and Ly. Yinua are quite familiar, they had just streamed together yesterday. The 3 didn't exchange too many pleasantries, as this is the assessment hall, not a casual stream, so they directly got to the point. The assistant in the assessment hall approved a batch of candidates' connection requests, and the 4 spots quickly filled up. Ly. Took a deep breath. Let's begin. Xia Mi displayed a slightly puzzled expression. Why did she feel that seemed very exhausted? Hadn't the assessment just started? Xia Mi quickly understood the reason. When Xia Mi was being assessed, it went very smoothly and quickly, although there were a few minor disputes in between. The atmosphere was overall light. So Xia Mi always thought being an examiner should be a fun task, listening to songs, chatting a bit, and deciding whether to pass or fail. But that wasn't the case. To master unparalleled martial arts, one must endure the pain that ordinary people cannot endure. Stop. Ly. Remained expressionless, stopping before even hearing the 3rd line of the lyrics. The candidate on the mic was startled and at a loss. What's wrong, teacher? Ly. Tried to speak as calmly as possible. This song is not meant to be sung this way. I can tell you wanted to create a sweet girl vibe, but you can't sing it in that clipped manner. It sounds terrible. Let go a bit and sing in your normal voice. The candidate hesitated for a moment. Can I try again, Ly? EE responded with an But by this time someone in the public screen was already criticizing. Heaven and Earth Limitless, level 50, don't listen to her. You sing really well, she doesn't understand anything, and is just giving misguided directions. Many of the candidates applying to Lean Pavilion are streamers themselves with their own fans seeking better development. But this fan was being too disrespectful. Xia Mi couldn't help but frown and spoke up. This candidate's singing method is indeed problematic. Singing in a clipped manner makes certain notes unattainable, and it hampers emotional expression of the lyrics. In fact, she wanted to say more. You understand, why aren't you the examiner? Heavy Fog, level 72. You understand, why aren't you the examiner? Chi Wu, upon seeing such foolishness, couldn't help but think of her own employees feeling an onset of annoyance. Heavy Fog, level 72, coming to Lean Pavilion for an assessment. While riding on Lean Pavilion's traffic, just listen to the examiner's pointers and stop attacking the examiner. Xia Mi felt refreshed. Although this fan was attacking Ly, her views aligned with EE's. After all, EE was the chief examiner, and she and Yi Nua were the assistant examiners. EE merely spoke first. Holding the same stance as EE, she certainly felt uncomfortable seeing that fan's comment, but as a public figure, she couldn't directly retort. Thus the fan who spoke up made her seem quite likable. If Chi Wu had a system, she might have seen a notification at this moment. Xia Mi's favorability 1.